Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. Game day Sunday coming at you. Ooh, we got an old AFC West rival coming into our house, coming back into our building. What do we got for him today, Seahawks fans? What's our team going to be able to bring? That is the question at play, and I feel pretty good about this game. Maybe I shouldn't feel too good about this. Maybe I should be a little bit more nervous. But I feel like this team is just about raring to go here through the last part of this year. 5 of 7 games at home to finish the year. A Raider team coming into this that is definitely limping into this game with some of the injuries they have sustained. And we find ourselves in a very, very nice position. Hello, my fellow Seahawks fans, my fellow 12s. I hope you are having a fantastic game day Sunday out there. I hope you're just as hyped as I am for this game. I am so ready. That bye week was so long. Felt like it's been a month since we played football. So let's get back at it today. Let's see what our Seahawks have to bring to bear. It is going to be, I think, a fun game no matter what. You know that every game this year has been entertaining, has been exciting, even in the games where you've lost. It's been at least fairly, there's been some enjoyable parts of the game to get through on that. So I thank you guys for joining me in here. As you do walk in, please, if you are in the building, hit that like button for me. It does help this channel out. We are going to also today, I believe, I may be getting a little bit of my ducks ahead of my horses or my cart before it's ahead of the ducks. I don't know how the saying goes, but we are a mere 19 subscribers away today as we start the day out from 10,000 for the channel. So if you are not subscribed, you could be that person. You could be that one to help get us up over that mark as we round into December, round past 10,000 subscribers, and hopefully get ourselves just moving on forward, even though I can't complain because the growth here on the channel has been phenomenal. Thank you to all of the new subscribers out there that have jumped aboard. I really do appreciate it, as well as the kind comments in the channel from the videos. You guys are always just ever very nice in that respect of things. So appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining me in here today. Let me just do a little hello to everybody as we're just about to get started up here in about 10 minutes or so. Check, hello, Sean Lee, Big Country, Brick Moss Daily, how you doing? Let's get this dub, man. ENML, William Leonard, hello, 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 Empower Code. Broncos about to be 3-9, go Seattle. Yeah, let's get you guys an update on that. This was the most winnable game on the Broncos schedule remaining as it appears. They are down currently with 3:19 left to go in the fourth quarter, down 23-10. So their Broncos are trying an onside kick. It looks like it might have been recovered by Denver, actually. So Denver got the onside kick. There is still a wing, a hope, a prayer for them if they indeed did get that onside kick. But this is going to be a game we're going to definitely track today, as it definitely impacts heavily our drafting position as we move into the future. George Samuel, how you doing, my man out in Egypt? It's good to see you in the house. Big Empower Code. Hello, hello, hello. Megan, my lady from down under. How you doing, Megan? Says, morning B and 12s, still dealing with long COVID, so I'm not feeling the best. Worried this game may well be a trap game for us, but am hoping for the win as always. It has that potential, I guess. You're coming off a bye, maybe a little bit of, a little bit of relaxed kind of nature. You got a chance to kind of chill for a week. Maybe that kind of eases off your foot, off the pedal, maybe to a degree. Hopefully not. I think the team's going to be pretty good to go today. I think they're going to be raring to go, get back at it, especially coming off loss, Megan. I think that maybe is, precludes a little bit of that from happening because you did come off of not the greatest of losses recently. Tyler Beer, Broncos could give us a top 10 pick, could give us a top 3 pick. It's certainly possible at this point. It does still matter on this game what happens, and the Broncos did get the ball back on the onside kick. They still have all 3 of their timeouts and 3:10 to go. They do need 2 touchdowns, but if they get up the field fast here and a quick stop, this could be some Russell Wilson-like magic that you get to see at the end of this game if it goes that way. I don't want to see it, but it's Panthers definitely mucked up that onside kick. William Asapanko, go Hawks, man. Tyler Muir, good to see you, man. Dr. G, the Broncos, we got to wait for the loss, man. I don't know. That onside kick's getting me nervous now. Jason Wolf, good day, mates. Russ is doing the Lord's work for us again. He's had a tough day up until this point. He's starting to do that thing where he turns it on in the fourth quarter, it looks like, though. Check. It's cool how many Seahawks ads there are here in northern Wisconsin. They're everywhere on TV. Really? That's crazy. That's crazy. Awesome. Jason says, Russ makes me want to go buying danger witches. Hey, do you want to live dangerous or not? You know, that's what he's asking. Got to answer that call, man. Makes me want to play a little dangerous too. Wu-Tang Financial, hello. Dr. G, I want a fresh, hot danger witch to chew on. That sounded wrong for some reason. Dr. G, I'm fitting to pay 20 friends to subscribe real quick. Oh, man, it's all good. We'll get there over the top no matter what. So hell, we're just about, February is our induction date kind of on this channel. So if we get to February and we're at 10, 5, or 11, that's still almost double channel growth in a year. So I can't complain about that. Nothing but awesomeness. Yeah, Panthers need to finish this game off. They've done the Lord's good work throughout this game. Now they need to finish it off. And it looks like we got 4th and 10 for the Broncos now. They've just taken a timeout. They're on the 43-yard line on their own side of the field here. 2:59 to go. Of course, I'm getting a call right now. Why am I getting a call? Sean K says, Go Hawks. Came from Seahawks Brendan Nelson's channel. Hell yeah, Sean. Hope Brendan's doing good today. He's killing it as ever with the content over there. Osama bin Diesel, almost a week without Brando. I know, man. It was the holiday season. I was chilling. I was kind of when I get a video in the pipe that I want to get done, like that tackle video, I just get locked in on it and I just want to get it done. And it took a little longer than I thought it was going to. Heidi Heen. Hello, Heidi. How you doing? Hope you're having a good day. Megan says 10K for B and Hawks win. Hell yes. That'd be a good day, Megan, right? Broncos lose to Carolina. We win. I get over 10K. Ooh, lordy. Santiago says, love how Russ is still doing right for the Hawks community. Thanks for the bright future. He's just working for us, man. He's an undercover agent. He's a James Bond-like spy in the Bronco organization. And he takes his bubble water shaken, not stirred. Jason Wolf says, hello, Jalen Carter. That's right. I'm all in on Jalen Carter. Greg, I went and did a deeper dive last night on Will Anderson. We've got some Will Anderson worries from my standpoint of things. I ain't saying I'm kicking him out. I ain't kicking him out of the house, but Hawk says, what pick do we get if the Broncos lose? I think that does set us up probably likely into 3rd, I think, at that point, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't done the advanced math on it yet. The more important thing beyond losing this game to the Panthers, the more impactful part of this, if that occurs, and it indeed looks like we get the win. We get the win, folks. The Broncos, we get the win. We hopefully get the win today, but the Broncos have lost their last possession, 4th down. It's turned the ball back over to Carolina. They're already using their second timeout. This pretty much all but assures the Panthers are sitting at a 99.9% winning probability at this point. All but assures the Broncos are going to lose this game, fall to 3-8. And I do believe that will put them into the 3rd position. And as I was saying, the big point about this is not merely the fact that they lose today. It is that this is their most winnable game on the whole rest of their schedule by far. This team has to play the Chiefs twice. They still got to play the Rams and Cards, who may not be world beaters this year, but I would say at least of those two teams are better than the Panthers. We could be looking at number 2 overall. I'm not going to go number 1 because the Texans they got their arms wrapped around that one. But 2, 3, yeah, hell yeah, it's right there, folks. It's a good beginning to the day. It's like I said, this is like a double Sunday for me. Two different games that I get to have some sort of, care and wonder about. And everyone, it keeps breaking the right way, which is wonderful to see. Yigatal PD says, good morning, Brandon. Good morning, Yig. It's spicy. That's right. It's spicy. Brick Moss says, really hope Tom Brady loses. They went to overtime. I do too, man. I do too. I don't want to face that team again. I'd be happy if they just kind of couldn't quite get into the playoffs. Let Atlanta get in maybe or something, I'll go play Atlanta again over Tampa Bay. Can't believe the Bears tied. The Bears came back in that game. Oh my goodness. Well, let's get a little update here on the games for you guys. These early on games. We're going to be starting up here soon, so I'll be doing the play-by-play in a second, but let's get a quick little update on the early morning games. So the Buccaneers and Broncos are 17-17 with 8:08 left to go in overtime. The Texans fell to the Dolphins 30-15. The Panthers are up 23-10 with 1:58, and they do have the ball and are bleeding that clock as though they've hit an artery. The Ravens and the Jaguars have gone back and forth in this game. The Jaguars look like they were going to do some favors for us and get this one out early, but the Ravens brought it back home, which was good to see. And we've got, I got a text message. Bengals took down the Titans. Wow, what a big win there for the Bengals in that tough fought game. That'd be a fun game to go back and watch. 20-16. Wait, the Bears came back. The Bears didn't come back. I'm looking at this game right now. The Bears are, they're going to lose 31-10. So, did I read somebody's thing wrong? Somebody said the Bears were coming back. Gemini Glass, hey, anybody have any anxiety really bad before the game? Go Hawks. I was a little nervous last night thinking about it. I think you're catching this team right, though. I mean, if you had the Raiders at full strength coming into this game, or they're playing at the best football, I might have a little more of that, and they could certainly catch us, unaware. But the fact that it's at home, you're not playing at the Raiders, which might be more likely of a way that game would play out, where you're going into it with your guard dropped and you're not fully all sort of in with your mentality because you're like, well, it's the Raiders, they suck this year. But you're playing at home, off a bye, off a loss. That's maybe removes some of it for me. Mark Habercorn, thank you. What's up, Mark? So CBS carrying the game, but Brandon better game caller. Ah, you're very kind, man. You're very kind. I want to keep getting better at this, so I'd love doing it. Adrian X, yeah, Houston does need a quarterback. So you could probably it's either Stroud. I don't think they're going to take Young there. I'm going to guess it's probably Stroud is the number one overall pick going to the Houston Texans. And we're just about to start this up. A couple donations. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $5 donation. It says 2 weeks to sit on that loss. I'm ready to go. Kick some Raider ass before they get all their receivers back. That's right. Get them now while they're down, man, Jeffrey. They're down. That's why I say in this game, get on them early if you can. I know that's an easier said than done type of proposition, but that's where you really want to get to in this game is get them down. Get on them quickly. Get on them quickly at home. Get that crowd into the game. Get them one-dimensional. Get them passing, and let's take it down. Take it down fast. It probably will be a dogfight, but that would be a great ideal way to go at this Raider team because I think if you get on them early, I think you can kind of press down on them a little bit. We do have the opening kickoff coming out now. A great opening hit on the kickoff coverage unit by the Seahawks. Drops the returner down at the 20-yard line. Thank you, though, Jeffrey, for that $5 donation. And Sector 7 with a $5 donation as well. Says, let's go. Feels like a century since the last Seahawks game. Let's blow these dudes out. Sink that pirate ship. Yeah, we got a wayward pirate ship on the open Puget Sound Bay. I need a call in the Coast Guard. And I don't even want to get close to it. Just sink it from afar. Bring out the big cannons. That sound good to you guys? I want them, and just keep blasting it even after that thing sinks to the bottom of into the bottom of the sound. All right, 1st and 10 here for the Raiders. They come out with a 3 wide receiver look. Carr under center. Play action pass. Carr looking back over the middle. That ball's intercepted by Quandre Diggs, who jives and makes the pick. He's back up on his feet, and he's down the sideline. Woo! Let's go to the start of the game, Seahawks. Woo! Let's go, Seahawks. Yeah! That's how you start a game. Come on now. Carr dropped back to pass. Thought he saw something on it. Quandre Diggs undercut the route. A little overthrown at Devontae Adams. Seahawks rocking a little bit of a double coverage look there. Little bit of a double coverage look. And Diggs makes a great play. Lays out on the football field to make the catch. It's got to feel good for him. What a start to this Seahawks team. I said, get on them early. Pound them. Get them down. Get that quarterback crying. Well done by Quandre Diggs. You had Kobe Bryant in coverage, trailing underneath, and Diggs over the top, bracketing down in on Devontae Adams. Love that look by the Seahawks defense. Geno Smith out in shotgun now. 3 wide look for them as well here. Play action pass to Kenneth Walker. Looking. Oh, almost caught by Metcalf, but the ball was knocked free, it looks like, by the receiver, by the defensive back. See what happened here on this play. DK was running a post route. And yeah, it looks like the Raider defender got his hands just on the ball enough there as DK went to make the catch. That was not a drop, folks. Kenneth Walker takes the carry, bounces it outside. He's got room to work, slides it back outside again. He's just bounding across the football field until he jumps forward into the end zone. Oh, this is a little bit of this signature type Kenneth Walker run that we're seeing now, where he takes the ball, doesn't look like there's a lot there, suddenly does his jump cut outside, runs a couple of steps, jump cuts again further outside, pressing the sideline, and then just turns on those blasters, those master blasters, as he pushes his way into the end zone. Everything got hemmed up by Max Crosby at the start of this play. Crosby presses it in. He, instead of holding the leverage on outside, he presses down the hole, recognizing where Seahawks want to go with it off the read option look. Walker recognizes that, bounces it back, and then you go, okay, well, it's going to be a 4-yard gain. That's what he'll be able to get here. But then he presses the 4-yard gain and then does another bounding jump cut to the outside and then right to the end zone. What a wonderful run by Kenneth Walker on that play, taking advantage of what he was seeing what the defender do. Just like that. You got to make that split-second decision there as a running back at that time to bounce that outside. So a little bit of why I presented in a video a couple of weeks ago why he is not dancing too much. You want the dancing aspect in Kenneth Walker's game. You want him to do that type of stuff. That is going to be for the betterment of our team and our offense as he is. And how about that? How about that start for your Seattle Seahawks? Coming out defensively on the very first play of the game and picking off Derek Carr. And then the offense 2 plays later, coming right back up the football field and pounding it in. Wonderful job by this football team. Fantastically done. What a great start to this game. Are you not entertained? Woo! I like this. I like this kind of party. We like this kind of party. Cheese Taco with a $5 donation. Thank you, Cheese Taco. I really do appreciate it. Says, how's that for K9 dancing? How about that, huh? How about that? You'll take some of that dancing, won't you, folks? We'll take some of this dancing, huh? This dancing's all right. This dancing's okay. We can go with this. Dance away, Mr. Walker. Dance away, Mr. the Third. You do your thing. You do your thing. Let's go. Thank you for the $5 dono. Spectre 7 with another $2 donation. Thank you. Pirate ship sunk. We've blasted the headmast. Oh, sir. Sir, it was a direct hit on her. Direct hit on her mast. That wood blew and splintered apart like a shotgun blast, sir, I tell you. She's taking on water. It won't be long now. Hit her again, I say. Hit her again. Thank you, Sector 7. I appreciate it. Adrian X with a $2 donation. Thank you, Adrian X. This is a statement game for us. You better believe it. Wake up, NFL. If you ain't paying attention already, you're going to be very, very, very soon. Very soon. Wonderful start. Let's go. God, I'm hyped today. Let's go, folks. Thank you, Adrian X. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Volcano Joe. Thank you, Joe. Says TDK9. Let's go, man. What a wonderful run. So many running backs in that situation. And I'm not knocking Chris Carson, who was a good back, but Carson in that situation takes that kind of carry and he just kind of bowls his way up inside and tries to get whatever he can. You know, you might have a good back who can bounce it outside on that first bounce. There are some backs that can do that. It's a rare back who can then take that second bounce outside and then be able to get up to full speed as fast as he could or close to full speed to then be able to torpedo his way into that end zone. That is a great run all the way around. 7-0 Seahawks, and we're 14-32 into the first quarter. Yes. Just got to do Denver. Just do Raiders nice and quick. Just go out tonight, Denver. You guys don't need to play today. Just turn it off. It's just one of your quick L's. You'll get your receivers back later. Make your run later. All right, Derek Carr is going to come back out to the football field as the kick does sail on into the end zone here. The extra point was good, by the way, so Hawks are up now at 7-0. Mumbles with the $5 donation. Appreciate you, Mumbles. It says, I don't mind a little bit of the salsa, but when it gets too spicy, then there's an issue. Well, one thing we've learned this year, Mumbles, is we don't want anything too spicy, right? We've learned from one individual that when you go too spicy, that's too hot. It's a little too hot. Just a little bit of spice, you know? All right, Carr with the give now under center here, and he is going to give it right up the middle, it looks like, to Jacobs. Jacobs is playing in this game. He has a little bit of a calf strain that came up and bit him on, I believe it was on Wednesday maybe. Al Woods in there with the stop in the middle, though. Only a couple yard gain. Jacobs is one of the problem points that you got to look to on this offense in addition to Adams. Maybe the two real only problem points that you got to look to on this offense right now, with them coming into this game down Darren Waller, down Hunter Renfrow, and they don't exactly have the deepest receiver core behind those guys. Carr drops back to pass from under center here. Early pressure gets on into him. The throw is knocked away there by Jordan Brooks. Good play and coverage. Carr was trying to hit his tight end underneath. Someone got some good pressure there on Carr's fairly early in that play. This will bring up 3rd and 7. Hawks defense flying around to start things off here. Great to see. Crowd's no doubt got them amped up. We see those silver and black helmets again. It just amps up all that old anger in that stadium, no doubt about it. Carr and shotgun. He's got 2 running backs in the backfield. That's a unique look for a 3rd and long. Hawks bringing a 4-man pressure look. Swings it out to the running back and the flat. Nice throw there by Carr. Gives the running back a chance to really catch the ball and then get upfield quickly with it after the catch. 1st down. Hawks dropped a lot of guys back in coverage there, but nobody went out and tried to go locate the running back. I don't know if they were trying to just maybe crunch on the routes on the inside there, but he was wide open. 1st and 10, 13:20 to go here. Raiders at the 40-yard line, their own side of the field. The give here is to Jacobs. He's got nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. Cody Barton there with the play. LJ Collier there. How about a big LJ coming in to make the stop? Well done. This was run right at LJ's side. Looked like he might even kind of split a double team there a little bit. Well done, LJ. 2nd and 10, not a yard gained. Raiders come out with that 3 wide receiver look. You're going to see this quite often here. I guess actually 2 wide receiver. They got a tight end look in here too. Play action pass. Hits the tight end out in space for another 1st down. 2 passes completed the right side out in the flat here on the Seahawks defense. The Raiders are obviously off some of what they've seen in the film, realizing that that's going to be a bit of an open route on this defense right now. I don't know why he's so open there. It looked like the linebackers, looked like Brooks just got bought in on the run game there. So a little bit of taking advantage of Jordan Brooks and wanting to, Brooks was pointing at something. Maybe it was somebody else's job there. I'm not going to throw that shade at him. Maybe it's something else. 1st down from the 50. Raiders are driving. Nice carry by Jacobs here. Winding his way up the middle for about 6 yards. 2nd down. Second and 4. Raiders on the 43 of Seahawks. Give up the middle. Seattle's got this one hemmed on up. Al Woods again in there saying no, no, no. Al Woods already got a piece of his jersey torn in around the belly. He's got a little donut hole in the jersey of his, right at his belly point. That's fitting. And Al Woods hyped up, telling him, let's go. Nice stop by him. 2 already on this game for the big man. Jacobs 4 carries and 9 yards on this drive. 3rd down and 4. Let's see if they go back to that flat route they've hit early on in this drive a couple of times. 3 wide receiver look for the Raiders. Carr looking, has got some pressure. Wide open out there. There was some pressure, but Hollins was left just wide open, and Carr is slow to get up. Carr is really struggling right now. His rib, he's holding his rib and writhing a little bit on the ground. Looks like Uchenna Nwosu got in there and really laid a hammer on him. I mean, it was a legit hard shot. That wasn't just a, modern day NFL quarterback hit. That's some of that old school, and it's clean. But he hit him in the ribs. There's this thing, if you don't have me go high, I'm going to go low, and then I'm going to hit you in your ribs, and I can maybe break your rib doing that. And Carr is still on the ground. They've got him on his back now as he's trying to breathe. Oh, this showed a replay. And Uchenna didn't have a lot of steps. He probably had about 4 steps, but he went balls out in that 4 steps and completely just put his shoulder pad right into the rib cage of Derek Carr. Wow. Wow. Megan says, I can hear the 12s rolling from here. Hell yeah, Megan. Raiders. Nanya says, who scored the points for the Seahawks just now? It was K9. K9 got there. K9 got. Yeah, that looks like maybe out for the game. If a quarterback doesn't at least bounce up and kind of walk around, the fact he kind of went up at first onto his knees and he went, oh, and then he pounded the turf like, no, that's hurt. Are you injured or are you hurt? Oh, it's injured. That's what it seemed like on his reaction there. Randall McDaniel with a $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. Says, we going to get to 10K today? I maintain we knock out more quarterbacks than any team. We've had our share over the years, man. We certainly have had our share over the years. And boy, it's that's one where Uchenna got his money worth on that one. That was one where you go, yeah, I could see how that could break a guy's ribs. Sometimes you see a hit and it'll be fairly innocuous where a guy will get kind of slightly dinged and then he goes, oh, and you're like, wow, that got you? Oh, that looked pretty standard issue for what you guys deal with. But that was one where Uchenna, he was lower and laying the boom there, Randall. That was definitely some I'm gonna cause some potential harm with this one. And yeah, I think we're gonna get to 10K today, man. I'm so hyped. I'm so hyped for it. I can't believe we got here this quick. So it's I think we're gonna get there. I think we are. Thank you though, man. Appreciate your donation. Jacob with a $5 donation. Thank you, Jacob. Says Seahawks really have a knack for injuring quarterbacks. First Lance, now Carr. Just what Randall was kind of saying above, Jacob. And yeah, I agree. We've had a even through the years. I remember the playoff game against the Rams, even a couple of years ago, we took out we took out Carson Wentz in a playoff game. We took out that Rams quarterback that was, playing it sounds like Waldron or something, Woolridge or something. We took him out. That brought Goff back into the game as the backup in that one. So we've definitely we've taken out a couple. And if Carr comes, he might be able to come back. Maybe they can put a shot, and give him a shot thing going on. He's out there throwing on the sidelines, so maybe he does get back in. This is going to bring Jared Stitham into the game. 1st and 10 from the 23. Pitch play out here to Jacobs. Got a little room to work with, but it's quickly closed down. It'll be about a gain of 4 there. Thank you, Jacob, the $5 dono. And boy, do we ever have that knack. Sector 7, thank you for the $5 donation as well. It says, man, you remember knocking out Romo? Dakota owes Averill a huge thank you. Yeah, DK's the whole career arc of being able for, I can't remember the quarterback's name. Yeah, Prescott. And where he's been able to go is built off of that hit that you're referencing. Of course, Cliff Averill kind of pulled him sideways and almost tried to make his helmet touch his toes. Carr back in the game, dropping back to pass. Overthrows this one, and Ryan Neal has it in his hands at the back of the end zone, and he just can't quite make the play. Would have been a tough catch. Boy, it looked like it was in his hands, though. Nice coverage there by Neal. Oh, no, he didn't drop it. It was just outside. It's one of those ones where it's just outside the end of your fingertips. So he could get just the top little row of his fingertips on it. Couldn't quite get to it. 3rd down and 5. Carr back in shotgun here. Drops back to pass. Seattle's bringing a late blitz. The blitz doesn't get there. They get this blocked up. Carr's got a man wide open for a touchdown. Raiders were all over that one. All over that one. Just a running back wheel route by Amir Abdullah. And you brought the blitz. There is a flag on the play. You brought the blitz thinking that you could be able to not give that kind of route the time to develop, but the blitz got blocked completely up. The Raiders saw it coming from a mile away. And I think they're going to call this on the Raider, Amir Abdullah, who literally kicked Quandre Diggs in the shoulder pad as he's just trying to walk past. Yeah, that's a 15-yard penalty. And Amir Abdullah is trying to go, I didn't mean it. Like, yeah, you're doing you're literally doing karate kicks on a football field as players are walking around you. That's idiotic. Don't do that. So yeah. But yeah, I do remember Spectre 7. I think it wasn't a preseason game, was it? Sector 7? Wasn't it a preseason game he did that to Romo too? Like a game that didn't even, that's part of why you don't have players playing anymore too as well in preseason. So I think Averill did it to him on like the first series of a preseason game or something. Are they kicking him out? Are they straight kicking him out? Wow. I'm not in favor of kicking him out. I mean, that seems a little much. I mean, I don't like what he did there with it, but I don't think they're kicking him out. That's just got to be unsportsmanlike, hopefully. I can't hear the telecast. They're probably telling Sand, but I'm sure you guys will let me know. Thank you, though, Spectre. I appreciate you, man. Roxanne Roll. How you doing, Roxanne? With a $10 donation. Appreciate the super chat. This is the beginning of the most unwanted push to the playoffs the East Coast-centric pundits will deny had anything to do with Hawks' talent and abilities. It very well could be coming to that. You know, they've already struggled to eat the crow that they've had to eat already so far. And if the continued success does happen here, it will only continue to push that on. It will only continue to push that on. But hey, let them eat their crow in silence from my standpoint, Roxanne, or they can just be silent about it. Stay quiet. As I said, let us continue to be the underdogs. Let us continue to sneak up on people and surprise people. I like that. I like us in that role. You know what I mean? But you're absolutely right. It's the talent and abilities of this team that's brought you here. It's the drafting that's brought you here. It's the changes in scheme that you've made over the last couple of years to both sides of the ball. It's all what has brought you here. It isn't by luck, but by the choices and decisions this team has made from the front office down to the coaching staff. Thank you, though, Roxanne. I appreciate the donation. Mumbles with the $2 donation. Thank you, Mumbles. Says he just got an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty. Yeah, Amir Abdullah did for his little karate kicks. And Josh McDaniels is pissed off about something. I don't know if they kicked him out. What happened on that play? Diggs got smoked. Yeah, the running back beat him on the wheel. I mean, a running back shouldn't beat your free safety. I know Amir Abdullah can do some things out of the backfield in that way, but I'm also thinking that it's a 3rd and 4 too, and Diggs is probably playing to the sticks. And he's also thinking about the fact that you have a blitz coming there. And so Diggs, the back of his mind, is also thinking, okay, the blitz will get there to cut off anything as far as a long route goes, but the blitz got eaten up. That's really where all that play to me bends out of, is just the blitz not getting home like that if you're going to draw it up. Oh, they assessed the unsportsmanlike on the kickoff, which is crazy. Okay, crazy, cool. So DJ Dallas is going to get an opportunity to actually return this one. Takes this 15 yards back for the kicker of the Raiders. I think he's got a pretty big leg, though, too. Boy, he's lining up like 15 yards back as the Raider kicker to kick this off. Like he's running an extra 10 yards up to do this. And it's a good kick. Dallas at the 10. Fields it. He's up the football field with not a lot of space to work with. Fighting hard. Does get on up to the 37-yard line. Dallas pounding the grass as he knows if he got through that first tackle there, he might have himself a good amount of space to go run away with. Thank you, Mumbles, the $2 donation. Strange play. You don't see that very often. But he knew the guy was there. I mean, he knew the guy was there. He had to feel him after the first kick, and he still went through with his deal. I mean, it literally touches our player. You literally kicked our player in the shoulder pad, meaning to or not. This isn't a karate match. You're not in a dojo. He had it coming on that one. All right. Hawks come out now here. Looks like a 2 tight end look. Play action pass for Geno. Rolling out back to the other side. Comes back to Fant for about 7 yards on the little bootleg out route there. Bootleg out route. Mumbles with a $2 donation says Vegas just gave the slightest edge to the Raiders, like 0.4%. That's, I think they came back. They answered on that drive. I get where Vegas is coming from on that one. 2nd and 4. We'll call it a long 6. Geno drops back to throw. Looking. Nowhere to go. He's going to scramble with this. He's got some room to work. Gets past the first down marker. An extra 5 yards on top of that. Sliding on down to the 50-yard line. Touchdown. Good job by Geno there, showing off some of that good decision-making. Went through his reads. Didn't like what he saw in the secondary. Got clear of the pocket, not by backing out of the pocket, by just finding the hole up through the pocket to step forward on. Climb that ladder. 1st and 10. Geno back under center here. 3 wide receiver look. Laquan Treadwell sighting, and that play goes nowhere. Early penetration by the Raider players. A couple of guys got back there, Billings and Max Crosby. Raiders were all over that. And it looks like the Buccaneers indeed are going to fall in overtime to the Cleveland Browns. That's a big win for the Cleveland Browns. They needed a win to stay in this season. 2nd and 13, Geno drops back to throw, and the ball's thrown to Will Disley, who is wide open and drops it. The normally sure-handed Will Disley there just let that ball get right through his hands. He was wide open. That would have been a 20-yard gain if he catches that. 3rd down and 13. Geno's going to run a little bit of up-tempo here. Tough drop there by Disley. So good with his hands for the most of the time, and great throw by Geno. Just went right through his hands. 3rd and 13. Geno drops back to throw. He's got pressure. He tries to get free of it, cannot get free of it. It was coming from every different direction. Drug down Billings with another great play by the Raiders. He's been a little monster for them here out the gate. 4th down. Max Crosby, the both defensive ends press Geno back up into the pocket, into the waiting arms of Billings there. 4th and 22. Dixon back to punt. Good directional kick, puts this right at the sideline. Decent return by the punt returner up to the 25 of the Raiders, which will have them start their 1st and 10. Nolan R. Vans with the $5 dono. Old school Hawks throwbacks coming in 2023 per Seahawks Twitter. Thank you for the donation, but most especially, thank you for the good news. I've been wanting to see those old school jerseys for a long period of time, Nolan, man. They're going to be, people are going to love them when they see them on the field. They're going to be like, we got to do this all the time. That's what when fans get to see those jerseys, and especially the modern jersey with the high cuts and the way they'll just be cool. It'll be cool. Plus, it's got the nostalgia factor, which can't be undersold either. Yeah, that's going to take me right back to my childhood feels, no doubt about it. Garth Knight with a $5 dono says, my Broncos hurt my heart. I'm glad your team is rolling for you, though, Brando, and thanks for calling the game. No, my pleasure, Garth. I love doing this, man. And yeah, your Broncos. Whew, unfortunately today, just not their day, as they do fall here today, and that does help us out tremendously. I'm very glad to see it. Very happy to see them. Sorry for your pain, but not sorry for their loss. They go down 23-10. Broncos again just couldn't even. Russ had deep into like the second quarter in that game, had like 17 yards passing. It was just another rough day at the office for your guy there. Tough. Thank you for all the donations, you guys, though. Appreciate you. Volcano Joe says, I've never loved the Broncos more than this year. Me neither. Me neither. This has been wonderful to watch. Getting to see that pick just keep climbing. Oh, maybe we'll have a top 10 pick. Oh, maybe we'll have a top 7 pick. Well, maybe we'll have a top 5. What, 3? What, maybe you can slide you into 2? My goodness. That is nice. And in the second round, we can't forget that second rounder as well, because you almost then have a de facto, when you're picking that high in the end of the first round, it almost becomes a de facto first round pick. I could go for that. Mari says we have the 3rd overall pick right now, and it's not likely to go any further back. I don't know that the Broncos, if they're 3rd overall right now, I don't know they've got another win on their schedule. Minus them starting ripping. Jags came back in that game? They did. They are coming back in that game. Well, Baltimore's still up by 7, though. But we'll see. Okay, the Raiders come out for their 3rd possession of the football game. First was an interception. Second was a well-run drive by Carr for a touchdown. Coming out in kind of an I formation look here. Give it to Jacobs. Up the middle. Nowhere to really go there. Good job by multiple Seahawks defenders to be on it there, including Jordan Brooks. Some big holes in the Seahawks zone coverage on that first drive. 2nd down and 8. Hollins goes in motion for the Raiders out of the slot. Carr recognizes something at the line of scrimmage, and he's going to change the play. Play action pass. Paul is picked off by Quandre Diggs off the tip. Diggs up the football field for his 2nd interception of this quarter. Oh, let's go Seahawks. Right position, right time. Ball bounces off the hands of the Raider player, and Quandre Diggs is on it for his 2nd interception of the game. Let's go. Let's go. Cody Barton made a great play on the ball to help tip it free. So props to Cody Barton out there in coverage. Draped on the man, puts his hand up at the right time, just watches the receiver's eyes. It's more of not even Barton looking back for the ball, but reacting to the hands. And this is where you don't do the drape move as a defender, but instead you wait to react to the receiver and what he's doing, and then you bring your hand up right the second you see his hands react. And that's what Cody Barton did. Seahawks are already now on the 35-yard line of the Raiders. Geno in shotgun, empty formation. Geno drops back to pass. Looking. He's going deep down the football field, and he's got Fant at the 11-yard line. A laser beam throw by Geno Smith. He brought out the photon on that one. Fant had that thing nearly go off of his face mask. He threw that so hard. Nice catch by Fant. 1st and 10, Seahawks on the 11-yard line. Geno back under center now. That lethal Cerebus 3 tight end look by the Seattle Seahawks coming into play on this play. Geno, the give into Kenneth Walker. Kenneth Walker dances inside, dances back outside, fights through a tackle, and he's going to gain about 3 or 4 yards. What a great day here by Quandre Diggs already to start things off. Hey, he gave up the touchdown, but he's coming back stronger on the other side of it. 2nd and 5. A fun first quarter here. Geno again under center here. 3 wide receivers. Play action pass. Geno looking. He's got time, still scrambling around. Spinning, twisting, turning. Almost has the ball picked off. Kind of would like to see Geno just take that ball and he's got some room at that point earlier on in that play to maybe go out there and that ball could easily have been picked. But just take the couple yards, take the scramble. Use your legs a little bit here. Dangerous play there by Geno Smith. 3rd down and 5. 4:32 to go in the first quarter. The Raiders have a defender down on the football field right now, so they are out taking care of him. Go to a commercial break. Mumbles with a $5 donation. Thank you, Mumbles. I appreciate you. Says, oh, you said he was washed? You said he needed to get another free. You said you needed to get another free safety? How's that for a wash safety? I didn't give you enough energy on that one, man. Sorry, I was trying to read it right. Yeah, I don't know if we need another safety anytime soon if he's going to make plays like this in this game. He's looking pretty good here to start things out there. And, Quandary's had an up and down year, I think. It's not been all bad. But as I've said, I think a little bit of this is the patience you got to give to the guy to understand he was coming off a pretty hellacious injury last year where his foot was turned sideways on the football field, and he got back by the first game of the year. So it might take some time for a guy like that to get to a comfortable place of things and to feel, start to feel, back to somewhat of his normal self or getting closer to his normal self. But he's had a hell of a day today. 2 interceptions, 1 quarter. How about that, Mumbles? How about that? Let's go. Richard Malmberger G-Men, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Appreciate you, Richard. Again, we're on the track here today to try to get to 10,000 subscribers. So you're helping us. We're 19 away to start the day. You're helping me get there a little bit closer, Richard. I thank you for that, man. You're awesome. It's asked about who we pick at the 3rd pick if we're selecting there. Well, I think you're probably going to see 2 quarterbacks go in the first couple of selections. If I think that's going to be likely actually the situation that plays out. That'll give you the chance to pick the best positional player in this draft outside of the quarterback position. So, what's your flavor? You want a lockdown corner? You want a potential generational pass rusher? Do you want an inside game wrecker? First world problems there. That's what they call that. Rampage, you have also joined the Hawks Nest, man. Thank you so much for doing so and getting us again down a little bit close to that 10,000 mark. We're going to round it today. So appreciate you. Moss Productions says Jalen Carter's ridiculous. He is ridiculous. I like him a little bit more actually than Anderson at this point. Anderson's got some things in his game that I don't like. 3rd down and 5. Seahawks can still get a first down here. They've got Tyler Lockett aligned as a running back here. 2 running backs with Walker on the other side in shotgun. Geno drops back to throw. Geno looking. And that ball is... They're saying he got the interception. Geno almost threw an interception on the last throw and then throws an interception on this one. Come on, Geno. He's played so good and so smart, and this is the kind of play that you just don't make in this kind of game. Take the 3 points. 2 plays back to back that just, there was some pressure there, doesn't get, and does it. What is he seeing on that throw? DK's covered. I don't know if that's a pick. He gets 1 foot down, but... And I think Geno's saying DK's got to go up there. But the thing is, there's no DK. He threw it late and he underthrew it because he's on his back foot there. Wow. I thought it was supposed to be incomplete there. That looked like to me, unless his elbow is hit before his shoulder pads hit, that should be out of bounds. Yeah, he threw it into quad coverage. That was one of Geno's worst throws we've seen this year. So he's bobbling it. Can you show the camera? God, they so struggle to get and then he's still bobbling it. How is that not what the hell? Challenge it. Timeout, Carol. Call a timeout. Make them relook at this. Okay, it's under review. Thank God. Jesus. If I have an aneurysm today, it's on these officials, okay? I'm saying that in advance. Come on. Guys bobbling the ball. No. I think they'll overturn this. He's bobbling the ball. He's out of bounds. They'll overturn this. John Stillwell with a $10 donation. Thank you, John, for the donation. Thank you for the other night, too. You put a dono on my one of my videos. So thank you for that as well, brother. Appreciate you. And being a patron as well. All your support to the channel. Says that's not an interception. Juggled the ball. 100% juggled the ball. 100%. I'm not even sure if he makes it as a clean catch. It's a clean catch. Because the only way that it's a catch, if you're not getting the 2 feet down, is that means then his elbows got to hit down inbounds before then the shoulder pads do. And they didn't show enough replays on the telecast there to show whether or not that occurred. But beyond that, the ball's moving back and forth in his hands. It's absolutely coming free. He's not got it secured, and he's out of bounds by the time when he finally secures it. Yeah, Daniel, triple coverage is not a good idea. Not a good idea. And yeah, I'm more of a Jalen Carter guy to me. To me, Jalen Carter versus Anderson, he plays with more, I think he plays with more fire. I think he's more technical in what he does in the middle than what Carter does on the outside. Carter's got kind of this one patented move that he goes to, and he's really quick, and he's really long, and he's really strong. He's down to get the friction on. You know, I had to do that. But he just does this, essentially a swipe move to try to get past the edge and then dip. And that's it. That's all that he kind of does. As a stunter, he's not so great. Doesn't have really a very high motor. He will take plays off. I don't know if that's a guy I want to go take at the number 3rd overall pick. I might change my mind down the line a bit on this one, but I mean, I don't know. Thank you, John, for that $10 donation. I do hope that they do overturn this. If this stays the call in the field, these guys are, I'm going to start worrying about this game. And not because our players are going to perform well. You know what I mean? There might be other elements here at play. There's no way that's a pick. There's no way. Mumbles with a $10 donation. Thank you, Mumbles. We're losing our long snapper, Tyler Ott, this offseason, and he was hurt earlier this year. Clearly an injury problem. We need to address that position as soon as possible with our number 3. Thank you for the $10 donation, Mumbles. Yeah, and they did overturn this. Let's go. Okay. Whew. So we're going to have Myers come out here now to attempt the field goal here on 4th down. Myers pumps this up and right through the uprights. That will put the Seattle Seahawks up 10-7. So 10 points on the back of 2 Quandre Diggs interceptions. Well done here. Offense does get up the football field to score those points. Good job there on their part of things. Let's keep this going. And yeah, Mumbles, luckily you can normally tend to find long snappers. You don't want to have a bad one, but if you know you need to go out there and look for one, you can usually find someone somewhere, somehow with that. So maybe Tyler gets back to health too. You never know. You never know. And yeah, the Geno throw there was a bad throw. There's no way about it. He's trying to throw like a fade route ball down there to Geno. That's down to DK. That's not worked very well this year already so far. You've got 4 or 5 yards. You can still get a first down. I like running a little bit of a short route there, maybe even a play action pass kind of play. The throwing a fade there on 3rd and 5 back the end zone, just no. They did. It's still a good drive though. Well done drive overall all the way around, and they got up the field there. You made it. You make the Raiders pay for turnovers. That's going to be a good thing. And that's going to bode well for this game and us taking this game and winning it. Daniel Bailey, if they don't overturn this game, is rigged. That's kind of what I was inferring a little bit. I'll let you say it, but I was thinking it. What's up, Keldon? We're going to be seeing you in a couple weeks. All right. Jason Myers going to kick this ball off now. Sends this deep down to about the 4-yard line. Short kick there. Kick return brings it back up the football field. Stumbles a little bit. Forward tackle is then made by Justin Coleman. Nice return. Looks like he got about the 30-yard line here. So Carr comes back out on the field. He started out 4 of 8 for 61 yards, 1 touchdown, and an interception. Byron D with a $2 donation. What's up, Byron D? I saw you over there giving Brandon Perna over there on the other channel a little bit of dono love for the misery he's going through. Props to you for doing that, man. I was thinking about doing it, but it's hard for me to donate to a Bronco fan. Boy, it's really tough. It's hard on that one. Quandre baby, he says. Quandre baby's right. That's hell right. Big Dog Q today. That's what we're calling him. Big Dog Q. Oh, Puna forward in, getting some pressure on 1st down. How about Puna? Some first step quickness and then a little bit of bend. Rounds the edge. Great piece of hand fighting initially. He gets both of the guard's arms pushed up into the air before then he dips underneath it to then get around to the quarterback. Great job by Puna. That's not a cheap sack there. That's a Puna sack right there. Only a 2-yard loss, but a nice job there by Puna Ford. 2nd and 12. Carr. The give is up to Jacobs. Jacobs dancing around looking for space. Not a lot of space to be had. Puna Ford back on in there along with, it looks like, I didn't see who else. He was in tandem there, but Puna playing with a little bit of fire in his belly. 3rd down and 11. Maybe Ryan Neal was down there as well in that play. Nice job. Pumped up. Let's go. LJ Collier slamming him on the pads on the sideline saying, yeah, Puna, yeah. 3rd down and 11. The decibel meter is rising as they showed on the television here now. Carr and shotgun. 3 wide receivers. Carr drops back, looks, surveys, throws it to sort of no man's land a little bit there. I don't know if he was thinking the receiver was going to alter his route and change it a little bit there, Hollins. But nowhere near to completing that pass on that play was Derek Carr. 4th and 11. Nice job by the defense. 3 straight plays back to back, a 3 and out. Very well done. Now, you can potentially get another good position here as far as field position for this game with this punter, but he has got a good leg, does this Cole. This kid can boom it. Sends it to DJ Dallas at the 25. Dallas has got some room to work. Dallas dancing around up to the 36, 37-yard line, taken down there. Looks like Seattle might have gotten away with a little bit of a dicey block there. A little bit of a dicey block there. And the fans do look into it. That's good to see. It's good to see the stadium's got a little bit of that energy again in there. Empower Code with a $10 donation. Empower, thank you so much for the donation. Appreciate you. Appreciate all your efforts, Brando. Let's get to that 10K. Keep up that great work. Excited to see what's in store for the channel in the months to come. And of course, who can forget? Go Hawks. That's right, man. Thank you so much. Geno back here in shotgun. Play action pass. Blitz coming. Hits Disley underneath for a gain of about 4 or 5 on a quick little route. Like that a lot. And hey, man, let's get to that 10K today, Empower Code. Yes, please. If you're not subscribed to this channel, please do get subscribed to this channel. We're trying to get over 10,000 today, so please help us get there. Also, hit that like button because that'll also help us get there by getting us showing up on search algorithms and whatnot. So if you haven't hit that like button, destroy it, mash it, rip it a new a-hole. 2nd and 5, Geno under center. 3 tight end look here for the Seahawks. Parkinson goes in motion pre-snap. The give is to Walker. Not a lot of room to work with here off the jump. Looking for some space to go and nowhere to really go. Dragged down there. It'll bring up 3rd down. Thank you, though, so much, Empower Code. I really appreciate it. And I've got some big plans for this channel into this future. I've got some other things we're going to expand into and do and keep going with it. So the draft coverage, we're going to be amping it up this year as much as ever before. It's going to be full metal. We're going to be very, very close already at this point to just about be able to do this full time. And it's again because of folks like yourself, Empower, who support this channel and what I've been able to do this winter and less of the normal work to get into a little bit more of this work and keep it going. 3rd and 4, Geno with an empty look. Raiders show blitz, fall out of it. Geno looking deep. It's got DK Metcalf deep down the football field. 1st down. Geno with a little what we call hole shot throw on cover 2. You got the cornerback underneath in a trail look. DK gets a little separation early on. The safety's going to be closing late on that play. The quarterback has got to throw that with a little bit of mustard. You can't lollipop that ball in. You got to put it in on a line, but you have to be very precise in your ball placement on that type of throw, and he was there. Very good catch by DK. Also, great job by DK in getting the separation off the line of scrimmage with his footwork. A little bit of dancing there pre-snap to get himself free and separated. 1st down and 10. Fake pitch here. Geno comes back around to DK Metcalf, who's got the ball in space, working his way up the football field for another 12, 13-yard gain. Boy, I like that play. Geno with the bootleg And DK coming back across the field on a short drag route. Just a nice, easy way of getting the ball into DK's hands there. Right after you got DK the ball down the field on the bomb. Boy, I love that call by Waldron. Wonderful. First down and 10. 17 seconds to go here in the first quarter. This will probably be the last play of this quarter. Geno in a pistol look. 2 tight ends drawn to one side of the formation. The give is to Kenneth Walker. Walker presses the hole. Dragged down right there for a gain of about 3 yards or so, and that will finish off a very nice opening first quarter for your Seattle Seahawks. They find themselves up here 10-7. Defense is playing pretty well. Offense is rolling along. Quandre Diggs is back in the house. Here we go. Here we go. But again, do appreciate you in Power Code for the $10 dono. And man, I'm so stoked for this channel and what we got in this future and some of the ideas I want to go with on this. So it's going to be we're only going to grow from here, man. And I've got big aspirations. Big aspirations. Mumbles with a $20 donation. Mumbles, thank you for all the donos, man. I really do appreciate it. I do, man. Just saying thank you doesn't sometimes seem enough to you guys. So I really do want you guys to know I do appreciate it. I salute you. You guys are awesome in every way. Mumble says, when donating with a Bronco fan, one must use excessive sass. Also, we've had quite a few kickoffs that are short of the end zone. Seems intentional to force a run instead of a kneel. Love us leaning into our special teams unit. Well, thank you for the $20 donation, but also very, very well cited on your part. Yes, I do believe the Seahawks are purposefully having Myers kick it a little bit short. And what you're doing, of course, is instead of having him then pound it into the back of the end zone, is that rather than his kick trajectory being on like a line, he's going to then kick it up a little bit, which will then give your kicking unit an opportunity to get up the football field to then make a play. And that's not going to give then the kick unit that's trying to return the ball much time, or it's not going to give them an opportunity to really lay their blocks down because they have to sustain the blocks for that much longer with the ball having that kind of hang time. So I like they're doing it as well. I think the return game has not become as dynamic. I think teams aren't leaning as much into having some specialist guy back there doing it as we've seen with our own team. So you have less lethal guy back there able to really ding you if you are wrong on a particular gap and how you're running it with your guys coming down on the coverage unit. So I like it because we do see a lot of fumbles. You get those kick returners trying to run full speed and they have a guy hit them that they don't even get to see. We saw it earlier in this game, I think, with our Hawks on the opening kickoff. You can blast a guy and he doesn't see it coming, and that's how those fumbles can happen, every bit of you trying to punch him out. It's just them getting blindsided, never seeing it. So, yeah, I guess I'll have to just maybe try a little excessive sass then with Brandon if I go in there and give him a donation, because I think it's been a long one for him, and I haven't had a lot of sympathy. I'm starting to have I am starting today to build a little bit of it's a smidge, okay? It's a crumb, but there is a crumb of sympathy starting to be built for because it is that bad. 10 points against the Panthers. Sam Darnold beat you. Like we've gone to that low point, you know? All right, DK back to pass here on 2nd and 6. A little quick swing route that just doesn't go anywhere. The Raider defense is all over that play. This might be actually a little bit of a loss, and will bring us up to 3rd down. Raiders have been on a couple of these plays where they know where Seattle's trying to go with it, and they're jumping all over it. Definitely being very aggressive, though, too. We'll see if maybe Shane Waldron can find some ways to take advantage of this aggressiveness as you're feeling this team really, flowing and trying to go hard, come back another way. Geno in shotgun, that was a little bit of a loss. 3rd down and 8. 3 wide, 1 tight end. Walker to the side of Geno. Geno looking for DK. He's got DK who takes a hard shot there. Boy, DK got his legs taken out from under him. Those are the kind of plays that can scare the hell out of you. Does make the catch, but somebody just tried to kneecap him. 4th and 1, the Seahawks are going for it. Get this in here to Kenneth Walker. No, comes back around a play action pass. Geno Smith finds Tyler Lockett for 1st down, but we do have a flag. Such a quick play. How was there even time for a penalty here? Officials are doing a lot of discussing on this particular play. I don't know what they're. If you've got to discuss it this much, probably wasn't a penalty. An eligible man downfield? They're calling Phil Haynes as an ineligible man downfield. I don't know. I don't know on that one. I mean, he's definitely moving up the field like he's run blocking. I can't deny that. So it very well may be a legit call. See what you guys think in the chat on that one. I'm a little torn with it. He's definitely, I think he only get a couple yards. Myers takes the kick and he puts it up and through, giving the Seahawks a 13-7 lead with 13:34 to go here in the second quarter. That 5-yard penalty does push you beyond where you'd want to go for it on 4th and 6. Disappointing play. You got the first down there. Haynes just going up the field like he thought it was. He was kind of blocking like it was a run block, and like you maybe just trying to sell it too much. I guess potentially there, just trying to sell it just a little bit too much. John still with another $10 donation. John, thank you for the double dono, man. I appreciate you. Very kind of you. It says Metcalf caught that one. He did catch that one down the sideline. He had to reach out and grab it too. 3 catches. Pretty good start to the game here for DK off the jump. I think he's already up over 50 yards here fairly early into the second quarter, which is good to see. Really good to see. I was still hearing some folks out there that still aren't believers in this guy at times, and discouraging for me to see because I think he is such a good talent. I think that people have a right to kind of question some of the things they do about his game in certain parts, but I think it does get just a little bit overstated. He's a great talent. He's a great player. He helps this football team win football games. And certainly not part of any few problems we have on this team right now, as everything is kind of clicking pretty good at this point in time in the year. But John, you are awesome, man, for your donations. I appreciate it. Steve Baum, thank you for subscribing, Steve. I appreciate you as well, man, helping us get a little bit closer. We're getting a little bit closer. Let's do a check-in because this is kind of fun. Let's do the check-in and see where we're at. We are at, folks, we have crossed 10,000 subscribers on the channel. Let's go. The Hawks Nest has gone over 10,000 subscribers officially, and it feels so nice. Steve Baum, you might have been the guy to take us over the top. We are at 10,001 subscribers. Let's go. All right. Woo. Oh, Lord have mercy. Thank you, Lord above. I appreciate it. All of you guys are awesome. I appreciate all of the new subscribers and my longtime subscribers. You all helped us get here bit by bit by bit. We've gotten here so quick. We're on track this year to maybe potentially get, like I said, almost double this channel's growth in one single year. And it's just been fantastic. It's hard to get subscribers on YouTube. It's hard to get people to punch that subscriber button. So I really do recognize that. I thank all of you for that. You are amazing. I got the best chat in the game. Not even close. Second place is they're back there in the distance. You can see them. They're like little ants looking up from a plane, basically, with how much you guys support this channel and how kind you are. So, hey, thank you so much to everyone out there. Feels good. 10,000 feels good. Feels just a little more legitimate, 10,000. I gotta lie. Oh my God. Maybe it's not. There's not a lot of difference, but it feels that extra zero kind of just, yeah, it really brings the room together. It's like the dude's rug, man. Really brought the room together, man. Just brought the room together. But thank you, Steve. Appreciate you on that. Raiders are going to return this now, and they've got some room to work with. Oh my goodness, they're up to the 40-yard line there. I was just talking about you let them return it. You do risk that at that point of happening. They did bring it up on that particular one. I still like their approach on that by testing that out. You're going to get a couple of fumbles on the year by doing that. Jose Luis Sahagon with a $5 donation. Thank you, Jose Luis. Defensive player for Broncos got all in Russ's face today. Looks like defense might quit playing. That did happen. Yeah, there was a defender yelling at Russ. You knew this was going to maybe start to get to this spot of things. And yeah, well spotted on your part. I heard about it too. I haven't seen the video yet, but I have heard about it. And it's going to get pretty dark there in Denver real fast. And I'm not talking about the winter months. You know what I mean? Winter is coming, and I'm not talking about the snow. All right, Derek Carr, drop back to throw here. Very, very nice catch by Davante Adams there. Showed you why he's one of the better receivers in the league on that catch. Bad throw there. Had to kind of fall down to the turf and pick that ball up off the turf for about a 9-yard gain. Good job on his part there. Second down. Appreciate you, Jose Luis, though, man. And you're definitely right. I've wondered there's going to reach a point, I feel like, where that defense is going to be like, enough of this. What for who? For what? And that they're going to get tired of the chicanery. We'll see. 2nd and 1 here. Carr with the give to Jacobs. Jacobs gets a couple yards up the middle. Al Woods looks like he's down there again with Jordan Brooks. That combo's been good in the running game so far today. They'll get the first down, but it is only a couple yard gain, though this will push the Raiders just past the 50-yard mark on the football field. Lester Cross with a $2 donation. Thank you, Lester. Says Reed, hi, Fanny. Oh, sorry, Lester. Let me read it right here. Hi, Fanny. I hope your leg feels better. And Fanny, let it be known that a Seahawks victory actually improves healing of a leg by 16%. It's been scientifically proven at the UW Medical Center. They've long tracked this over the years because we've won so much. So they've had a lot of data to build off of, but it's absolutely the case. First down and 10 here. A little throw to Jacobs. Doesn't go very far. Mike Jackson is all over it. Hee. Good job by Michael. That'll take us just below 12 minutes to go here in the second quarter. Appreciate you, Lester, and appreciate you too, Fanny. I do hope that leg does feel better. I know it sucks when you are injured, but you'll bounce back quick. Adrian X says 10K. Thank you for the $2 donation to Adrian X. I appreciate all your donos to the channel and long-time support as well. And we did indeed. We got past that 10K mark. Woo, we were rounding past that thing. We've been flying over the last month and a half here. 2nd and 7 from the 45-yard line in Seahawks territory. Another run up the middle that goes nowhere. Jordan Brooks has been on it today in the run game. Comes up and makes the stop in the hole. That's the bread and butter of Jordan's game, as he is a marvelous run defender, not just simply as a tackler, but in his ability to get up in the hole, meet the running back, stop them dead in their tracks. This will bring up a 3rd and long. 11:08 to go here in the second quarter. Come on, folks, get that decibel meter up. We head up to 104. It's at 98 right now. Here it goes. It's climbing. 103. Carr back in shotgun. Seahawks playing loose in their zone. Showing blitz, drop out of it. And Davante Adams makes the catch on a little out route for a first down. Kobe Bryant in coverage out of the slot there. And Davante's just a really good route runner. He's going to create that space off of just the stem of the route. Even if they need 6 yards, it's hard to press that route with how he runs it. First down and 10. Raiders are driving now. Carr back under center. 2 tight ends. Flea flicker. Carr flips it back over. He's got a man wide open, and this is going to be an easy touchdown. Seahawks completely bid on that flea flicker play. Raiders offense moving the ball here. Taking advantage of the Seahawks aggressiveness. I talked about how Seahawks could maybe take advantage of the Raiders defensive aggressiveness. Here they do that to the Seahawks. Completely wide open was Hollins on the play. Looks like Ryan Neal. Oh yeah, Ryan Neal is your guy there, I think. Well run flea flicker by the Raiders. Good, well timed. Coaching staff for the Raiders today, offensively and defensively, have put this team in a position to do well, despite the fact they've got some personnel shortcomings in this game, I think, on both sides of the football. The players are on it. You're not necessarily fooling guys anywhere. If you're getting catches or whatnot, you're just beating guys. It's not necessarily that we've got coaches that are kind of out chess matching the Raiders today in what they're doing necessarily. And that does put the Raiders up 14-13. Nolan Arvance with a $10 donation. Thank you, Nolan Arvance. Says 10,000 subscribers. Yeah, let's go, man. Let's go. Thank you, Nolan. I really do appreciate it. Another one of my folks, been a long-time subscriber to the channel, long-time member of the channel. Really do appreciate all of your support. As I said again, too, you guys are part of what helps Nolan, Adrian X, all you guys are part of what helps me be able to get to this and do this full-time. Because like I've said in the past, as soon as I can get to do this full-time, if I got to eat rice and potatoes every night to be able to do it, as opposed to having to do a normal job, I'm going to do it. because I can see the long term in this and where we're going to be able to go with it. So thank you for that, you guys. We are going to get there. We are getting there fast. Spectre7 with the $2 donation. Thank you for all your donos too. Spectre7 says, yo, congrats. Thank you, man. We passed it. We did it. We did it. We did it. Daniel Bailey with the $2 donation says, congratulations, B. You deserve it. Who got that hundo? Laughing out loud. Sanchez in the house? Sanchez out there? Yeah, I'm sure he'll make his way around here at some point today. Snail with the $12 donation. Thank you, Snail. Appreciate you as well. Says congrats on the 10K. Go Hawks. Hey, thank you, man. Feels good. It feels really good. This has been just a tremendous year to watch it kind of break through like it has. So like I said, we're going to maybe get to the point. It's a real possibility. If I get 2,000 more subscribers this year before February, which is my start date, essentially, that would be 12,000. That would be doubling our subscribers in 1 year, doubling the subscriber count, which again just speaks to where we're going to be able to go in the future with this and the growth we can hope to see as we go into that future, which I'm going to be talking about a lot because I'm just so stoked and happy about it. And it's going to be hard for me not to just be smiling all day today, folks. It's going to be smiling all day. You just got to put up with the cheesy Brandon today a little bit. Rich S., thank you also for subscribing to the channel, man. I appreciate you, Rich. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Look, Kitty's stoked too. Look at her. She's hyped. She knows what's up. She knows what's up. Mumbles with a $20 donation. My goodness, Mumbles. Thank you. I really do appreciate that. With a huge super chat coming in from Mumbles. Very kind of you, brother. Appreciate you. Says, oh, I feel bad as well for Perna. But then I remember before the season how at every opportunity, how much of a cocky a-hole he was when we were just trying to tell him to temper expectations, and that disappears. Also, congrats on the 10,000. Well, that's why I couldn't quite bring myself to. I did remember some of the smarminess and sort of trying to rub our kind of nose in it, like you would a puppy who's pooed on the floor. And like, no, don't rub our nose in it. We're just trying to warn you, man. We're just trying to save you some heartbreak, Perna. That's all we were trying to do, man. That's it. But you brought this on yourself. So now you're just going to have to live in it. And it's going to be a long year for those Bronco fans, man. There's still like a lot of games left. All right. This is going to get kicked off to DJ Dallas, who's going to let that ball go into the back of the end zone, which will have the Seahawks take over here, 14-13. Every possession so far for your Hawks, they have been able to move the football. Just haven't been able to quite get it punched into the end zone when they've gotten down close. Thank you, Mumbles, so much, though, man, for all your donations to the channel. A long time supporter of this channel. Appreciate you so very, very much. Carl Nerney, thank you for the $10 donation. Another one of my OGs on the channel, man. One of my original folks. He was probably in my original 100 subscribers was Carl, I think. All right, Geno in a pistol formation here. 2 tight ends, 2 wide, 2 tight ends to one side of the football field. The give's going to be into DJ Dallas here, who is slung to the ground here on a couple-yard gain by Max Crosby. Crosby talks some trash to the Seahawks sideline after the tackle. Carl says, $10, 10,000 subscribers. Love you, bro. Congrats. Hey, love right back to you too, Carl. You know I got nothing but love for you too, brother, and appreciate you being one of the original folks to jump aboard this train. And you've been on it and stayed aboard this whole very time. So thank you so much for that, man. I hope you're doing well out here. And hope we're holding up well out on your end of things. So thank you so much. Play action pass. Geno looking, coming back across to DJ Dallas. He's got him in space here. Nice little design of a play there. You roll Geno out to one side of the football field, then have him throw all the way back across the football field to the flat. And DJ Dallas, who was open there on that play. Very, very well scripted up there for a first down. Nice job. I appreciate you, though, Carl. And as always, appreciate you for all the years of support that you put in here to this channel. Byron D with a $2 donation says, 10K, brother. Go Hawks. Thank you, Byron. Appreciate you, man. Geno in shotgun. Or more of a pistol look here. Looking. And this is going to be an interception thrown right to the Raiders. Hoo-wee. Boy, Geno's had some good throws today, and he's had some throws that I don't know what's going on. This is definitely the worst game Geno's played so far this year here. There's been 2 interceptions thrown, another one that could have been picked off. Actually, there could have been could have had 4 interceptions at this point in this game. Or not 4 interceptions. I forgot how many he's got. Yeah, he could have 4. Yeah, he was expecting Tyler to keep coming back through. It almost looked like Tyler might have stopped. I'm not sure. Yeah, it looked like Lockett kind of came to a stop there. I don't know why Lockett just stopped moving. That was a very strange play. Very, very, very strange play. Whew. Okay, defense, what do you got? 14-13. Raiders are on the 30-yard line. Hawks were driving there and just that ball just sailed. Brandon Jacobs with some room to work, and Brandon Jacobs is going to run this in. Boy, momentum has just been sucked out of the stadium all of a sudden. Brandon Jacobs gets the carry, breaks the first tackle. Tackling's been good today. Starts falling back away. The Raiders have put almost 21 points now up on this defense here. They're put in a tough situation there, but just no fight. Somebody came flying through there and just out of control. Boy, oh boy. Okay, let's lock back in here. We're still early in this game, so it's going to be a rough ride today, but let's hang on. Goodness gracious. Appreciate you, Byron D, though, for the $2 donation. Thank you so much. Roxanne Ro with another big donation. Thank you for the $20, Roxanne. I appreciate you as well. Very kind of you. Thank you so much. Says, yes, congrats, 10,000 subscribers. You rock. Go Hawks. No, Roxanne, you rock for all of your donations. Another one of my folks, I think, Roxanne, you were one of my original 100 subscribers in that first run, and you've been here the whole way through all these years. I really do appreciate all of your support. One of my patrons as well. Thank you so much for that. It's been awesome just this whole ride, being able to experience all this with you as well. All the ups and downs we've had to watch with this team and where it's gone and every different which way in between. So thank you so much for that. Appreciate you on the $20 donation. You guys are so kind, so very kind. And I hope you're doing very well out there, Roxanne. BK with a $12 donation says, Russ holds the ball too. Now we have a shot again with fresh picks and cap space. The question is trade down or take a quarterback in 2022 with their first round pick. It's going to be a question that we're going to be turning over a lot on this channel. BK, thank you for the $12 donation. And we're going to be going back and forward on this one in every different direction as we do the draft coverage and considering all of the different tracks that you can go with on it. I do lean back to me, the ideal being if I can go from 3 to 8 or 9 and pick up an extra first round pick. I'm not really opposed to that. I think that the benefits of that outweigh not doing it because you can get such a haul of selections for moving back simply 5 picks in that first round. It's really been ridiculous in the past what has been the going rate. And also because there might be teams where you're picking that want a quarterback there that might have that prime quarterback that they're in love with and let them go make that selection, let them go make that pick. So BK, I would lean towards making that what I would do as far as initially my look at it. I wouldn't hate them if they want to just stand pat and just, to make the selection for whoever it is and just go with it. But I think they're going to get a quarterback this year. I think also they're looking more BK into that maybe second round, maybe third round, maybe even fourth round into more of that territory, especially if they're going to bring back Geno Smith next year. If that is going to be the case. Day Geno's having a day, I don't know. We'll have to see on that one, won't we? But thank you, BK. Roxanne, you're also awesome. Appreciate you. Byron D, Carl, Mumbles, Rich S, Snail, Daniel Bailey, Spectre 7. My goodness, you guys are kind. So very kind. Eric Gilbertson, thank you for the $3 donation. Nothing said there, just dropping the $3 dono. I appreciate you, Eric. Thank you so much. MJ Seahawk with a $10 donation. Thank you, MJ Seahawk. And my stream right now is cut out on me here, folks, so I might miss a little play-by-play as the deal is having a hard time coming back online here. Don't know what's happened. Got my internet, so everything's rolling good there. At least everything's going there. MJ Seahawk says, congrats, Nest. Thank you, man. 100,000K next. Always appreciate your content. Well, that'll be the dream, man. I couldn't imagine if we can get up to 100K. That'd be phenomenal. Phenomenal. I'm a Hawks fan out here in Denver. The pitchforks and torches are out for Russ and Hackett. Yeah, hard for Russ to escape this one, isn't it? Hard to go at Russ and say, well, this is all on just Hackett. This is all on just the new team you're coming to. This is all just on an offensive line. He's got to eat some of the blame here with it. And I can't blame Bronco fans for looking at this situation going, $250 million gets us this. This is what we're going to get for this. And I think after going through 10 points on the deal, boy, my deal is completely torqued out on me here just a little bit. Let me try it from a different angle here. So sorry, folks, I don't know what's going on with my stream, but I can't quite get back into it all of a sudden here. It's going at the worst possible time. Oh, there we go. We got it back. So it looks like we're at another commercial break. Let's try that. Got to do some troubleshooting here. Got it up on my one deal here, but I'd like to not have to run on this one. Huh. $100,000 sounds good to me, though, MJ Seahawk, and it's got to be fun to kind of be around that a little bit. I wouldn't like to be a Hawk fan out in Denver, but it is going to be kind of fun to kind of hear I'm enjoying already kind of hearing some of the, guys talk about Russell's plays. Like, he's got to stop holding the ball too long. He's got to stop throwing deep too much. I'm like, yeah, get used to it. That's just kind of the way it works. Boy, this connection just went toasty on me. Simply toasty. Okay, we got it back finally. What the hell is going on with the connection here? Let's see what's going on. Did we give up a touchdown just now when my thing was broken? No, it was the Jacobs thing. Yeah, there we go. So we're getting the ball back. Okay. Hold on, folks. Be right back. All right. D Nugget with a $10 donation. Thank you, D Nugget. Says congratulations on 10K. 1 cent for Brando. $10 is 1 cent for every subscriber. I like it, D Nugget. I appreciate that. I've been with you from the early days. Your content is the best. Definitely, man. All my OGs in the chat today. It's fitting that I've got all my people that I recognize the names that have been here for so long and a part of this channel for so long, supported this channel for so long. It's great that you guys are in here able to kind of celebrate this with me because you've been a part of this all the way through. You've helped to get it here all those days of hitting the like buttons on the videos that have helped propel those out. It's your guys' hard work as much as mine in this and keeping the chat lively and showing up and watching and being a part of the community we got here. So I not only done the donations, thank you for being a part of this community as you guys are as well. And you too with that D-Nugget. Kronos with a $20 donation. My goodness, you guys are being so kind today. I really appreciate it. Man, hit me right here. Thank you so much. Kronos with a big $20 donation says, congratulations on the 10,000 subscribers. Thank you, man. It feels really, really good. I would hope this year that we were going to be able to hit it before we got to that end induction year point of February. And we've beaten it by 2 months plus. Just phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. And it just gets me just so much more hyped and just, it's part of why I'm on this channel 24/7. I'm doing stuff all the time just because of how we've been able to really bump up and how many people are so interested in watching the content here. And I'm going to keep doing so because I love it. I'm having the time of my life with this. So thank you, Kronos. You are awesome. You're so awesome. Juicy97, thank you for subscribing. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Suz and Sacks, thank you also for subscribing as well. Welcome aboard. Mumbles with another $5 donation. Appreciate you, Mumbles. Says, so on the interception, Metcalf and Lockett plus one Raider defensive player all collided, and that killed that route. They killed the route, and the only player in the area was a Raider too. Oh, well, that would make a little more sense of why it was looked so strange. Because you usually don't want to have two receivers ending up near the same place as you did on that particular play. It did just look a little bit. It did look a little bit odd. So they didn't show many of the replays. Thanks for that note on that. That makes a little bit more sense as to what's going on there with it. So Seahawks defense, offense jumping on the sidelines right now, trying to get back together and get re-coordinated, which is good to see. You're not seeing people yell. You're saying, let's get this together. We got this. Let's lock back in here. Offensively, you're moving the ball. Things are looking well. Feel good about it. Thank you, Mumbles, for that update on it. So it sounds like Lockett and DK collided there, which is why that interception probably occurred. Jacob Kissinger, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, this is the type of the game the East Coast media is going to eat up. Shaking my head. They're never going to give us the love from my standpoint, Jacob. You know, they're always going to be a little bit of hate there unless we're some legendary like team where it's just undeniable. And I say let them hate. Wait, why are we kicking off? Did we score and I didn't see? Oh my God, I didn't see. So my stream was off when we seemed to have scored a touchdown. Or no, it didn't. It's just they're showing me the start of the game. What's going on with the stream right now? So sorry, folks. Stream's being a little wonky here. So I guess the Raiders have the ball back because my stream messed up. Or no, yeah, they got the ball back. I guess we had a 3 and out. Sorry, folks. The stream catches. This is the internet age. Sometimes it just goes wonky. So Raiders have the ball 2nd and 5. Jeez Louise. Oh, we did score. Wow, that was fast. We got right up the foot. You guys are going to have to let me know. We scored with the bro. It's twin. Yeah, Volcano Joe, sorry, man. My stream cut off on me. So I had to do the second I'm troubleshooting it. The second I troubleshoot my stream, we scored. So sorry, I'm behind on that, folks. Didn't get a chance to see it. No, I was trying to troubleshoot my stream, guys. I didn't break it. It just suddenly went off on me and started spinning out of control. So I don't know why, but I guess we scored a touchdown back. Good for us. T-Lock caught a deep ball for a touchdown. Okay. So 21-20 Seahawks. They catch back up here, 37-yard line in the Seahawks territory. Raiders have the ball. Nice job by the Hawks bouncing back. Woo! Holy moly. I was down for like 2 seconds and we scored. We sprinted that ball back up the field. 21-20. Raiders are over the Hawks right now by 1 after that touchdown that I missed on the stream. Sorry about that again. 2nd and 9. Carr and shotgun. 3 wide receivers to the far side of the field. Changes the play at the line of scrimmage. Drops back to throw. Got a man underneath Davante Adams. Space to work. Adams not quite able to get the first down. He'll be a yard short. Nicely done. This will be 3rd and 2. So, boy, an action-packed first half here between these two teams. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit behind on the donations. We've had so many donations, I can't even stay up with that. You guys have been so kind on that. So I will catch up on the donations. Just let me get the action here called. 3rd down and 2, 2:39 to go in the second quarter. Carr and shotgun. Looking around. Again, Davante Adams again open on the out route. Seattle is just playing really soft, tender, Charmin soft, pillowy soft, off coverage by Mike Jackson there. Just basically handing them the first down. Just he's got to be at least 10 to 11 yards off coverage of Davante Adams at the snap. got to press him up in that a little bit, make that harder. You can't make that easy defensively speaking, can you? Come on, D. This is one of the reasons why I like the commitment to double teaming a player, because when you do this, we're going to do what we're going to do and single a guy up. That's how you end up with off coverage with Mike Jackson, because you're worried about him getting beat deep because you have him in single coverage. You commit to the double team a little more often. You don't have to as much have him then drawn back and off coverage, and that will take us down to the 2-minute warning. John Stillwell with a $10 donation says, looks to me like we need to get the rust off. We should be doing much better in the passing game. Well, they answered the bell, it sounds like, right after your donation, John. So I think they heard your donation or something, because they hit the passing game really quickly on that last drive. And it does sound like, let me go through and just take a quick look. It was a 7-play drive in 3 minutes. It was a short pass to DK Metcalf for 6 yards. And then he hit DK for 4 yards. Then a short middle for 12 yards to Disley. Wow, a lot of plays here. You got 3-yard and at 53-yard run to Walker, and Walker with another 13 yards, 2 yards, and then Lockett for a 35-yard touchdown. So a little balanced drive on the back of Geno throwing, but it does sound like, John, that they did answer the bell as far as we got to throw the ball here better. We should be dicing up this secondary a little bit more. They don't have the talent back there to hold up against our pass catchers. Certainly shouldn't have Geno with 3 interceptable worthy throws in this first half alone, as he kind of has. He's still playing well at bouncing back, so I don't want to knock him too hard, but let's clean this up. Sector 7 says, yo, what? I go away for a second and it's 21-13. Hell, I lose the stream connection for a second and it's 21-20. Randall McDaniel with a $20 donation. Thank you, Randall, for the $20 donation. Says, you hit that magic number. Indeed, I did, Randall. We flew past that thing today. I thought it was going to take all day to hit the 10,000, but we just ran right past it. We Carl Lewis did that stuff, man. We Usain Bolted past 10K. I appreciate you, Randall, for the big $20 donation. I'm glad to see you in the chat again as well, too, because another one of my OGs in this channel, another one of my original subscribers in here. It's good that all of the original folks in here that's been with us through the whole time period, and my new people in here too. We all get to kind of experience this together, because it is about as much with you as much with me with this, Randall, and how much you have supported the channel and been here since day one. I really do appreciate it, brother. I really do, and I'm having a blast doing this with you guys. Jacob Kessinger with a $5 donation says, still remember when you were at 2,000 subscribers. The channel has grown so much. So happy to be here to see it. Oh, thank you, man. I am too. It has been wondrous. I never estimated when I did this a little over 3 years ago that I would be able to get this kind of growth this fastly, that people would respond as you guys have to it. And it's been really endearing and it's been awesome. I love my fellow 12s. I can't believe the support you guys have provided in that respective things. You guys are amazing. No doubt about it. 1st and 10 from the 49-yard line of the Raiders. Carr will take over from under center. The give is going to be Jacobs. He's got a little bit of room to work with. That's closed up fairly quickly after about a 3 or 4 yard gain. 2nd down. Raiders have had some back and forth. Seahawks have been pretty good for the most part to stop the run here in the first half, but Jacobs has been able to break free a little bit here and there. 13 carries for 63 yards here in this first half. Boy, are the Raiders trying to work him a bunch. 2nd down and 5. Raiders driving once again as they have this first half. Really had their way with the Seahawks defense a little bit. This is going to be a quick little throw out to the tight end. This will bring them up with another 3rd down and short. One place the Raiders have been so good at this year has been in their ability, or not this year, but in this game, has been their ability to get the first downs on 3rd downs. I'm checking out right now. They are 5 of 6 on 3rd downs in this game. And here you find yourself again now in a 3rd and 2 if you're the Seahawks. Probably 2 down territory from where the Raiders are on this side of the field as well. 55 seconds to go. Clock does continue to wind. Seahawks have all 3 of their timeouts. The give is outside to Jacobs. The Seahawks are all over it, and they snuff that play out with Bruce Irvin. Nice job by Bruce Irvin there, running it right to his side of that football field, and he was ready to roll. This will bring it up to 4th down and 1. We do have a timeout here. Looks like the Seahawks called it on that play. Good on Carroll there. Save a little bit of time. As Josh McDaniels go to a 4th down call here. Kind of an interesting call from a coaching standpoint of things, because with 40 seconds remaining, even with the Hawks having 2 timeouts, you still would think your defense could keep them out of field goal range. But if you don't get this first down, And if I'm Josh McDaniels, I go right back to that Devontae Adams route. I go, let's do the out route to Devontae Adams here. It's been open all game long. Why not? Fourth down and 2, 42 seconds remaining in the second quarter. Seahawks down 21-20 here to the Raiders. Carr under center. He's looking around, changing the play at the line of scrimmage. Man goes in motion. They're trying to get him to jump off sides. And indeed, that's what they were trying to do, is get the Hawks to jump off sides. Did not work. Fourth and 2. Boy, there's some interesting chess match here involved in this right now. It's very interesting chess match here. Randall, thank you for that $20 donation. I really do appreciate it. Jacob, thank you as well. Y2K with a $2 donation. Thank you. He says, congrats on the 10,000 subscribers. I appreciate you, Y2K. Another one of my guys, original guys. Good to see you in here. All right, 4th and 2. They do have Adams aligned back on Jackson on the outside. Carr and shotgun. The give's going to be up the middle here to Jacobs. Jacobs has got a little bit of room to work with. He's going to get the first down and out of bounds. So many carries for Brandon Jacobs in this first half. Hawks filled the lane, just nobody able to come down and make a play there. Rough first half here for this defense, that even though you got the 2 interceptions in this first half, you just haven't been able to do much as far as stop this offense goes. All they've got is Devontae Adams as far as really pass catchers, and yet Carr's got 2 touchdowns throwing here. Carr comes back across the field. Cody Barton is there in coverage and slings down the receiver after the catch for a short gain. Clock will be stopped by the Raiders here on a timeout with 26 seconds to go here in the second quarter. They are in field goal range at this point. Diana Rodriguez, thank you, Diana, for subscribing to the channel. Welcome aboard. David Price is also subscribed to the channel. Welcome aboard as well, David. Thank you for subscribing. MJC Hawk with a $5 donation says, you and Brendan rock. I call you two the Killer Bees. I like that nickname, MJC Hawk. And Brendan does indeed rock as well, man. It's been great to watch him also be able to experience the growth his channel's been has also had this year. He puts a lot of hard work in there. He's grinding. I know how this grind goes when you do it, and all that goes into what you have to do to kind of get this stuff out there. So he's done a fantastic job in his own right on it, and it's great to see. It's great to see. Thank you for the $5 donation, though. Carr back under center in 2nd and 8. Play action pass. Hits the tight end right over the middle for a first down. 21 seconds remaining. Looks like the Raiders are going to maybe potentially call their last time out of the half here. Wide open in space there. Jordan Brooks beat in coverage. He's been beaten coverage a couple of times. You've gotten to see Jordan Brooks in this first half, I think. The complete Jordan Brooks experience, where he shows you flashes as a run defender. He flashes as a tackler. But then you get him out into space, you get him into zone coverage. Mark my words on this, folks. Go look at Jordan Brooks' coverage grade by PFF that I will release for my channel members here on this on Monday. And you go look at those grades, and it's going to be bad. It's not going to be good. And on a weekly basis, that's what you do get with him. I don't know that it's a part of his game that gets cleaned up anytime soon. And sometimes he's better, sometimes a little worse game to game, but this is definitely one where the Raiders are attacking Brooks in coverage a little bit. 1st and 10 from the 16-yard line, Carr back and shotgun. Surveying the field, pump fakes, rolling around. He's going to try to scramble with this. And runs out of bounds. This will be 2nd down with 14 seconds to go. Appreciate you, though, MJC Hawks. You're awesome. Osama bin Diesel has been celebrating 2 months as a Hawks Nest member. I appreciate your support, Osama. Says $10K for Brando. Congratulations on the hard work and all the commentary on the Hawks. Now get $10K for the Mariners channel. Then $10K for the Sonics. Hey, bet, Osama. Bet. That's the dream, man. That's where we're going to go with this when this is all said and done. So I got my eye on that prize. You better believe it. It does look like the Raiders are going to just go for a field goal here. They don't have any timeouts remaining, so probably pretty smart on their part to go ahead and just pump this one through and try to get the extra points and steal the four points before the half. They did get a delay of game penalty, which will move them back 5 yards. But thank you, Osama, and we will be getting that Mariner action going as well this offseason. You know it. You know it. Appreciate you, though. Mumbles with a $5 donation. Thank you for all the donations, Mumble. Was it like 5th donation on the channel today? My goodness. Thank you so much. It was crisscross in the dead center of the field that ran a little too tightly together with the margin for error being one player on the DK Tyler route. That makes sense. And that's part of what you do in this with what we do with this offense is it's going to run those kind of looks where you're trying to run one guy off one way and run another guy off the other way and really attack, especially into zone coverage like that. So it's weird stuff like that can happen. It's really cool to see Mumbles. They were able to bounce back on the very next drive and go get a touchdown. The Raiders are able to knock the field goal through. So this will take the score to 24-20 Raiders with 10 seconds to go here in the second quarter. But yeah, understandable. Stuff like that will happen here and there over the course of a year. We don't see it too often here. Sector 7 with a $2 donation. Thank you, Sector 7. I can't describe how great it is having Irvin back. Nor can I, Sector 7. I like his presence out there, and I think that he's better than what Darrell Taylor has given you on the field, even this year so far. I mean, Darrell's got a couple of snaps in this game. Has he created any pressures? Has he been in Carr's face at all? I'm not saying Irvin's amazing, but if he's an improvement over what you're getting out of Taylor, I don't want to let Taylor to run out there just because he's a second-round pick that you're trying to establish the value from. And the team's not doing that, and it's good to see that they're not doing that. Defense needs to play better in the second half, I'll tell you that. 24 points at home to the Raiders, a Raiders team with Devontae Adams and Jacobs and Carr, which is really the only 3 parts of that team that can really hurt you. And you've gotten dinged for 24 points. It's not a great look by this defense right now. It isn't. And it's odd with Jacobs because it's not like he's run for 150 yards in the half. It's taken him 15 carries to get to 72 yards. Technically speaking, you're only giving up with Jacobs, well, it's 4.8 yards per carry. That's a good amount. That 30-yard run that really does skew the numbers on that one. But outside those 2 interceptions, Carr's 13 of 16 for 150 yards. So you've not made things very uncomfortable for him. 1 sack in the first half, 5 quarterback hits, which is pretty nice. But yeah, they got to improve in the second half. Got to get better. Tube Wooby Me has subscribed. Thank you, Tubey Wooby. Appreciate you jumping aboard the Hawks Nest. Welcome aboard. It's the Real Cheese has super chatted $10. Thank you for the super chat on the $10. You're awesome, Cheese. Cheese is also awesome. Says just got a notification that the Seahawks are getting throwbacks. It's you're hearing it right. And Geno's going to take a knee to finish off this half. So the Seahawks are going to be down 24-20 here to finish off the half, though they do get the ball at the start of the second half. And yes, I heard the same thing earlier on here. It's Real Cheese is that we are going to get them. We're going to get them next year. So we have to wait a year, but better late than never. And those uniforms are awesome. The Seahawks fans, especially the younger fans that didn't get to see the silver, looks from back in the 80s and 90s, and that they're really, I think, going to dig these silver throwbacks next year. You guys are going to really like it. You're going to be like, let's do these like a couple times a game or a couple times a year, one of those things. But it's good to hear. It's good to hear they're bringing it back. I appreciate the $10 donation, and I can't wait to see those jerseys. Mumbles with a $2 donation says, just realized head ref is a bad frogman. Oh, no. Bad frogman? Thank you for the $2 donation. What do you mean by bad frogman, Mumbles? Type it in the chat. Isn't a frogman, isn't a frogman like a Navy SEAL? A former SEAL? Something like that? Hopefully I didn't miss any donations there. We had so many donations on the channel. Thank you so much, you guys. You are amazing. The amount of support on this channel is absolutely awesome. Travis says, you're old when the old uniforms you grew up watching are now throwbacks. It is. I like to say, Travis, this is also when you turn on the oldie station and they start playing Nirvana and Pearl Jam and you go, ooh. Oh God, I'm that old. I'm that old. Lord have mercy. Let me get a little more coffee. One sec. Oh, what an up and down first half, huh? Started out things really good here. We seemed like we're really going to be rolling here out the gates. Interception in the very first play of the game on Carr. Offensively, you're moving the ball really well, but you look at this half and it's kind of odd. You find yourself down by 4 points. Geno, 12 of 17, 159 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. That's not good there, but everything else you feel pretty good about, at least statistically. He's had a couple other throws, could have been picked there down by the end zone. Walker, 8 carries, 21 yards. You are continuing to struggle a little bit running the football. That much has been ascertain here in the early part of it. Luckily, you got to give the Hawks props that first half where they weren't just trying to lean in and run on the ball. Unlike last week where you were kind of doing that through the whole first half, they kind of realized it wasn't working, it seemed like in that first half, and then decided to let's just let Geno kind of let it rip there. And that last drive to get the touchdown on Lockett, throw to DK. Throw to DK on back-to-back plays. Throw to Disley. Whole shot in there to Lockett. You ran it a couple times as well, but leaning more into throwing the ball outside of passing it is probably the better way to go in this particular football game if those holes just aren't going to open up. DK Metcalf, 5 catches, 55 yards on 8 targets. He's been a factor. Lockett, 1 catch for 35 yards on 2 targets. Noah Fant, 2 catches for 30 yards on 2 targets. He's been pretty good in the first half. Disley with 2 catches, though he had 1 big drop in that first half that really did kind of hurt there on one particular drive. Jordan Brooks is leading the way with 7 tackles. Cody Barton with 5. Both those guys do have a pass defense as well. Quandary Diggs has got 2 interceptions in that first half, of course. 2 big-time interceptions from his standpoint of things. So not all bad, but definitely got to clean some things up here in the second half. They got to tighten in the zones especially. You're letting Jacobs beat you. They got to stop the running game. You've not turned the Raiders into a one-dimensional attack here. You let them remain balanced and keep your defense off guard, not be able to really read or know what's coming play in and play out by that balance. That's going to make it very tough for them to stop defensively. I think they've got to relock back in the second half on really hemming up the run game first and foremost. And then let's go, figure out how we can clean up some of these zones that are wide open right now at times where we don't even have players close in coverage. You're making it kind of easy on the Raiders here. You have a few of the catches, Devontae Adams, where Mike Jackson's playing off coverage by 10 yards, and then they just run a simple out route for 7 yards for a first down when it's 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4. I know you're going to be worried about Adams killing you deep, and you don't want to let him go deep, but definitely some adjustments that need to be brought up to bear here, I think, in the second half that could help them out. Not major adjustments, just lock in a few things maybe. Or maybe just play better. I don't know. That could help too. Mumbles, thank you for the $5 donation, says, he was awful last time I saw him with the Hawks, and we were very pissed off at him, and he looks like a frog, so bad frog man. Oh, okay. That makes a little more sense. That makes a lot more sense, actually. And hopefully they can, it's not been bad so far, right? We haven't had any real, I want to say horrible calls in this game. I wouldn't say it's a marvelous, the best officiated game we've seen this year either, but it's not been bad. It's not been too bad in that respect of things. So, all right, I'll have to look out for Frogman. You're going to have me thinking about it now. I'm going to be on the lookout for him. Thank you for the donation, Mumbles. I appreciate you. Leland Kimball with a $10 donation. Thank you, Leland. I appreciate you as well. I saw as well you put a donation on the video I put up last night for the tackles. So thank you for doing that, man. I appreciate you on that. You're awesome. Says, this has been such a wild game. I thought we were going to blow Las Vegas out. This is how Pete likes to play. Close, especially at home. He loves to use the 12s like we're on the field with the team. Very well said, Leland. Yeah, he does. He doesn't mind these kind of games. That's for sure. If there's one coach who doesn't mind being in close games and doesn't need to blow people out, it would be Coach Carroll. But it sure is making the rest of us nervous, isn't it, Leland? Because we did expect this to be a lot different game. I'm not surprised the offense is able to move the ball on this Raider team. The surprising thing comes in that you allowed a Raider offense to put 24 points on you, a Raider offense that had 2 interceptions in that first half. I mean, you did, outside those interceptions, made things kind of easy on them a little bit. And it's weird because when things are not going right for this Hawks defense, it's like all kind of goes wrong. When things are going right, it's the other end of the scale. When things are on the right side of it, they can stop the run. They're getting turnovers. You can't pass on them. But when it all goes wrong, there's not really much to hang their hat on defensively in some of these games we've seen this year, be it a Detroit game or the Saints game, where there seems to be sometimes no answers. And I don't hope that's not where this game's going. I don't think it is, Leland, but it's been a wild game. I think that's the best way to put this. This one's been a strange one. Thank you though for the $10 donation and another one of my OGs on the channel, man. One of my OGs. Leland's also celebrating 9 months as a Hawks Nest member, and you can become a member of the channel too right now. I do weekly articles for the channel, so do be on the lookout for that. And he says, what's up, Megan? Megan getting some love in the chat. Hope you're doing good. Megan says the Heart Attack Hawks are back. Yeah, they are. They are indeed. We have returned to our original form, Megan. Oh, Sean McVay just got cracked by a player on the sideline. Ow. Looks like the Rams are... Wow. Travis Kelce just beat Jalen Ramsey for a catch for a touchdown. Ew. Ramsey's having a tough year, huh? Come on, Saints. Do God's good work. Looks like the Niners are... What was that? Oh. Yeah, let me give how about I give maybe some updates on some games here, since we got a little bit of time. So we've got at halftime, the Chargers are down to the Cardinals, 17-14. How about them Cardinals staying plucky? Pull this off here so you guys don't see this. Oh, we got the Rams are down to the Chiefs 10-3. The Niners are up on the Saints 10-0 in San Francisco. The Browns beat the Buccaneers in the early stretch of the games. The Bengals took care of the Titans 20-16. Dolphins 30-15 over the Texans. The Bears fall to the Jets 31-10. And the Comanderos, how about the Washington Commander teams going to 7-5 after they beat the Falcons 13-19. And Russell and company fall to the Carolina Panthers at home 23-10. And the Jaguars 28, the Ravens 27. So the Jaguars come back and win that game. That's big for your Seahawks. I know, Megan, you're not going to like to hear that, but that gets our Seahawks into a nice position because now the Jaguars do go to 4 wins on the year, which does mean, I do believe that this does mean at this point that the Broncos lose out. That's one less team in front of the Broncos. So part of what puts you as the third team right now and well positioned to remain in that third spot for that first round pick. Very, very nice. Very, very tasty, as they say. Very tasty. Perna's crying at the moment. Megan says, I'm so proud of you, B. 10,000 doesn't seem enough for all the work you put in. So proud to be your head mod and to call you friend, even though you think Craig is better quarterback than Jim Zor. Well, I'm glad you give me at least a little bit of rope on that one, Megan. And I'm glad you do a good hard work. You got to keep the Orn always out of here as they pop in here every other 10 minutes. I appreciate all you do for the channel in that respect of things. And I'm happy to be at 10K. I could never imagine to get there this fast, Megan. Channel's only been a little over 3 years old as far as how long we've been around here. And so it's been pretty tremendous that we've gotten to. Let's get you into the shot. Can we get you into the shot, please? There we go. You're not being very photogenic today, showing them your back. They want to see the face. They come here for the kitty face. I know. Roxanne Roll has been celebrating 16 months as a Hawks Nest member. Says second half adjustments for the better will be coming. Believe it. Go Hawks. I'm a believer. I don't think the defense is going to play like this all the way through this game. They're going to find their footing here at some point. They got to. This Raider team doesn't have enough offensively to keep doing this. And it does feel like there's an adjustment to be made here beyond just players playing poorly in this game. Feels like there's some things they can do from an adjustment standpoint to tighten things up. Mumbles has become a member of the Hawks Nest. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Mumbles is a member. Says had to get some Perna tears, huh? It doesn't feel quite complete, this Russell trade, if we don't get a couple of Perna tears dropping down at this point. He's also looking at the fact he still has 6 more games left on this year. He's got to sit there and watch with this. He's got the Chiefs twice. Yeah, the Ravens. There's a lot of big L's on that schedule coming forward for the Broncos. Not getting any better anytime soon. Here's the problem too, as a Bronco fan, I feel for him honestly a little bit. Okay, I don't feel anything for him. I'd have no sympathy in my heart at all. But they are headed into a period now where's the hope? Where's the fix? How do you can talk all day about we'll give him a better offensive line. That ain't going to necessarily fix things. That isn't a 100% Oh, now Russell will be good with a line. I mean, he could be completely just eroding. 10 points today. 17 yards thrown deep into the second quarter of that football game. It's not looking good. Not looking good. Y2KA with the $5 donation says the Mariners need to sign Abreu. His stat cast is basically Aaron Judge, other than arm strength, which is the 1 percentile in a bad way. Oh, yikes. Not the biggest arms, huh? I haven't heard that name connected. I haven't heard that name connected to our Mariners here this year so far. But he's been an interesting guy. Jose Abreu. He's been an interesting dude, and we're about to get started here with the second half shortly. Trying to see what his stats were. I didn't know he's a free agent. I hadn't been hearing much about him. He's a first baseman, though. Maybe I'm on the wrong Abreu with which guy you're thinking of. Is he the first baseman? Which Abreu, Y2K? Thank you for the $5 dono, though. John Stillwell with the $10 donation. Thank you, John. Why is Denver starting Russell Wilson at quarterback? Why do they want to lose by playing the backup? And here is the opening kickoff by the Raiders, which will put DJ Dallas 1 yard deep into his own end zone. He's going to bring this back out. DJ gets this up past the 20, just up to the 25-yard line. And if I'm on the wrong Abreu, let me know, Y2K. But the Jose Abreu is still in the White Sox. He's still got 3 years of contract there. So you're not necessarily going to be able to bring him in. John, that may be, it very may be now we start to move in the direction of them sitting Russ sooner than later at one point or another, as far as like, what do we have to gain by playing him at this point? You have a coach who's probably trying to save his job. If he finished off the year with 5 wins, that could help him do it. So it's probably not in his best interest to move on to the backup. I don't think Rippon's a viable guy. It's not like that's a Drew Lock-like guy you have sitting behind Russell Wilson. So, you kind of are stuck running Russell out, kind of, John, unfortunately, unless you just completely want to preserve him into the future and you don't want to have him get injured. I mean, he gets a torn ACL at the end of the year and then he's not ready until around mid-year next year, and what that could do. That's probably a bit of it as well. All right, Geno Smith is coming back out here to start things off from the 25-yard line of the Seahawks. Hawks down 24-20 here to begin the third quarter. Walker in the backfield behind him. Raiders showing a 7-man front here. Nice job by the Hawks in the run game there to get about 4 yards. Leland Kimball with a $5 donation. Leland says 400 in the chat and less than 200 likes on the stream. Hit that like button, y'all. Yes, well said by Leland on that. If you're in the stream, you like what you're listening to, do me a favor. Hit that like button. I know it seems like maybe sometimes a silly thing to request, but it's very impactful in that it tells YouTube to present me in searches for other Seahawks fans looking for content. So you hitting that like button helps the channel out. I really do appreciate it. Doesn't cost you anything, just a little tap. 2nd and 5 here. They gave him an extra yard on that run. Geno drops back to throw. He's got Fant out there. Fant takes the ball out wide. Tries to go back lateral there. Able to get it really close to the first down, about a yard short or so. So bring up 3rd and 1. Thank you, Leland, though, for the $5 donation and mentioning that. It is very impactful, folks. You hitting that like button. I really do appreciate it. All right, Geno in shotgun. Now he's going to walk back up the line of scrimmage now. Come out of shotgun here. Noah Fant goes in motion. Geno's just going to take this right up the middle on the draw. I love that call. Easy money there on the draw for Geno Smith. First down. Well done. Thank you, John Stillwell, for all the donations on the channel as well on that. But yeah, I think I thought about this too. I think you do just get driven to going, we got to just go with Russ. I don't know, outside of just saving and preserving him for the sake of doing that, which again, I could, if the Broncos announced that tomorrow or whatever that was going to be the route they'd go, I could understand it. 1st and 10, Geno in shotgun now. Blitz coming. Get rid of it, Geno. He does. Tyler Lockett wide open. Tyler's still on his feet and he's moving. Tyler's up the field. He's actually doing some yak stuff. Tyler's still going up the football field to the Raiders side of the football field. There we go, Tyler. He caught the ball and he was doing his thing initially off the ball, like, should I fall down? And he went, no, I got a lot of space to work with here. And he kept it going. Nice job by Tyler. I like it. Little flood zone concept there by the Seahawks. DK running the guy out of the zone there. Leaving Tyler then wide open. Love that. That's some Rams special right there. Seahawks on the 35-yard line of the Las Vegas Raiders. Another empty look here for your Seahawks. 5 wide. Geno dropping back to throw. Looking. That ball sails and bounces off the turf. Max Crosby getting pressure there. Wasn't Crosby as much as Crosby came in late there. It was more Chandler Jones, I think, from the other side on cross that got in there. Rookie tackles have held up pretty well today overall. But the two talented defensive ends for the Raiders there made it happen on that play with that pressure. 2nd and 10. Walker goes in motion behind Geno Smith. Geno looking down the middle. He's got Marquise Goodwin wide open for a big gain. Almost 20 yards up the football field. We got an offensive show here today, folks. This is what they call a shootout. I don't know if it was the Walker motion behind Geno, but something left Marquise Goodwin wide open over the middle of the football field. Tons of space to work with there. Seahawks now from the 14-yard line of the Raiders. Geno in shotgun to give us to Kenneth Walker up the middle. Walker takes up the middle. He's still moving. He's still going, powering his way through. Walker still on his feet, still pushing, still moving, still guiding. Seahawks blockers pushing him into the touchdown. Seahawks score. Let's go. Walker with a little bit of that power. He ain't all finesse. He ain't just that tiny dancer. No, he's got a little bit of a bull streak in him when he wants to. And he found himself 10 yards down the football field, put that shoulder down, kept it going, kept his feet churning. Seahawks blockers from Lucas to Kobe Parkinson to Damian Lewis all came to push the back of Walker another 5 yards to get into the end zone there on that particular play. A team effort to get in for the score. A beautiful 7-play, 75-yard drive taking up 3 minutes and 14 seconds, a mere 3 minutes and 14 seconds. And your Seattle Seahawks go back on top of the Raiders. That-a-way. Let's go. Let's go. What a wonderful run. That was reminds me of a run of Marshawn Lynch against the Raiders some 8 years ago. Marshawn ramrodding right up into the middle. Much like that, it was actually a shorter run with Marshawn, but then 4 or 5 linemen came to then push, and you knew Marshawn could keep his feet, and the linemen were going to push him on in, and they did on that play. One of Lynch's great highlights. That was a sensational one right there. All the team going through. It looked like a rugby scrum out there, Megan. Looked like a rugby scrum. It's the Real Cheese with the $5 donation. Thank you, It's Real Cheese. Says, I really hope that Mike White game was a fluke. He was real good for the Jets. Yeah, we're going to have to probably, I was licking my chops a lot more about the potential of us getting to face Wilson as opposed to Mike White, who I think is at least stable enough as a force to be an issue. They've got playmakers on the outside to throw to. They've got a defense that's playing really well. Jets are going to be a problem in that game. That's going to be one of the tougher matchups we have remaining on our schedule and could be a very, very important game for us to come away with a win on. I do believe we're getting to play that at home, which is going to help, but Mike White, I think, does make that game harder. I don't think it's necessarily just a fluke this game. Remember, he came in, I think, last year, It's Real Cheese, and had a game or two where he was really on point as well. I think he eventually came back down to earth, but it's a real worry on your part. It's a real concern. Spectre7 with a $2 donation says, my bad. I always forget the like button at first. Hey, man, better late than never. That's all I say. But that's why I remind a lot too, because I know folks do forget, and it's not just matter just to don't remember to do it. But it is hugely impactful, Spectre7. It is. You get a high quotient of likes on a video for the views, and it's going to tell YouTube to start sending this to other people. So it does impact it that way. It's part of how we've doubled our traffic this year, is you guys hitting that. That's why I say you get putting that hard work in with those clickers. Dude, I got those fingers. I'm wearing them out. Thank you for the donation, though. Dr. G with a $20 donation. My God, you guys are awesome. Thank you, Dr. G. You are amazing in particular. Appreciate you. It says, let's go, Walker. Let's go 10,000 subs. Oh, we're cooking right past, man. We're already on the way to 11,000 now. But thank you, man. I appreciate it. It's been a great day. Awesome. We rounded that mark off. We just got to get this W now to put the final cherry on top. Put the final cherry on top. You know what I mean? Just a little bit. The last little bit. And the Seahawks have been able to at least draw this time of possession to just about near even. So the Raiders haven't necessarily wore down this defense on their side of it from what they've done so far in this game. Hawks up 27-24 now. Come on, defense. Offense is giving you 27 points, not even 4 minutes into the third quarter. Let's start holding this up now. Start holding this up. And Myers is just going to kick this one through the back of the end zone, putting him out on the 25-yard line. Dr. G, you are amazing, though, man. Thank you for the $20 donation. How about that run by Walker? Keeping his feet there and the lineman coming up and helping. You love that. That's football, baby. This is a team sport. And it's because of moments like that you get to feel it, where it's a whole team, everybody pushing forward on it. You don't always get it in that so tangible, visible of a way. But boy, do you feel it on that type of play. And just part of what's made this team special to start things off this year. 1st and 10 now. Seahawks coming out in a 3-4 kind of look. Carr drops back to throw. Finds Devontae Adams out of the backfield. Adams with 4, 5 yards, 6 yards, gets out of bounds. Using him as kind of a running back out of the backfield that time. Osama Ben Diesel with the $2 donation says, another nickname for K9, leg day. There we go. He doesn't skip it, that's for sure, Osama. He don't skip those leg days. He's in there doing the squat rack 24/7 on that one. He had 3 guys up on his back. 2nd down and 3. Wow, they gave him an extra yard on that one. Woo-wee. Carr back under center. 3 wide, 1 tight end. This formation is giving the Seahawks some trouble today. The give's going to be into Jacobs. Jacobs with some room to work. Jacobs with a nice run, still on his feet, still fighting, drawing forward. Hawks having a hard time tackling Jacobs today. That's about a gain of 10 there. And the running game is starting to become a problem here. You got to start devoting some resources into stopping this run up front. He's just out. They did a good initially with hemming him up. Now 16 carries now, 83 yards in this game for Jacobs. Carr back in shotgun, 1st and 10 on the 44-yard line of the Raiders. Looking to throw. Boy, good job by Jackson on Adams. Comeback route right there. Michael Jackson was all over it. Very well done. Gets his hand in there and knocks it free on Adams. The best in the business right there. Best in the business. Love it. 2nd and 10. Carr under center. Again, that 3 wide, 1 tight end look that they've been trotting out here quite a bit. Changing some things at the line of scrimmage. Raider player was moving early snap, didn't get called. It's a reverse. It did get called. Thank you. Officials took a little while on that one to call that, but you saw the player start to move for the Raider before it even began. It was very obvious on that one. If I'm seeing that from here, you guys got to see that. Don't open your hands up. You were moving early, buddy. The tight end's doing a lot of play acting. Like, I saw that live. Like, if I'm seeing it live that quick, I don't need the replay. It's blatant. That's good too, because that was they were running a reverse back across the field there, or I guess it'd be a fly sweep, and that was going to go for some yards. 2nd and 15. Carr back in shotgun again, changing the play at the line of scrimmage. I think he's changing this to a run. No. Drop back to pass. Flicks it out in the flat. Hits Brandon Jacobs for another nice gain. Almost 14, 15 yards there. They'll give him 14 yards on the catch. Seahawks have been really dinged in this game on these routes to the sideline. They are, I'm sure, pressing a lot in, and Jacobs made a great one-handed stab there on that ball, but they have left a lot of open space where you don't have a player even close to the flat route receiver at that point. I mean, this is the second one on just this drive alone. It's a second decent play they've hit on that where you just aren't able to, you're not bringing anybody out there, and the Raiders are aware of it. 3rd down and 2. And it looks like we're going to get a timeout by the Seahawks. You don't like taking that time out there, that's for sure. 5-star, thank you for subscribing. 5-star to the Seahawks Nest. I appreciate you, brother. Welcome aboard. Y2KHA with a $5 donation says Walker's ability to get tougher and make plays in the red zone is elite. Knows for that end zone. He does, doesn't he, Y2K? A little bit of that Sean Alexander like. I'm going to get a little bit stronger, a little bit tougher, a little bit harder to bring down as I get a little bit closer to that goal line. I agree. I think you do see a little bit of that to him. He's had a couple of these runs down in there where it's just a refusal, flat refusal to get tackled on his part. Well said. Well said, man. I've seen the same thing, and thank you for the donation. Carr under center, 3rd and 2. He's going to run a little pitch option play out to Brandon Jacobs. Another missed tackle there by the Seahawks, allowing the first down. Looked like Quandre Diggs came flying up to try to take him out at the legs, and Jacobs just did a little dead leg stop, and not even dead leg stop, just flew right past him. Muchena was in pursuit as well. But yeah, Diggs just lowered his head down and sort of just tried to go in for the tackle and just didn't. Up and down day for Diggs, man. I mean, that's a complete whiff on a tackle there where he just is trying to do a flyby approach rather than just putting his head in there. 1st and 10. The give is into the running back with some room to work. And that will be a first down for 14 yards. This Seahawks defense has no answers for this Raider offense right now. They are moving the ball here at will and doing kind of whatever they want to do here. Outside of hitting the big deep play and really being chunk-based, especially in the running game, they are moving Seahawks defenders off the line of scrimmage. Cody Barton there couldn't get off couldn't get off the block. Tackle slips right through his grip. 1st and 10, 8:15 to go here in the 3rd quarter. This has just been an insane football game. All right, another give, another huge gaping hole in the Seahawks defense, 15, 20 yards. Just absolutely gaping huge holes right now in the Seahawks defense. This is not a great Raiders offensive line. And again, Seahawks linebackers are getting guys on the second level on the Seahawks linebackers, which means the guys on the front are not doing anything right now to get any penetration or cause any problems. Somebody's got to come up and make a play right now. This defense needs somebody to make a play here. All the way down to the 16-yard line of the Seahawks, 1st and 10. And they're coming out heavy again. They're going to run this again here. Yeah, show us you can stop it. And finally, a little bit of just a 3. It's funny, you look at a 3-yard gain, you go, finally a stop. But that's indeed what we're doing here. I guess we'll give him 2 yards. Carroll not looking happy, and who can blame him? This defense has had some bad efforts this year, some games where you just could not stop anything, and it's in that kind of game here right now where Raiders can kind of do whatever they want. It's one of those kind of games, too, where I go, do something different. Drop a pressure. Try to get somebody up there to do something here. Carr coming up to change the play. I think he's changing this to a run. Seahawks are showing a light box. And it is a run. Good job by the Seahawks defense there. Keep that play hemmed up. You got a lighter box there. One less man, one less defender down there to take care of the run. That's why Carr's changing that play to Jacobs. Only a couple yard gain. 3rd down and 4. Big play here. The Raiders today, one of the biggest stats that stands out, one of the biggest places that you look at and you go, boy, this is the bad part of this, is the 3rd down conversions. 6 of 9 today on 3rd downs. 6 of 9. Just got to find a stop here. 3rd and 4, under center pitch play. Running backs got it, and he's going to be a little bit short. Good job by the Seahawks defense. Interesting call by McDaniels there. Going with a pitch play to Abdullah. Not even Jacobs in that situation. Kind of a strange call on his part. And it looks like they're going to go for the field goal. So a big stop by the Seahawks there to keep this down to a field goal. That drive just looked like it was going to be a moonwalk into the end zone. And instead, you're going to take this down to a field goal opportunity here. Again, just takes 4 defenders to take a guy like Amir Abdullah down to the ground on that particular pitch play. Hawks have got to try to clean up as much as I know you can here to clean up that tackling ability. Carlson will come out now. He's 1-1 in this game for the Raiders, their field goal kicker, for a 25-yard chip shot attempt. The kick is up. The kick is through. And we have ourselves a tie score. So defense is kind of able to hold up at one point or another, I guess. Ooh, we got a wild one here. We got a barn burner. Welcome today. We got a barn burner today, Seahawks fans. Strap yourselves in. It's going to be a tough day. Jacob Kessinger with the $5 dono. Thank you, Jacob. Says, what the F happened to the defense? I thought we had hit our turnaround point, but it looks like we just took like 10 steps back. Jacob, that's the same thing I'm kind of seeing here today. I don't know kind of what to make of this a little bit, because you've got the first part of this year through about the first, 5 games, 6 games, where defensively you look like you might be one of the worst defenses in the entire league, if not the worst defense in the entire league. Then you had a 4-game stretch of run where you were the best defense in the league from DVOA standpoint for 4 straight weeks. Then now the last 2 weeks, defensively, it looks like you're starting to go backwards. And especially this game, we're playing at home. They've got the crowd with them, helping them out here. How are you allowing the Raiders 27 points? A Raiders team that's down Darren Waller, that's down Hunter Renfrow. I mean, if they had those 2 guys in this game, are the Raiders at 40 points in this game? If they got those 2 guys on the football field? Maybe so. Maybe so. And I do come back to, I've said it before, like if the defense can't get pressure, as they're not really getting much pressure on Carr, and they're not getting, just start doing a little bit more of a pressure-based look. Run some more blitzes here. Try to do something to manufacture to get them uncomfortable a little bit. And they've not done much of that in this game. And in fact, the one time they did it, Quandre Diggs got beat on a wheel route. So I'm guessing you're maybe not going to see another blitz in this game because of that. I don't know, Jacob. I can't speak to why they're going backwards at this point. You're as healthy as you could ask to be at this point in the season. You're not down some guys, and it's a matter of the personnel's not right. You're just not getting it done. Just not getting it done straight, flat, not getting it accomplished. And I don't know if it's not one guy here or one guy there. There's bad tackling across the board. Diggs blows a coverage, misses a tackle. The linebacker's not tight in their coverages. I think Barton's has been good, but Brooks' ability in coverage is definitely showing up. Struggles there showing up. It's rough. It is rough. Adrian X with a $2 donation says, couldn't just open a beer and enjoy the game, huh? Thank you for the $2 donation. Not this Heart Attack Hawk crew, man. They got to make us uncomfortable every week. They got to put us through a ride of emotions. But as long as we come out with the dub, we'll be fine. That's all we got. Just come out with the dub. Let's see what Geno can do, though, man. It's going to be on him in this game. You've not run the ball exceptionally well, absent that big carry there by Kenneth Walker. I think he's had like a 12-yard run, not a whole hell of a lot else. So this is going to be on Geno's arm, to carry the day here. And he's played pretty good here over the course of this game. That ball is going to be kicked into the end zone. So the Hawks will take this over at the 25-yard line. Thank you, Adrian XA, for the $2 donation. They'll get this turned around. We'll get this figured out. We'll find a way through here. Mumbles with a $2 donation says, I think they have the run figured out now. Let's see. I hope so, man. I hope so. That's where really you got to begin here. You're not going to fix this defensive performance today and doing everything at once. Find one thing you can lean your hat on, one thing that you can kind of stem up and hold back, and turn them in one-dimensional will be a good way to go if they could find a way to do that. They haven't yet today so far. All right, we got a little bubble screen out here to DK Metcalf, which will go for about 1.5 yards. They felt like they've been close, Mumbles. Like none of these, there's been some holes on that last drive in, but they've been close to getting this figured out. 2nd and 8. This play goes nowhere. It's a handoff give to Walker. Early penetration. Offensive line-wise, for a second straight week, we saw this against the Buccaneers. There are no holes in this running game right now. You're not getting a lot opened up for Walker. That was a great last run for that touchdown run on the last drive, but on a consistent basis here over the last couple of weeks, there's been nowhere for him to go. He's getting that ball, and there's 1-2 guys penetrating into the backfield, and another defensive line walking his offensive lineman back. So 3rd and 11, high degree of difficulty third down here. Geno in shotgun. Raiders showing a 3-man front. Seahawks going back to the bubble screen. Bubble screen back to DK Metcalf. Like the last play, gains about a couple yards. Waldron's has not been good today. He's been good, but defensive coaches for the Raiders have been kind of on this too as well today, a little bit. So 4th and 7, back to this deadly Raider offense. We're going to be given the ball, it looks like. And yeah, I agree. As Paul Sissia says, no run game, no wins. It's going to be hard to win this game if you can't run the football. With the Raiders on the other side of it, and Jacobs about to get to 100 yards, unless you're able to get some turnovers here, or the defense suddenly can start stopping the tide here. It's gonna be hard to pull this game out. We saw it last week with the Bucs. It was gonna be hard for us to pull that game out if Walker wasn't gonna get going at all. And right now in this game, Kenneth Walker has 11 carries for 37 yards. 2 touchdowns, but 11 carries, 37 yards. Yowza. It's putting it all kind of on Geno at that point. And this is a Raider team that does have those 2 defensive ends. We do have a holding call, by the way, on the Raiders on that punt return. So this will pin them back fairly far into their own territory. But you have 2 Raider pass rushers in Chandler Jones and Max Crosby, who if you get one-dimensional and you're just going to be passing on every play and they don't have to worry about the running game at all, that's something that over the course of the game, I mean, we've been able to avoid a little bit through this game for the most part, but that's something that can absolutely be just another part of this. That no run. That's when you say no run game, no win. That's where it's at, because then now they can just pin their ears back, and your rookie offensive linemen are put in even a more difficult territory to try to stop this. Yeah, John, we need somebody to make a play defensively. We've seen Diggs make a couple plays in this game, which has been great. We need somebody else to do it and not have it just on him on today. As if he doesn't get an interception or not, 3rd interception, we ain't getting there. Somebody's got to jump forward here. Carr, 15 of 21, 170 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Jacobs with 19 carries, 94 yards. I mean, it's really about that in this game when you look at it. The Raiders running for 135 yards on 24 carries in this football game. That's, you give up 106, what's on pace to be 160 yards in the ground in this game, if not more. It's going to be hard to win games on that, especially when you don't run the ball on the other side of it. We'll see if the coaching staff comes out on this drive and locks into more trying to get that running game hemmed up. Wouldn't be the worst place to go with this. Mumbles with a $2 donation says, I saw something I liked the last few defensive snaps. Thank you for the donation, Mumbles. I hope you're right on it. As I said, I don't think that it's something that's incredibly like they're just completely whipping us off the line. It's just we're not tackling right, and we're allowing the holes to open up. Just people need to stay in their gap, keep their discipline a little bit. But we've got better personnel than them. We should win this. We should start having this. They're not that good of an offensive line to be just blasting you off the line like this. Daniel Bailey with a $5 donation. Appreciate you, Daniel. Says, I'm curious of the stats of how many pressures we actually have gotten in that wide 9 2-man front. Bad for the run D and doesn't seem good for pressure. It's bad all the way around. With me, Daniel, it's been one of those things stuck between my teeth since the start of the year. I didn't like looking at it in preseason. I don't like looking at it now. I don't think it helps this team out defensively speaking. I understand that it's something that teams are using. I was doing scouting last night, and we have a running play here to Jacobs, which again gains 5-6 yards on the play. Al Woods with the tackle. I haven't liked it. I haven't seen the benefit of it. I don't understand why they keep going to it, Daniel. They just have seemed to be like, well, we were committed to it this offseason, so we got to just stay committed to it. No, it's not working. You know, I mean, at this point, there's a part of me at this point wouldn't be mad if we just went to a freaking 4-3 defense again at this point. You know, but it hasn't worked. It definitely hasn't worked. 2nd and 5 now for the Raiders. Jacobs goes in motion, which will leave an empty backfield. Seahawks showing blitz. Carr catches the blitz by Barton early. Barton drops back out, coming back through. Raiders get it picked up easily. Pitch and catch. First down, Jacobs running up the football field. Past the 50-yard line, down to the 48-yard line. Cody Barton absolutely shows his hand on the blitz way too soon. Shows it's coming. Raiders have time to then set their protections and get it aligned. Mike Jackson gets beat by Brandon Jacobs because for some odd reason, he's aligned 10 yards off coverage on Brandon Jacobs. They're treating this Raider team like this is a team that's going to try to go and lick you deep and try to hit these deep shots on you, as opposed to the fact they're just going to dink and dunk you. The Seahawks defensive approach from their scheme today has been really poor in their approach. And right now, Josh McDaniels is running circles around Clint Hurt and Coach Carroll. 1st and 10, Coach Carr's got all day to throw the ball, throws it down into the dirt. Devontae Adams, 2nd and 10. Really disappointing effort from the Seahawks defense right now. Second and 10, 1:37 to go in the third quarter. Right around the midfield mark. Carr again changing the play. He's seeing everything out there right now with this team. Give us into Brandon Jacobs. Jacobs squeezes forward for 4 yards. As a defensive coach, I don't know how you don't see the game right now with Wade Carr's looking at this defense. Like we've seen Geno Smith at times this year. He's recognizing everything that's going on out there. He's seeing what the defense is doing. He's getting into the right reads every time. You got to throw this guy a curveball here. You got to put this one, you got to find a way to get this uncomfortable here. Carr is he's back in his sofa back there in the pocket. He's seeing everything super clear. Figure something out here, Carroll. Come on. 3rd down and 5. Big play in this football game here. Seahawks are showing a blitz look, and they're bringing it. Carr dropping back to throw. The ball is dropped by the tight end, Morneau. Like a good throw by Carr, just a drop there by the tight end. Oh, I see. There was a little bit. So the Raiders had happened to them what happened to the Seahawks here on that play, where Seahawks had the Tyler Lockett, DK Metcalf collide, and you had the same kind of thing there where they're trying to run this rub route. And instead, it sort of backfires on the Raiders there because the players partly collide, which throws the tight end off from recognizing the throw was coming. The Raiders are going to punt here. Good job by the defense. Props to them. Nice defensive stand. Really needed on that particular play. And we do have a flag here. Please don't say this is on us. Okay, it's on the Raiders. I was going to say it was on us. It's the first down. Let's not do that. John Stillwell with another $10 donation. Thank you, John. I really do appreciate it. It says, our linebackers seem to have no instincts for anything outside the box. You guys have been on it. Daniel Bailey talking about the two-man fronts, and it's the lack of effectiveness in the fact that you run the two-man fronts theoretically to draw more pressure from the outside, but you're not getting that pressure, and you're only getting the negative of the run defense and how it's hitting you. Well said on Daniel's part, and well said on your part, John, in the respect of, yes, you have guys in both Barton and Brooks that get very much obsessed with stopping the run. I think part of that is a little bit of Coach Carroll's influence in the defense there and Hurd, and that they want to stop the run first and foremost, but it always does make them a titch late, a step late on then getting back into coverage and then getting themselves into a position to then being in the proper position to make a play in zone. They always seem to then be a yard or two back out of it, especially in the case of Jordan Brooks, who really wants everything to be a run play. If he could just have run plays 24/7, he'd be a happy man. And so well spotted on your part. That is really, really what I see as well. And it's unfortunately, I don't know that it gets any better this year with either of those guys. I think with Jordan Brooks, it's the price you're going to do for doing business with him. For what you get as a run defender with him, you're going to get that other stuff on the other side of it. That's one of the reasons why it's really important to maybe pair him with more of a guy who can be more of a guy that can drop into zone and have some more of those instincts into the future if we're planning on Brooks being here into the long term as that middle linebacker. But it's I don't think it's changing. With Jordan Brooks' game, the very things you're seeing in his game today, literally, if you go back and watch the very night that I talk about him being drafted, when I'm doing the draft coverage of Jordan Brooks picked as a first rounder, the very things that you see in this game from Jordan Brooks are exactly what I talked about that night when he was picked. And it's not changing. And I guess my point on that is it's not going to change, because you're really not going to build into the skill set of suddenly becoming magical in zone coverage when that's a deficiency of your game going all the way back into college. And unfortunately, that just is kind of that. Now, it's not a death knell, though, because if you've got other things cleaned up on your defense, you can get around that. So it doesn't make him a bad player either, just because that's a part of his game that's a little bit of a limiting factor. But it's on bright display today, and teams are going to pick on it because they are also aware he has enough snaps on the football field as a pro at this point that they know that they can go after it. And if you all do pay attention to those Pro Football Focus scores, look at every week in and week out, where his coverage grade is set by what they're watching on the field. And I think that is a little bit of indicative of that, those lack of instincts that you talk about there with that, John, especially in the pass game. Appreciate you, though, Sean, for all of the donations to the channel. You are awesome, brother. All of you guys are awesome. Sector 7 with a $10 donation. The missile knows where it is at all times. It knows this because it knows where it isn't. By subtracting where it is from where it isn't, or where it isn't from where it is, whichever is greater. That works for me, Vector 7. Makes complete sense. When you put it like that, when you put it straightforward like that, it makes absolutely complete sense. Thank you for the donation, man. All right, so the Seahawks are going to take over from about their own 9-yard line after that nice punt by the Raider punter. See if we can get a nice long drive here. Well, they're showing a weird replay here for some reason. I don't know why. All right, 1st and 10. Geno and pistol. The give is play action pass to Kenneth Walker. Nobody is open right now. Good job by Geno there. Great patience. So Geno's got a bootleg here out to his strong side off of the play action, and nobody's open. But he waits and waits it out and gives it some time for DK Metcalf to get a little bit of separation there, and then just puts the pass right there on the spot on the sideline for DK to get his feet down. Love that play. Blitz coming on Geno now. Back inside to DK Metcalf for the catch. Nicely done by Geno to recognize the blitz there and get it inside to DK Metcalf for a first down, Seahawks. And that will most likely be the last play of this quarter. So get themselves out of the shadow of their own end zone there from the 9-yard line. Very well done. DK continues his very solid game today. Well played game here by DK Metcalf. Great job there by Geno. That's a delayed blitz, recognizing that throw, and I've got to get the ball out of my hand. I'm going to be right back. A little more coffee as we start the fourth quarter. Nice long drive, take it right down the football field. Touchdown, eat like half the fourth quarter clock away. That'd be nice here. I'd go for that. Sean McCormick has subscribed to the channel. Sean McCormick, you're awesome for joining up here with the Hawks Nest. Thank you for doing so. Welcome aboard. I appreciate you, man. Just crossed 10K today. All the new folks jumping aboard. I do love it. Welcome. Adrian XA with a $2 donation says, why aren't we using 3 tight ends, more RPO and help run? I don't know. They've always wanted throughout the course of this year a little bit, and reviewing some of the tape, because I am Adrian X going to be doing a 3 tight end set video here at some point or another for the channel to kind of look at how that has helped us out this year. And they've wanted to essentially kind of sprinkle it in more than they've wanted to make it a true, really pillar of the offense in their approach. And I don't know why, because they've had so much success within it. I can't speak to the reasoning, because if you're going to be successful, you want to do more of it. But I guess they think it's at its best, utilizing it in that sort of, hey, we want it as a spice, not as a whole part of the meal. And maybe that's where they think it'll be at its best or its most effective. I guess the coaching staff does, for why they don't use that. But I share your a little bit of question as to, if something is working so well like that, wouldn't you want to just keep it going? All right, Geno now and company are at the 25-yard line here, 1st and 10 to begin the fourth quarter. Geno under center, play action pass, looking. Ooh, great catch by Marquise Goodwin, who took an absolute shot to his lower back after the catch, nearly bent him halfway backwards on the hit. Great catch. What a nice throw, and great job there by, did he keep it? He did. He did. What a great catch by Goodwin. Geno with another laser beam to get that completion, put it right on a spot. 1st and 10, Seahawks from the 46-yard line of the Raiders. Geno back in shotgun. 3 wide. Play action. Nope, it is a give. Kenneth Walker has oh my God, Kenneth Walker's going to lose 1,000,000 yards on this play. Kenneth Walker taken all the way back to the 33-yard line. This is going to be a loss of nearly, I think, 12 yards on this play. And Austin Blythe just cannot get his block in on Billings right now. You're seeing the center deficiencies in this game showing up quite a bit. Blythe just could not even he almost didn't get a finger on the defensive tackle. Billings has been a big problem in the running game today. That's 6 negative plays in this game for the Seahawks. And a lot of that is in the running game. 2nd and 23. Run it, Geno. Run it, Geno. Geno finds Travis Homer down the field for a 1st down. Geno breaks the pocket, looked like he had some room to run, kept his eyes up the football field, found Travis Homer leaking out of the backfield and free. Good job by the offensive line there to hold up in pass protection on that play, giving Geno the time for this to develop. Waits it out, and nice job. Just read the defender. Well done. What a nice throw by Geno there on the run there, too. Not an easy little throw. Comes right back to DK Metcalf on a comeback route for about 7 or 8 yards. Seahawks offense is moving. 13:06 to go here in the fourth quarter. 2nd and 3. Geno running a little bit of an up-tempo look here. Surveys the field. The give is into Travis Homer. Quickly gets it up the middle there for a quick 4-yard gain and a 1st down. Nice run there by Travis Homer. Like working in a couple of the backs in this game as the Hawks have. You've got a little bit of DJ Dallas, a little bit of Travis Homer mixed in with Walker. Geno in shotgun, empty formation. 4 wide, 1 tight end. Tyler Lockett goes in motion behind him pre-snap. Geno drops back to throw. DK Metcalf on a slant route for about 6 yards. Easy money. Corner was playing really far off coverage there, giving DK a lot of respect. That is the 11th catch of the game. That's a season-high catches for DK Metcalf. 11 catches and 90 yards. 2nd down and 4. Fumble recovered by the Raiders. Geno Smith tried to give it on a read option to Kenneth Walker. Kenneth Walker didn't recognize the ball was going to be given to him there. He thought that Geno was going to keep it. Tough play there. Geno's fault on that. That's he's got to have the control on the ball there. That's not on Walker. It's him to maintain and hold that possession there. And if he's going to let it go deep into that belly and pull it out, he's got to maintain possession there. That's such a tough, boy, you're driving and just something like that, man. Everything's running so good. And then just something so silly takes you down. Unforced error. Absolutely just unforced error there that didn't need to happen at all. And I'm sorry, but like the running game's not working really. Oh Lord. Oh, we've had some tough plays in this game. House of Brown says, you're right. Russ is finished, it seems. I definitely think it's getting to the point here where you got to start to wonder in your mind, how is this, it's not all on him, the struggles this year. There's a lot at play there with what's going on with that Denver team, but he is a part of it. And how big a part of it is kind of hard to assess when everything is so wrong for that team like it is. But you do start to wonder when you look at a game like this in Carolina and can't get 10 points up on the board, and how? Yeah, definitely on Geno in that play, not Walker. Geno's the guy with the control there. And so if he's going to give it to him, he's got to give it to him or not. And what he's trying to do is like what a lot of quarterbacks do, which is good, which is you try to draw that out as long as you can. You try to get the defenders to commit in a direction that you want them to get so you can come back the other way with it. And he just stuck it in there a little bit too deeply into the belly on that play. Mom's in the house. What's up, Deanna Pennington? Hey, Moms. Says the $10 donation says, congrats on 10K. So proud. Well, thank you, Mom. I really do appreciate it. I'm glad you're in here to see this too. It's been a great day. And we've been celebrating on that. It's been fun to see. It's been very, very encouraging. Very encouraging day in that respect of things. Now we just got to get the win, Mom, to put this one to bed, to put this day fully to bed for how awesome it possibly could be. Yeah, it was a bad fumble there. Bad fumble. Love you, Mom. Really bad fumble. So what are you going to do? Y2K says, has been a member for 8 months, says, shouldn't you be doing whiskey over coffee for 10,000 subscribers? I probably should, but I didn't get any. So I just never end up getting any for the deal, but I probably should have. We'll be doing one at one point here. We'll be doing a celebratory 10K stream here at some point, I think. All right, I give up the middle here to Jacobs, who's going to get himself about 5 or 6, maybe 7 yards there. Bring up second down and short. But probably should have, Y2K. I probably should have prepared a little bit better and get something in advance. That does take Jacobs over 100 yards today. He's 22 carries for 108 yards on the day. Mumbles with a $5 donation. Says, so what position do you see us drafting a center? Also, how the F did we convert that? Not complaining, but damn. Broken play helps you get there. 2nd and 4. Derek Carr under center. Another give here into Brandon Jacobs. That's going to be a first down. Seahawks defense allowing the holes to open up here for Jacobs today. Back-to-back weeks, you're getting whooped up front. Not a good sign for this team going forward in the rest of the season. What position do I see us drafting? I think center's got to be a very high priority at this point, Mumbles. I think it's got to go beyond just what you'd normally view the center in its priority list on other teams. And, I think second round is really the money spot to probably go maybe pick a guy. And if you're getting a guy that can at least be solid and steady, maybe he's not even got the high top end at that point, but you're getting a guy with the high floor. I might, even though I tend to go against that, be in favor of it. Here's the give to Jacobs on this play. Seattle stacks the line of scrimmage on that play and is able to, with Uchenna and Nwosu, stop him for no gain. So I would say that would probably be the place to look at it. I've looked at a couple of these centers so far. They're okay. Nobody's really blowing the doors off. I looked at the kid out of Ohio State last night, and he's kind of a center in a phone booth type guy. He's not a mobile guy, which is what we're going to need. 2nd and 10, Carr back and shotgun. 3 wide. Got a man wide open in the middle of the field for 8-9 yards. Jacobs again right there. I don't know what the linebackers are covering exactly. Like, what are you guys looking for? The Raiders dropped into almost a max protect situation. They put an extra tight end back. Seahawks are really worried about what the Raiders today, them trying to hit the big play. And Jacobs is going to get another first down here on this run. Oh, they're coming up. They're showing him short. They're showing him a little short. We got a good spot by the official here, I think. And that is going to make them just a little bit short. So an interesting call by the Raiders if this is, they'll measure it, I think, but it does look, if the orange line is accurate, they're about 1.5 inches short from where it needs to be. Which will be very interesting about where the Raiders decide to go for this or not. Really, really interesting. So Mumble's center is my big priority on the offensive line. You get the right guard somewhere in free agency. And they're measuring it right now. And it is going to be short. Short by about 3-4 inches, I would say. Let's see what the Raiders do here. Looks like they're going for it. All right, fans, get loud. 4th down in inches. The decibel meter's climbing to 102. They've hit up 104 today. Here we go. We got to 104. They're showing the meter. It's rising. Carr's going to be under center. You got to watch, no doubt, the quarterback sneak here. That's what you got to be aware of. Quick snap it. He looks like he's going to do a sneak too. Nope. They're going to flip it out here to Brooks. Seahawks are there. They make the play. And oh, yes. Cody Barton, everybody flew to the ball. Raiders tried a pitch play on that play. Boy, that's an interesting call by Josh McDaniels. You know the defense is going to be selling out to stop the run, and you're going to give them time to then flow to the football at that point, especially for a guy like Brandon Jacobs, who's not necessarily a speed back per se. But we'll take the benefit of that call, and a great job by the defense on the 4th down stop. Let's go. It's a team game, man. Everybody's got to make their plays. Everybody's got to do their part to win these football games. Great job by the defense there to answer the bell. Great job by the defense. And Mom, I appreciate you so much. More than the donations. Sector 7, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, at Brandon's mom, what a great dude. Lifts everyone else up. We need more like him. Oh, man, that's kind of you to say. You're gonna warm my mom's heart with that one, man. No doubt about it, Spectre 7. She loves hearing that type of stuff. Appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you. All right, offense. Let's go put this one to bed. How's that sound to you guys? We got the bed made. The cover's tucked back. I even tucked in the bottom edges, right? So it's nice and tight lines. Got the pillows aligned just right. Let's go put this one to bed now. Okay? Let's go put this one to bed. Great job by the defense there. Fantastic job by the defense. You know, there got to be, Jacobs is up to 26 carries in this game. Now, you're a little tired. You've had 30 attempts on you in this football game. Time of possession's been that's been the one thing that's maybe helped them a little bit, is they haven't just been living on this football field this game. But you know they're tired in that moment. You're wore out. You're into the 4th quarter here. You got to make that big play. Just great job on their part. What's up, Terrence? 2X, how you doing? I don't think we're going to OT yet. I think somebody's going to score here. Josh Jacob, I was calling him Brandon Jacobs. My bad. I do that from sometimes, Jose Luis. I sometimes do that. It's the part when you get too many names through the years, you know? There's too many names, and they all start getting lumped together. They really do. Roxanne with a $5 donation. Thank you, Roxanne. Says, I like that thought, B. Put these faders to bed. That's right. Put them to bed. Give them their baba. Get the bottle. Warm the milk up there on the stove for me, okay? I'm going to start turning on the little kitty tunes in there. Ding, 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 ding. They're real soft stuff. Come on. Let's go. 1st and 10. Seattle Seahawks take over from the 47-yard line of the Raiders. Geno back in pistol formation, looking to pass. Nowhere to go. He's going to be driven down and pulled down to the ground on a sack. Max Crosby there. 2nd down. Defenses are starting to kind of get a little stronger here now all of a sudden here in the 4th quarter. Usually that's when defenses start to wear down. All right. 2nd and 17. Raiders still have a defender on the ground, so this will stop the clock here. Oh, he's a man of his word. He's a man of his word. R. Sanchez comes in the house with the $2 donation. He says, oh, snap. You hit 10,000. And Mr. Sanchez said a couple weeks ago, if I hit 10,000, he would be dropping $100 on the channel. And let it not be said that Mr. Sanchez is not a man of his word. He is 100% a man of his word. And Sanchez, you are just topping this off just right. So thank you, brother, so much for the $100 donation. I salute you. You're a gentleman and a scholar and a man of his word, which is a hard thing to find in this day and age necessarily. He says, promises made, promises kept. Congratulations, Brando, on the 10,000 subscribers. Let's get this win. Let's go get the win now, Sanchez. Let's top it off just right. Let's make this day, just finish it off in just the perfect, most ideal of fashion. I really do appreciate your $100 donation, and not just the $100 donation, but all of your donations to the channel. You've another guy's been in here a lot as far as supporting this channel and the way that you've done it. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for the big $100 donation. We've had so many folks donate, and I think you just put us over a record today as far as how much we've had as far as donations go. So thank you, Sanchez. You're awesome, brother. You're amazing. I really do appreciate it. And let's get this win, man. Let's go get this win now. So thank you, man. God, you guys are awesome. It's good to see you in the house, too. It's good to have you in here. Does look like the Raiders are losing Billings on this play to injury. That's a loss for them. He has been a problem against the Seahawks today, especially in the run game. They've had a hard time with him and dealing with him. Blythe has gotten whooped on a couple times by him. Geno breaks the pocket. He's got some room to scramble. He's trying to get a block. He's still on his feet. He's up the field. He's got a first down. Oh, you need 17 yards. He'll get you 18. Geno Smith breaking free of the pocket as the pressure was starting to collapse in around him. Uses some patience as he's out in the open field to then allow Travis Homer to get out in front of him and to lay a block. Travis Homer does so. He's then able to just squeeze through. Good job by Geno, not just getting down, but finding a way to get that extra couple yards to go get that first down. Nice, Geno Smith. First down, Seahawks. They are now on the 37-yard line of the Raiders. Empty formation. Geno comes back to pass. Looking underneath, bounces the ball right in front of Tyler Lockett. Had him open there, just kind of grounded it. And oh my dear God, it's the real cheese. $200 donation from the It's the Real Cheese. My God, man. Thank you so much coming in. Jesus Christ, my goodness. You're blowing me away. I can't even thank you is not even enough. It's the real cheese. I'm getting back to your donation on that here as we do this play-by-play, but my goodness. 2nd and 10. The give is going to be up the middle here to, it looks like Travis Homer, it appeared there. Homer running it hard right up through the middle there for about a gain of 5 on the play. That does move Seattle into looks like field goal range. Homer grabbing his side a little bit as he comes up there. 7:32 to go here in the fourth quarter. 4-yard gain is what they'll give him on the play, long 4 yards. This will give you a 3rd and 6 here now. Seahawks are 2 of 6 today on 3rd down. Geno in shotgun. 3 wide, 1 tight end. Raiders showing a 4-man front. Geno dropping back to throw. Looking deep for Tyler over the top. Oh, a great throw there by Tyler. We got a flag on the play. What are they calling here? Holding. Oh, okay. Holding on the Raiders. Automatic first down. Let's go. It's the real cheese. Sanchez, you guys are amazing. I'm going to get to you guys too as we get into a commercial break and really give you guys the props on that. The $200 donation, man, like I said, it's real cheese. It's to say thank you doesn't seem enough. You are amazing for the drop in the $200 donation on this channel. And as I like to say with these kind of donations, like you guys are part of not just what warms my heart is getting the money, but it's the fact that I can then get to do more on this channel, put more of the videos together, put more of the time to that because I don't have to do my side work as much because I can just do this channel. So on top of being amazing, and again, I'm going to get to you more on this because it's not interesting to say thank you on that. Thank you so much. Quick pitch play here on 1st down to Kenneth Walker. He jumps and gets upended, nearly spun over head over ass there a little bit. Gets himself a couple of yards. Just about got flipped there. Denzel Perryman continues to play really well for that Raider team at linebacker. All right, 2nd and 8. Fly sweep here to Goodwin. Goodwin, a little bit of space to work with. He's able to get up the field. Boy, is he fast. I think he might have stole a first down there with that speed. Looked like on the fly sweep initially, there wasn't a lot there to be had. Did a good job of showing some patience and letting Noah Fant get his block laid down to where he could operate off of Noah off Fant's block to then get up and get the first down. Great job by Goodwin. Love the play call there. This is why I love those fly sweeps. It's like stealing 6-7 yards every single time when you can do it. It's so nice to be able to, when they run it, they have success every time they do it. This will be the 4th possession down the red zone for the Seahawks. They have 2 touchdowns and 2 field goals in this game. 3rd down and 1. So they didn't give him the first. Tough. Nice play action out to Travis Homer. He's got the catch. Still on his feet. Still fighting. Travis Homer gets through a final tackle for a touchdown. Seahawks. Beautiful play call. Raiders all in on it being a run there. And instead you run a little of that bootleg to the opposite side. So you run the play strong side. You come with the bootleg then to the weak side. There seems to always be a guy open, whether it's a tight end or a running back, or as we saw earlier in this game, DK Metcalf even. There's always a guy open on that kind of play. There was in this circumstance too. And then a great job by Travis Homer showing some of that ability to still break tackles after the catch, not merely content with getting the first down. He said, I'm here to eat. I'm hungry today. I'm hungry. Let the pit bull eat. Nice job there by Travis Homer. The Seattle Seahawks go up on the Las Vegas Raiders 34-27. 5:37 to go here in the 4th quarter. Let's go. Let's go. And a nice job. Laquan Treadwell low-key came through there. A guy activated today came in and sort of got in front of the defenders there to let Travis cut that back inside to get to the end zone. Great effort by Travis Homer. Love the effort by Treadwell, too, hustling up the field to get in front of those guys. It sort of cut them off for a moment and sort of stopped them. They were coming to make the tackle, but then kind of stopped them as he came running up on that play. Great job there by him. And an awesome job by Travis Homer after the catch. But it's the real cheese, man. Again, thank you so much for the huge donation. You're damn right. We've got a new record today on donos, no doubt about it. And you just blew it out of the water. So these are the days are like, am I dreaming? Are we in heaven? Did I die midstream and I'm in heaven and they're just having these great donations until they can break the news to me? Is that what's happening here? Thank you, man. I really do appreciate it, brother. Oh, you guys are awesome. Awesome. I get more support on this channel, bang for buck, subscriber-wise, than anybody else on YouTube by far. You guys are amazing. R. Sanchez with $2 donations, and Sanchez and Cheese has a nice ring to it. It does. It sounds like a cop show from the 80s. Sanchez and Cheese. They're on the case, taking criminals down one at a time and keeping your streets just a little safer and ensuring Hawk wins just a little bit more often. Tune in this Sunday when Sanchez and Cheese take on the case of their life as they take down the syndicate, all in one 30-minute episode. Thank you, Sanchez, though, for the $2 donation, man. Jacob Ketzinger says, Cheese and Sanchez trying to pay your rent, laughing out loud. No, it's legit, man. I ain't shy to say it. You know, I do side contracting work. I can take on as much work as I need to take on to live, and I'll do all that stuff, but less I can take of that and more I can do this channel in the future, the better. And these kind of donos get me in that direction of things. All right. Carr and company take over from the 25-yard line. Carr whistles this ball over the top of Morneau's head on a seam route. 2nd and 10. See if we get the Raiders a little tight here now. A little tight. Boy, he just put that right. Morneau was open on that play. He just put that well up over the head. Carr 17-26 for 200 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Side of those 2 interceptions, he's been pretty good today. 2nd down and 10 from the 25-yard line of the Raiders. Carr is going to change the play here at the line of scrimmage. Jordan Brooks seems to have it recognized. He's pointing at something. Dropping back into coverage, looking deep to Davante Adams. What a catch by Davante Adams. Michael Jackson running with him step for step. A great throw by Derek Carr. And he dropped it right in the bucket. Adams didn't even look like he had his free hand to make this catch. Part of one of the great skills Adams gives you is that, oh my goodness, one-handed catch. Mike Jackson's literally holding his arm. You could call pass interference on that play on Jackson. It very well might have been called if it wasn't a catch. But Davante Adams showing you why he's maybe the best wide receiver in the sport with that. That was ridiculous. 1st and 10. Carr looking back under middle, and he's got Jacobs. Jacobs 10 yards, 15-yard gain underneath. Raiders now driving fast. Whew. What a catch by Davante Adams. Holy mackerel. There's been some insane catches this year. That's going to be right there with him. 1st and 10, 4:25 to go in the fourth quarter. From the 33-yard line of the Seahawks, Carr back in shotgun. Looking to pass. Coming back over to Adams. He lets that one slip between his fingers there. 2nd down. MJ Seahawks with the $2 donation says, what's the cat's name again? That would be Pumpkin. This is Pumpkin. She's a good girl. She's a good girl. Raiders have been in a lot of close games this year. No different here. They do have all 3 of their timeouts as well right now. Thank you, though, Jacob Kiss here for the $2 donation. You too, MJ Seahawk, for the $2 dono. Dropping back in shotgun now. Quick snap. Back underneath to Davante Adams. Broken tackle, and he gets past for a 1st down. Tackling has been an issue all day for the Seahawks defense. Michael Jackson's got him dead to rights here. It's a comeback route. Just come back up, wrap him up. Just sort of just ends up sliding right off the back of him. Adams is good with the yak. And the Raiders have gone off after that off coverage with Jackson today. He's lined up in that off coverage, and they're letting Adams attack him with those routes. And they've kind of had success with those, the either comeback route or the out route with the off coverage in Jackson whenever they've wanted. 4:12 to go here in the fourth quarter. 1st and 10 from the 22-yard line. Raiders dropping back again to throw the football. Carr looking to throw. Flips this ball over. Jordan Brooks is there. Gives up the catch. Amendola got it for about an 8-yard gain. Clock continues to wind. Raiders haven't attempted a single rush on this drive. 6 passes for 61 yards. Quick drive. 2nd and 2. Here is your first carry to Jacobs. He'll get the ball, fight his way to the 10-yard line. 1st down. All right, Seahawks defensively, what do you got now? What do you got? The offense is doing everything they can for you here today. Come on. Come on, D. 1st and goal. They're calling it goal right at the 10. Raiders have 3 possessions in the red zone today. 1 touchdown, 2 field goals. Seahawks come out in a nickel look. Diggs giving Bryant's a little information. It's a give up. It's a give. Might be a fumble. I think they're going to call him down. They're going to call him down, I think, here. But the ball was fumbled out, was recovered by Bruce Irvin after. Al Woods looks like he pulled it free. Let's see if he was down or not. I don't see him ever being down. That knee does not touch down at any point. I do not see the knee being down at any point, which they should see on review. That's a fumble. That is a fumble, folks. And the challenge flag is out, no doubt about it. They got a great angle to look at this one. You can see the knee coming down close to the turf and then skim right up over the top of the turf. He's then on the back of Al Woods. And when you're on the back of Al Woods, you're not down at that point. If the play's not been whistled dead, you are not down. And the play has not been whistled dead at this point. That is a fumble. That will be a fumble. Nitro Hawk, that will be a fumble. It's that you can't, it's hard to see that live that his knee doesn't get down. Because you think the knee, you can see the way the knee turns. It looks like it's coming down to touch the ground. Normally, you see that play 9 times out of 10, the knee will hit that ground if you're an official. But when you can see it close like that where it's not and it's rip free, that is going to be a fumble. That is going to be a fumble. What a job. Wait. They didn't call it a fumble? Oh, they didn't call that a fumble. Oh, Lord have mercy. He was down anyway. The leg I saw didn't have the knee touch the ground. Not the one that I saw, man. The one I saw, the knee never got to the ground at any point. And if it's on the back of the player who's beneath them and he's not touching dirt, it's a live play if it's not blown dead. That's a screw job there. I'm not happy by that one. That's dumb. They said non-reviewable. Why? Why is that not reviewable? Okay, they blew it dead. Okay, well, if they blew it dead, that's understandable. You know what I mean? Like, he was held up. They blew it dead. I didn't think they'd blown. I can't hear the deal. So if that's valid. It sucks they did it, but it doesn't mean it makes sense then to why it can't be overturned or can't be reviewed. And that will take us down to the 2-minute warning. It'll be about third and goal from the 5-yard line. So that is the way that rule does work. That's not a rigged thing on that. That's just the way that if the officials have a guy get held up like that, they do have the impetus at that point to blow the play dead, even if he's not fully on the ground. And I know a lot of people would be like, well, you want to let him play it out, but it's common very often that officials are going to blow that play dead in that kind of situation. It sucks, but it's not unusual. You know, you see it. Cheese Taco with a $5 donation says, I'm the fake cheese, so I can only afford $5. You can still catch Cyber Monday. Laughing out loud. Thank you for the $5 donation. Whatever you give to the channel is awesome, Cheese. Whether it's 5, whether it's 100, whether it's 200, I appreciate it all. And as I was trying to say, we're right in the action there, so I couldn't really give the props as much as I want to Sanchez and Cheese. You guys are amazing, but like I said, you guys are with these kind of donations helping, as somebody said, helping to pay the rent, but helping to pay the rent so I don't have to earn it other places, so that I can put just my efforts on this channel. And it's a lot like this week with the video I put out this week. I was able to really go hard on that, really put a lot of the extra time on that this week on these kind of videos. And I think that's more of my lane as much as anything is, rather than spitting out just a bunch of videos, it's trying to get out more of the quality videos. And this gives me the time to do that, man. And so it's really huge you guys doing this. It's really going to help me go through the rest of this year and be able to top this season off just right. Keep the content pumping, keeping it pumping. Thank you, Cheese. And all cheese is good. Cheese tacos, cheese tacos are good. Real cheese is good. Mumbles with a $2 donation says, Pete, with a good challenge, what the F is this game? He's learning his ways. They wouldn't let him challenge it, Mumbles, but at least he was smart enough to challenge it, And I know it'll make people mad, but that you will see this in other NFL games happen where a player gets held up, his forward progress seems to have been stopped. He's being kind of lassoed and hogtied to the ground, and they'll call the play dead. That does occur. It's dumb, but it does occur. George Harmon with a $5 donation. George, thank you. You are awesome as well, brother. I appreciate you and I salute you. Very, very kind of you. Very, very kind of you. All right, big play here. Big play. 3rd down and goal. 2 minutes to go in this fourth quarter. Derek Carr in shotgun, 3 wide receivers, 1 tight end. This has been their go-to look. It's loud in the stadium. He drops back to throw. He's looking. He's got all day to throw. Loops this back up over the back, and this is caught on Jordan Brooks in the back of the end zone for a touchdown. Raiders. Jordan Brooks all game long has been just worked and beaten like a drum by the Raiders over and over again. This is not Darren Waller, but Morneau beating him deep into the route in the back of the end zone. Seahawks unable to get much of any pressure on Carr, just all day to throw this ball. Brooks not even in close in coverage on this play. How is Morneau outrunning you to the corner? He's got to be Brooks is probably a 4.45 guy. Morneau's probably a 4.6, 4.7 guy, and he's just outrunning him completely that corner. Raiders come back with a 10-play, 75-yard drive, and they're just about to potentially even this play up with an extra field goal, extra point, and that will go up and through. So 34-34. Seahawks defense, another game of giving up 30 points. Whoo, strap yourself in here. 1 minute and 54 seconds left to go. The Seahawks have 2 timeouts here remaining. I'd like to see what Jordan was seeing here. They're doing a good job of showing what happened here on this route. So he's in on him. Yeah, so Jordan Brooks just completely ends up, he tries to chuck the tight end to knock him off of his route, and he ends up knocking himself off the route. So he comes up and hits Morneau and just sort of bounces off Morneau, and then he stumbles on his feet, which then creates the separation down by the end zone. 1:54 to go. Can Geno Smith again, as he has all year, as we've called upon him so often, can he come back again here in this game and help this team out, lift them upon his shoulders one more time, pick this failing defense up? Can he do it? 24 of 31, 313 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception, while you have a running game that is not going anywhere. 22 carries for 65 yards. It has been all on Geno Smith, and it will remain all on Geno Smith to finish this game. What can he do? Let's see. Here is the kick. This will send DJ Dallas into the end zone, and he'll let it fall. So we will be taking over at the 25-yard line. Seahawks have 2 timeouts. The game is in your hands. The game is in your hands. You control this. Offense has been able to move the ball for the majority of this game. Let's see what Waldron's got dialed up here. You can still run a little bit if you want to. Geno's no doubt going to be running the up tempo, which he's been very good at. Geno back in shotgun. Marquise Goodwin goes in motion. Geno drops back to throw, looking, finds DJ Dallas. DJ Dallas, a little space to work, manages to make about 4 or 5 yard gain on the play. Second down, clock continues to roll. Getting nervous here. Whew. 2nd and 6. We'll throw out to Marquise Goodwin. Looks like he gets a first down. Clock does continue to roll here. 1:16 to go. Seahawks on the 35-yard line in their own territory. Geno back in shotgun. He's looking. A lot of time to throw the ball. Grounds it down into Tyler Lockett. Looks like the ball might have hit the ground before it got there, and it's an incomplete pass. 2nd and 10. Geno's had a couple of those throws where just a little bit more, especially Tyler. Get up a little bit more. Seahawks probably about 30 yards to go to get to a field goal range here. Woo! Did DK Metcalf make that catch? Yes, he did. DK Metcalf coming back on a comeback route, makes an 11-yard catch where he's got to dive to get out, to get the ball and make the grab. Did he do it? Yes, he seemed to have done a great job by DK to get his hands underneath the football there. That's a tough catch. 1st down and 10. They're going to put the play under review, but it did look like he got his hands under the ball, right? That's got to be a catch. I do not see the ball at any point. Are they going to call it moving? They might call it moving, maybe. Seems like he controlled it all the way through, though. Boy, it looks like a catch to me. The hands are underneath. The ball can be moving as long as you're controlling it. And he is controlling it all the way. It's not bobbled. It's remaining under control. There's no way that's overturnable. There's no way. You can say it's on the line, but it's supposed to be that it's got to be conclusive to overturn these kind of plays. DK talking to the referee about something. Come on, refs, don't screw us on this. Come on. It's a catch, man. He's controlling. It's not bobbling. And again, the ball can be moving. It doesn't have to be in some sort of stagnant, immovable place on the catch. As long as you are controlling it, and he is controlling it, I don't see at any point that ball gets under his hands. There's no way that that shows conclusive. There's no way. There's no way that's conclusive. If it's taking this long, how is it conclusive? If you have to look 50,000 times at it, how is it conclusive almost on that basis alone? Ref's pulling up his damn pants. Frogman's pulling up his pants is right, Mumbles. Thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I swear, Frogman, don't you dare. You'll be leaving that stadium on a hearse. God, he is taking forever to look at this. Absolutely forever to look at this. What are you... they may call that a bobble there. I don't know. Come on. Oh, there's enough there for them to overturn it on that shot they just showed because he's got the they're going to say they can do a bobble on that, I guess. I still say it's a control all the way through. Give him the catch. But I'm a homer. Goodness, this is the longest review I have ever seen in my life. If it takes you this long, it's not conclusive. It's not conclusive. Yeah, I guess they're checking with Vegas. I don't know. This is suspect that this is taking this long. This is so dumb that they're taking this long on this play. How is it conclusive if you have to look at it 40 times to make a determination? Isn't that the definition of inconclusive at that point? Holy Lord. If all of this is to overturn this. Mumbles the $2 donation says a catch and then a fumble out of bounds. No, you have to complete the process of the catch. So that part is a validity part of this. If it's determined the ball's moving, you don't get that benefit because you've got to complete the whole process of the catch through. And they'll complete. It doesn't the play doesn't stop simply when your arms touch that ground on the inside. It's got to go all the way through on that. Holy mackerel. I have never seen a review take this long. This has been, they must have seen it 15, 16 different turns. They said it wasn't a catch, so they're going to overturn it. Why can't we just get stuff working our way once with the officials? Just one time. One damn time. Yeah, they can't review the Jacobs one because it's called dead on the field. And that's on the official calling it dead. So it's dead of a different thing. So there's not a catch. Unbelievable that they determined that that's conclusive. Unbelievable. So this is going to bring up a third and very long for your Seahawks here. And the Raiders are still going to have time on the clock if you cannot complete this. Oh. Third down and 10. Jeez. Third and 10. Geno back in shotgun here. 58 seconds to go here in the fourth quarter. Raiders do have all three of their timeouts, too. This is a huge, 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 huge play. I'm seeing OT. This has been absolutely ridiculous by officials. Let's get the game going. Come on. Third down and 10. Three wide receivers. Geno in shotgun. Raiders are showing a blitz look. They're bringing it. Geno looking, and he's going to get sacked on the play here by Crosby. Fourth down. Yeah, OT is no guarantee here. The Raiders are going to call a timeout. They're going to have plenty of time. And the way the Cars move that team up the football field at this point, I don't have a lot of confidence right now in this defense stopping them. And boy, did Abraham Lucas just get run backwards by Max Crosby. Crosby put him on skates right from the jump on that. Absolutely destroyed Lucas on that rep. And a good job by Geno just holding on to the ball. Goodness gracious. 4th and 15. And not only are you giving him the ball back, you're going to give him the ball back with all right field possession as well. Mumbles with $2 a catch and then a fumble out of bounds. So yeah, Mumbles isn't a fumble because you got to complete the process of the catch all the way through into the out of bounds point. It doesn't stop essentially at that point. And they determined, there was enough of a little bit of a turn of the ball there, I guess, that they determined that was the case. Dixon with the punt here now from the 15 of his own territory he'll be kicking out of. Here's the kick. He will sail this deep and far. Nice kick by him. All the way back. Fumble! And down at the 10-yard line. Oh, my goodness. Dixon absolutely drilled that punt. It caught Cole, the returner, off guard. He fumbled it. Trey Brown tried to react to it, but just didn't realize he was going to fumble. He was trying to make the tackle there first and foremost, and he's on it. So 38 seconds to go. Carr and company, 3 timeouts here. Operating from the shadow of their own end zone here on the 9-yard line. Mumbles with a $2 donation says, Brandon will remember Frogman now and forever. You better believe I ain't forgetting him now. I'm going to remember that stupid toady face for all time. And I spit when I think of the Frogman. I spit, I tell you, on my own floor. I'm so angry by it. Thank you for all the donations, Mumbles. Derek Carr and shotgun. 3 wide, 1 tight end. This has been their look this year. They're going to come in with a run here to Jacobs, who will take it for a gain of about 6 yards. The Raiders just going to run this ball out here. Does look like that may become the case. Wow, that Dixon punt would be huge if this is what this is going to turn this out to be. The clock is definitely winding. Carr taking his time. And another run up the middle here, which will get them a first down. But they're going to let this clock just continue to wind and run here and take this into overtime. So that Dixon punt was a huge punt. Changing and flipping the field like that took the Raiders from being aggressive there to then just going, we're going to run this out and get this into overtime. Really, really good job there by Dixon in getting that punt there. Not only did he almost cause the fumble, but just to get that like he did in that moment. Fantastic job on his part. Great, great kick. Great punt. Great punt. Spectre 7 with the $2 donation. Thank you, Spectre 7. Says, this game is rigged. Wow, I am so mad. I feel you. I feel you on that. It's, two big calls in this game. One where you got official stopping play, and the other one where those are 2 big momentum swinging type plays. That's a first down there with DK if he makes that catch. You're probably, driving down to at least have a field goal attempt at that point. You're within at that point 20 yards, I think, of getting there. You have 2 of your timeouts. That one stings. That one stings in a big way. In a big way. And I'm as more annoyed about it as well. As I said, if it takes you looking at the play 20, 25 times, it's not conclusive. You're talking yourself into something that at that point is official. If you're having to watch that many replays of it. And that it took that long was absurd. Absolutely absurd. Wish I could say I'm surprised, Spectre 7, but I'm really not. I sort of take it for granted that we're not going to ever get benefits of the doubt as far as calls go. It's always going to lean towards the other team one way or another, even if it's just a little bit. All right. So it looks like here's the coin toss to start it out. Looks like the Raiders won the challenge or won the toss. They're going to take the kick. So they will get the ball first here to start this things off here in this overtime period. I'll be right back, folks. Use the bathroom real quick. Oh, man, I'm getting nervous. And we got over 700 people here in the chat. Do me a favor if you could and hit that like button. Helps me out tremendously. Overtime period. Raiders are going to get the ball. Looks like they're going to get the ball at the 25-yard line of the Seattle Seahawks, or of the Raiders, in their own possession, I say. Derek Carr has 32 career game-winning drives in the fourth quarter in OT. In fact, just had one last week against Denver. So not an ideal situation for a Seahawks team whose defense has really struggled today. It has been an uphill sledding for them all the way around, especially when it comes to stopping the run, where the Raiders have really had their way. 36 carries for 179 yards in this game. Whew. Let's see what the defense has got left in the tank here. 1st and 10 from the 25, Carr under center. 3 wide, 1 tight end. That's their go-to look. They've been in it probably about 90% right today. And the give is going to be to Jacobs here up the middle. He will push and grind his way there for about a gain of 4. D. Gusta, thank you for subscribing, D. Gusta. Appreciate you. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. I'll give him 5. I'll give him 5 yards on that. So 2nd and 5. Seahawks again just continue to not be able to stop the run. I mean, this loss is going to come down to, in big part, you could not stop the run today. You just play in and play out. Brandon Jacobs just having his way here. 29th carry of the game for him. 2nd down and 5. Carr and shotgun. Uh-oh. Oh, thank God. That ball's flipped forward there by Derek Carr for an incompletion. Luckily for the Seahawks there, he completely missed Devontae Adams, who smoked Mike Jackson off the line of scrimmage and was running a deep route where he was going to be wide open. Carr looked to the left first, and thankfully that occurred. That could have been trouble. 3rd down and 5. Carr back in shotgun. He's going to look at him. Nope. Coming back. Looking. Carr just all day to throw in the pocket. No pressure at all in the backfield. And he's able to finally go through it seems like he was on his 4th read there by the time he finally let that ball go. He went from Adams back from the left side of the field, looked to the right side of the field, came back to the middle of the field. A lot of time there for him to throw the football. I mean, just Darrell Taylor completely neutralized by Colton Miller. They're running a double team on Uchenna on the other side. 1st and 10, I formation here for the Raiders. Tight end goes in motion. Carr changing things up at the line of scrimmage here. The give is going to be to Jacobs. Jacobs with some room to work, and he is up in the open space here with a lot of room to work for a 15-yard gain. The Seattle Seahawks have no answers for right now Jacobs here in this game, and it doesn't look like they're finding him anytime soon. Quentin Jefferson just pushes a guy into the backfield to nowhere there, leaving his hole wide open at that point. Discipline has not been there from the Seahawks defense in the running game all game long. 1st down and 10. I formation look once again. Raiders are showing you we want to run the ball here. I mean, they're showing you we're going to run it. Can you stop it? And Jacobs, another 4-yard gain there. What do you... this is like slowly being killed by a knife being drawn into your chest at just a very slow, like Oppum in Saving Private Ryan. Just, no. La la la. Seahawks defense got their hands on their hips. They're a tired bunch right now. 2nd and 6. Another I formation look. Raiders are showing you we're just going to run this right down your throat. You can't stop us. He does drop back to pass, though. It's good to see. Catch is made there by Hollins. This will bring up a 3rd and about 2 yards, or 1.5 yards. Raiders today are 8 out of 13 on 3rd downs. And they've got another very short one here. Another I formation look. Tied into the backfield, fullback, traditional as they look, as they get. They give us into Jacobs. Jacobs is, oh, there we go. Seahawks defense holds him down. Well done, Shelby Harris there making a play. 4th down. Very big stop there by the Seahawks. And that was all Shelby Harris there, just completely pushing into the backfield. You saw Jefferson push a guy in the backfield and do nothing with it. There he was pushing a guy into the backfield towards where the play was going. That's a good job by Shelby Harris there. And it looks like the Broncos maybe... Oh, Seahawks have an injury? Somebody's down for the Seahawks. It looks like, I can't quite tell if it's Kobe Bryant or Ryan Neal. Boy, is he hurt. Somebody's definitely banged up down there. Looks like Ryan Neal's the guy down right now. Susan Reuter, thank you for subscribing, Susan. I appreciate you jumping aboard the Hawks Nest. Welcome on aboard. J Dude, you've also subscribed. You're awesome for subscribing, dude. We got a little subscriber train. Derek Vert subscribed. Welcome aboard, Derek Vert. Jamoney Loveless has also subscribed. Hello, Jim Money. Appreciate all of you guys joining aboard the Hawks Nest. Welcome aboard. Sector 7 with a $2 donation says, we need new pass rush. Holy hell. Thank you for the $2 donation, Spectre 7. And it's part of why I say if we're picking number 3 overall right now, I'm probably locking in on a Jalen Carter. Or if it's got to be Will Anderson, then I would go that route. I think it is defensive first at this point, even over a quarterback. You need to get more pass rush, and you don't want to blitz. And if you're not going to be a blitzing team, then you need the front 4 up front to get the job done all on their own. Right now, that's not what's happening in this football game. And, they definitely a place that we can attack this offseason in a big time way. Thank you for the donation, though. Appreciate you. It's the Real Cheese coming back with another big donation, and that is Ryan Neal's coming off the football field. Can't tell what's happened, if it was his hand or if it's his head kind of thing. Now, this is going to be a very long kick here for Carlson of the Raiders. He's got the leg to do it. He is a pretty good kicker here on the year. It is going to be about a 56-yard attempt, though, and kicking down to that side of the end zone has traditionally been pretty tough at this stadium at this time of game when this goes like this. Here we go. The snap is down. The kick is up. The kick is sliding to the right, and it's no good. No good. As I said, this is what happens, folks, in this stadium. This is why we chose the side of the field we did, because Coach Carroll is aware of this. And that is that when you kick to that side of the field late in games, I don't know why it's this way, but the kickers always seem to drift the ball to the right side. Remember the Rams game at home a couple of years ago, just after Paul Allen died? And that it was the same kind of kick, where a kick goes up and then it just starts to slide to that right side. Slide to that right side. There's something about the tendency on kickers on that to kind of just push that ball in that direction. What a huge miss there. And now this does put the Seattle Seahawks in very good field position, because it was a 50-yard, 6-yarder. So they are right there now knocking on the door, 1st and 10 from their own 46-yard line. They come out in a 2 tight end look here. Drops back to throw. Tyler Lockett makes the catch, and he will be in bounds for about a gain of about 6. Nice job by Tyler. Let's go, Geno. Great catch by Tyler. Did he get both feet down? Oh, my God, he did. Oh, my God, Tyler. What a catch. It's the best 5-yard catch you'll ever see in your life. 5:38 to go here in the 4th quarter. 2nd and 5. Geno in pistol look here. 2 tight end set remains on the football field. Raiders showing a blitz look. The give is to Kenneth Walker. Kenneth Walker has nowhere to go, as it has been this way all game. Raiders were, every time the Seahawks run the ball, the Raiders know it. Their defenders are just running an extra yard or 2 towards the line of scrimmage. They're reading it every time. I don't know why it is that it's so predictable or whatnot, but boy, the Hawks have just not been able to find any room for our guys today in the running game. 3rd down and 5. 4:57 to go here in overtime. Geno back in shotgun. 3 wides to the far side of the field. Raiders showing a blitz. Geno seems like he's kind of recognized it. They And Geno is almost, did he catch that? There's no way he caught that. That's an incomplete pass. I don't know why they're calling that a catch. Geno threw that ball. Max Crosby brought the pressure, took Geno down. Abraham Lucas has really had a hard time with Max as this game has gone on. He really has. And Seattle's not really done a lot to help those rookies out in this game with those pass rushers. There's not been a lot of chipping of Crosby in this game. You've let him kind of just go one-on-one with Lucas, and Lucas held up for most of this game, but 4th and 5. Seahawks are going to be punting this ball. 4:33 to go here in overtime. How ballsy would it be to do a fake right here? Come on, Dixon. Pin him back. It's got 3 punts on the day, 51-yard average. Here comes the punt. Knocked back. Fair catch call at about the 13, 14-yard line. Carr and company will come back out onto the football field. 4:32 to go here on the clock. A great defensive stand on the last one there after giving up some yards. It's been a tough day defensively speaking. Josh Jacobs has absolutely just murdered this team every which way but loose. Both as a pass catcher and as a runner. You know this defense has got to be tired at this point. Josh Jones will take over for Ryan Neal at safety. 1st down and 10. Carr changing the play at the line of scrimmage. The give is going to be into Jacobs. Jacobs with room, and he might be gone. Jacobs is gone. Touchdown. Touchdown, Raiders. Touchdown, Raiders. Game over. Raiders beat you at home. $40 points do the Raiders put up in this football game. Josh Jacobs carries 33 times for 229 yards on the day, including an 86-yarder to seal the game. Poona Ford got completely pushed out of the hole almost effortlessly on a single block. You know, I quite frankly don't know what's happened to Poona Ford as a run defender. You know, he's this is the guy that used to be able to hold down against double teams. And now he gets consistently blown out of the hole in single team blocks. Second you sign that guy to a contract extension, he had a sack today, which is great, but consistently not there today overall. And this defense with the worst effort, I think, of the year for them in this game. And that's saying something. There's been some bad efforts, but this is an absolutely shocking loss. This drops the Seahawks down to 2nd place in the division now. And puts Niners up in the top of the division. Absolutely. It's going to take me a moment here to react on this one, folks, because I'm just a little bit absolutely just blown away here. I'm really, really blown away here on what we just saw here today. I'm going to do my breakdown here, though. Let me do my breakdown for you guys, and we'll get to the chat on what you guys are thinking with this one here. All right, well, your Seattle Seahawks fall to the Las Vegas Raiders 40-34 in a very disappointing game. A game that you had every bit in your hands and the opportunity to go out there and take this game away from the Raiders. You had an opportunity even early on in this game to come out and put your foot on their throat, stamp them out, put them away early, don't even give them a chance, don't even let them feel like they got signs of life, as Quandre Diggs literally got an interception on the very first offensive play of the game for the Raiders. But that was not the way that this game played out. Defensively speaking, all game long, you were struggling to find your way. It wasn't completely that you were empty. There weren't some good plays out there. Of course, Quandre Diggs had a couple of interceptions, but even for the good Quandre gave you in the 2 interceptions, he also gave a touchdown on a wheel route to a running back, And then there were also other times where he struggled to tackle. And Quandre wasn't the big problem in this game. It was a variety of different defenders across the board. Your defensive linemen were getting blown out of their gaps. Nobody was keeping their discipline or their integrity in that respect of things. Barton and Brooks had another day where they struggled across the board for the most part. Again, there's some plays where they will show you here, they'll play like Barton where he'll knock a play away in pass coverage, and that's a great play on his part. But we can't get fixated on that one play when there's all these other plays where he's struggling again, continuing to struggle in the run game, can't get off blocks, can't seem to make tackles consistently. As another part of this defense that you saw throughout the course of this year that you saw on bright display once again today was the missed tackles. The inability to get guys down, drug down in space, even in those situations you would think would be relatively simple tackles. It's just even the most simplest, I got you dead to rights here, you're not even moving yet, I can't, but I just slide right off of you like you've been greased up like some pig or something a little bit. It was very strange. And you allowed really the Raiders to come into this game and go, okay, we have two offensive components here that can really attack you. We've got Devontae Adams and we've got Josh Jacobs. That's all we got. We're down Darren Waller. We're down Hunter Renfrow. That's all we got. And so the Seahawks, from a defensive standpoint, could have come into this game and said, let's not let these two guys, let's take away these two guys. Let's make somebody else on the Raiders offense beat you. And you didn't do that. You look at Josh Jacobs, 33 carries for 229 yards, nearly a 7-yard average. But he wasn't done there because he also had 6 carries for 74 yards, 6 catches for 74 yards on the other side of it. And then right behind him was Devontae Adams with 7 catches for 74 yards. You didn't take those two guys away. They were the only things defensively that could hurt you. It's odd to me that they didn't have more of a game plan defensively to find a way to maybe hem those guys up. Maybe it was simply players just not doing their job, just getting blown out of the gaps on the defensive line, and then your linebackers not coming up to make a play and tackle. But indeed, this is a game that looked like a lot of the early games this year. Your Seahawks team started out through, I think, the first 4 or 5 games where there was at times it didn't look like you could stop anybody offensively with the exception of the Denver Broncos. You looked like the worst defense in the entire sport. Then you had a 4-game run where you were the best defense from a DVOA standpoint in the entire NFL. You went from worst, from 0 to hero. And now we've gone back to 0. We're back to now playing it back at that back end level of things, at least off of this kind of game. And it's really inexplicable. I would be expecting this defense to be coming together at this time. I'd be expecting them to be playing at their highest and greatest strength at this moment. We don't have a ton of injuries. Yes, you are down Jamal Adams, but that's your only real major injury on the defensive side of the ball. You're able to run everything out at full health, and you're just not getting it done anywhere around. It's nice to see Diggs get a couple of the interceptions, but you almost gave up 300 yards to Derek Carr on the other side of it. So they run for almost 300 yards on one side of it, and then you have Derek Carr throw for 300 yards. Wouldn't it be better defensively to try to find something you can take away from an offense? And maybe it's just not capable of this defense. Maybe they just don't have quite the talented enough personnel to do so. It certainly is eye-opening when you only have 2 offensive players that can really beat you, and then you let them beat you. But it sure seemed like the defensive coaches didn't have the players set up in a situation here to really succeed in this game because you didn't try to take away those guys on the offensive side of the ball. To give up 33 carries, though, 230 yards, Coach Carroll wants his defenses to start with stopping the run first and foremost. It doesn't matter the team. And to see his teams this year give up so many yards on the ground so often is just a head scratcher. We signed guys like Poona Ford and Brian Monet and Al Woods. You brought those guys back almost specifically for what they do bring theoretically in the running game. Yet they're not stopping the run very well. Al Woods showed up early on in this game and then disappeared as the game went on. I didn't see much from Poona Ford outside of the sack that he brought. And Quentin Jefferson remains one of those real big negative points for you on your defensive line. Teams go after him. You also saw defensively in this football game, Jordan Brooks continue to get beat like a drum in pass coverage. This has been an issue with Jordan Brooks going back to college. On the very draft night Jordan Brooks was taken in the first round, I didn't like the pick. It wasn't because Jordan Brooks wasn't bringing something to the table. He was. He is rangy. He is fast. He can hit. He can tackle. He's very good in the run game. But the place that shows up that's very much a struggle is his struggles in zone, where he just doesn't have the recognition to where the guys are at in zone. His drops aren't the best. He's just not able to make a play in coverage back there. They told us at the time he was drafted when he had 75 snaps in coverage in his last year in college and he didn't make one play on the ball. They told us, did Schneider, well, you had to look at his previous year to see what he was doing. Or it was because he was spying a quarterback. Yeah, that's the reason he's bad in coverage. No, it's just quite simply Jordan Brooks isn't very good in coverage, and it's not getting any better anytime soon. It's a bit of what you have to take with his game, but today he really, really, really got picked on by the Raiders. They really attacked him and said, we know we can go after him in the passing game, and that did show up. That was very helpful for them. Another big part of this game was the lack of an inability to stop the Raiders when it came to third downs in this game. 8 of 14 on third down conversions in this game. That's up against the Seahawks, who were 3 of 9. You let them get into third and shorts with the running game. You get a team into third and shorts, then you're going to get them into a position that's going to be easier for them to then convert those third downs, because it's not third and long, it's not third and 10, it's third and 3, third and 4, third and 2. And indeed, the Raiders were able to take advantage of that dink and dunking. It seemed a little bit like the defense was really kind of almost obsessed with sort of just taking away the deep play in this game, of leaving those shorter routes opened up for the Raiders offense to take advantage of and keeping the zones kind of loose, which again has gone in deference to where they've had some of their defensive success this year. For instance, the 2 Cardinal games where you have a Cardinal team that wants to dink and dunk and just try to, and you squeezed those routes on that team. You didn't do the same thing here on the defensive side of the ball. So I won't belabor the point. We can all see the problems here. Nothing went really well for you defensively speaking. They gave the offense a chance at the end of the game with that stop on the third down to force the field goal attempt by the Raiders. But then when the offense couldn't answer the bell, they were shot. They were done. On that run, I think that's you having 32 carries of Jacobs prior to that carry, and you're just wore down at that point. You're deep into overtime. You've had a couple possessions in overtime. It's maybe understandable the defense would wear out at that point. It's more about earlier on in the game where you were failing more than it is about that final failure, which is just where the dam finally breaks. You've been having holes cracking out at every place, and then it just finally gives way. It's all the stuff that kind of happens prior to it that you really should concentrate on more than that big run. Offensively speaking, I think we've got to give Geno Smith another tip of the cap in this football game. Early on, it didn't start the greatest for him. He had a couple of throws that could have been picked off in the back of the end zone. He had another interception. He had the one interception in this game that happened on a crossing route where I believe Tyler Lockett and DK kind of had a collision, which stopped the momentum and made the play look a little funky. But I don't know that that's something that's a horrible decision by Geno's part. He's anticipating Tyler getting through there on that route. It's just kind of bad luck on his part of it. Outside of those 3 throws I just mentioned, though, he was on it, as he has been on it all year long. I think there was a little bit more pressure on him in this game with those edges from both with Max Crosby and Chandler Jones and what they were bringing from the outside in. But Geno, in his decision-making, continues to be right where you want him to be. He was 27 of 37 with 328 yards, 9 yards per attempt, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception for 106.6 quarterback rating. Let's consider as well, he's doing this. He's accomplishing this while he doesn't have a running game. It's one thing for Derek Carr to be able to throw for 25 of 36 for almost 300 yards when he's got Jacobs running for 200 plus on the day. It's quite another when you have a quarterback like Geno who has no running game. The defense is aware you have no running game, and now you still have to throw and you still find success throwing that football. So I'm going to give a big props here out to Geno Smith in this game. One more reason why I sit very firmly on the stance of saying we should re-sign this guy. He should be a priority to bring him back at this point. He has done enough at this point to prove he should be your franchise quarterback. Scoring 34 points in this game should be enough to beat a Raiders team coming into this game that's got 3 wins on the season. It's absurd that you're not able to do that or accomplish that. So Geno did everything you could ask for him to do from that standpoint of things. I thought he played a marvelous football game. He had some frozen ropes that were just right on it. I mean, some real tight window throws like we've seen him throw this year, where not only are you seeing the accuracy, but you're seeing some of that real strength that he has in his arm, where he can throw with some plus power. If he was a pitcher, he'd have plus stuff as far as his fastball is concerned. And he showed you that today. A wonderful played game here, I thought, by Geno Smith in this game. Not everything was set up for him to succeed in this particular football game, but he still, for the most part, in my opinion, found a way. Also going to give DK Metcalf props in this game. 11 catches, 90 yards, only an 8.2 yard per carry average on a catch, but he was solid, I thought, throughout this game. Getting open, making the catches when they were there to be made. There's the one play that got overturned at the end, which I really don't put that on him. I thought it was a catch. They overturned it. They determined it was conclusive. That was your game kind of right there, that overturning of that play a little bit. I'm not blaming it on the officials, but that was your kind of last final sort of swing. But nice job by DK and being steady in here with 11 catches, 90 yards. Tyler right there with him in this game, 3 catches, 68 yards. So he was another steadying force within this football game and what he was providing. Also got to give some props to the special teams unit. We had Jason Myers make both of his 2 kicks in this game. Michael Dixon, I believe, averaged over 50 yards a punt in this game. Dixon really gave you a chance in this game as well. Right at the end of regulation, he kicked a punt that sent their returner back so far that he fumbled the ball and then took the Raiders out of even trying to get up the field at the end of the game. That could have been a huge play in this game if the Seahawks had come back around and won it. But again, the special teams unit showed you in this game why they are one of the better units in all of football and why they will tend to help you win football games if your defense can just play with a little bit of productivity on their side of it. Hold the offense down just a tiny bit. And when you're giving up 40 points over the course of the game, you are not holding the opponent, the opposition down in any way, shape, or form. They had some stops today, but it was pretty miserable all the way around and pretty tough to watch. And again, understanding you have a team here in this Raider team that's coming into this game shorthanded. It has been very discouraging to watch this team at times this year go up against teams like the Detroit Lions, who come into that game down their starting running back, their best wide receiver, maybe their second best wide receiver, and you still see their offense moving up the ball on you all day long. We saw it with the Saints as well, with the red rifle going right up the football field on you as well. You are not getting these teams that are filled out at the best as far as their talent is concerned, and they are ripping through your defense right now. So if there's any question about anybody in their mind about whether or not we're going to need to attack the defensive side of the ball in this next upcoming draft and continue to add more pieces to that side of the ball, I think we're getting more people probably firmly in that camp. A tough loss today for your Seattle Seahawks. No two ways about it. A disappointment, a gut shot. A game that you absolutely should win. You are at home. You have that home crowd. You're coming off the bye week, rested. You're relatively injury-free. There's not a lot of valid excuses that you can apply to this game as with you walking away with the loss as you did. This is not a very good Raiders team. This is not a Raiders team that's going to make the playoffs. But it's a Raiders team that you lost to, that you just could not stop offensively in almost any way, shape, or form. Hopefully our Seahawks can bounce back next week. But boy, this was a tough one to take right up on the chin. Thank you, folks, for letting me do that. I like to do those little bump throughs on that in order to do those cuts later on in the game. So appreciate you guys hanging in there with me on that. Let me catch up on the super chats here. It's the Real Cheese with a $5 donation. Thank you. It's the Real Cheese. It says, if I'm the Seahawks, I'm looking at pass rushers in the draft. Yes. This is the early place that I land on. If we're sitting in the third overall pick, Jalen Carter is the guy that I would go to make that selection of right now. I know some people like Will Anderson. I think Jalen Carter is a little more safer pick. And though we may be having issues right now getting pressure off the edges, we're getting nothing, zero, zip, zilch, nada. I mean, maybe Poona Ford with 1 sack. Maybe we get 1 sack or 1 pressure a game from the inside, but that's all you're getting right now. You need more talent, I think, from the inside. I think Jalen Carter would give you that guy. I think he'd be a pretty good fit even as a 3-4 defensive end in this scheme. That's the guy I lock in on. But maybe you don't even want to stop there. It's the Real Cheese. You know, maybe you're right. Maybe you even double up on this beyond that. Because we do have to acknowledge as well, Darrell Taylor is not giving us anything right now. I'm getting nothing out of Darrell Taylor. He's already a deficiency in the run game. And now even as he's being given rotational snaps as a pass rusher, he's not even flashing in that fashion of things. So you may need to look at addressing more pass rushers here as we go forward, even on the edges in addition to that. But I would start, in my opinion, I think from the inside, and maybe you could get that more in free agency than anything else at that point. But yeah, Spectre 7, it's the Real Cheese. You guys are right. We're absolutely in need at this point of absolutely in need of more pass rush, especially because the team does not want to blitz. That's what I always come down to with this. This has been something I've been banging on this channel for a few years. If you're going to be a team that wants to be one of the least blitzing teams in the entire NFL, which if I think you ran our stats this year, you'd come to find we blitz about the least amount of anybody else out there, then you need the dogs on the front four to get the job done. And if you have just one dog, which Geno Nwosu is basically the only dog we have on the front four, well, what's going to happen then if you go that route with it is that guy's going to get doubled a lot. And then the rest of your guys aren't going to get anything done. And then the quarterback's going to end up with a ton of time in the pocket to then pass. That's how that all breaks out. So you've got to go harder with this. And this has been a lesson that they have sort of failed to learn for a few years now. This is part of the reason that you had the desperate trades for guys like Sheldon Richardson, Jadeveon Clowney, Jamal Adams. This is why you had to come back for Carlos Dunlap mid-year and make a trade deadline deal for him. It's because every offseason you kind of go just a little bit too light with your pass rush. Now, certainly the team thought they were going to get more out of Darrell Taylor. There's no doubt about that. They did not think this was going to be this lacking for him in his third year now in the league. But I think you got to go into next offseason, I think, with dialing it up a little bit more, going, no, we can't just get to the good enough stage of things. We got to go to good enough and then go beyond it. One or two extras beyond that spot. That's part of what led you to taking Clint Favorill and Michael Bennett in free agency like you did back in 2012. You didn't say, oh, we're good with Chris Clemens and Bruce Irvin. We got those two guys on the outside. We're fine. You went, no, let's keep adding. Let's keep the depth in there as well. Let's have a rotation we can run through here. I think that's the pathway to go with this. Bailey Odekirk. Thank you, Bailey Odekirk, for the $5 donation. This game convinced me we need to go D-line or linebacker with our Denver pick. Well, thank you for the $5 donation, Bailey, and I am with you 100%. And if there was maybe a game-changing type linebacker there to pick at number 3 overall, I could consider it, but there really isn't going to be that kind of selection to be had. Where you will be picking, you're going to get your pick of one of the two. One of these two guys will be there with the third selection. And these are your two, I think, along with maybe Ringo, the cornerback out of Georgia, these are your two lockdown, no doubt about it, defensive talents. You bring these guys in, they're going to help your defense. You bring these guys in, they're going to take your defense up a notch. Not all on their own like they're some superstars, but they're pretty clean prospects in the respect of they will help this team out from where it is right now. And that's even me saying that with Will Anderson having some questions to me about his motor and some of his refinement as a pass rusher. I still can say that pretty thoroughly. So I agree with you, Bailey. I think you saw it on the other couple of donations below you on that. I think most Seahawks fans will find themselves really solidly in that same stance of saying that's where we got to go with this. We can't make this more offense right now. It's got to go defense here, especially that first pick. We need to get some game records in here. Game changers. David Hickey, thank you for subscribing to the channel. David Hickey, welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. I appreciate you. Giga Chad, you have also subscribed. I appreciate you. A little subscriber train here. Thank you, folks. So welcome aboard, Giga Chad. Gearless, welcome aboard to you too as well. So thank you for subscribing. Sarah Spunda, thank you for subscribing. Welcome, Sarah Spunda. Thank you. Appreciate you. Big Turbos, subscribed as well. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest, Big Turbos. Established 2003 says, has a $5 chat. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Established 2003 says, I'm done with cover 3 teams. I'm done with cover 3. Teams exploit it easily. I'm with you on that. Cover 3 has long wore me out. Established 2003. The place you got to see it most utilized and worn on today was Michael Jackson on Adams. So I was saying, hey, how about we do this? Let's run more. Hell, you could run cover 2 and then just run bracket coverage on Adams wherever he lines up on the football field. And instead what Seattle did is they took out Michael Jackson, had him running 10 yards and off coverage, and he was obviously at that point essentially one-on-one with Adams. And so now that means that Adams is just going to run a lot of out routes, and especially on those third down and shorts, you've got him running 10 yards of off coverage. Adam runs the little 5-6 yard route and out. As I said, it's stealing. It's easy. It's not even a challenge then for the offenses to go out and attack that. And it's very, very, very predictable. And I'm with you because of that reason, established 2003. You've got to change it up. You've got to work different coverages. This is part of what we thought we were going to get this offseason. This is part of what you're supposed to be adopting in here with the Vic Fangio cover 2 shell system. It's a scheme that's built on being more myriad. Being more unusual playing and play out in what you're doing, running a more of a mix of coverages. But that is not what you've seen this year. And I still do kind of go back to believing that they sort of kind of threw out a lot of the Fangio stuff outside of what they're doing with the front 7 and running more 3-4 looks. I still think that they threw out a lot of that stuff once Jamal Adams went down with an injury. And that's what that sort of cost you with that injury, is that they made those changes really built around to get more out of him and put him on brighter display. And instead, you've just gone back into the old habits that you had on the defensive side of the ball. And I don't think it's going to work over a total year. I mean, they got some run out of it early on, but teams are going to look at this tape and they're going to see ways that they can go at the same things the Raiders went at and attack us with it. I don't know what adjustments they make at this point either, because they don't seem to have a lot of turns or adjustments to be made. I still think we're going to be a strong team going through this year, but this defense plays like this, you're not getting anywhere this year. Kronos has been a member for 6 months of the Hawks Nest. I appreciate that, Kronos. He says, imagine if we get Bosa because the Niners can't afford him next offseason. Sign me up. Sign me up. I mean, all day long, sign me up. Bosa is a phenomenal talent, phenomenal player. The Niners will find a way to sign him. I'm not really sure how the Niners are doing it, to be honest with you. You know, you've got big money on Deebo Samuel, big money in Trent Williams, big money in Fred Warner, big money in Jimmy Ward. You're going to now be putting big money on Bosa. And when I say big money, I mean like paying these guys at the top of their position. How many guys can you afford to pay at the top of the position and still be okay in your cap management, especially when you're paying a running back like McCaffrey $11 million into next year? But they've got some sort of plan to make it happen, Kronos. And unfortunately, there's not really going to be a pass rusher on the market that is like Bosa that you can go get necessarily. Not as of yet in looking ahead on it. But that would be helpful. Chase Carey with a $5 donation. Thank you, Chase. What about trading the Broncos pick for a tried and true linebacker? Well, I'm not completely against it on the surface of it, Chase. I think you're not going to want to trade the number 3 overall pick for a tried and true linebacker unless you're talking about an outside linebacker. And then we got to probably be specific on who's the guy that we're thinking of. Who's the guy that's going to be available out there that you could go get? A Brian Burns maybe type you could get, but they turned down 2 first-round picks for him at the trade deadline. And I don't know if I want to give up the 3rd overall pick for Brian Burns. I'd trade maybe back and then give him a first-round pick in the teens maybe for him. Well, I pick up an extra first-round pick, but I'm just not sure there's the guy out there available for that trade to happen with at the moment, Chase. Let's get in the offseason and see where teams are kind of at that point. But at least at the moment, I don't know if I can see where that would, who that guy would be. And I'm kind of going through my mind as far as teams that would be looking to have guys available, a guy who might be on the move. And nobody's jumping out to me out the gate here that stands out as the guy that's going to absolutely be dealt or has a good chance of being dealt. You know, who's that guy out there? I mentioned Burns, but I don't know who else you could really be looking at. But I'm open to a Chase. I think you got to put all of the options on the table as far as possibilities and directions to go to right this ship and to fix things. Colton Strickland with a $2 donation says the lack of 3 tight end sets lost us the game. IMO. Definitely could have used some more 3 tight end sets, Colton. I agree with you there. I would like to see them utilize that more often. I don't know why they don't go more often other than maybe that's just because they're having to take one of Lockett or DK off the field and they don't like doing that. That's the only thing I can think of as a reason because you are effective with it. You're good with it. You're productive with it. It's been a part of the success of this team offensively is the utilization of it, but very little of it today. To your point, probably only maybe 8 or 9 snaps. I saw the 3 tight end sets out there. Very, very, very little, very, very little usage of them. So yeah, that was a little bit strange. Definitely hurt you in losing this game, Colton. I think though that if I've got to come to a reason why you lose this game, I would first come to the 40 points that your defense gave up before I would come to a lack of 3 tight end sets. I'd first come to Josh Jacobs getting 230 yards on the ground before I would come to, the 3 tight end sets. It hurt. It hindered you. You might have been able to win the game if you used it more. Maybe that's to your point on it. But boy, when you give up 40 points, it's going to be hard to win a football game almost no matter what you do on the offensive side of the ball. It is. Appreciate you, Colton, though. Thank you for the $2 donation. Paul Third with the $2 donation. Thank you, Paul. Says, fall into 8th in the NFC. Can we still make 10 wins? I mean, you lost to one of the worst teams of the AFC today a little bit. Maybe not the worst teams, one of the not good teams of the AFC. That was down guys. That was walking into this game limping. You lost to somebody who limped walking into this game while you were running full speed. It doesn't give me a lot of confidence going into the future of this season. It's one game. The year is an up and down type of affair. This team has been a little bit of a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, especially on the defensive side of the ball. And when they're Dr. Jekyll, they are the worst defense in the NFL. Or when they're Mr. Hyde, they're the worst defense in the NFL. When they're Dr. Jekyll, they're the best defense in the NFL. And which one will show up week in and week out? I don't know. I don't have any idea because it's not built on personnel. It's not a matter of, we don't have this guy, so that's why we fell off this year. We're missing these guys in the starting lineup. That's why we're bad this week. It's just, you're getting whooped. You're just getting straight whooped. And so I hope they can get this back. I don't think that we're a bad football team this year. I don't think that we're necessarily an elite football team this year either. But I would love to try to get in the playoffs and then just see where the cards fall, where they may kind of situation. Anything can happen once you get in the playoffs. And I still do continue to say the team has yet to play its best football. The team has yet to have really both sides of the football playing at their best to where I think they can still get to this year. But will they get there? It leaves you questioning after a game like this, Paul. You give up 40 points at home after a bye at full strength to a team that wasn't at full strength. That's one of the worst teams in their conference. Ouch. Ouch. There's no way to describe it as anything else but that. And I think they'll clean some things up. I don't think we're done. Remember as well, the schedule isn't insane. Even after today, with the we got six opponents left, right? 11, 17, 18, yeah. So 17 game season. So 6 opponents left. 3 of them don't have winning records. 3 of them have a 500 record or better. The Jets is going to be a tough game. The Chiefs is going to be a tough game. There's some potential losses there. So hopefully they can clean this up. Rams are next. Rams are up next. Nagasa says the good defensive showings were just a fluke. Possible. It's possible. I wanted to give one shout out more to Mr. Sanchez and It's Real Cheese. Thank you for your big $100 and $200 donations here on the chat today. Absolutely phenomenal on your guys' part. Thank you so much for that support here on the channel. I want to thank everybody too for us helping getting over the mark of 10,000 subscribers today. We just rounded past that mark. Been a long-term goal of mine to hit that spot. So I really want to say thank you to all of you guys out there helping us get over that mark to the new subscribers. You guys are amazing. It's a tough day not getting the win today, but absolutely fantastic to get over that 10K mark. It feels really good on that side of it. Hopefully our Hawks can bounce back next week here. Calvin Newborn says winning isn't everything. It's the only thing. You better believe it. You better believe it. Paul Third with another $2 donation. Thank you, Paul. Says, just in case, get some moneymakers ready for the Rams. That's right. That's right, man. Just in case. Get some moneymakers. Get some, I said money. Get some makers ready. Oh, get some makers marked. There we go. Paul, I might have to. Yeah, I might have to. If we follow the Rams next week and we don't look defensively like we can stop a warm breeze, I might have to have some makers mark ready to go on that one. Because that does mean that the season's kind of getting into a little bit of a perilous shape at that point. And you are backtracking a little bit. And this defense took a huge, monstrous step backwards. Took a tiny step back, I felt like, in the Tampa Bay game, but you took a really big step back here. And I think Tampa Bay showed in that game, run the ball in this team. Run the ball in this team consistently throughout a course of a whole game. They will not stop it consistently over a game. And that's just what the Raiders did. They just stayed on top of it. The blueprint is in place for how to beat the Seahawks defense. It's run the ball, run it often, and they will wear down. They will not be able to stay up again on the run game throughout the course of the game. It is very much the way that this is kind of rolling, for sure. So I probably have to do that, Paul. I got that, or I'll have to get Dr. Sanders in the house with some maker's mark. Nick Guerrera with a $2 donation. Thank you, Nick. Is it me, or do teams not do well after their buys? Some teams do better than others. Some teams, like you give a guy like Andy Reid a bye and that extra week for him to draw up plays and find ways to exploit a defense, he can kill teams after a bye. You have other teams that struggle with it, Nick. I don't remember in recent years where we've been at on it and where, whether we've been up or down or how it's gone with us on that side of it. But yeah, it certainly is a struggle today. They weren't flying around. They weren't playing at their best today, especially defensively. And definitely looked a little bit like, we had the week off. We kind of chilled. We're kind of relaxed. Offense looked pretty on it for the most part. But even offensively, you're losing at the line of scrimmage. There's just some real fundamental parts here about this that are discouraging. You lose at the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball, you're not going to win. You give up 230 yards on the ground, you're not going to win. You can't stop a team third down, you're not going to win. This was definitely a loss that we earned, It could be though, Nick. Could be. Maybe I have to look that up a little bit and see how Carroll's teams have done after the bye, if that's been an issue or not. I'll have to check. Julius says Pete needs to go. I don't know if Pete needs to go. I mean, you're still at a good record this year. You're still 6-5. You're a team that, I mean, keep in mind, Julius, we walked into this year, everyone said we had one of the worst rosters in the NFL and that we would be we'd be in competition for the number 1 overall pick. And, we're in competition for the number 1 overall pick, but it's just because the Broncos are bad, not because we're bad. I think Pete's done overall pretty well this year. I do think that they're dealing with some talent deficiencies on the defensive side of the ball, which I don't think are going to continue on into the future. I think that they looked at this year as a soft rebuild year. They're going to try to compete, but they understood that they had $40 million of dead money hit and that they were going to have to work around that a little bit. Daniel D, our defensive line isn't good at anything. We can't stop the run. We can't pressure the quarterback. Darrell Taylor is a non-factor completely. Well said, man. I can't put it any better than you did on that. Darrell Taylor has been a massive, massive disappointment. I'm looking right now to see even if he showed up in the ball. He didn't even show up in the box column. That's just like he's not even showing up in the box column. He's not even just doing anything. He did nothing in this game. Didn't have a half a tackle. Did Darrell Taylor? Not one quarterback pressure. Not one quarterback hit. And you watch him off the line. I've seen it a couple of times. You watch him in his pass rush, and he is completely neutralized every time. He's got no pass rush moves to call upon. This is a guy that we give up not only a second-round pick for, by the way, folks. We trade up into the second round. We give up an additional third-round pick to go get Darrell Taylor. And, yeah, that's what he's giving you. That is what he's giving you. EBC says we are a very average team with a good offense. I think that's pretty accurate. Boy, says we're due to get our ass whooped next week. Be prepared. I don't want to prepare for that. I can't prepare for that. Allen Robinson's out for the season for the Rams. Now, if we can stop, I think, Sean, you mentioned it well. If we can stop the run in that game against the Rams, that'll be it. Stop the run. That's what we're seeing with this defense. Stop the run, we can have some success. We can't stop the run, and it's going to be all day. Other teams are going to just be running on us, and there's nothing we can kind of do about it. John Stillwell with the $10 donation. Thank you for all your donations to the channel today, John. Very kind of you, and I do appreciate it. Says, congrats on the 10,000 subscribers. Thank you, man. It's your support. It's been part of what's gotten me here, brother. Says, Pete Carroll has been a pretty good record after the bye weeks. Okay, so it's not a normal common trait on that. And I don't know. I know I don't feel like the team was playing at their best today, but I don't know if I'd put as much as I think about this really on the bye. The more I think about it with that, the more, to me, it's just that the Raiders looked at Tampa Bay and the blueprint that they drew up last week and how to go at the Seahawks defense, and they said, that's what we're going to apply. We're going to hammer this running game. We're going to stay on top of it. We don't have our receivers or tight ends, so we're just going to run the ball. And you just didn't, you couldn't stop it. And that's really where it came down to at the end of the day. It's some games simply come down to real simple factors as to what loses or wins a game. And yeah, not getting pressures in on that as well, but if you could stop the run in this game and still not have gotten the pressure, I think you still come out of this with a win. If you keep Jacobs under 60 yards rushing, you come out of this game with a win, no matter whether you have pressure or not, I think. I don't think Derek Carr slices and dices you up if you force him to have to throw all day. But they couldn't get him to that stage of things. Draft a quarterback, getting some love for a quarterback draft. Oh, yeah. Buy more FTM. Pete takes no chances. That's a problem. I mean, where was the place that he should have taken a chance in this game? Where was the spot that was it to go for a fourth down? I mean, I don't know where the place is that you have him be more aggressive in what he did in this game. I thought he did a pretty good job. I mean, he let the team throw today by more. Last week you were really conservative in the first half, and then you finally let Geno try to throw the thing and get it back in the second half, and it was too late. And I didn't think they did the same thing today. I think they recognized you couldn't run the ball, and let's start throwing. Let's go. I don't know. I just didn't feel like that way from Pete today. I didn't think there was a conservative thing to what he was doing. Maybe conservative from your standpoint defensively, and that they're not taking any chances in that respect. You're right about that, right? I mean, you've got a defense that's not getting anything done. You got a defense that can't stop anything. You got a defense that isn't getting any pass rush. Why not draw up some more pressure-based packages? Why not draw up some more blitzes? And I'll tell you something. When we do blitz, I think a lot of the reasons they don't blitz is because we blitz like crap. I mean, our guys show their hand every time pre-snap, and the quarterbacks always pick it up. They just can't. Our guys can't fight that urge to get that cheat steps up and time it with the snap. They're always just mistiming it. It's always showing that hand, and then they get it blocked up, and then they get you crispy on the back end. They sizzle you up on that back end. It's really frustrating. But not a lot of manufacturing defensively to fix the issues today. Just kind of like, we'll just keep riding out the same thing. We'll stop it at some point. Mark Garbercorn says, well, my 12-5 is still intact, but we may have to play Kansas City, so who knows? It's going to be hard to get 12 wins. Actually, he says, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We can still lose all the remaining games and end up 6-11, and Broncos can win 3 more and finish 6-11 too. We definitely looked like a 6-11 team today. Indeed, we did. Indeed, we did. If you have the worst defense in football, you're going to have a chance to end up at 6 wins is a pretty good ending out to your season if that's how bad your defense is going to be. And yeah, Darrell Taylor was a ghost. He's got the first step quickness, and if he doesn't get him beat with the quickness, he's got no counter. He can't go back to the inside. He's not going to cross face a guy. He's got no overarm move. He's got no long arm move he can do. He has no power to his game. So the tackles don't have to worry about him ever bull rushing. He'll never bull rush you. He's not strong enough to do so. And so they know I just got to stay in front of this guy's all I got to do. And I'm going to be fine. Do the Chiefs put 60 on us? Yeah, they probably put 50 on us. If Derek Carr in this offense can put 40 on you, why couldn't the Chiefs put 50? Dustin Cole, it's too bad we didn't have another franchise linebacker. Oh, wait. Oh, Bobby Wagner. Yeah. You would think Bobby would have maybe helped a little bit more than what you got out of Cody today. That's for sure. DJ Jimenez says that Geno was also a non-factor today. He had a quarterback hit. Didn't do a whole lot, DJ. Teams are starting to double him a little bit. I noticed a lot of double teams being moved, especially with the running back chip going over to his side. Sean Hines, would you draft a defensive tackle in our later first round pick? Sean, I would rather go for the early pick. To me, Jalen Carter's the guy that I would lean in on, or even a Will Anderson if we got to go edge. But I wouldn't wait on that one. I would go I think Carter's worthy of being a top 5 pick. I think Anderson's worthy of being a top 5 pick. I would go one of those two different directions with it. Steele says at least the Broncos lost. At least that's a little silver lining, right, Steele? A little silver lining. Your boy Michael says Dale Taylor's just getting some cardio in. Exactly. Jersey Picker, I never said Geno was the worst, but he is fine. He's a fine caretaker for a year or two until we get a franchise quarterback. Geno is not a franchise quarterback. Well, I mean, it's franchise quarterback is a fairly loose definition, Jersey Picker, is what I would say to that. And I tend to find that when it comes to franchise quarterback, each individual person has their own definition about what makes a franchise quarterback or what is equivalent to a franchise quarterback. I think what comes down to it for me, Jersey Picker, is that what you look at with this team and while you're building this team, and it's not been this case offensively this year, is Geno's had to carry a lot of that offense on his back. But moving into the future with this offense, add some more parts on the offensive line, right? Get the defense into a better shape to where they can actually get some more consistent stops, not requiring your offense to have to score 30 plus points a game. And when you get to that state as a team, less is going to be required out of that quarterback position, no matter who is under center. So that does lead me back to being okay with Geno, because I don't think, Jersey, that we're looking at it through the same lenses of their teams, where you're looking for that franchise quarterback who's going to be that high volume passing attack, who's then going to be carrying the offense on their shoulders. You're not looking to necessarily build that offense up necessarily. It's good to have. It's great to have, but I don't think it's required. I think Geno's done enough to show you for the next couple of years that he can carry that day for you. He could be enough if you build out the rest of this roster to even get you into a Super Bowl, I think. I do think he's got that ability to do there. He's done a lot this year, and remember with this Jersey, he's getting this stuff done right now with no running game. It's done. 0. No running game at all. And still being very successful in that. We got some love for Bryce Young in the chat. Actually, with this bad defense, all bets are off. Rams, Niners, Chiefs all have a good defense, even Carolina. So I don't know if to see us winning any more games. Well, we'll see, actually. We'll see. The team hasn't always given you the same. So the identity of this team week in and week has not always been the same. And that's for good and for bad. But being the fact that you get a different identity from this team week in and week out probably shouldn't have us making really hardy predictions about knowing what team we're going to get week in and week out going over the rest of the course of this year. I think it's going to be hard to say which way this goes moving forward. Julius asks, why are we still giving Barton snaps? You're giving him snaps, Julius, because of the fact you don't have better options behind him. You don't have a better backup back there. He is as good as it gets on this football team as it stands right now. I agree with you. It's not very good, but he is probably as good as you've got on the roster as it stands currently. M. Iverson says, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Seahawks actually win next week. That seems to be the Seahawks way. Unpredictable, man. I agree with you. That's why I'm not making any hard predictions on this. I don't know. It's a tough loss today, but I don't know I don't know you can take a lot from today and say, well, this is what we're going to be the rest of the year through. I don't know. D-Man says, it's amazing how people turn on the team after one game. Bandwagon fans. Yeah, I think it's an emotional sport. It's a bad loss, D-Man, and people are going to be in their emotions with it, and I'm okay with that. But it's why I'm pushing back against now this team sucks and it's horrible and it's awful. No, you are what your record is this year. You got into 6 wins this year. You didn't get there by luck. You didn't get there because Coach Carroll doesn't know how to coach or because you don't have good enough talent to get there. You're a good team overall, or middle of the road even. Still far beyond what people had for this team at the beginning of the year. And as I said, I don't think we played our best football yet. So I still don't think we've seen the top end. Now, will we get there for sure? Maybe not. But it still is. There's still a version of this team that could get to the final place that, could be rounding out at the right time at the end of the year. But we don't know where they're going. It's one game. One game. Boyd B says, if we let Crosby wreck us like that, what would AD and Ramsey going to do to us for like real? Yeah, well, especially in the case of Aaron Donald, you've let him wreck you a lot of times. This team defensively doesn't like running offensively or defensively. They don't, let me say this right. Defensively, we don't like to run double teams, as you saw with Devontae Adams today. Didn't want to run any double with him. And they don't like running double teams on the defensive line with a guy like Donald. They're just going to block things up one-on-one and hope their guy can hold it down. It's frustrating, but that is the route that they do go with it. T-Money says, Geno needs to notice when Crosby lines up that wide, easily should have stepped up through that. Yeah, maybe, probably, maybe. Jersey Picker, I'll come back next week and listen to all of the Geno love until y'all turn on him as well when we are out of the playoffs. Start lock. Huh? You're calling to start lock after what? Huh? What? Bone, our defense plays bad against bad teams. We stopped Saquon well live. We did. We did do well in that game. Sean Lee says, lose out and 2 picks in the top 10. Let's go. I don't want to see that. John Stillwell says, someday we'll have to talk about dead cap money. It's meaningless. It's not meaningless. It definitely factors in, I don't know how you say it's meaningless. You're dealing with, John, 20% less of the cap this year than you'd normally have to operate on. Dealing with 20% less of the salary cap is going to impact teams. Just like if you pay a quarterback $50 million a year, it's going to impact the rest of the way that you build the rest of your roster out. So it's not to say meaning. I think he said meaningless was what you're trying to say on that, but I can't see how it's meaningless. I think dead money definitely does impact it. It's not meaningful if it's at $7-8 million on a year, right? If it's a couple $1 million on your cap that you're eating dead money, but when you're up to $44 million of dead money in your cap as the Seahawks sit on their books, I think it's a little more pertinent at that point. Mythical Pigeon, are we asked now? No, we're not asked at Mythical Pigeon. One game does not make a season. John Ruiz says, problem is that we have no disruption inside, so the D outside is going to struggle. We need to draft some talent on the interior and at linebacker. You walk through, logically speaking, John, right? That's how I land on a guy like Jalen Carter, because I feel the same way as you do about it. You've got nothing on the inside causing any problems. Nothing. And you've got to do more than it's getting exploited. Big part of what they did today is just going right up the middle in this defense, and not a lot you could do about it. Mike Skinner, if we can't beat Josh McDunce, then we definitely aren't beating any playoff teams. The tape is out there on how to beat us this year. Sad, but the truth. It is the truth right now. Running the ball is the blueprint. It's been established now. I wouldn't deny it, and I can't deny it. T-Money says, catch or no catch with DK. I would say it's a catch, T-Money, because it's got to be conclusive for you to overturn it. And when they've got to look through it 20, 25 times on a replay in order to determine that conclusivity or not, then it's non-conclusive. So it should remain a catch. If it was a non-catch on the field and that was the ruling, I would feel the way that, okay, there's not enough here to say on to overturn it the other way either if it was the other side of it. You go with the call in the field, in my opinion, in those moments. And so something shouldn't be overridden unless it's supposed to be like a jury of your peers on a murder trial. Well, it takes everyone to vote for a yes on guilt. That's how it should be on instant replays. And instead you see more of them playing it on the line kind of ways of things. And I don't like that about how they use replay. It really does drive me crazy at times. Dustin Cole, normally we'd be fine playoff-wise, but the NFC East is killing it this year. Yeah. They might put 2 teams in the playoffs at this rate. They might just. Thomas Service says Geno can't stretch the field or apparently feel pressure. Yeah, I don't know, man, Thomas. Any loss that we've had this year, even if Geno plays really well, it seems like there's a lot of people that are built up to go at Geno. I look at this game, Thomas, and I look at every angle you could look at as to why there's blame on this game or why you didn't win this game. I don't know how you end up at landing at Geno as any of the first possible answers to that question of why you lost this game. The man threw for 300 yards and he had no running game. Are you giving him the benefit of the doubt on the aspect for the last few weeks that we can't run the ball at all? Does that factor in? Can't stretch the field. I don't get, and here's another one. Can't stretch the field, but he's averaging 9 yards an attempt in this game. 9 yards an attempt. He's got long passes on the day of 24, 35, 21, 27, 24, 12, and 13. Those are all different receivers with long passes on the day. If he's not stretching the field, how is he hitting those passes? What? Huh? Wu-Tang Financial, how are the Rams a bad team with Ramsey and Donald? Almost like they're only 2 players. They're top heavy, Wu-Tang. That's been a big part of it. Cooper Kupp going down has been a part of it. The big issue really lies in the fact that they had Whitworth retire, their very important left tackle this offseason, and they moved Rob Havenstein to left tackle from right, and they basically have cost themselves at both positions because Havenstein's not playing as well from the left tackle position, and now you don't have a good right tackle either. And so offensively, that's really hindered them quite a bit. So I think those are kind of the big parts of this when you look at that team. Also not getting Allen Robinson acclimated in there after you moved on from Odell, who did fit really well into that offense. Big Country says, oh yeah, like the Barton play. It was so obvious he was blitzing. It was. And he showed his hands because like where blitzer, they never get the blitz. So it's like when they're finally called the blitz, they get really excited. Oh, I get a blitz. Oh, I'm going to get a blitz. Oh, I'm going to blitz. I'm going to blitz. And then they run right into the gap to show the blitz. It's like, dude, chill. You can't show your hand like that because they're going to adjust the protections. And then your guys are going to be just sliced up on the back end. And we just don't do it well. We haven't ever. It's never been a big good part of us on any Carroll teams. Boy, B, any team we run game and 1 dominant pass rushers give us hell. Why is that? Any team with a run game and 1 dominant pass rushers give us hell? I don't know. I don't have a good explanation on that one. I really don't. Dominant pass rushers, some of the issue comes from the fact that you just don't double team guys. I mean, how many times did you see Max Crosby getting chipped today? I didn't see very much of it at all. So I'm not sure. Jersey Picker says nobody's turning on the team, just don't want to get stuck with Geno long term. I can kind of get that. Again, I guess I guess for the folks that haven't been sold by Geno Smith at this point this year and the way that he's played the game and what he's done at the quarterback position, what would it take? Does he have to throw for a 5,000 yard year does it take 5,000 yard year and he's got to throw for 35 touchdowns to move you off that spot? What is the statistical markers here? Or do those not matter at all? It's just, there's nothing he can do to bring you to that side of things. And I get it if that's your stance. I would like to kind of better understand it. Seahawks blue and green. We need the Commanders to start losing. Luckily, they play the Giants twice and the Cowboys. That'll help. Hopefully those guys all knock each other down a little bit. Berna says the sky isn't falling. The Raiders have actually been in every game except for one. It's a great point, Berna. Great point. John, we needed to not allow the opposing team to score 34 points. Then we win. Ridiculous. Agreed, man. Agreed. Defense just had to barely just hold on for dear life, and they couldn't even go that route with it, could they? McKinley Caver says, what are our chances against the Rams? I think the Rams are really scuttling McKinley. I don't think that they're in a position to beat us right now. I know they've owned us in recent years to a large degree, but I'm still going to put this down as a win. I'm going to still say that the Seahawks defensive performance is a wild, swinging one. Nobody can predict which Seahawks defense is going to show up week in and week out. You're either getting the best in the league or you're getting the worst in the league. And there is no in between, it would seem. So maybe I'm being optimistic. I'll hope for best in the league next week. JP Hinks' playoff game would be on the road. So I'm not hoping they don't make the playoffs, but might be the best this year. We're way ahead of what 99.2% of us thought we would be, me included. Agreed, man. Still been a very tremendously successful year and for the future ahead for where we want this team to go. Well said. Berna, but that still should have been a fumble by Jacobs. Yep. It should have been a fumble. It is understandable, though, when they blow the whistle dead. That's one where I don't go, well, they should just review it. If the whistle is blown dead by the officials, it's dead. And that does happen in a variety of football games every week across the NFL. It sucks, but it's not necessarily an example of fixes in or, officials are against us on that. That is going to be a thing you see officials do. Bone, we play good against good teams, Jets, 49ers, and Chiefs. Don't worry. It's the Panthers and Rams that scare me. Mason Litt says, Darrell Taylor gets thrown around like a rag doll. He does, man. He gets tossed around like a guy that weighs 225 out there, not 245. Man in a Pit says, how'd the Saints stop Jacobs? Saints are a pretty good team at stopping the run, I think, aren't they? They hold up pretty good. Demario Davis, Jordan, Davenport. They've got the guys and bodies to get it done up front. D-Man says, people after a win, sign Geno to a huge contract. This team will be a dynasty. After a loss, this team sucks. Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of that. I'll say this, D-Man. Every single game this year, and I think in every single game, I've had a couple people in the chat that are still anti-Geno. And, I think that there's people that just can't be kind of won over to that side of things no matter what. And that if there is a loss and those people are kind of sitting silent necessarily in a win, they're going to come out of the woodwork the second there's a loss, even if it's not his fault, because he has that kind of built-in hate for him in his game. I'm sorry, but when we reach this point of the year where he has played this well in every single football game, and you're looking at Geno right now and going, well, he's part of the problem, or I want to get that guy out of here. I can't quite get that. I don't quite get that. It seems a little bit like you had maybe a built-in bias at the start of the season of already hitting Geno. And as I said, there's almost nothing he can do absent of throwing for 5,000 yards and 40 touchdowns to bring these people to the side of the fence, my side of the fence on this with the outlook of Geno. I don't do that. And again, throws for 300 yards in a game where he has no running game. Throws for 328 yards when you can't run the football a lick at all. At all. You had 2 runs today where Kenneth Walker had 2 big runs. He had the touchdown run and he had a 12-yarder. You remove those 2 runs, and I don't even think he averaged 1 yard a carry. Geno's still out there throwing for 300 plus yards with no running game. That is a great quarterback performance. Put any other name on the back other than Smith. I put Allen, I put Mahomes' name on the back of that. I put Lamar Jackson's name on the back of that. They're having their fans in the fan base going, well, great. He did great. He was awesome for us. But for some reason, there still is this built thing that I don't quite get with Geno, where there's still the poo-pooers going, nah, I'm unimpressed.
holding the ball too long. He should feel the pressure. It could even come to a place like Lucas gets beat right off the snap, barely even gets his hands on Max Crosby. You're not chipping anybody. He's got a free run at Geno, and Geno, it somehow becomes Geno's fault because he's supposed to step up in that play. I really truly don't get the Geno smoke being thrown at him at this point. I really don't. I'm fully on board with knocking Geno when it needs to be applicable and where he's maybe going wrong. I don't see that from him this year in any of the games. He's played outstanding football. He played outstanding football again today. If your defense does not give up 40 points, you win this game. Like, how are we not just staring right at the defense in this game? How are we not just putting their feet to the fire and them alone in this football game? That's where the blame gets deserved to be placed. I don't quite understand it. I'm trying. I promise you guys, the folks out there that are anti-Geno, I am trying to understand where you're coming from on this track, but you can hopefully understand from my track why it seems kind of odd that there's not more of this bump. There's not more of this benefit. If this was Geno Smith, third-year quarterback in this league that we got out there showing out. If it wasn't Geno Smith, well, he was a bust and he was a journeyman. If you didn't have all of that on the back of this, just simply the performance he's providing on the football field, he'd be lauded at every turn. Strange. Seahawks blue and greens as need a big, young, run-stuffing defensive tackle. I believe LaRon Payne is supposed to be a free agent out of Washington. That could be a guy that you could go out there and sign. JP Hinks says, I believe that Taylor should join Eskridge. Two of the more disappointing young guys you got on this team this year. Two guys that have just not even a marginal step forward from either of the two. Mason Litt, we need a defensive tackle. Jalen Carter's the best pick, especially for what we want to run on defense. Yeah, agreed. Daniel W., we should have double-teamed Max Crosby at the end there. Either chip him with a running back or send guard help, but maybe because our center is so bad, we feel nervous to lean the guard over. Great point, Daniel. Great point. It could be a little bit of the nervousness with the center position because certainly Blythe had some struggles in this game, especially when Billings was in there. He couldn't do much with Billings at all. So that could be it. Maybe that is why you're not able to double as much. Bone says, Geno's not the problem. Here go. I hate this fan base so much sometimes. Yeah. Dear God is what you're saying. Yeah. I'm with you. I don't hate on it, Bone. I get where people are coming from, that people got their kind of built in where they look at it, and we'll have different outlooks on the channel and different directions they come from. As I say, though, I really do mean it as an honest to God question on this. You know, on the hate for a guy like Geno Smith, I don't quite get where it's coming from. The guy is projected to throw for 4,200 yards, 29 touchdowns, and 7 interceptions. 108 rating. He's throwing at this point, he's going to throw for nearly 73% on the season from a completion percentage standpoint. And he's not just throwing 73% dinking and dunking. The man's averaging almost 8 yards per attempt, which if I'm not mistaken would be probably top 7 in the league. All of the statistical markers for Geno Smith are telling you he's having an outstanding season. Yeah. Oh, and did I get behind on my chat? I did. I think I did. Sorry, mine on the super chat. So sorry, man. Not ignoring your super chats. I just got on my track there. I was trying to get on the chat. Adrian X with the $2 donation. Love you, my dude. But did you ignore my chats? No, I didn't. I got you, didn't I? Thought I did. Let me see. If I missed it, I'm really sorry. I thought I just read a couple on yours. Sorry, we got a lot of notifications here, Adrian X, so bear with me. Let me see if where I missed it. I thought I did, man. Did I not get... Well, if I missed it, man, I'm sorry. Not trying to. I'll get up on the deal here. Where are you, Adrian X? There we go. Adrian X, $2. You couldn't just open a beer and enjoy the game. I think I got you on that. I was a little slow on my ones with it, so I'm just a little on track. Oh, no, I responded. If I missed one, man, put it in the chat and I'll read it down in the chat if I did miss something on your deal in there. I thought I got all yours in here, though. I've read all these. I know I did. I believe it's right. Boy, we've got a lot of donations today. Thank you for the donation, Adrian X. If I missed it, I'm sorry. I'm trying to balance the chat with the deal a little bit, so it sometimes stuff slides through the cracks. Jeff Speak with a $5 donation. Thank you, Jeff. Kenneth needs single back sets for him to be able to see what's in front of him. Might be better on that, Jeff. That might help him out a little bit. The blocking up front's been pretty miserable on the inside, especially. You know, the interior of the line has just allows so much penetration, and they just get blown off the ball very consistently. You know, you lost the line of scrimmage a little bit, but that might be a little bit more helpful for him on that track of things. You're right. That could be something that could be beneficial there with it. Can't hurt. Appreciate the $5 donation. Garth Knight with a $5 donation says, Dr. Sanders is the most qualified specialist in his field. He'll know how to treat a Rams loss. Congrats on the 10K, Brando. Well, thank you, man. I really do appreciate it. I really do. And, I might have to call in Dr. Sanders next week. He might have to make a house call. Might have to do that, because if that game goes, the defense does another performance like this one this week, I might have to get to a little bit of a drinky poo on live stream to get me through, because that will be a little bit depressing after so much of the excitement and potential for this team this year. Just a couple weeks ago, where we were really, really looking starry-eyed into this year and what it could be and where we could go. Parker Smith with a $2 donation says, hello, I bought a Geno Smith jersey. I still love him. That's good to hear, Parker. I'm glad I'm not alone on this boat, that we're in this one together on it. And I love him too, man. I'm not a guy that was big on wanting to have Geno Smith here in the long-term future. I saw this as a 1 year off, even if Geno had a relatively successful year. Geno has not just had a relatively successful year. He has played like a top 5 quarterback in this sport. And I think that if he's going to play at that position, I think he's going to have done enough to bring him back to the team. And if I'm getting a top 5 player at the position moving forward, and let's not forget about the fact, this is going to be the least talented Seahawks team that Geno is going to get to play underneath over the next couple of years. Your line will get better. Those young guys will improve. So I get to build him even better offense next year to go behind. I'm going to get to give him a defense next year that can actually hold teams to potentially under 20 points a game consistently. Once you add some more guys to that side of the ball, I can see the pathway to success in the future riding with Geno on that. I think he can be a good enough player to get you to the Super Bowl if you can build up the rest of the team appropriately. But that's the question at this point. It ain't a matter of Geno to me at this point of the question. The question is, can you build up the rest of that team? Can you make this scheme work? Those are really the big questions at the front of my brain as I look at this team more than Geno at this point. I think he's done pretty much a lot to assure you that, he should be that guy in that consideration. Thank you, Parker. I appreciate you. Jacob Kessinger with a $5 donation says, on the bright side, it helps us secure that number 3 pick from the Broncos while also improving our own. This was supposed to be a rebuild, retool year. Thank you for the $5 donation. And yeah, like I said, it's a bright side kind of situation for me when I look at this team in the respect of, even on a day like this where you get a loss, you get the Broncos losing. Broncos just lost a game that was their most winnable game remaining on their schedule. Their schedule gets nothing but hellacious moving forward. They've got to play the Chiefs twice. They got to play the Rams. They got to play, I believe they play the Chargers again still left. They got to play the Cardinals again. It's not going to be easy for them. We're very likely, Jacob, to be having that 3rd pick and having that 3rd pick remain right there. So, yes, I do believe that is where this thing is headed to on that. And it should get you excited. It should get you hyped up, even on a loss like this, because you are going to be able to build up a very, very nice team into the future. Say nothing of those 4 picks in the first 2 rounds. You're also going to have a tremendous amount of money to spend into this offseason as well. Put it all together and you could build one hell of a football team on the back of that. Part of why we've said that this Wilson trade may not be at the Herschel Walker territory of things quite yet, but it is heading into that direction of things. Jeffrey Thistle with the $5 donation. Thank you, Jeffrey. I appreciate it. It says that defense, that defense, no pressure. Every screen pass went for 7+ yards and no one can tackle. I don't blame Geno. 2-year deal only. Still want to draft a quarterback high. Well, thank you for the $5 donation, and I don't have any problem with drafting a quarterback and even taking a quarterback high in addition to taking Geno Smith. That's not the worst route to go at all. I'm completely okay with that. And yeah, the defense is completely disappointing in the respect of they've got no middle ground to be at. They either suck crap, they can't stop anything, or they're like world beaters. And there is no really in between with this team. And it sucks when there's so much on this defense that's so free and easy. You talk about the no pressure or the dump off passes that go for 7 yards because you're just drawing your linebackers and guys into such deep coverage. I don't know this for sure. I'll have to look at the all 22 to see if this is the case, but it really did feel to me like we were dropping into these deep ass zones and leaving all of this space up in front. And Derek Carr's like, okay, you're just going to give me these free yards all day long. I'll take it. I'll take it all day. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, I'll take some more. Yes, I'll take some more. Oh, you want to give me some more? Sure, I'll have some more of that as well. And so I don't know why they didn't at one point or another try to press the zones up. It's very odd too, Jeffrey, because you have had games against teams that want to dink and dunk against you. The Cardinals game, the Chargers game, teams that want to just dink, dunk, and you squeeze those routes. You pressed the shorter routes. Even a guy like Herbert that has a big arm that can beat you deep down the field. But in this game, I guess Carr had the fear in their hearts in this one because they just did not want to leave any space deep, and they were doing that at the cost of the short stuff. And Carr all day long could just dink his way wherever he wanted to dink and dunk it. It was tough. I'm glad to hear you're on board with the Geno potential on a 2-year deal. Sign me up as that as well. And like I said, it doesn't mean that you have to just ride with Geno. You could still go draft that quarterback high. Hell, you could still go draft that quarterback high with that very first pick. You could. It's not a horrible selection and a horrible way to go. And if they went that route, I wouldn't completely hate it necessarily. Thank you, Jeffrey. Standard Champion with the $10 donation says, congrats on the 10K. Thank you, my man. I appreciate that, Standard Champion. Thanks to 10,000. We just passed 10,000 subscribers today, folks. So nice little spot here on the channel, even in a loss. Congrats, my man, on the 10K. Seems like yesterday you blew up to 5K, 6K, 7K. Thanks for being the steady hand at the helm while navigating these wild few years of this team. Onward to 100K. That's right, man. Now we get past 10K. The next big mark is the 100K, right? Yeah, 20K will be nice, 30K will be nice, but that's the one that you really start to look forward to. Let's start aiming for that one. Let's get to that one. But I appreciate you, brother. Thank you for all of your for all the donations and support on the channel. And it's been amazing, man. We blew up is the right way to put it. 5, 6, 7K. We have just been flying even over the past 2 months here on the channel with the support and the new people that have jumped aboard. I mean, hell, we went past 10,000. We're probably like 10,030 or something. Another 30 subs just on this stream alone. So phenomenal. I could not have asked more from my fellow 12s in that respect of things. And I really do appreciate all of you guys for jumping aboard the Hawks Nest as you have. You're awesome for doing so. Adrian XA, I keep asking for your response. So I don't know where Adrian X, I don't know where I'm missing the donation. I went through all the old donations I had here. I've got you asking about the 3 tight end sets, and I responded to that one. Adrian X, just put down in the chat what your questions were right now. I'll look for your name down in the chat. Just put down in the chat what your questions were on it. I'll look for just your name and your question on it, and I'll respond to you if I've missed that. So sorry if I missed you on the date. Wasn't purposeful, man. I promise you. We've had a lot of chats today, so it's just trying to stay on top of all this with the chats. It's challenging, you know. But I'm responded to your deals. So I'm seeing this one right here. Thank you for the $2 donation. I keep asking a response. So yeah, just put it down. I'll keep an eye on the chats. Just put down your question in the chat and I will absolutely respond. You don't need to do a super chat on it, Adrian X. Just do a regular chat down there and I'll look for your name on that. Thank you for the $2 donation. Scully Pictures with the $2 donation says, great game, great rivalry. Very much so, Scully Pictures. I'm guessing with Scully Pictures, that's a Raiders fan. So, hey, great game, man. You guys came into our house. That old AFC rival thing, man, I still feel that old kind of hate there. Still, I'm an old AFC West guy, so it still resides inside of me. And I can't do anything but tip my cap to this Raider team today. You guys came in short-staffed, short-handed, and you came out there and you old school football beat us in the trenches. You smacked us in the mouth, and we didn't really have an answer back for you. We had an answer, but just you guys outlasted us. You smacked one more time in the mouth than we had to swing, and we swung and missed on our last attempt. So you won the game. No excuses made here. No excuses given. Absolutely got to just tip him the cap and say, good job. Well done on your part. R. Sanchez, who's already put a $100 donation on this channel, drops another $2 on the chat. Says, I'm still on board with starting Locke. Even right now, Like you'd sit Geno right now? Like you'd sit him? Boy, it'd be hard to sit Geno Smith right now, man. I can't sit him. Another donation from Sanchez, $5. Appreciate the double dono on that, and the $100, of course. Some men just like to watch the world burn. Start lock. Plus, I got to stand with Tom Servo. Love me some MST 3K. What's MST 3K? I don't know what that MST 3K is. I don't speak well in acronyms. I'm a bad acronym speaker. I'm not sure what that means. But yeah, you're not going to be in better shape, I think, with Locke under center. I think Geno's earned that job, and he's got the right to continue to roll with it as he continues to, hell, threw for over 300 yards today, you know. But I get it, man. I get it. There's some anti-Geno sentiment out there kind of no matter what. D-Man with a $5 donation. If you know ahead of time that the Seahawks won't make the playoffs this year, would you be okay with talking? If you know ahead of time, tanking is what you meant. Sorry. I'm getting good about sometimes unsnaggling some of these chats on it. Thank you for the $5 donation. If I knew ahead of time we wouldn't make the playoffs this year, would I be okay with tanking? No, I'm firmly of a person that stands in the stance of saying that I don't think tanking helps you. I've not seen it determined yet that that's really a really for the betterment. I just don't. You know, you lose out in your games right now. You end up at 6 wins. You're going to be picking 10th, 11th, 12th. You know, you win 3 or 4 more games, you're going to be picking 20th. Is that worthwhile for me to tank for 9 spots in the draft for that misery and suffering? No. I'd much rather see my team going for it, trying to get there, trying to pull it, trying to go balls out on it. That would be my preference. That would be my preference. And Adrian XA, I don't see a comment there in the channel. If I was missing a comment on that, please do again. Just post it down there in the comment section. I'll be reading through and I'll catch your chat, and I will absolutely 100% respond to you. I promise at that point. So if I missed one of your super chats, let me try to catch it back up and just repost that question down there in the chat, and I will absolutely get to it. So I can't tank, D-Man. I just can't do it. It's too. No, I don't see the benefits. Y2K with a $5 donation. I appreciate you, Y2K. Says, I super chatted on Rob Standen. He says he'd be down to talk with you sometime if you send him a message. Seems like easy subscribers. Yeah, I'm down to reach out to Rob Standen. I've been meaning to actually do that at some point here. So absolutely, I would be open to checking out Rob. And yeah, I'll reach out to him, man. I'll message him. I know I need to start kind of expanding out with some of these Seahawks channels out there that are, do a little bit more of the communal thing going on, so to speak. I like that. I like doing that type of stuff. I've had a great time with doing it with Brendan. So absolutely, I'm sure I would enjoy it with Rob as well if we went that route. And especially because we can start to talk about some of this draft stuff coming up as I'm starting to get a chance to really scout some of these guys and take a look at them. So great suggestion, Y2K. And sorry, I've been a little bit slow on getting something like that rolling in the deal here. But it's mainly I just get concentrated on pumping out the videos and I get locked in and I get my tunnel vision at that point. You know what I mean? I get a little bit of my tunnel vision going on. But yeah, great suggestion, man. I'll take a look. I'll reach out to him. Did we lose Adrian X? I guess we lost Adrian X. So I feel bad. Didn't mean to have him not get responded to. I don't know why. I don't know how I missed his chats. I do feel bad for that, though. Wu-Tang Financial with a $5 donation says, the lesson from this draft should focus on the D and the trenches. People got to cool out on this being on Geno. Hard to win when you give up every run. Agreed. I'm not anti giving Geno some shade when he's got it coming, when he's earned it. But I think when he plays games like he plays today in this game, I think a game he played last week, I don't think that he's the reason that you're losing at that point. I don't think that he's the reason that you're, having issues. And so, yeah, I as well don't, it's why I'm just confused by it as much as anything. I get people not being pro Geno. It does confuse me a little bit because I go, boy, when a guy throws for 300 plus yards, how do you go back to your quarterback and go, it's him, especially when defensively you're giving up the 40 points. Especially defensively, you're giving up 230 yards on the ground, including an 84-yard backbreaker to finish it off. I mean, it gets pretty quick, pretty clear, pretty fast as to what is the problem and where the issue is lying at that point. Glad to hear you're in the same boat, Wu-Tang, and thank you for the $5 donation. Real Magic says we need Jalen Carter or Will Anderson. I agree with you, man. I do agree with you there. Matt Brown says, keep Geno until Manning graduates. That's it, man. Set the stage for the Manning. Mike Skinner, y'all really want to go another year of watching teams run all over us? How is that the quarterback going to help this team's biggest and obvious flaw? Well said, Mike. Very well said. And he's speaking, of course, to people going, no, we got to go more quarterback over addressing the interior of this defensive line. And no, I think you need to get better on your line. I'm with you. I'm going to be very, very hard line stanced on this as far as Jalen Carter is my early front runner, and it's going to probably remain my front runner throughout this period of going into the draft process. You need to get some game wreckers on the interior of the line. You haven't had a guy really on the interior of a guy that could give you like Jalen Carter, the kind of play that he's going to be able to give you on the line, I think, since a guy like Cortez Kennedy. And to get that kind of guy that you could add to this line, desperately in need right now. Put it forward, Brian Monet. Al Woods is doing what he can, running 30% of the snaps at 35 years old. The guys from Quentin Jefferson to Poona Ford to Brian Monet are just not getting enough, are not doing enough down there. They're getting blown off the ball. It's crazy. D-Man says, you had a $200 super chat? I did, man. The real cheese freaking blew this thing up. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm sure it's like saying thank you doesn't seem enough, you know? Like, doesn't even seem nearly enough. I feel like I owe him a life debt at this point or something. Travis says, I don't think any fan base hates each other more than the AFC West fans. Agreed. It doesn't get talked a lot about it, but that old hate still burns like a flaming bonfire in my soul. The Matrix says, you guys realize the 2 years before the Legion of Boom was one of the worst in the NFL too? Great reference, man. Bone says, the more I remove from this game I am, the less upset I am about it. It's kind of like the Saints game. Our defense didn't play their best. The refs didn't either, but still good offensive game tape. Yeah. I'm definitely a little bit upset about it still. I'm really still pretty frustrated because this is a game you should win at home off a bye. That you didn't run the ball as well in addition to that, Bone, that you're getting beat at the line of scrimmage. Very disconcerting to me. I don't like that part of it as much as anything else. And you just didn't have any answers. There was no adjustment that was made. That was also disconcerting. But it's one loss. It doesn't mean the whole season. It's one game. There's still a lot of this year left. And really this year is still within our grasp. You know, the Niners are up on you at one game, but you still get to play them this year. I don't think the Niners are going to win out. Even if you beat them in that game, I think there's still an extra loss on their schedule at some point. So in a lot of respects, you still have this season fully within your grasp to go there and still take this division. Let's not talk about tanking. Let's talk about taking this division. And I still think it's possible. But the real defenses need to show up. Less of the Mr. Hyde, more of the Dr. Jekyll defense, please. Jaboy Michael, saying you want to bench Geno is annoying to all who say it. They just want to be different. Shaking my head. Yeah, I'm not going to get too frustrated by it. I will try to understand it to see if there's maybe a point on it that I'm not seeing or a perspective on this I'm not understanding. But I mean, looking closely at Geno, he's playing great. He's playing great football. Matt York, Raiders, great game. Hey, great game, Matt. Congratulations to you guys. Mike says, does anyone want to show any stat that shows Geno's not good this season? No, it's because there's none. Open your eyes, people. Geez, we can't be this blind. That's where my frustrations come from, Mike. I'm kind of unsure. Like, what stat do you want to use? Do you want to use average yard per attempt? Do you want to use quarterback rating? Do you want to use QBR? Do you want to use completion percentage? Do you want to use passer rating? Which quarterback stat as a metric do you want to utilize to show that Geno's being great this year? Not merely good, but great. Because in all of those stats, I guarantee you he's top 5 in every one of those stats. Every one of them. David G says it feels like we're tanking. I don't think we're tanking, man. I don't. They just got their butts whooped. Megan, I was firmly on the Drew Lock train during this offseason, but the more I saw of Geno, the more I wanted of him. So much so, I am wearing his jersey. Not sure if I want Locke now. That's Megan. Well, I appreciate you so much. You're not going to sit on a point just to sit on a point because you originally had it, and that's what you originally thought. If you see new data, that's that we all should be this way. We're not. It's about getting it right, not about being right. Right? It's not about, well, we're all going to get stuff wrong and right. I'm going to have takes and I'm going to look silly and in retrospect and everything else. But it is then about me adjusting off that take to go, you know what? I was wrong on that. I've gotten more data to tell me that I was wrong on that. I need to change my position on it. And you have, and the credit goes to you to do it. I would like to see maybe more of my fellow Seahawks fans do that with Geno on it, because he is having such a great season from the quarterback position. He's going to have one of the better years in Seahawks quarterback history. It'll probably be Russell with like 1-2 season year, and maybe the third best season, statistically speaking, in quarterback history for your Seahawks will be Geno Smith. He might end up ending the third best season in your history of your franchise. I would like to see people more look at that and appreciate that and go, wow, this guy should be part of this future. It should be more almost undeniable at this point. Yeah, we don't tank, Mike. We are on sabbatical minds tonight, Mike. I'll tell you what, we are right on like mine on that one. Scooby Snacks, don't you get a platinum play button for 100,000 subs? I think you do. It always feels strange to me that people put that in their background. I mean, it's cool. Don't get me wrong. It's kind of, but it's also like, it's a little bit of like smelling your own farts and putting it up to your mouth. MS2064 says, dude, I just saw the missed holding call. Did we have a missed holding call in the play? I didn't have a chance to see it. MJ Seahawk, tanking is for complete rebuilds. We're in good shape. Just need a front seven retool. We want to be a team that free agents want to go to. MJ Seahawk, thank you for the $10 donation, but most especially thank you for the comments. I am in 100% agreements with you. We are not in a place of needing to tank. If you were a team right now that was competing with the Texans, we can talk about tanking as far as being that bad of a football team. But you've not been that. You've been riding on the top of this division for the last couple of weeks. It's not been by luck. It's been because you have the talent on this football team. Maybe not enough talent to get to an elite state of things, but enough of a talent to let you know and to inform you that this is not a team that needs to be in a rebuild mode. This needs to be a team in an ascent mode. And I think you can get into that ascent mode that much faster with the 4 picks in the first 2 rounds and all of the money that you're going to have to spend. Say nothing of the dead money cap hit that you're no longer going to be living underneath as you're living underneath this year, MJ Seahawk. So great thoughts on your part. I agree 100% with you on that. Go back at the front seven. Hell, take those first 2 picks and put them right to the defensive side of the ball. Couldn't hurt things at all. Come back in the second round, get your center, maybe get another guard at that point. You're going to be fine. You're going to be just fine as a football team going into the future if you take that approach of things. So I'm with you, man. 100% I'm with you. John Cheney with a $4 donation. Thank you, John Cheney, for the donation. Nothing you said in the chat, but I do salute you, sir, for the donation and the support to the channel. Primo with a $5 donation says, hey, Brando, Geno is doing fine. Some of these 12s don't know ish. I don't want to cast aspersions at people I disagree with. That's the one thing I want to make sure I'm holding off on, is that I'm not trying to say they don't know football or that they're dumb in their perspective. I'm more trying to understand where they're coming from on it, because look, those folks that are on the anti-Geno sentiment of things and that they don't want him here in the long term and that they'd even like to see Drew Lock right now. I think those folks are not a small, necessarily just tiny, insignificant contingent. There's a decent contingent of those folks that have been there. And I do try to see, is this just built up from, the bias you had kind of walk into the season, that you didn't like him coming the season, you thought he was what he was, and you sort of had put him in that box, and there's no way for Geno to get out of that box? Or is there maybe something I'm not considering in what I'm seeing from the football game from him and how he's playing the position? Because to me, he looks calm, cool, collected. He is very productive. I don't think he's had a pure, raw, bad game yet this year. I think he's been at the very least as a minimum floor of good to great in every single football game. Just my assessment where I stand with it. But I'm glad to hear you're of like mind with it too, Primo, because he is fine. And he should be part of this team's long-term future. And in signing Geno Smith to a couple-year deal, that's one less thing that you need to now go address in the draft, meaning that that's one more pick that you can put to the defense, which is somebody else said above. That is the failing portion of this team right now. It is not the offensive side of the ball. It is your defense. And failing in a big way when it fails. It needs help. It needs reinforcements. We got to call the cavalry. I need some defensive cavalry brought in. And I don't want General Custer leading that cavalry in on this one. So glad to hear you're in the same place, Primo, as I am. And I do expect that they are going to be, with a defensive-minded head coach, doing a lot of adding to this defensive side of the football this offseason. I really think that they're going to make that the big swing of where they go. But I appreciate you, and thank you so much for the donation. Daniel Bailey with a $2 dono says, Geno didn't stop that 83-yard run. That was what lost the game. Laughing out loud. Yeah, I didn't think Geno was on the field in that play. Did you, Daniel? I didn't see him at linebacker. Felt like he was probably on the sideline watching that 83-yard run. And yeah, he's not responsible for giving up 230 yards on the ground. And you show me a football game in the last 20 years where a running back has gotten over 230 yards on the ground and that team still lost. Probably aren't going to find one single game of that happening. You probably aren't. It comes down to when you start to give up that much amount of yards on the ground, it is on your defense. It's on them. And the game solely lies on their shoulders 100%, even with the 2 interceptions they caused. Man, the Pit says MST3K equals 80 to 90s TV hit minute. Mystery Science Theater 3000. Sorry. Yeah, see, I'm just bad with acronyms. I know the show. It's a great show. I just, I'm horrible with the acronym stuff. It loses me. Yeah, that's a good show. Aha. No, we don't tank. We will win out and make it to the wild card at least. I like it. Aha. That's the spirit we want here. We don't talk about tanking here. It's like, it's like Black Panther. It's like Black Panther, No, we do not do that here. We do not do that. Mike Skinner says, we will not win at Chiefs on Christmas Day. I'm sorry. That's going to take a Christmas miracle. And you're in Arrowhead in the winter. You're not wrong, Mike. It's going to be a tough one to pull that one off. I still like the confidence of Aha, though. Wu-Tang, Geno had some bad plays, but you have to basically play flawless when they hang 40 on you. Yeah, he didn't play perfect, but is the expectation of any quarterback that comes in here that we have to have them play perfect? That they have to come in and play, as you put it, that flawless brand of football? And I don't think it doesn't matter whether that's Geno or Will Levis or CJ Stroud. Nobody's going to expect their quarterback to play a flawless football game to win every week. And when you have a defense that allows 40 points on the board, and that's 40 points, they earned that. There was one short field they were put on by Geno on the interception, which put him on, but they gave up a touchdown on that drive. They didn't stop anything. Yeah, it's on them. Jack says Abe Lucas had a rough day against Cross today. Boy, he did. Probably had his biggest struggle of a day from the offensive side of it. He was coming into this game suffering from flu conditions, and he toughed it out. He got through it, but you do have to wonder if maybe Lucas wasn't at his best coming into this game. That maybe he was a little bit in some rough shape as far as the cold goes. The boys, the Boskin. I don't have a problem with Geno. Not a Geno fan. As long as we don't spend well under $30 million. We need massive help on our defense. Our front seven is pure trash. We need to draft Carter Anderson. We are of like mind on that last part 100%. The franchise tag stands at $31.5 million if you put Geno on that deal. And that does give you leverage over Geno to get him on a contract then that would be under $30 million on a, let's say, 3-year deal with a lot of guarantee. So I think that that's going to end up drawing the contract negotiations into a state where it's not going to be too costly to bring him back here into the future. 1 second, folks. Be right back. Bear with me for just 2 seconds, folks. Be right back with you here. Just need to get a little coffee going. All right, folks, thank you for hanging on with me there. Sorry about the delay. I need to get a little more coffee going here on that. Bone with a $5 donation. It says, I know this ain't a hot take, but a quarterback shouldn't be our priority in the draft. We need a defensive tackle, edge, middle linebacker. Brooks makes a great middle linebacker too, don't get me wrong. Oh, there's a lot that Brooks brings to the table that you do like with what he does provide. I think his struggles in coverage are a problem, Bone. I mean, that's an issue, and I don't think it's an issue that's going away anytime soon. It can be mitigated by, to your point, getting another middle linebacker out there that, let's say, potentially could be a plus in coverage as opposed to a detriment. I know Cody's supposed to be a better guy in coverage as far as Brooks go, and it showed up a little bit today, and then on the tip to Quandre Diggs. But no, I'm with you in that I wouldn't hold it as being a priority. I wouldn't hate if they went a quarterback early because I think that can be a smart approach. Even if it's a guy where you're having Geno and you bring a guy in and you end up liking Geno in the long term and you want to keep Geno in the long term. And then maybe that guy becomes a trade piece down the road as a way to go. But I am with you in the respect of I would say that defensive tackle, I would probably go defensive tackle, defensive end in a 3-4 or the two things you kind of need with that. Middle linebacker, center. And then maybe I would come around to edge, Bone. I'd probably go that as my priority with that a little bit on that because I think center has got to be a big priority too, or maybe the biggest on the offensive side of the ball above anything else. But yes, defensive tackle, defensive end. I mean, these are the things that are in desperate need, and your middle linebackers have not been overall good. They've been below league average when you put it all into the pile of play, into the totality of play this year. And that's been discouraging. It has been discouraging. And they're going to have to address it. That's why we're saying, though, why redo the quarterback? Why go for a new quarterback just for the sake of doing it when you could be in the good hands of the quarterback you're in right now, and you have other parts of the team that you can build up and get better, which is where they can go with it, I think. Bone says we have a top 5 offense on a rebuild year. We good. Yeah, we're good. We're really good for the long term. Absolutely. Berg Show also says we need to draft defensive line. I'm with you on that, man. Alan Armitage in the house. What's up, Alan? Dustin Cole says lots of picks. Can address lots of positions. It's true. Usually if you're going to come through the first and second round, you're feeling like you're going to come out of both of those 2 rounds with starters if you're picking in that selection of things. So coming out of this draft with 4 starters can't help. Jacob Chamberlain says the ref sold. Definitely didn't get the benefits of the calls in this game, did we really, at the end of the day? Not blaming it on them, but certainly didn't factor really in our way of things when it all came down. Lieutenant Financial says, I'd rather beat the Niners than the Chiefs. Me too. Mike Jaws, Geno needs to stop getting sacked on key third downs, then he'll be fine. It's Russ all over again, but Geno is way better. Yeah, I think if you notice though, Mike, a lot of those pressures that happened on those plays where he took the sacks were on plays where your tackles basically got whooped right off the ball. You know, it's not him sitting in the pocket holding the ball too long and it's a coverage sack. It's quite simply your guys are getting beat off at the line of scrimmage and he's under instantaneous pressure. I think the other thing that you would notice on those sacks, Mike, I don't have the data in front of me, but if you look at those sacks, they probably came out of 3rd and 8s, 3rd and 9s, 3rd and 10s, right? I know it was for sure the case on the last one he took on Crosby. And so when you have a 3rd and 10, you have to, as a quarterback, allow for those receivers to get up the football field and get their routes run. And that's going to take a little bit more time. So then it becomes less about you getting the ball out of your hand and more about your guys up front holding up in pass protection so you can get the time to then allow those routes to develop to then let the ball be thrown. And so that is going to require him to then hold that ball a little bit longer in those moments because you don't get 10, 11, 12, 13 yards up the football field in those routes unless that time has been allowed. So I think a little bit of that's born out of that. And why I'm saying this, Mike, is it's really, let's backtrack this. Rather than us getting caught up on Geno where he's holding onto the ball in the pocket, why did you end up in the 3rd and 8s? Why did you end up in the 3rd and 9s, the 3rd and 10s? Well, because of the fact you couldn't run the football. That's what the same reason why the Raiders were constantly in 3rd and 4s and 3rd and 5s. Look at how the Raiders did in converting their 3rd downs in this game versus the Seahawks. It was all built out of the fact that they found themselves in 3rd and shorts. And teams tend to find themselves in 3rd and short situations because they are running the ball on 1st or 2nd down really well. And your Hawks weren't doing that today at all, which that's the beginning place towards your 3rd down situation sucking. That's the origin. That's the root cause. You can talk about a symptom of Geno Smith sitting in the pocket too long, holding the ball or what, but that symptom is born out of the necessity of holding onto the ball in the pocket to let the routes develop. It's born out of you not running the ball or being able to create any holes in the running game, which is then even further born out of the fact that you got your butt whipped on the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball in this game throughout. The Gavin KG says, for the last 3 seasons at least, the Seahawks defense has been not so good. That's why we have a new defensive coordinator, remember. I mean, how do you let the Raiders go 83 yards in your own yard? That's true. They've had some years over the last 2 years, Gavin, including this season, where they've looked almost historically bad. All 3 of these years at times, including this year, they've found a way to do something adjustment-wise to turn it around. Will they do that this year? I thought they had started to. We'd already been turned around for a good 4-week period, but the last 2 weeks, the defense has definitely reverted back into more of what they had looked like in the early part of the year. Yeah, Jacob Chamberlain, our run defense does suck. No doubt about it. Daniel W. says, as bad as our defense was, that blown dead call and the Josh Jacobs clear fumble is game ruining. Refs can't make calls like that. He wasn't down. Progress wasn't stopped. I agree with you. I don't like the officials blowing the whistle dead. The guy wants to keep his feet and he wants to fight through tackles. And Jacobs is a guy that's going to fight through tackles and keep going. You're going to give him the benefit of the doubt on that and letting him fall forward and drive out some extra yards at the end of runs. Well, it's got to work against him as well on the other side of it, doesn't he? I agree with you, Daniel. Just Scooby Snacks says tanking does nothing good for anyone involved at all. Agreed. Very much agreed. Jack says we currently have the 4th pick. I thought we had the 3rd pick, Jack. I think we got the 3rd selection. And I'm going to go Jack Jalen Carter. That's my guy right now. DJ Jimenez, D-line played like Aaron Curry today. Yeah, they did. Yeah, a little bit. O-line and Walker are young and developing still. It's easy to forget, but they will only improve. Yeah. And again, Lucas came into this game sick as hell. There was a wonder if he was even going to be able to play today when it was all said and done. Okay, you let her be. You let her be. She's going to go to the bathroom now. You chill. Sanchez says it's locker bust. John Ruiz, Blythe got blown out several times trying to run block. We need another center and guard to replace Gabe. Yep. Center especially to me is the big one, John, right now. That's a big one. Connor Catch, who the heck is genuinely under the assumption we're in tank mode? For those thinking that, watch more football. Yeah, we're not tanking right now. No way. As Wu-Tang says as well, tanking teams don't have a positive record this deep into the season. That's for the lower franchises, you know. That's for the dregs. It's not for us. JS says what you aren't seeing, Geno isn't good in the red zone. Well, I mean, yeah, see, this is another one I'm going to struggle with. So let's see here today. You have 5 opportunities to be down in the red zone today. Okay. So JS, let me operate off of your logic. So if I'm told in this given game, for instance, that we're in the red zone 5 different times and Geno's not good in the red zone, well, then at the very least, if I've got 5 opportunities in one given game in the red zone and Geno Smith is bad performing in that red zone, if that's the case, then I'm going to at the very least then expect that I get 1 touchdown maybe on the day, that it's just nothing but field goals. But JS, you had 5 opportunities and 3 of those were touchdowns. 2 of those were field goals. Every single time you came away with points, and the majority of the time you came away with a touchdown. So if he struggles in the red zone, wouldn't those numbers be skewed in a different direction than that? If we were so bad in the red zone, would we be the high scoring team that we've been this year throughout this season? You got to back that up. What stats do you have to back up that we're in the red zone? Are we one of the poor teams in the league in red zone? Or is it just what you're seeing with your eyes, but you can't quantify it statistically speaking, which may be the case? I need to know where you're coming at to land on that, because 3 touchdowns and 5 opportunities is not the worst for a team getting in the red zone on a given day. John Cheney says, almost enough for a cup of Joe. Ha ha ha. Geno was great today. 27 to 37, 73% completion, 328 yards. Thank you, John. And thank you for the $4 for coffee. You better believe it, man. I like me my Starbucks. So yeah, that's right. It's about a cup of coffee. No, he's great. And I'll continue to be one of his defenders here if on this. Part of what I do is to try to analyze this team and give you guys the honest look at it and what it is and where I see it from, and try to go as in-depth as I can. And I am not going in-depth if I'm looking at Geno Smith out of this game and trying to point blame at him and say, well, this is on this is where this is at. This is where the issue lies. It's so obvious defense right now. You have 4 different spotlights being shown on it. And we're looking to the shadows and the darkness. No, look to where the spotlights are shining. T-Money. Should we get a bruiser to spell Walker like Reggie Bush, Lindale White back in Pete's SC days? Yes, T-Money. Because I do think that's a little bit of that's just not a part of Walker's game. He's 5'9", 210, 215. He's not the biggest of guys that's really going to drive the pile. He did today on the touchdown run, which was good to see, but we even saw in that it took a little bit of help from the offensive lineman pushing him into the end zone to make that happen. But yeah, you need a little bit more of a thunder-like guy. That'd be a good guy to go look at. There's the kid, I think his name's Hernandez, out with Kentucky. He's got a lot of bruiser to his game. He could be an interesting guy to bring in, and a guy you could maybe get like fifth round. Bowen says tanking won't help us now. Plus, I already had to sit through that 7-10 Wilson season, and I don't want to feel that again. Exactly, man. Exactly. JN, pick up Josh Jacobs from the Raiders after the year since they didn't re-sign him beyond this year. What would be the cost? What's Jacobs going to run you? He's going to come off a career year, JN. And boy, you got to be a little worried about going after a running back coming on a career year who's going to cost all the money at that point, the maximum amount of dollars to go spend at that point for the running back position while you already have Walker on the roster. Might be hard to do that. But if the price was right. Real Matrix says we need a defensive lineman, linebacker, center, and guard. Simple. I like it. I'm with it. D-Man says, I didn't mean to add a can of worms by mentioning tanking. It would be interesting to have 2 top 5 draft selections in the first round. I don't think it's off on you to mention it. It's not off to consider it. This channel is about considering all possibilities, whether they make sense or don't make sense, or whether they might be just so wild and out there that there's no way we could do it. But I think it's good to think and look at all possibilities with it. And maybe that could be a way of looking at it in this given year. I just think that with how you've played, with the lack of returns it's going to bring you, D-Man, to do so, it just makes every bit of sense in this place to say, no, what we're going to do is just, try to go for it this year, push this as hard as we can, and see what happens. And always, you're always free to bring that stuff up. There's no topic that's out of line here, D-Man. Good morning from Japan. Well, I can't read your username, but good morning out there in Japan. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for jumping in the Hawks Nest. Ghostly Boy, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you. And Adrian XA, if you're out there, I didn't see your name in the chat. If I missed one of your donations in the chat, I really am sorry, man. But do please, hopefully you're still in here somewhere. Come back in and I can cover those questions. Drew Tang says, exactly. We'd have to completely fall apart to go 7-10, and this is a rebuild year. Bad games happen. Relax, brothers and sisters. The future is bright. There we go. Future is bright. And remember where we were thought to be at the start of this year. We're still going to be playing in meaningful football games, at the very least here over the course of this next month. Enjoy that. John, I wouldn't be opposed to getting another power running back to provide a change of pace for Walker, but that isn't going to make any difference if we don't fix the offensive center and guard positions specifically. Very much is the case, John. 100% of that is the case. And I think the thing that I lean on in this is that because you have your sort of bell cow guy, your main guy who's going to eat up a lot of the carries, and even beyond this year, you still have a guy like DJ Dallas on the roster to augment. I think you're going to be able to go get that power back. And the thing with the power backs, John, is that you don't tend to have to pick him in the second, third round. I can get that guy in the fifth round a lot of times. And so if that's the case, go get that there, and you can still put all that prime draft capital to go to other areas, like you talk about the interior of the line especially. Berna says, we will not tank. The 49ers will lose to Miami. We will beat the Rams, and that Thursday game will be awesome with the division on the line. Ooh, I like it. I like it, Berna. Let's go. R. Sanchez says, our team reminds me of the late Saints. Good offense, but no defense. Yeah, it's a good comparison. Geno Smith, Goat Smith says, that's on me. It's not on you, man. John Chaney, yeah, I wanted Locke too, but Pete was right. Geno is the man. Hoping that Locke stays through and this rubs off on him. Learning how to play the game from Geno. Yeah, he was smart on the Geno pick with that. And I agree. I don't think that it precludes Locke from potentially John coming forward at some point and having a similar resurrection to his career. It's all about circumstances and situations. And certainly we can look at that Denver situation. And if you can say in that Denver situation with the offensive line and the team that they've assembled on that offensive side of the ball, not putting Russell Wilson in a position to succeed, which is debatable, well, then you do have to then give that benefit of the doubt to Locke as well, because he had to play behind that same offensive line and that same offensive unit. Wu-Tang says we can get a decent second round running back in the third or fourth. Yeah, I think you can wait a little longer on it. The fact you have Walker, Dallas coming back, doesn't make it a high need. Certainly you're going to take somebody probably, because I don't know that Travis Homer's going to come back. But you can find it. Ferran says, Raiders, what a game. Congrats, Ferran. Well played game on your part. A fun game to watch. Dustin Cole, we are completely in playoff contention still. So much young talent and a haul of picks next year. Keep adjusting, improving, and the sky is the limit. You better believe it is. T-Money, I think it's more the past Geno that Geno's hard to get over. I think it's more past Geno that's hard to get over. Like, I think people believe old Geno could show back up anytime. This year, though, has given us no reason to doubt it. I think you're 100% right on the mark with this T-Money. I do feel like some of the Geno takes just come from some of that built-in narrative or the built-in feeling of who he was prior to this year. And that was so ingrained in people's mind that it's just hard for them to get out of it. And like you say, they think he's going to slip back into that old identity at some point or another. It's just a matter of time. But I think I'm like you where I go, well, but you're 11 games into the year And every single performance has been good to great. If he was going to be that guy that slid back into that old self, you would have seen it prior to today. You would have seen it at some point, at least in one of the games. And he's not been there. And indeed, in my opinion, Team Money, what you've seen instead is in those moments where you might think he's going to slide back into that old manner of being, where he's going to go back into those old bad habits. He instead finds the resiliency. Take the Cardinals game where he throws that interception in the third quarter to then put the Cardinals up, and it looks like, oh my God, he just gave him the game here. And then he comes back with 3 straight touchdown drives. That's been what you've seen from Geno this year, is that he bounces back. He doesn't just get up into his head off of a bad play. He bounces back. And so just a little bit of a reason why I'm pro Geno into the future now and into the future. In Power Code, Austin Blythe's run blocking is atrocious. He might be the worst center in the league in run blocking. He might. He really struggles, and he gets blown off the ball like Joey Hunt at times. It's tough. He does okay in pass protection, but run blocking, it's dicey. John Chaney says Brooks was held by the offensive line on the final play. Oh, that sucks. Tough time to get a no call. And boy, the officials... Again, not blame it on the officials, but we did not get a lot of calls going in our favor in this one. D-Man says blaming one play on the loss is pathetic. They shouldn't have been in that position to have to go into OT in the first place, though it happens. Agreed. You know me on this one, D-Man. I'm one of those guys that is never a guy about one play making or breaking a game. It really isn't. There's too many other plays in a game for it to all run onto one play, which is essentially will make up. You could run 60 offensive plays if you have one play, or 60 defensive plays. If you have one play within that, what is that? 2% of all the plays that were defensive plays played in that game, less than 1% of the total game played. You can't put it on that. Nick Guerrera, who is someone else we can pick that's a defensive game record if we can't get Carter or Anderson? There's only 2 other guys that I would put under the category of defensive game records in this draft, aside from those 2 guys. One would be Sealy Ringo, the Georgia cornerback, and the other one would be Myles Murphy, though I think Myles Murphy is a little bit of a titch behind Carter and Anderson from a talent standpoint. Still a top 10 pick, I believe, though. So Myles Murphy would be my guy, if not those guys. John Ruiz says, Jacobs had 300 yards from scrimmage. That's ridiculous. It is. Absurd. Absurd. The thing that I've leaned into on this, John, is just you had 2 guys coming into this game on the aside from Carr that could beat you offensively for that Raider team. And you could have shut both of them down and forced them into other places, and you didn't. David says, sometimes they play so bad, I think they're tanking on purpose. I don't think they're tanking on purpose, David. They didn't show up defensively today. Jacob, if we hadn't fumbled in the red zone, it wouldn't have gone to OT to begin with. Still a fun game to watch live. Respect for Jacobs, number 28. True. Fumble did factor in here. M. Kitterman. Brooks is good at cleanup and attacking the ball. He's poor at everything else. Agreed. That's a well put encapsulation of Jordan Brooks. And as I've said with this myself, M. Kitterman, I made the call on Brooks on draft night, and I think I nailed it on what he was, which is, and the question I posed that night and why I didn't like that pick that night is I said, what is the value of a run stuffing middle linebacker in this modern NFL age that is moving to more of a pass happy attack? What is the value of that guy? A guy that you're going to play out of position for his first 2 years in the league when that is his upside. And that question that I asked on draft day about Jordan Brooks, I think still does remain a question that sort of hangs over him a bit at this point. Matthew Galendez, have we roasted Michael Jackson? I don't know if I'd roast him. I think he did pretty good today. He had a tough assignment where he was going to draw Devontae Adams, and he could you're going to give up some lumps against that guy to a degree if you're not going to get the double coverage. And Seattle wasn't willing to double him. So, some of it is Jackson put in a position not to succeed. When you have Jackson and you're going to play him 10 yards off coverage, and he's got to then come make a play on an out route that's going to go for 6 or 7 yards in front of him, it's going to get kind of hard to do that. It's going to get hard for any quarterback to make a play in that situation. D-Man, it's like people blame their last player in their fantasy game. So you were telling every other player that met or exceeded expectations? Agreed. I think it's a little bit of what football does, D-Man, as far as it's such a, you have these plays that are so dramatic in these moments, they can feel like such bigger plays. But this is one of the reasons I always constantly push back against the final play of the Super Bowl in 2014 or whatever. You have Russell with the last throw that gets picked. It's a bad play. It sucks. But you had a defense that gave up 10 points in that game in the fourth quarter as well. That's as much as why you lost that game. And the reason they gave up the 10 points is they were all injured to hell. There's some explanations for why it occurred. And the explanation is not built around one final play, but built around what took you and brought you to that point. Geno Smith says, Will Anderson's my daddy. Well, he's a lot of guys' daddies, I think. David says, I would love if Seattle picked Jalen, Carter, Anderson, Murphy in that order. Yep. David, we are 100% on the same track. That's exactly my pecking order as well. The Real Matrix, we need defense and just a center or something. We good? Trust the process? I'm trusting it, man. I think the majority are. Mike Skinner says, our defensive scheme is horrible. In what world would you put your best corner on the other team's best wide receiver? Well, they're not putting their best corner on the best wide receiver. The Seahawks, going back to the time of Sherman, have always played to keep corners on one side of the field, play in and play out. They don't have guys travel. I think if you pulled apart the seams on that for why they do that and take that approach, Mike, I think you would be in favor of it. Because when you start to have though it's more badass for the cornerback that's traveling with the guy and just he's going to stay wherever he lines up in the slot. I'm in the slot. He lines up on the left. I'm on the left. He lines up the right. That's something that's like a big deal for corners and helps cement them as the best corner in the game. But the question that doesn't often get asked about that is that, yes, you're traveling with the best wide receiver and that's helpful, but is that for the best benefit of the defense overall that you're doing that? And that when you start to dive into that question and pull that apart, the answer comes around to no, it's not. It's really not, because all the rest of the defense then has to adjust around what you're doing rather than just playing your side, playing your position, playing your role within the scheme. So it's something that's done a lot, but it's not something that is we've ever done. And it's part of why, Mike, we were as great a defense as we were at that time, that Sherman was on one side of the field. Because then what you did at that point was you've then forced quarterbacks to throw more to the left and ignore the right side of the football field. And then once you do that and you get teams throwing to the left, that's when you're going to then have usually more success more often than not, because quarterbacks tend to be less accurate throwing to their left than they are to their right. M. Kitterman says it still upsets me that we drafted Eskridge over Creed Humphreys. Me too, man. That one drives me nuts. JS says, from what I hear, Jalen Carter's the defensive tackle you want next year. 100%, JS. 100. I think Will Anderson, I don't think he's generational, number one. Number two, I think that he's very limited in his technique. And right now we're already watching with the Darrell Taylor what happens when you get a very talented pass rusher who has no ability to be even close to a technician with his hands or his technique. I also think that he doesn't have the greatest of motors, but he has still got a lot of physical talent that would draw me in to pick him, but that would lean me more towards Jalen Carter. Dustin Cole, many of the players some of you guys are being critical are rookies. Sometimes it's easy to forget because of how they played. Agreed, man. It's a good point. It's a really good point. You're going to take your lumps with rookies sometimes, for the good and the bad. M. Kitterman, Jalen Carter's the best player in college. I could be talked into that. Mike Skinner, the fact that we keep corners on one side or the other makes me want to bang my head against the wall each year. I've done some deep dives on this, Mike, and when I went into this and really dove into the data on this, it's not as beneficial to move your corner around because of what it makes the rest of the defense have to do to adjust around that. And if you're not going to run a man-based defense, especially, because if you're going to have a guy travel as a corner, you'll do it if you're going to run a lot of man-based coverages. But you don't have the man-based personnel to run those coverages. This is part of why you don't blitz very much. Because if you're going to blitz, you're going to go into man. And the team does not trust their secondary and man coverage. So I can get a little bit why it frustrates you, but I mean, do go look into a little bit of some of the statistics on this, on whether or not it really does make sense to have a cornerback traveling, your best cornerback travel with one given player. It does tend to make things needing to be adjusted down the line in other ways that isn't always helpful. The Matrix says, Will Anderson's the best in college. I'm not seeing it on the tape I've watched so far. He's really good, worthy of being a top 5, but he has nowhere near the same motor as Jalen Carter. He turns it off for a lot of plays. A lot of plays. In Power Code, Adams kept running that route to the sideline and Jackson would stand there 8 yards back and watch the whole thing happen. Like, what the hell is this? Can we be more aggressive in our approach? I'd like to see it in Power Code. Somebody was saying earlier in the chat that they were done with the cover 3. The cover 3 is going to have a single safety high and deep. That single safety then has to play center field and cover all of that back end, all of that roadway, because you're bringing the strong safety up to help up near in the line of scrimmage. So then that means that you're going to have your corners in off coverage, and then at the snap, they're going to drop into their bail technique. So that means you have them at 10 yards off, and then they've been told and instructed, after the snap, you need to take a couple yard step backwards because you cannot get beat deep. This cannot happen. You cannot let it occur. So this is what's been banged into the head of Jackson on this coverage, and this is why it looks so bad. I'm with you. It frustrates the hell out of me. This is why I was calling for run some more of a cover 2 and then run some press look stuff. You know, get Mike Jackson up, big 6'3" corner, get him up pressing Adams, and then Quandre Diggs over the top to take away it. You know, double that up, or Ryan Neal to take it away over the top. But instead they said, no, we don't do that. We don't have any interest in that. We're just going to stay back in our soft base zone stuff and let him eat it up all day. It is really, really frustrating. Ian Flash says, can we talk about how good Woolen did today on Adams? I mean, he was good when he was on his side of the field, but it seemed like they had Adams, it seemed like more on the right side of the field opposite Jackson most of the day. It's Real Cheese is wondering how long I go. Yeah, it's Real Cheese. I tend to go pretty long on these streams on game days, man. We do a lot of times 9 hours. I don't know if we'll do 9 today, but we're gonna go hot and heavy today for sure. M. Kitterman says, yeah, just looking at the stats, Jalen Carter changes games. He does. He's a wrecker up there up front. I think he's very close into a talent of what you had in a guy like Cortez Kennedy. Very deserving of being picked in the top 5. He really pops off the tape. And he's a problem for offenses. And you need a guy that can ruin things on the inside as much as anything right now. Yeah, we need probably some help on the edges too, but the entire inside is just calling for a guy in there that can do some damage. Maxwell Stern says, congratulations on 10,000 subscribers. Thank you, Max. I appreciate it, man. It feels really good. Feels really good. JS says, I didn't watch much tape of him, but I saw some shit and I was like, F. Carter. Yeah, he's good. Dylan Dashkowitz says, love my team no matter what. I know you got it, the loyalty in your heart there, Dylan, for this team. We're all still riding with them. It's one game. It's a tough game. We're going to bounce back of that. People are a little bit in an emotional state at times off the end of these games, but they'll come back around. Everybody will get back right with their head on this. We'll be back around on it by next Sunday. Did the Raiders even punt today? Was a question that was posed. Yeah, they did. They had a couple punts, but not often. Not often. Sam the Great, congratulations on 10,000 subscribers, Brando. You earned it, bro. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Thank you for all your support on the channel, man. Feels good. Feels good. The Real Matrix, Anthony Richardson or Levis, the only guy I can see to sit for us. I like both those guys. Be interesting to see if Richardson actually does come out this year. Mike Skinner says, trade Taylor in the offseason. What has he done this year? Not a lot to my eyes, man. And I'm okay with going that route. All right, you've got Uchenna here. You got Boye Mafe here. I don't know if Boye Mafe is going to be established enough to feel like you can just ride with him as your other outside linebacker next year and you'll just be fine with the position. And I definitely don't want to be counting on Darrell Taylor he'll naturally take a step forward this next offseason, will he? Based on what? I'm with you. You might not get a whole hell of a lot for him at this point, but maybe you can talk a 4-3 defense into taking him or something. It's your boy Michael, Will Anderson, and Brian Brees, who says no. Brees has been okay this year, your boy Michael. I'm still not completely blown. I've looked at a lot of the nose tackles in this draft, and they've yet to kind of blow my socks off. But it wouldn't be the worst. I mean, you definitely have had a lot of talent at that point to the defensive line. Definitely what is needed on the line. Yeah, with Jalen Carter, you got to look beyond the stats with him. I've had people go, well, I see his sack numbers are only at this. I'm like, yeah, you got to look at the defense of the Georgia defense as well. You got to just watch the tape with him. Turn the tape on, look beyond the stats with a guy like Carter. Understand, too, that Georgia has its defensive linemen do a lot of the dirty work up front. And they do a lot of blitz games. And so there's a lot of times where you got to fit into your role in that defense. It's part of what's made that defense so good in recent years, not just as talented as they are, but they all kind of play for each other. And so you saw this last year with Trayvon Walker, who became the first overall pick in the draft, despite the fact that he didn't have that kind of epic production because front offices around the league looked at him in that defense and understood, oh, look, they're playing him 5-tech a lot of the time. He's not even being allowed to just go out there and hunt and rush off the edge. Once we allow him to do that at the pro level, look out. I think people will look at Jalen Carter through a similar view. Boskin says the first 2 rounds of picks need to be day 1 starters. Agreed. Drady says defense looked like the first 4 games again. Yeah. Disappointing, wasn't it? See, they dropped back into that far. God, it sucks that they fell back so far like that. I just find a middle road, you know? Give up 24 points in this game and you still win this by 10. You know? Scooby Zach says we generated no pressure. No wonder why we lost. Well said. Well said. I mean, not generating pressure is that, Scooby, and then 200 plus yards, 230 yards on the ground to 1 running back. That also goes there. Stephen Krabowski, Abe Lucas isn't stopping Max Crosby. I think Crosby, even with Lucas is at 100%, is going to struggle a little bit with a guy like that, especially when the Hawks don't give a lot of chip blocks or double team help to Lucas at that point. Lucas was a little bit under the weather in this game. I'm not trying to give him a lot of excuses, but he's a rookie under the weather going up against one of the best pass rushers in the league, probably an all-pro this year in Crosby. It's a tough assignment. Seahawks blue and green, what are the chances we re-sign Tyler Lockett? Tyler Lockett just signed a contract extension not about a year and a half ago, Seahawks blue and green. He's not going anywhere and he's not signing a new contract extension. He's just going to operate off of his current deal. The Real Matrix, aren't we higher since the Broncos lost to the Raiders and Panthers? Yes. I thought we were at, somebody said we're at 4. I thought we were at 3 right now. But when it's all said and done, very minimum, when this is all finishes out at the end of the year, we will have either the number 3 or the number 2 overall selection in the next draft. We'll be at one of those 2 places when this is all, unless the Broncos find some miracle run. Mike Skinner says draft a defensive end who doesn't have a steel rod in his leg. That might be a good start, right, Mike? Mike, of course, referencing Darrell Taylor, who we drafted with a rod in his leg. Dylan Dashkowitz, it was a team loss. It was a team loss, man. Anthony Mauricio, in terms of entertainment value, this game might be top 3 game in the entire NFL this year. I could see that. It's hard to find the entertainment value when you lose on the end of it right now, but in retrospect and looking back at it, that might be where we end up standing with it and how we look at this game. It was a fun game. Every game this year has been entertaining and fun to watch. Christopher Corona, at this point, Murphy or Carter would be great additions with our first pick. I agree, Christopher. I like both those 2 guys. I definitely would gravitate to both of them. They both really, not a lot of defenders so far, especially as I've looked at a lot of nose tackles have really popped off the tape. Those 2 guys really pop. Matthew Galendez, Forsythe had a few snaps. Was that in place of Lucas? No, it was on the field goal unit, I believe, Matthew. So he was coming out there for the kicks. The Real Matrix says, kind of wish we had 2 top 10 picks. It wouldn't hurt. Drew Loxos is losing to the Raiders is like losing to the Niners. It stings. That AFC West, that old AFC West hate stings just a little bit extra on that one. Seahawks blue and green says, I think the best we can hope for is the number 3 pick. Texans are getting the number 1, and there will be probably another team worse than the Broncos, but the Raiders beat the Broncos twice. See, I don't know that there's going to be a team worse than the Broncos. Any of the teams with 3 losses as it currently stands on this team I'm just taking a look right now. So you have right now, yes, let's just say the Houston Texans have the number 1 overall pick. So that leaves the Steelers at 3-7. And then you have the Rams at 3 wins right now. And that pick goes to the Detroit Lions. And then you have the Chicago Bears at 3 wins. So obviously, I don't know how all of the tiebreakers will work between those teams when you kind of factor that all together. But right now, the Broncos do not have a winnable game on their schedule remaining if they're playing at this current shape. Whereas those teams might have, I think, one more win that they're able to kind of sneak through and out. So I think 3 is I think no further back than 3, and maybe even as high as 2. Noah Milky with the $20 donation. Thank you, Noah. I really do appreciate it. Good to see you in the chat. Thank you so much. Says, generally feels like the interceptions and fumbles happen in the worst moments. Money for him can be spent in free agent. Money for the team can be spent in free agents for proven production with a cheap quarterback around half. No long-term fix. That's the big points I could think of. Hey, I'm neutral on him though. Okay, so I think you're talking about Geno. So a little bit of your comment got cut up here a little bit. Money for Geno can be spent in free agency for a proven production with a cheap quarterback. Round 1 and 2, no long-term fix. That's the big points I can think of. I'm neutral on him though. On Geno Smith. And yeah, the stuff does happen in the bad moments. You know, you're right about that. Hell, I mean, I had almost an interception in this game in the back of an end zone in the red zone. And the fumble that occurred, as somebody else said, the fumble doesn't occur and you just get a field goal out of that situation, you win this game. And so it's, you know, it does stand out a little bit. Maybe there's a little bit of a factor in some of the shade that he gets from some of the fan base at times, because they do come up in these moments where it's like, oh, not right now. We just had it right in our hands. How do you have that go down like that? But I do think you're getting him back at a relatively good deal, especially when you consider that you may end up getting him on an average year per basis that's just under half what the top quarterbacks in this NFL are making. That's a significant discount to be able to then go and then build the rest of your team up. Yet you're still maybe at that point getting close to top of the level of quarterback production. That would make that a very good deal if the Hawks can come out of it by getting Geno down at that right number. And I think they will, Noah. I think they will come to that common place, especially understanding they've got that franchise tag at $31.5 million that you could put down on a 1-year deal if you needed to. If Geno was just asking for everything, you know, wanting it all, which I don't think you will. Especially for the guaranteed money you can make on the other side of it. Why sit on the 1-year $31 million when you could do a 3-year, you know, $95 million with $45-50 million guaranteed in pocket right now? I think that'll be the thing that drives that force on it, Noah. Thank you though for the $20 donation, the big $20 donation. Appreciate you. Garth Knight with a $5 dono. Does Dr. Sanders loan his services to other fan bases? Asking for a Bronco fan who's willing to pay 1.5 times his fee. Well, he's got a hefty fee. He does charge as a doctor on call that does house visits. I mean, you're making a little bit extra, you know what I mean? Making a little extra with that. He might have to for some. I might have to lend him out to some of these Bronco fans, Garth, with the way this season's going for them Denver folks. I might have to loan him out. Send him over to Perna. Send him over to Perna with a big bottle of whiskey. I'm gonna have to get the whiskey ready next week. Because if this game goes like this next week, I'm gonna, especially against the Rams. Oh Lordy. Oh, Lordy, please no. Lordy, please no. Soren76 says, brutal loss to bad news Bears. Yeah, it's a tough one. Mark Hawk, what does it take to get a center? When will Pete get tired of getting his ass completely kicked up the middle of the offensive line? Hopefully this year, Mark. They were looking at Linderbaum last year and looking at last year's draft. There wasn't a lot of great centers in the draft. It was Linderbaum, and then it was kind of a far drop to the guy you might take in the 3rd round and a couple of 3rd round guys you might take a flyer on. But you didn't feel like there was anybody really solid outside of Linderbaum. He was it. And the team tried to trade up for him. It just wasn't there. In free agency, you know, you didn't have anybody really that you could go out and grab out there that was going to improve it. Not once Ryan Jensen was going to come back to the Buccaneers, not once Kelsey was going to come back to the Eagles. So there was no real center option for you to go out and get in free agency. They do need to address it. There are going to be some centers, I think, in this draft, Mark, from the 2nd to the 3rd round that will be worthy of being selected in that spot of things. Or you could obviously look in free agency. There's been guys like a Corey Lindsley that's gone in free agency in recent years. There's sometimes centers that are out there and available. But I do think they're going to make a priority of it, Mark. I think this last offseason, you just had only so many things you could deal with, right? You had 2 tackles you had to go find from somewhere, you know, and no clear answers to go get it. And so you had to kind of you had to go get the positions. You had to kind of go get work on the positions you needed before you could get around to getting back to that center spot. So I think they'll address it, but it does suck having to watch it on a weekly basis. I'm with you there. Mike Skinner, defensive tackle, is just running past the quarterback every time or getting into a hand fight with the tackle for 5 seconds. He isn't. Oh, Darrell Taylor is just running past the quarterback every time or getting into a hand fight with the tackle for 5 seconds. He isn't producing. He probably has the same amount of sacks as any Seahawks fan. He's got a couple this year, but you're right. You're right. Not getting anything done. And he just doesn't have any moves. He's got no pass rush repertoire that he works off of. He just is simply trying to beat you with his speed and quickness. And even when he's fighting with the hands, it's just an entanglement of arms going together. It's not him working with purpose and knocking hands down or push. There's none of that to his game at this point. And 3 years in, it's kind of surprising to see that there's not more development there from him. Bowen says, Clint Hurt has shown his capabilities. I'm confident in his ability to tighten everything up, even if it takes next season to do so. Yep. He's fighting through a little bit of a lack of talent right now. And I would like to see him do a little bit more of some twists and turns to try to adjust some things and maybe manufacture pressures at times. But there's only so much he can do with what he's got on this front seven. You know, the front seven's not good. It's not good. And he isn't going to fix that by coaching it better. It needs talent. Megan says, we have the 3rd pick from Denver after today. Just check. There we go. There we go. Big Country says, man, the Eagles look very flawed. It's like I've been saying, Big Country, I think they peaked a little bit earlier this year. Just a little bit. Dustin Cole says, aren't we only 1 game or so out of the division? Plus, we still have the Niners at home. Yep, Dustin, this season's still within your grasp. So no, we're not at the end of the world pointer at all. The Real Magic says the Broncos schedule gets harder. 2, we chilling. Yep. 2 games against the Chiefs remaining on that Broncos schedule. You guys think that they're knocking off the Chiefs? They got to play the Chargers, the Cardinals, the Rams, the Ravens. You tell me where the Bronco win is on that schedule remaining. Same Cardinal team that just got a win today. They're going to lose. I think they lose out. I think they lose out completely. John says, if Anderson is still available when we pick, then I don't see how we pass on him. He could help the pass rush issue. Carter is the next guy I like. I think that'll be 1-2 with both those 2 guys, John. And I ain't going to be crying tears if we take Anderson. I'll be fine with that one if we went that route. Jacob Chamberlain says, I want to see more from Walker. He had 1 nice touchdown, but not much else. I'm not sure if he's getting worse or if defenses are locking up on him. I think the Raiders run a lot of 5-man fronts, Jacob. 5-man fronts, and they're going to put a lot of resources to stopping the run on you and force you to become a passing team. And that's what they did today, I think, in a lot of respects. They were just going to put that extra guy in the box. And that is what teams have done in this recent stretch as Walker has been slowed down a bit. It's because defenses are putting the extra guy up into the box. Now we're able to attack with the passing game and kind of go after teams on the other side of it. But they've not had an answer for the stack boxes at this point. Seahawks Gaming says, the second they showed us the throwback where Bo Jackson dogged us, I knew a sequel was coming with Josh Jacobs. He did run through the back end of the tunnel in that last run, didn't he? Brady Hezol, Jacobs has more yards today than the Broncos average per game. Great stat. Bowen says he's not the best in the red zone, but how many opportunities can he sit in the pocket against red zone defenses? Well, and again, red zone for offenses doesn't tend to be about quarterback play. It tends to be about how you run the football. You know, it's been said, you'll pass between the 20s, but then you're going to try to run to score. And if a defense knows you can't run the ball and you can only pass down by the red zone and those routes get really, really condensed, there's only so much space to run through. Again, this does kind of come back from a spot of where the run game struggles. You're going to struggle then in the red zone. When the run game's going well, look at how much better you suddenly become in the red zone. T-Money says, if you like Geno so much, why don't you marry him? Haha, just kidding. Mango Zango, Broncos lost. I wonder if Russ and Sierra are broke. They had Sam FDX over for dinner many times. Oh, I bet of course they did. Of course they had that dirty SOB over. Of course. Why am I not surprised? Drew Locks Hose, don't forget the 1 interception and the 1 fumble. No, I don't. And yes, the fumble is definitely on Geno. That's a bad one. I would absolutely ding him there. The throw with the interception, DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett collided. So, you know, is Geno got to anticipate a collision of his receivers stopping one of the receivers' routes? That's kind of tough. Didn't play perfect today, Drew Locks. But again, as I say on this, it's a matter of, is the expectation from the quarterback position now and going forward that they have to play perfectly in order for us to win? And if that's the case, isn't that kind of silly at that point? Ghostly Boy, what do you think? What do you think about the run call on 2nd and 5 in overtime? I'm trying to think back about it, Ghostly Boy. I mean, I'm generally okay with it, I guess, would be my answer to you on that. You got to mix in the run a little bit, I suppose. You can't just go throwing it 24/7, and we threw way more than we ran today. So I'm not quite remembering the play exactly, to be honest with you. Mark Hawk, play calling on the second drive. It was 2nd and 5 inside the 10. Oh, here we go. And Walker had just run a touchdown and they throw it. That was terrible on Waldron's part. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I would agree with you there on that. I would like to see a Walker run on that kind of play, especially after, like you said, the previous success you had with him on the red zone, trying to run the ball there. Zorn76 says, meanwhile, Brady's ex is getting X-rated jiu-jitsu lessons. Boy, she moved off of him fast, didn't she? Yeesh. That one's a tough one. Drew Locke's hose. Defense was bad, but they gave the offense a chance to win. I mean, I guess. I just saying bad doesn't seem to merely encapsulate it to me, Drew Locke's hose. I mean, my defense was bad. They gave up 28 points today. My defense was bad. They gave up 30 points today. My defense was bad. They gave up 40 points in a football game. That's the one where I go, it goes a little bit beyond bad at that point. You're starting to get into the area of putrid. And while, yeah, they did have a couple of times at the end of the game, they gave the offense a chance. I mean, if we have to come back, this is a little bit again of the what I'm trying to say on this, and I hopefully this kind of crystallizes my point. If I'm walking into a football game and my quarterback's got to play perfect and he doesn't play perfect, that's not on my quarterback. If my offense comes into a football game and they score 34 points in the football game, that's not on my offense, right? I mean, some things are fairly pretty straightforward and clear at that point. If you score 34 points in a game in the NFL, you should win that football game. It's a little bit like the equivalent of going to the Denver defense and being like, well, yeah, okay, you held them down to 18 points, but why couldn't you hold them down to like 16 points? Because we'd be winning way more games if you could do 2 less points a game. Like, well, is that really the problem? Or is the issue that our offense is absolutely crap? And that's where I come down to on this is your defense was god awful. You gave up 230 yards on the ground. There's no place that this needs to begin or end with the offense or Geno Smith. It needs to stay right with the defense. Chad Hart says, you can't blame Geno. Our defense couldn't stop a fat woman at an all-you-can-eat buffet. Brady Hezzel, 34 points is more than enough to beat a three-win team. Offense, Geno is not the problem now. It's the defense. Thank you. T-Money says, I know, I'm just messing around. I know you are, T-Money. Daniel, there were actually a stat where we are the 31st in red zone, but I think that was specifically touchdowns, not scores in general. But I also saw that stat a few weeks ago. I'll look into it then. See, let me bring it up here. Maybe I can find it right now. They have red zone defense somewhere. I'll have to look it up. It's not easily at hand here, so I'll have to try to see where we're at with that. Could be a valid criticism. Or ours says, Brandon Hawks need Alton Robinson. Well, he'd be better than Darrell Taylor. You brought up Benson Mayowa before. He's not going to work, man. He's done. That guy's not going to give you any more as far as a pass rush. Alexander Johnson, Trey Brown at free safety on first down. Interesting. Skinner, top 3 needs going to the draft. Inside linebacker, defensive tackle, and center. That was my week 1 prediction. Pretty on point. Boskin, just think of how things would have been different if we drafted Creed over Eskridge. Quite different, I think. Quite different. You're probably 4 or 5 wins better over the last 2 seasons with Creed Humphrey over Eskridge, if not better. Drew Lock says, I don't know what's worse, Geno apologists or Russ apologists. Well, I've praised it to the chat on this Drew Lock's hose as, okay, you don't like Geno. Geno's not playing well. What is the stat marker you're basing it on? And it seems to be nothing beyond people's just gut instinct that they just don't like him, which, an apologist is someone that's going to then cover up for a bad play by excusing it for something else. Geno had great play today. There's nothing to cover up or apologize for. And the Russ apologists were apologizing for a guy not playing good football and finding every other excuse for why he wasn't playing good football. Geno's playing good football and his defense sucks. That's not on Geno Smith. And really, it's even less than Geno Smith from me standpoint, this ain't about Geno Smith to me. This is about how do you build this team to get into the best shape, to get to the most elite status, the quickest. Do you go do that by going and getting a rookie quarterback who's going to need 2 years to develop before he'll even be ready to hit the field and be at his prime level? Doesn't seem like that's the case. This team's so much further along at this point than to believe that we're in this rebuilding state to kick the can down the road for 2 years to eventually get to a place of being competitive. We're competitive right now. You've been on top of this division right now in a rebuild year. So why break something that's not broke? And that's where the Geno, if you want to call it apologizing, comes from. I'm not even apologizing, just that's where I'm pro Geno at that point. He's going to help this team out now and into the future. Why move off of that for no good reason other than you maybe had some built-in dislike for Geno walking into the year that you just can't move off your spot on. I presented the chat that what's the statistic that we can point to that Geno's not playing like a top 5 quarterback? What's the spot? I mean, maybe red zone efficiency, if we're putting that all on the quarterback, I guess, if that's true and that we are in the 30s on that, that's, I guess, maybe somewhat valid. But as I said, some of that also comes down to inability to run the football consistently, which has also been a part of the Seahawks team, especially recently. Zoran says Seahawks D was more flexible than Giselle during a jiu-jitsu lesson. Michael Crow, Earth wants Bryce Young or CJ Stroud. They probably will go high. AVL Red, I swear anyone who thinks Geno had a bad game or is playing bad in general doesn't watch football. He's playing without a running game and one of the worst defenses. He is playing borderline elite. Thank you. Thank you, man. I'm with it. Garth Knight with another $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. Says Orange Cat and Brando. Your thoughts on Penix as a pro prospect? Kind of realizing with him on his left-handed delivery, what throws me off a little bit with it and makes it hard for me to make a determination with him. He's got a little bit of that Phillip Rivers kind of, the ball's coming kind of with, the arm comes down and it kind of comes out of here sort of like a slingshotty sort of thing, like it's all coming from there where he's sort of pushing the ball sometimes. And like Rivers, he can get some good arm strength on it, but already having a left-handed delivery and then sort of having that push kind of thing does throw you off. I like him as a pro prospect, but not even, I would say fringe. I wouldn't say like 6th, 5th, but I think he's more into like a 4th to 5th round area of things, where there is some potential there. There's something that you can work with there, but I do think he's a guy that would benefit from coming back for a final year in college and seeing if he can raise his stock to more of a first round status, which potentially he could on another year, another season in college football. He's got some upside. His arm is really live, Garth. He can move pretty good in the pocket. He's not a mobile guy, uber mobile, but he's good enough back there. But I do feel like not quite into that top end level of status as far as where you'd present him as far as a prospect goes. Good prospect, not a great prospect. Drew Lock's hose, low throw to Lockett, and then low throw to DK in clutch time. True. But as I said with this Drew Lock's hose, is the expectation that he has to play perfect? Is the expectation level that I got to have Geno playing like an MVP quarterback every single week in order for us to win football games? And if the answer is yes, how did we arrive at that expectation level? Kel says you reached 10,000 subscribers. Kel, I did. It's a good feeling. It's a really good feeling. And yeah, we did pass it today. It does put a little bit of at least a little bit of a silver lining on this day for me, Kel, this loss. So it's a good feeling. Mike says the future is bright, but so far away. Closer than you might think. Closer than you might think. Or, all right, Brandon, what do you think of Trey Brown and free safety? First and second downs and digs on third downs. I don't think you'd want to flip it out like that, or he's never played free safety in his life. So I don't know if you want to have the guy coming off major injury playing at a new position midway through the season. David G, I agree. We have to be more aggressive, man. If you're going to get sliced and diced and eaten up to hell anyway by playing it soft, why not play it a little bit more in their face? You know? Megan says, can you explain the differences between cover 2 and cover 3 to me, please, B? I don't get it. Yeah. So cover 3, what you're going to do in cover 3 is have a single high safety, which is your free safety. So they'll be standing in the middle point of the field back, and their job is to play center field. So their job is to read on the fly. And if there's a receiver pressing a route deep to one side, they go to that side. If they press to the other side, they press the other side. They're there to keep things cleaned up deep and not allow a deep ball, Megan. And that's what the Seahawks, in their day and age of the Legion of Boom, they would run that defense 90% of the time. Now, what you have your corners do at that point is you have them play off coverage. So they're 10 yards off the line of scrimmage at the snap. Right? They're not up in press coverage. They're not right up in the receiver's face, but they're 10 yards back. Because what you're doing there is you're having Quandre Diggs or the single high safety have to cover a lot of ground back there, and you want to provide him some help with those cornerbacks. So what that also means is not only do they drop back 10 yards and off coverage, but then you're having them then drop an additional 2-3 yards off the line of scrimmage post snap. Okay? So you end up 13 yards off the line of scrimmage sometimes post snap, just protecting against the deep ball, which then leaves a lot of stuff underneath opened up, which is Coach Carroll is okay with in his defenses because he feels like offenses are going to eventually become impatient, and that eventually there'll be a mistake made. A quarterback will misthrow it. You'll be able to knock a ball out. If you make an offense earn it, they'll eventually fall apart somewhere along the way, is a sort of what it's sort of built upon. And so a cover 2 defense, now you have 2 safeties back there instead of the single high. You have 2 safeties back there. And each safety is responsible for 1/2 of the football field deep. You then tend to also have your corners then play more of a press-based look. And so then post-snap, what will happen is the corners will run in what's called a trail kind of technique, where they're essentially running sort of as much footstep for step as they can with the receiver, but they're staying sort of underneath him, taking away what would be a comeback route or an out route, like we saw Davante Adams run a lot of times, okay? So you've got the corner running underneath. The safety is there then to press over the top and then bracket down at times. And so the quarterback at that point really only has a little small margin of moment to make a throw into the hole shot between the trailing corner and the safety coming on. And because you have both safeties out there, Megan, on each side of the field, they can both equally cover their end of things at that point. So you have a little bit more of an ability at that point to kind of bracket down on a receiver versus when you're in single high, and now you're more pressed to trying to play the deep stuff and keep things clean deep. And that's what you saw today, Megan. A lot of easy completions in front of your corners because you were playing a preponderance of cover 3 at times. And so it's bread and butter of Coach Carroll to go cover 3. He loves it. But the cover 2 was probably more called for in today's game, especially as you could get more of a double team help on Davante Adams. It could have also been, Megan, that they wanted to go cover 3 because what cover 3 allows you to, Megan, do as well is instead of having those 2 safeties back there, you've got a strong safety up near the box now, theoretically helping out in the run game. Didn't work that way today. Didn't help us out much today having that extra safety down by the box. Could have used a Cam Chancellor today in that respect of things. But that's the main differences between the two. Dow Zero says it just hurts that Josh Jacobs' fumble wasn't reviewable. It would have been Kobe Bryant's 5th forced fumble, being a league lead large. Wow, Kobe's got another one that gets pulled back. I believe as well with Kobe, that's his 3rd turnover that's been called back on a penalty that had nothing to do with him as well. Or not called back, but 2 called back on a penalty. This one, of course, just a bad whistle on the field. And it sucks. It sucks. And yeah, the knee never touched the ground. The whistle shouldn't have been blown. Nick Herrera, it wasn't a fumble because the officials blew the whistle on the field. They blew the play dead. And it can annoy you as a fan. It annoys me as a fan. But that is a common type of play you see in the NFL where officials do have the ability to call those plays dead if they feel like the forward progress has been stopped. And certainly his forward progress was probably stopped at that point. Ghost, we got dominated by an average offensive line, allowing linemen to get to the second level. Clint Hurt needs to get his fat ass on the line at this point. Show him how it's done, man. Show him how it's done. And yeah, your linebackers weren't kept clean at all. I mean, there's nobody on that defensive line that's requiring a double team block right now. And teams are having so much success on the back of that. Big Country says, I see AR-15 going to the Ravens if he comes out this year. I could see it going that way too. Yeah. Just kind of reduplicate what they did with Lamar Jackson a little bit. Sajan, how you doing, man? It's good to see you in the chat. Jordan76 says, anyone a Lamar fan? I'll take Geno for the cost effectiveness. Yeah, you can get Geno at half the rate of what Lamar's going to cost this offseason. On top of the first round pick you have to give up for Lamar too. Zal says, Tariq Woolen is also helping the defense by having Devontae Adams play against Kobe and Jackson. Almost 85% of his scheme plays. Literally nobody wants to challenge Woolen, and it's commending. Yeah, it's good to see. Good to see. Zorn76, Geno's fine. If Goff can reach a Super Bowl, Geno can reach a Super Bowl. Well said. If Jimmy Garoppolo can reach a Super Bowl, Geno Smith can reach a Super Bowl. Zal says, yeah, without Jacobs being on the field, they would have only mustered 26 points, 2 touchdowns for him, and we would have won. True. Zorn76, we need an Aaron Donald clone right now. Well, Zorn, this is why I'm leaning to Jalen Carter. He's not Aaron Donald, but he'll be a good player. David G says, everyone's individual play was bad. Geno's fumble last week and this week. An interception should have been 2 interceptions if we're being fair. That's fair. He could have gotten picked down by the end zone too as well. Kronos, I was excited about that first sequence, then started getting the Nam flashbacks during the second defensive series. Well, you got PTSD at this point. I can't blame you for that. I can't blame you. Giovanni says, good for all the see how rigged the refs are. David Giro says, this was a home game too. This means 0 home field, home wild advantage. Definitely didn't get much of it today from the screams and shouts. Raiders weren't very affected by the fans' noise today. Syjan says, did DK catch the pass or no? My opinion is that it's a catch. I think that it was inconclusive to overturn it off the field. And I think he controlled the ball all the way through. I got his hands underneath the ball. It should have been a catch, in my opinion. Zal says, for the bench Genoers, Geno is averaging almost 30 points a game. Russell is averaging 12 points. Which one would you rather have at quarterback? Geno is doing wonders. Thank you. John says, Adams had 7 receptions for 74 yards today. Not great on our part, but not horrible. No, not awful, John. I do look between, if you just take the 2 guys that could have hurt you in this game coming into it. It was only 2 guys on this Raiders offense. 2. That was it. Devontae Adams and Jacobs. And I think, what did you allow the combination of those guys to come away with, like 375 yards of total offense? You know, between 2 players, 375 yards. The only 2 players that could hurt you in this game. That's the part to me that's the tough part of this, John, is that you let the only 2 guys who could hurt you destroy you in this game. Zorn says, just 1 pass rusher in this D is in business. David G says, having 2 top 10 picks means nothing if you pick another Jordan Brooks times 2. That's true. The thing that I push back against this, David, is that if you look at John Schneider's track record here, he's had 4 times of picking in the top 15. And there's a big difference between picking in the top 15 and picking 26th in the first round. You're not getting an equivalent player at that point. And the proof of this is that the 4 picks that he has made, Charles Cross, Earl Thomas, Russell Okung, Bruce Irvin, who is still playing in this game for us today and making plays at that. Those were all hits. All of them are varying levels of hits, from a guy in Earl Thomas who might be a near Hall of Fame guy to a guy in Bruce Irvin who's been at the very least a very good rotational pass rusher in this league. You will get productivity if we're picking in the top 15 based on John Schneider's track record. It's easier to find those guys picking down there than it is to pick in the back of the 20s. It's 2 different tiers of talent that you're looking at there. Lance says, Adams had 2 absolutely ridiculous catches today. Adams had an over-under of 7.5 catches. I absolutely hammered that bet with confidence because they were going to tuck him into the slot if needed. Agreed, man. They were going to find a way to get him his touches one way or another. That's for sure. Big Country says, I think the Broncos get the number 2 pick. They won't win another game, or we get the number 2 pick. Yeah, that's the way to put it. And I agree. I don't think they win another game, and I think we do end up with the number 2 overall selection in this draft, which would be amazing. Zorn, if not the best pass rusher, then anyone who can plug the middle, Civ Rush D. Yeah. Some good nose tackles in there too in this draft. Maybe not pass rushers, but at least can plug the middle. Tony, just got back from a wedding. Are we back to earth or how are we feeling? We're feeling a little ground bound, Tony, but I think there's still some optimism here. The Gavin says, I always like this show. Thanks, Brandon. This is cool. Hey, my pleasure, man. I love doing this, brother. Love it. David G says the Hawks needed these last 2 games. It won't be easy now. No, you could have really given yourself some breathing room if you'd gotten these last 2 wins. Very winnable games. But you put yourself behind the 8 ball a little bit now. The room for error has been removed. David G says, I think the rookie wall has been achieved by the Hawks. Maybe. Lance, inside pressure on D and stopping the inside pressure on offense. Carter and the Notre Dame center with one of the other top 3 picks. I'd be okay with that, Lance. Looked a little bit at Jarrett Patterson, the guy that you mentioned from Notre Dame. Really like Carter. Sign me up for Carter on that. And yeah, we have the number 3 pick right now. I do agree though with Big Country. I think it does end up falling out at number 2. So I don't think they're going to get another win. Empower Code, man, I love working with the show, playing in the background on these late nights. I love to hear that, Empower Code. Something endearing about that for me. Somebody just doing some work, listening to me in the background, man. It warms my soul to hear that. John Ruiz, we don't have to draft a quarterback this draft. We can wait until 2024 or 2025 as both classes are supposed to be loaded with good QBs. Needed D-line, linebacker, more. Agree. The Real Matrix says, the thing is, if we beat the Rams, the Lions pick will jump in front of ours. But if the Rams can just win a couple other games, like remember the Real Matrix, the Rams still get to play the Broncos at some point this year. So if they beat the Broncos, then that flips that back the other way, you know? So yeah, initially they flip them up in front of us for a moment, but then later on, once they lose the Rams later on, then that will vault them back in front. It's just the tiebreaker right now that brings them there. David G says we should have been giving Homer equal opportunity instead of putting it all on Walker. I agree. I think I'd like to sit a little bit more on kind of using all 3 of these running backs a little bit. I think sprinkling them all in just a little bit here, especially when you're not having a lot of success from Walker consistently. I'm not blaming it on him, but just getting a different change of note. Different little change of note. Megan says, I wouldn't waste the booze and Dr. Sanders on Perna, but that's just me. Wu-Tang says, Perna's a broken man now. I'm starting to see the 1,000-yard stare in his eye. I flipped over to see how he was doing when they were losing today, and it was a lot of this look. I recognize that look. I had that last year a lot. Homer is playing really well, David. He's earning some more carries. Hawks, if we do pick 4th overall and Carter and Anderson are off the board, do you go quarterback and let them sit for a year or 2? God, I'd probably prefer to try to trade down. But if I can't trade down Hawks, then see, it could really suck because you could have 2 quarterbacks go in the first 2 picks, Hawks, and then you have those 2 guys go, and then you're like the 3rd best quarterback. Ringo, the cornerback, might be the best value guy you have on the board of that selection. I don't know what I would do at that point, Hawks, if I've got to pick. I would really like to try to trade back if that's where we land at. I really would like to trade back. That's going to be tough. If we end up at 4th, that's going to be a tough spot. And not really any clear answers on that one. Garth Knight says, just watch a Packer player pull a Joe Nash acting job. Brilliant. Garth, of course, referencing Joe Nash used to slow down the Bengals' K-gun attack, their hurry-up attack by faking leg injuries on a given play to slow things down a little bit. Worked too. John Weiss says, Stroud didn't look too good in that blowout by Michigan. He made a couple of throws, John. I mean, he made a couple of really outstanding throws in that game. And it did seem like to me that was a game that, much like this game with us against the Raiders, Ohio State kind of lost that game in the trenches as much as it was the quarterback play that lost them that game on both sides of the ball. Megan says, not sold on Stroud after that blowout. Talk me into it like you did with Crosby. Well, I mean, remember with me on Stroud, Megan, I like Stroud. I like where he's going to go from his development side of it. He's 21 years old, very young kid. There's still a lot to go in his game to step forward. Look, he's got some issues as far as when things aren't simple and easy and the play breaks down. He doesn't have always the most greatest of natural instincts about what to do next, be it to scramble or is playing off script. That stuff does concern me. Michigan's got a really good defense. And again, I don't put that game and look at it as one that he lost that game, as I look at it more like the trenches lost them that game. You know, Ohio State wasn't able to run the ball as well as they've run this year. And on the defensive side of the ball, Michigan had some holes to operate with. You know, they were able to hit them deep on plays at times. I think that some of that really did factor in. It's a rivalry game there with Michigan, Ohio State. Most of this year, Stroud's been very, very good. I don't think he was even necessarily bad in that game. There's one throw he makes where he's on the near hash and he's rolling to his left, falling back to his left from the near hash, throws it back all the way across the field, probably a 30-yard throw on an out route, and he puts it right on Marvin Harrison, I believe, Jr. And he had a couple of those throws even in that game that were just outstanding. Still great ball placement, great accuracy, fairly live arm. He is still, I do believe, going to be the number one quarterback taken. But I'm not big on him either, Megan. I'm still more of a Levis guy at the end of the day. Sijin says, I also like Penix, but from what I'm hearing, he's going to be a minute. Yeah. Carr's lost to the Chargers? Oh my gosh, they got it back. Wow, how about that Charger team? John Wees, young is small for an NFL quarterback. I noticed the smaller quarterbacks can get by in college, but generally struggle in the NFL. Russ, Kyler, Flutie are exceptions. Yeah, and those are the exceptions on that, John. I think the reasons you see guys struggle, even that are in this mark like a Baker Mayfield, they can't see. They're too small. And if they don't have, and those guys you mentioned, and Russ and Kyler and Flutie, those guys all had one thing in common. And that was that they all, if you're talking about mobility and scrambling behind the line of scrimmage, those are three of the better guys that we've had in NFL history, getting free behind the line of scrimmage, getting themselves into space to be able to then see down the football field. Yeah, to me, Young is too small for an NFL quarterback. I don't think that he's going to be a great quarterback in the NFL game. I think he's going to get injured a lot if he plays a lot. I don't think he's got the biggest arm in the game. I don't think he's got just some amazing arm that's just going to make every throw in the book. I got big questions about him. I'm very, very low on Bryce Young. Joey Del Rosario says, how come we didn't review that Jacobs fumble? Because the officials blew their whistle. When the official blows the whistle on the field, that negates the chance for a play to be reviewed because the play is dead the second the whistle sounds. It's dead. So whatever happens after the sound of the whistle, fumble came after the whistle, that means that you can't have it reviewed. Sucks. Not happy about it, but that's the way that's the way that cookie crumbles sometimes. Wu-Tang Financial says the Seahawks should stay far, far away from small quarterbacks. Agreed. Lance, a Tasmanian devil sounds really appealing to cover up some of the other holes on this D. Without reviewing the games, my gut feeling is that linebackers get covered up because the D-line aren't eating up front. Yeah. You aren't going to get a center coming down to the second level as consistently as we do. I mean, I see times that we have offensive lines come down and they'll take two linemen down on both Brooks and Barton. They're that confident that our defensive linemen aren't going to get off their single team blocks. And that is just what's happening. So your instincts on this are 100% on point with this, Lance. Your guys on up front are not forcing double teams and they're not getting any penetration. And it's providing confidence to the opposition's offense to run those second level plays, to get down in that second level. And your linebackers just can't get off those blocks for the life of them. If Jordan Brooks or Cody Barton have a guard coming downhill, they're done. It's a wrap on that play for your linebacker position. You better have a safety come up and make a play, or the line better come running back up to track something down, or the corners. John says, Stroud has the size and athletic ability, but his decision-making under pressure is worrisome. Very much so. Very much so. And this is, again, the decision on Geno Smith's not, for me, on wanting to keep Geno here long-term, has not just been on his play on the field, which is a part of this. It's not just on my confidence that he's going to sustain this level of play, but it's also based on the quarterbacks in this draft. And though they looked really good at the start of the year, and it looked like it was going to be very tantalizing, the options, those options have fallen away very, very quickly. And I don't think anybody has really taken a step forward with the exception of Hendon Hooker. And even he now has a torn ACL. And so it just, to me, I come back to this draft. I know I really don't want to touch any of these quarterbacks at the end of the day. And yes, you're right about Stroud. Things are free and easy. If he's on script, if the pocket is clean in front of him, he'll kill you. But when things get under pressure, when things get dodgy, and this has got to be a big question with him because of the fact that you do have him with an offensive line there in Ohio State that is a very good offensive line that keeps him clean a predominant amount of the time. And you're not going to have a clean pocket all the time in the NFL. And you need a guy that can play off script sometimes. And that is the biggest question with him as we go forward, is how he is going to react to the NFL level when that stuff does happen. Is he going to kind of panic like he does at the college game? Is he going to make poor decisions like he has at the college game in those rare moments where he is under that kind of pressure? Because it's not going to be rare moments at the NFL level. Yeah. Real Matrix says we shouldn't be getting Stroud or Bryce. Then we have to say bye-bye to Geno because they're not sitting on the bench. Agreed. Garth says Stroud's at 6'3", 215, but those numbers can be misleading. Could be. He looks kind of 6'3"-ish to me. Daniel Bailey says we need to figure out the screen game offensively and defensively. A screen game would put Walker in space where he's dangerous. Yeah, it'd be nice. I don't think they've got the mobile linemen to get out in front in the screen game. I don't think they trust those guys to be able to get out and get to those blocks. That's why they don't run it. John Reese says Levis might be the better choice, but he will probably not be in the top 5. I think he'll be selected in the top 5. I don't know where he'll go exactly. I hear NFL circles are a lot higher on Levis than fans are. Megan says I would need to be convinced hugely about Levis and would take Stroud, but can be talked into it, I guess. There's a lot of, you've got to put the perspective thing in with Levis, which isn't easy to do because it's a lot about talking about more than what you're just seeing on the field, Megan, as far as his play. He's definitely not taken steps forward in his game this year, but I think that Kentucky team is less talented this year than they were last year, and they weren't the most talented bunch last year. So I do build that into my assessment on Levis quite a bit. Eric99 with a $2 donation says, just announced 2023 retro jerseys are back. Well, they're back. Yeah. I'm stoked by it. It's good news, Eric. It's really good news. And boy, like I've said to the young fans that weren't around the 80s, you guys are going to love these jerseys when you see them. The silver jerseys are so sharp. So sharp. It's good to hear. Thank you for the $2 donation, man. The snail with a $5 dono says, how funny would it be to build a super team and end up with Arch Manning as Geno leaves in 3 to 4 years? Laughing out loud. Well, thank you for the $5 donation. And look, I love the thought process of Arch Manning coming to Seattle as well. He's supposedly the most talented of the Mannings that have come out so far. He's supposed to be really good, even got some mobility that the Mannings have never really had. That would be very interesting. Very interesting. He is a long ways out. The one thing that might factor into this for those folks looking at Manning, just to think about this also, though, is that Eli Manning and his dad forced the Chargers to make a trade of him to New York because they did not want to go to the Chargers. Now, maybe it was because of the ownership. Maybe it was because they didn't want to play on the West Coast. I don't know the reasons behind it necessarily, but I would wonder if maybe potentially that would be in a similar state with Manning coming up to the Pacific Northwest, where they would look at that and go, no, that's not what's best for him. He needs to go somewhere else. And the Mannings do probably hold enough sway at that point to somehow kind of force that in the same way that they did with the Eli trade. Because I know the Chargers wanted Eli and kind of had been talked into then going with Phillip Rivers instead and trading back a little bit in that scenario of things. So I'm okay with doing it if they can pull it off, Snail, but that's a tough one to land. That's a tough landing to nail and stick, right? I got my coffees ready here, folks. 1 second. I will be right back. All right. Thank you for bearing with me here. The Real Matrix says we shouldn't be getting any quarterback in the first round. I don't think we will. I mean, we're talking about this as all the possibilities matrix, and I think, we should talk about it. We should discuss what's the right way to go, and there's certainly going to be a lot more evaluation that's going to need to go into all these quarterbacks. I'm not done with my assessment on any of these guys yet. I need to do the full deep dive. We need to be watching pretty much all these guys' games this year, I think, to kind of finally come to a real final, opinion and decision on these guys and let this year fully play out before we get to that realm of things. But I do, as I say, think the first priority here is, option A. Option number one is you re-sign Geno Smith, you go that route, and then you build the rest of the team up with those picks. You reap the full benefits of having this play in Geno Smith and where he's gone with his career and the reclamation that he has brought to bear. You take advantage of that by then allowing for those picks to go to other places by souping up the rest of the team. Soup up the rest of the team, build it up a little bit more, and you can make Geno even take higher flight. If he's getting this much out of this year with the rookie tackles, with a rookie running back, with an interior of an offensive line that can't really do much as far as really run blocking goes. Imagine what he can do if you start to seal some of those things up, just a couple of those things up further. Does he then take you from 30 points a game to 34, 35? And that's where my head's at with this right now. Deanna Pennington, Mom's back in the house. What's up, Moms? It's always good to see you in here. Put a smile on my face, see my mom's nest. With a $20 donation, Mom? Goodness. Says, I can't believe you're still going. I'm having Maker's eggnog. Where's yours? I know that's what everyone was saying is I needed to have my my whiskey ready. People were already saying, where's the Maker's Mark? So it's my promise, Mom, with your $20 donation here tonight, I'm going to go get me some Maker's Mark for next week and prepare myself for a Rams game that hopefully will go well, but I'm going to have the Maker's Mark in reserve. I'll put it right there with the large jersey for the telecast, and I'll have it ready to crack open. I can't do your eggnog Maker's Mark stuff. That thing is too, I know you love it, and I love me some Maker's Mark, but that eggnog combo, I don't know if I can do that, but I'm going to give me some nice Coca-Cola, little Coca-Cola Maker's Mark, a little caffeine. Keep me rolling next week. I think I'm going to go that route with it. Great suggestion, Mom. Great suggestion. And it's good to see you. I should have prepared. I should have had the Makers ready for this show. Wu-Tang Financial says there's a lot of projections having Levis go number one since the Texans need a game-changing quarterback. It's going to floor there's a lot of fans out there that look at Levis's performance this year, and then they're going to see where he's going to be picked, and they're going to say, what the hell? And I've dealt and talked with a lot of folks in the chat that feel that very same way. And I really get where they're coming from. It's not just lip service on my part to see, yeah, I understand you don't like him. Look, he's got some bad tape out there this year. And from a statistical standpoint, he's taken a step back. But he has his worst. If we take all the quarterbacks out there that are looked at as even in the very realm of being possibly first-round quarterbacks, CJ Stroud, Bryce Young, Hendon Hooker, Anthony Richardson, hell, even KJ Jefferson, he has the worst supporting cast of any of those guys by far, not even close. And by worst supporting cast, not like, well, he's just got a bad offensive line but good receivers, or he's got a good offensive line but bad receivers and a bad running back. He's got an okay fifth-round type running back, which is really all he's got on that side of the ball. He's throwing to freshman receivers. He's getting hit on almost every drop back. Teams are going to give him a benefit of the doubt with that, as they should. It's not his fault he doesn't have pass protection. It's not his fault his guys can't catch. It's not his fault his defense is putrid. And when his defense is putrid, giving up points all over the football field, that then forces Levis to try to take on more of the game, to try to do more than he should. And that's the part where I give more of a benefit of the doubt on that type of stuff. Big Country says, I'm not a fan of any quarterback coming out this year. However, Caleb Williams will be a stud when he enters the league. Caleb would be the best quarterback in this draft by far. He'd be far and away the number one pick if he was coming out in this class. Agreed. Daniel says, to be fair, no one's going to stop a fat woman running towards a buffet table. Oh, that is true. That is true. Real Matrix says the Texans are going Stroud. I think he'll be the number 1 pick at the end of the day. There's less imagination that you have to do with Levis in that sense. You know, you've got the production with Stroud. He's young. Levis is a little older. It's just a little bit of a safer bet to go to the Stroud route. More maybe explosion, maybe more upside with the Levis. But maybe you feel like you got the higher floor with Stroud. Daniel W. says, if Ryan Neal is hurt, our defense is doomed. Josh Jones messed up on that last touchdown to Jacobs. He took a bad angle and got ran by, but was in position to tackle him. You're right. It could be very much a death knell to this defense right now if Ryan Neal is going to be out for significant time. Josh Jones struggled in tackling all this year. That's why Ryan Neal overtook him at the strong safety position when he got back finally from injury. It wasn't because of anything as much as just that he was really bad as far as his tackling. And you're right. On that last play with Jacobs, he absolutely had an angle and a chance, and he took a bad angle on him and didn't even come close to making that tackle on Jacobs. And so, yeah, it's definitely not going to make this defense better if that's going to end up turning out to become the case. Hopefully not, but it could. Brendan M says retro jerseys are coming back next year. Let's go. Huh? Not bad. Right as we're about to be elite again. I do have a lefty bias. I'm very biased against lefties. It's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. I'm prejudicial against my own people. I'm a turncoat to my own people, my own fellow lefties. I figured it out though. I was watching him the other night with Washington State, and what was driving me crazy was it's not the awkward delivery. It's that the arm comes down low a little bit. And it's not even a side arm. It's that Phillip Rivers kind of pressing the ball out thing. Just a little bit of an unusual kind of wind up. It throws me off. It just makes my assessment of him very tough. Caleb Campbell says, GG Mans from Raider fans. It was a fun game. It was, man. It's a good game. Congratulations to you guys. Big congrats. The Real Matrix, why you guys want a quarterback when our offense, one of the best and worst defenses, makes no sense. Geno is a free agent at this point. And it's no guarantee he comes back. I think it's good to consider all possibilities, but I do land back on what's the best road. Sijin says, question, was Jermaine Kearse, was he drafted out of high school or college? Well, he did go to UW, so he was a pretty high-rated prospect going to UW. No, he was not drafted. He was an undrafted rookie free agent the Hawks brought in. Daniel W. says, I want Will Anderson. You can find defensive tackles even in the mid-rounds. If you want to feel better about Will, go watch Vaughn college highlights. It's a clone. Vaughn had some of the same issues. Fair point. And I certainly don't think he'll be a bust, Daniel. But I do just have I just don't want to have questions or concerns about a guy I'm picking top 5. I should have a pretty bulletproof prospect at that point. And with Will, with the motor, with the lack of technical refinement, and I'm not quite as sure, Daniel, that he is as quick as Vaughn was. He's very quick, but Vaughn's quickness was kind of in its own category. Mike says you'll never win a game when a single player on the other team has over 300 yards total. Agreed. Daniel says, Will Anderson's a true junior. His best football is ahead of him. This isn't a 24-year-old rookie like Darrell Taylor will be. He'll be 21 as a rookie, and his best football is ahead of him. Great point, Daniel. Great point. I love that. I love that as a final item you put on that. Fantastic. John Way says, think Anderson could fill a similar role to Parsons in Dallas. No, Parsons is a unique beast because Parsons can be an inside middle linebacker for your early downs and then the best pass rusher on the field in passing downs. Anderson could certainly match Parsons potentially as a pass rusher. Both of them have some of the same kind of freakish skill that they bring to bear. So he could give you that, but not the middle linebacker play. No. Mark Hark, that penalty on 4th down where Lockett made the catch and Haynes was downfield is a reflection of Pete's earned criticism. Just play Jackson or Haynes so the line gels and guys are mentally prepared. Well said, man. I don't like the rotation this long into the season either. Something should have been locked in by this point. And Haynes has outplayed Gabe Jackson. He should just be your starter. Let him roll. Cool Breeze says, I hate our secondary scheme sometimes. I do too. I was dreaming big this offseason when we made the change to the cover 2 shell, and I thought the days of cover 3 and soft zone defenses were over, but indeed it has been fully back out into bloom. Syjan, Rams are going to have a full retirement party. I hope they do. I hope we do. Put them to bed. Daniel, but honestly, by year's end, when you look at Will Anderson, please do yourself a favor and watch some of Von Miller's tape in college with it. Like it's 100% identical. You will see the Hall of Fame trajectory. I like him as a talent, Daniel. I don't have any doubts, Daniel, about him as a ceiling potential. But I do worry that your floor on him may be also something restricted if some of those issues do come into bear as far as like effort, technique goes. But admittedly, is this too, Daniel? Let me say this. I'm going to have opinions on guys as it stands right now in this draft, but we haven't even gotten into the off season, which is where I'm going to be doing my really true deep dives on these guys. And so, like last night, I was going through a couple of guys I had on my list. People wanted me to scout. I looked at the Isaiah, what was his name? I forget his name, the Notre Dame pass rusher. I was looking at him. I was looking at the LSU pass rusher. And then I was just kind of turning on the tape of Will Anderson in addition to it. Just kind of cross-referencing him with what I was seeing from those guys. And it could be I just saw some bad tape of him. It was just what I was watching on the tape was snap in and snap out. There just wasn't a lot there happening. And he didn't have a lot in his bag to go with. But he's not Darrell Taylor. He's not close to Darrell Taylor as far as, he's never going to be as low as Taylor's been on his tape. He's guy's going to be productive. But I guess for me, Daniel, it's a question of, is he going to be Josh Allen of the Jaguars or is he going to be Bosa of the 49ers? And that's maybe where my question comes into play at this point where I'm not sure. John says, I think a wet paper bag has more resistance than our run D today. Yeah, I think you're probably right on that. But I'll check out Von Miller's deal. I know where your comparison's coming from on that. It's valid. Wu-Tang Financial says, Adams wasn't really a ball hawking cover player, but he damn sure didn't sell us short on tackles. No. He was a plus run defender every time he's been in there playing for us. And yeah, the Adams injury hurts. You built a whole scheme around this offseason around that guy, and he went out in game 1 in the first quarter. Mark Jones coming in when Neal went down, killed us. Jones missed the tackle on Jacobs was a joke of an effort. Huge personnel problem this year has been Pete sticking with Jones as a backup. Yeah, I think one of the places that you failed, and it's not been a failure, I think, in building this roster overall with what they had to go up against. But one of the big things that stands out to me that was a real death knell on this team is letting Marquise Blair go. I think Marquise Blair gives you better play than Jones. I know he's a more sure tackler than Jones is. And the Jones tackling issues aren't going away. They were there early in the year. They were there on that final play. Hopefully Ryan Neal can get back. Megan says, okay, 12s, B, I need to step away for a bit. We'll be back in a while if you're still around. Need to stretch out the shoulder. I understand, Megan. Thank you for all you're doing on the channel tonight. Appreciate you. Appreciate you as ever in that respect things. Don Mata with a $5 donation. Thank you, Don. I'm mad, but loss gives us better picks. That's the silver lining this year, Don. That's why I say this year's a lot about bonus. Whatever we're able to do is kind of just bonus in this year where you are trying to just kind of turn things over and figure out your way, find your feet underneath you again, and really get yourself injected forward as you move into next year. So I'm mad too. It's a tough loss. It's a loss you should have had. You're at home after a bye against an ailing Raider team. There's no way to dress this loss up as being something it isn't. It's frustrating, but the pick does get a little bit better to your point on that. That is for sure. Thank you, Don. Stay out with the $2 donation. I hope we draft nothing but linemen, linebackers, and a running back. Wow. Well, there we go, man. I'm not opposed to it. Not opposed to it. You give me a center, you give me a guard, you give me a defensive end, you give me a defensive tackle, you give me a middle linebacker. That's 5 picks right there. And those are 5 picks of needs right now. John says the people on our D-line are either old or better in a 4-3 scheme. Al Woods is okay, but he is old, and the guys he's rotating with are not disruptive enough and not good. Agreed. Yeah, you don't really have 3-4 personnel right now. Lance Johnson, as much as I had my hopes up getting Stroud or Levis, I have a quarterback playing Pro Bowl level now. Ask the Jets how drafting a quarterback number 2 overall went. Is a rookie going to score 40? That's where I land on this too, Lance. You got to appreciate what you have in Geno because it's not easy to find this kind of level of quarterback play in this sport. This is the kind of level of quarterback play that teams everywhere are looking for desperately to find. I mean, the Panthers are paying 2 different quarterbacks $18 million and just drafted a 3rd rounder this last year just to try to get that equivalent level of play. And they're not getting close to it with that much assets put into the position. So, yeah, I'm with you. You're not going to get this level of play out of a rookie. You're not going to be close to getting this level of play out of that kind of guy for a couple of years down the line. And I think this team's ready right now. I think this team's set up right now to go. But I'm with it, Snail. Thank you for the donation, man. Thank you, Don, for the donation as well. And Mom, thank you. Thank you too. But I'm with your approach on that, Snail. We got to get better. We're getting our butts whooped both sides of the line week in and week out. And you just don't win football games if you can't control the line of scrimmage, at least some of the game. The Real Matrix, what's wrong with Jordan Brooks? It's normally Barton's fault. Jordan Brooks is what he is. Jordan Brooks is an upper level, top flight, run defending middle linebacker who struggles in coverage. And who struggles in coverage are most especially at their brightest when he's asked to play zone, which he happens to operate in a defense that plays a predominant amount of zone coverage with its linebackers at about like 90% clip. So the issue with Jordan's never going to improve. The issue with Jordan's never really going to get better. He's never been a good zone defender, not in college. And he's not been a good zone defender when he was a will linebacker. And he's not been a good zone defender when he's been a middle linebacker. It's just not in his game. I certainly think, John, your point about whether Brooks is in the right fit for a 3-4 defense, I think you're right about making that question. I don't think his coverage gets any better in a 4-3 defense as a middle linebacker for the most part. For the most part, maybe a tiny bit. But where he would be better suited, I think, as a run defender is having 4 guys up front, keeping him more clean. Snail says, if you're at number 2, do you take Anderson or Carter or someone else? I lean Carter. I lean Carter as well, Snail. I'm more of a Carter guy. Like I said, I'm not crying tears if you take Anderson. I'm not going to bawl myself out like, oh, this is a horrible pick. No, I'll be excited about Anderson. But I really love Carter's game. And I really do think this is the big thing you need for the team. So not only do you get more of the safer prospect, but you get the prospect that's also for a bigger need on the team. Mark says, watching many other teams destroy the Raiders by taking away the run game and blitzing a soft car, what the F is Pete doing? He's scared to blitz, man, Mark. He doesn't like the blitz. It's something that it freaks Carroll out because he's got to expose his back end. He's got to expose the potential of a big play. And that just is something that Carroll does not want to ever sign up for. Drives me nuts too, but it's just ain't going to change. Zao Zero says, I'm telling you, Luke Wilper from Ohio State is the best center to get from the early 2nd round. I looked at him last night, Zao. I am initial look on these guys. So, it's like I watch a game or two. I've got still 3 or 4 more games I want to watch on the guy. He strikes me as a little bit of a phone booth center, which is if I keep him in a phone booth, he'll be fine. He'll block everything up good. He's good and is a double team guy. If in double teams, he's fantastic. And he can clear the road on a double team and he can do a lot off of that. He does everything traditionally you want a center to do. Luke Wilper will do. But you don't run an offense that's going to ask your center to necessarily do traditional center things. You're going to want a guy with a little more mobility and space. I don't know if I see that in Luke's game. I don't see a guy that's going to get out there at the next level and be able to pull and do that type of stuff or hit reach blocks one-on-one consistently. I think that's a little bit more of the component you need on this defense right now. He's a good player, so I'm not saying he's bad, but is he a fit for what you need from the mobile side of your lineman? The Real Matrix says a lot of mocks have us taking Carter and Ringo. we're not getting Ringo. Ringo's not going to last past 7 picks in the first round. He's the best corner in this draft, maybe outside of Gonzalez. His tape's too good. He's going to run a 4.3. He's going to run a 4.340 like flat. And he's 6'2". He's going top 7. No doubt. John says could grab Carter at 4. Could. That might be the selection there. 2 quarterbacks go in the first 2 picks. Then you get Anderson. Then you're left with Carter at 4. Mike Skinner trade Brooks in the offseason and then take a linebacker at best possible situations in the draft. His draft stock will be high for stupid general managers that would just look at his tackles. I would be very much open to doing something like that, Mike. Jack says Brandon has the right take on Stroud. Thank you, Jack. Appreciate it. Megan says, I'm not huge on Levis either. Who would you take between him and Stroud if they were there for our pick? I would take Levis, Megan, because I like the NFL evaluators out there that are going to give Levis this benefit of the doubt. Because if you just took Levis's stat line at the end of this season and you looked at the stat line, there's no way you would say he's even worthy of being a first or second round pick. But I think this is where the personnel people will look beyond that. And I'm going to do it as well, Megan. Stroud is on the opposite end of this scale. He has everything to work with in his favor. He's got great receivers, great offensive line, great running backs, very good defense for the most part, absent this last week on the other side of it. You know, he's being put into that position to succeed and to be look spectacular at times. He still makes some throws that are beyond that too. That's why I think he's still a legitimate talent as well with that. But with Levis, I think that he's going to be a stud at the next level if he's put in a position to succeed. And if you're talking about me putting Levis, remember this, Megan, he's literally running our offense right now on the college level. Levis is literally operating out of the Rams playbook week in and week out. There isn't some, I got to learn this new playbook. He's been running these concepts throughout his time in college. He is going to be ready to hit that ground running. And with this team where it's at, if I'm going to take a quarterback in this draft, I want a quarterback who's pro ready. I want a quarterback who's ready to hit that ground running. CJ Stroud's 21 years old. He's going to take some time, Megan. I don't want to wait 2 years to get to an elite status again. I want to get elite next year. That's also why option A for me is really Geno Smith. But if I got to pick between the two, I go Levis. Garth Knight, how tall is Baker? He's 6'1". I think he's between 6 foot and 6'1". Yeah, no one's trading for Barton. That's true. Real Matrix says, why trade Brooks though? It's obviously hard when you don't have the defensive line help to push it. Well, he was asking if I'd be willing to do it. I didn't say I'd necessarily want to, but would I be willing to do it? Yeah, I'd be willing to do it if you can sell high on him, Real Matrix. I mean, if I can have a team come in and offer a second, third round pick for him at that point, maybe a third round pick. Second round would be too hard or whatever. He's going into his 4th year next year, so you can put him on a restricted tag. So part of this would be in making the trade of Brookswood. Is he the long-term answer here? Not sure. We got to make more of an assessment once we get him better defensive line help. Well, even once he gets defensive line help, Real Matrix, I don't think that the defensive line help is going to do anything for his coverage liabilities. And while, yeah, it's not good that Brooks is getting double teamed so much and he's getting guards getting to the second level and centers getting the second level on him, and you'd like him to get better protections, the coverage stuff is still going to remain now and into the future. So if you do keep him on the 1 more year deal, are you then looking at signing him to a contract extension beyond the year or letting him walk in free agency at that point? And so it's maybe getting this a year ahead to get some value out of the situation because you've determined he's not the right fit. As somebody else said, I think that part of this is built out of too. You're not changing out of the 3-4 defense anytime soon. I think the 3-4 defense is always going to require the middle linebackers to have some kind of slipperiness, some kind of ability to get around the blocks. And that's just not his game. And you could make the argument here that Brooks is really most ideally suited to playing in more of a 4-3 defense as the middle linebacker. Real Matrix says Levis won't go number 1. I'm sorry. I don't think he will either. Berg Show, do you think we'll make the playoffs? I'll say yes, Berg Show. But I also don't have a lot of confidence in, especially when it comes to this defense, knowing what's going to show up on the football field week in and week out. And when they don't show up, they do not show up. Garth Knight, I'd laugh if Arch Manning pulled an Eli. It's possible though, man. That family swings a lot of power. They got a lot of prestige in this league. Sal says the Bryce Young's going number 1. The Texans are apparently high on him. That would be amazing. God, that would be great. That'd be so great for us on so many different levels if that played out that way. I hope that's right. I've heard that report as well. The Texans are high on Bryce. I so hope they do that. Please do that, Texans. Please. T-Money says move Kobe outside. Brown at the slot. Not that Jackson's playing bad. I mean, we don't know. I don't know if we know if Brown can play in the slot. I'm open to it. He's never done it in his pro career before. I wouldn't want to move Jackson out of the lineup at this point, T-Money. I think he's done enough to earn the starting job and to remain as the starter. I didn't think he even played that bad today. Just played within the scheme and what it was asking him to do. No, I probably wouldn't go that route. John, just from the way the general managers seem to roll, I wouldn't be surprised if it's Young, Anderson, and Stroud going 1, 2, and 3. They're interchangeable depending on which board you look at. I could see it going that way. Yeah. That does seem to be the consensus. Coolbury says, I'm not as high on Trey as most seem to be, but at least let him play and see what it is. I mean, I get where people are going from wanting to see him play, but you want to see him play to try to come in and do, fix something that's maybe a broken point of the team or something that's going to help. If he's not comfortable in the slot and Jackson's playing as well as he is on the outside, I mean, how do you pull Jackson for that just for the sake of doing it? The issues with this team are the front 7, not the secondary right now. Wu-Tang, most quarterbacks would do well with them. Sal Zero says, especially with his pro comp being Tua, doing some magical stuff this year, could end up vaulting him a little bit, Bryce Young. You're right with that. That could push him up a bit. Sajin says, if we did draft a quarterback draft, Tyler Huntley would be my pick if available. I might lean back and going to if you're not bringing Geno back, then Drew Lock even at that point over Tyler. But Tyler's got a lot of love out there. A lot of people like him. You're not alone on that. Not alone at all. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. Appreciate the donation. Says, looking at some film on Levis, I'm liking the arm and that he's not a statue, but the specter of Tim Couch looms. Tim Couch, of course, former number 1 overall pick out of Kentucky. And he does have a large shadow that does loom over Levis. The thing I will say about Tim Couch that differentiates him from Levis is Levis's arm is one of the better arms in this draft. And that was not what you said, I think, about Tim Couch coming out. I really want, even as a young guy, really early in the process of evaluating players, when you watched Couch come out, you went, this is the end. This is a number 1 overall pick NFL arm. It was a little bit like you can make more of a comparison of Tim Couch to like a Baker Mayfield. As far as that arm strength goes, it's okay. I ain't number 1 overall pick stuff. I do think Levis has got the number 1 overall pick type arm, but he plays fearless Garth. You're going to like watching this guy play on Sundays. If they can get the wildness under control, he plays with all heart. He leaves it on the line. He's taken an absolute beating there this year on that Kentucky team, and he hasn't shrunk from any moment. He's not fallen within himself. He's come back out on the football field and still tried to do whatever he can to help that team win. And he's, again, not played perfect, but I think he's going to be a great player based on where he goes from a pro situation. If he's put in a similar situation to what he's dealing with in college, I think he could really, really go backwards in his game. But if he gets put in a place to succeed, look out. T-Money says, what's with all the shorter DK routes? Just the way the defenses are playing him? Yeah. It's the equivalent T-Money of what you had with Devontae Adams on Mike Jackson, right? Jackson's in off coverage, dropping into bail technique post-snap. You got defenses running with DK the same way. Got your off coverage, bailing off the snap. What are you going to do is eat inside then on your routes inside of what's opened up off of where he's bailing to. So yeah, if the defense is going to give you that free money, a free meal, then you just go take it. And yeah, I think the offense is favorable around Tua. No doubt about that. Jacob Chamberlain, how confident am I that we'll beat the Rams next week? 60%? Like 60? On a scale of 1 to 10, I'm a 6. I'm worried about this defense right now, Jacob. Remember the time the Seattle Kraken out here streaking again, just won 5 in a row now. Wow, second year in the league already going. Let's go, Kraken. Deanna says maybe some Fireball. No, Fireball's, that's rough. I've learned my lesson with Fireball. It's too rough post tense. It's okay in the moment, but Lordy, you pay the price on that one next day. And Garden Night, Mom makes a mean Maker's Mark and eggnog, man. She makes a mean one. It'll get you in trouble. It's so smooth. You think you're just drinking eggnog and you've gotten yourself 5 shots deep. Berg Show says that's really his mom. That is really my mom. Deanna Pennington in the house. Mike Skinner, can we talk about how Geno threw the ball away when he was getting sacked and spun around? Elite. That was a good play on his part to find a way to get that ball out. Yeah. Megan says, I have the 42th South vodka on standby next week, B. And if it goes like today, we will be drinking before lunch. Bet, Megan. Well, I promise you, I'll be getting some Maker's Mark out this week. I will be prepared for next week, folks. They will not catch me like our defense unaware. Yeah, Garden Night. Maker's Mark does have a cool bottle with their little like candle wax dripping top. It's kind of cool. Snail says we need to have a convo about the drunk camera operators at today's game. Why was it consistently out of frame? I don't know. A lot of play action, probably. So they were just getting fooled. And these quarterbacks were getting good about that play action where you definitely can get tricked. It got me a couple times where I couldn't see it straight. Wu-Tang says Maker's Mark is solid. It's a good choice. You can't go wrong with Maker's Mark. It's so smooth. John Reese says, depends on which Hawks team shows up, whether we beat the Rams or not. I mean, it's, as I said, it's a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, and there is no in between. There is no middle road here for your Hawks this year, defensively speaking. You either come out dominant or you come out as a complete sieve. And if you're a sieve, you ain't going to stop it. The sieve is going to bleed all day long. And if you're dominant, you're going to probably be dominant all day long. You know, this Rams team, down Allen Robinson, down Cooper Kupp, no running backs of any worth, no tackles. You know, yeah, you should win this game. But is the defense going to show up? Yeah. Garth, you're very kind. Mike Skinner, why do the Niners think they can make the Super Bowl with a worse defense and a worse offense than what they had when they went? Because the NFC is vulnerable this year, Mike. Certainly the Eagles are starting to come back down to earth. I think the Buccaneers just lost to the Browns today. The Rams are a shell of themselves as it currently stands. So they look at that and they go, why not? Why shouldn't we be looking at as the front runners right now? And I honestly can't make an argument. I think in the past years when they went to the Super Bowl, it was a lot stronger NFC conference as well. So kind of the levels have been equivalent. You know, maybe the Niners are down a smidge, but also the rest of the NFC is down a smidge. Jack says, agreed on Caleb Williams as QB1. Yeah, no brainer. It's one of those ways. That's one of those reasons that if you have a guy that you look at as a quarterback and go, well, this is a true franchise, guy, this is a guy that should be absolutely due to be picked in the top 3, no doubt about it, if not the number 1 overall selection. When you see those guys, it shouldn't, much like the play being overturned today that took the officials 20 minutes of reviewing the tape on the DK catch to overturn it, should be the same thing with a quarterback. You should know it when you see it. And from the second that you saw Caleb Williams last year with Oklahoma, you saw it and you knew it. And he has only built further on that with the USC. I love the kid and the way he goes about playing the position. Smart as hell, good live arm, great mobility, makes the right decisions, puts the ball in just some tremendous spots as far as his placement goes. And yeah, he's going to be a good one. Daniel W. says, Will Levis has a better supporting cast than Spencer Rattler. And Rattler, who has been god-awful, hung up 60 points versus Tennessee. He holds the ball too long and causes a lot of his pressures like Russ. I agree with you. I wouldn't say that Levis has played perfect on this. I would offer, Daniel, that when you do have, like Lil has had over the last couple of years, of the drops and the hits and you've got to score a lot of points to be able to win every game because our defense isn't going to do much at all. I think when you do put that all together a little bit, it just factors in a little bit differently for me. I can't deny Rattler's playing great this year. He has taken steps forward. I do think he's got a better defense than Kentucky has. And I think that we could have a bit of a debate, I think, on who has the better supporting cast, offensive line, and guys they're throwing to. When I watch Spencer Rattler, Daniel, drop back to throw, I don't see him getting crushed in the pocket almost every time like I see Levis, or at least at the high proclivity that I see Will Levis getting smacked. I see a lot of clean pockets for Spencer Rattler this year. He's playing great. Don't get me wrong. Rattler's definitely finally taken some of those step forwards that people were talking about and taking the steps forward on. But I think the holding the ball comes out of, again, you're down in a lot of these games, your defense giving a lot of points. You got to score a lot of points in the offense to hope to win. That means you're looking for a play to open up. And if you don't have guys breaking open, you're holding on to the ball a little bit longer. And if you don't have a consistent running game, you're holding on to the ball a little longer. I think it's issues you can clean up with him. You know, when you get him more receivers on the outside, getting better separation, when he's got a better pass protecting offensive line, when he has a defense that's able to hold the game a little closer, he can play a little bit more under control. This was said a couple weeks ago by some other pundit out there, and I really do fully agree with this. I would much rather have to tell a quarterback to pull it back, to dial it back, to stop trying to go for every throw, than having to talk a quarterback into going for it, to talking him into trying to push those throws, as though he's playing a little more scared as opposed to playing fearless. I can saddle up the fearless guy. I can break that horse. You know, I can't make a guy play fearless, though. I can't get the other out of a guy. So that's where my confidence comes in with Will. Lance says, if we do in fact get number 2, do we trade down a couple of picks to get another first from a team desperate for a quarterback? Detroit, perhaps? Wouldn't that draft day be fun with 3 first-round picks? Ooh, Lordy. And yes, you're damn right. That would be one hell of a draft to start things off, Lance, just to begin things. This is my ideal situation as it stands right now, Lance. Let's say I don't think number 2 is probably where you're at. Let's say you're picking number 3. And even if 2 quarterbacks go off the board, you know, is some team look at Will Anderson as a generational type guy? Is some team like Will Levis as that next quarterback for them? And if I can then trade back 7, 8 picks, still stay in the top 10, let's say, but pick up that extra first round pick, that is an ideal situation from my standpoint of things, especially if you've re-signed Geno to bring him back here. Bergshow says, Brendan Nelson blocked me because I made a joke that we signed Geno 3 years at $100 million. Can you believe that? Oh, that's brutal. Sorry to hear that, man. Maybe he'll unblock you eventually. Maybe he just timed you out or something. Daniel saw you in the Perna stream earlier. I saw a few of my fellow Hawks nesters in here on the Perna stream. It's good to see. Tony says, after this game, maybe we need to use that first round pick on the defense. Yeah, maybe just a little bit, huh? Maybe that wouldn't be the worst way to go on this one. R. Sanchez, what's my donation total today? Oh, dude, we are well over like $450 today on the donos. So 450, 500, we might have even pushed into. So by far, biggest day ever, Sanchez. Of course, you're on the back of a big part of that coming through. We got to give Dan Sanchez a props, folks in the chat. Got to give him props. My man talked the big game. He said, you get to 10,000, I'll drop a $100 dono on the channel, man. I'll do it. And he did it. He was a man of his word. So yeah, 450, 500, you know, and I certainly ain't expecting that to be every time we're able to hit when we do these live streams. But if we are able to get into these places where these donors are up high, as I've made my promise to you guys, you support this channel and I'll make this promise to you. As quickly as I can get out from under doing any work and put most of my work on this channel and make this the full-time job as quickly as I can. And we are getting there very fast. Even at just 10,000 subscribers, I'm getting very quickly to being able to do this full-time. Part of this is because I got a low, small nut. But part of this is also because of Sanchez folks like yourself donating as you are, and you're getting me quicker to that territory of things. So I really do appreciate it. It's getting me there faster. That's what I'm using these resources to, so I can just do more videos It's already helped this year and allowing me to pump some of these videos out, like the Achena video, the tackles video I put out last night. I'm afforded that time because I could spend a lot of last week working on that video and getting it just right. So thank you so much, you guys, for that type of support. I appreciate it. Yeah, Wu-Tang, Caleb's going to be number one when he hits the draft, 100%. John Ruiz says Josh Jones is not good in coverage and then struggles with tackling. It's got a bad all the way around. Sal says at this point, just put Tanner Muse in at strong safety. Please give him a chance, Seattle. It's his best and natural position. I mean, could it hurt at this point? Just give it a shot. I'll maybe bring it up to him, Berg's show, but I mean, I'm not really big on telling Brendan how to run his channel. You know, he doesn't tell me how to run mine. I can't really tell him how to run his. And if he's got a certain way he runs his mods and his chat, I don't, you know, I'm not really in a position to tell him what to do, you know. But I won't ban you, man. I won't block you. Wu-Tang says, I'm stoked for the return of the retro jerseys. They're smooth. Oh boy, are they ever. Boy, are they ever. Garth Knight with a $5 dono. Another dono, Garth. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, brother. Says, we don't need to use a first rounder on defense. Remember, Jamal Adams will be back. Oh, I forgot. That's like getting 2 first round picks back, right, Garth? And a third rounder all in one player when he returns. Isn't that kind of the equivalency at that point? Feels like that. But yeah, unfortunately, can't count much on Jamal with that. Hopefully he can come back and bounce back and give you something next year, but you got to put those assets into other places at this point. When it does mean that front seven, Garth, it's tough to look at right now. That's a struggling unit up there up front. Struggling. But thank you for the $5 donation, man. I appreciate you. Robert Jimenez says Pacino and Walken on Seahawks lost today. All right, I'll give you a little bit, Robert. Thank you for the $2 dono, man. I'm definitely in a rough state. We're 7.5 hours in, so give me some rope on this one because it's a little bit tough. Seahawks today playing home off a bye. After you lose the Bucks, Brady, who cares? It's what happens. It always happens anyway to everybody with Tom Brady. It came back today fresh as a daisy, ready to lay to bear. The Raiders, those silly Pirates, came into Seattle, took you out like nothing. I don't know why. What happened here? I thought we were good. I thought we were division winners. We bad now? I got to adjust what I look at with this team. Help me know what's happening. I'll tell you, maybe, Robert, what we really need here next week. I need cowbells in the chat. Give me my cowbell emoji now, please. More cowbell. What do you think, Al? I'm down. I'm down, Christopher Walken. I'm down today because you lost a game you should have had. You win in the fourth quarter. You win in overtime. They lost. I don't know what I'm looking at today. The Seahawks, the Seagulls. What are you? What kind of bird are you going to be? Because I want to see a bird take flight that hunts. I want to see a bird take flight that's going to go win. I don't want to see this team today broken at the line of scrimmage, looking around for answers. There were no answers today. Hopefully there will be next week. Not the greatest of my impressions, but definitely they lack 7.5 hours in. Appreciate you, Robert, though. Al's disturbed. Al's really down today. Christopher's just like, this is going to be a win next week, no doubt. I'm always optimistic. But Al's just like, no, this portended the future of this year. Not good at all. No chance. Al's definitely been knocked off riding high here a little bit. Mike Skinner, Josh Jones, or Lano Hill? I guess I'll go Josh Jones, but I don't feel good about it. I definitely don't feel good about it. Ethan, if Caleb Williams were in this draft, would you rather pick him over a defender? Yes. Caleb Williams would be the first player I would take over anybody in this draft. I wouldn't have to think about it. I wouldn't have to use all of my 15 minutes in the first round. I would literally have my guy sprinting to Roger Goodell to give him the pick. Sprinting, full speed, jacket flailing in the wind. Zero says, I remember Thibodeau having a low motor, and he's a force for the Giants. True. He's having a good game, man. He's having a good start to his career out there in New York, and looking to be a good pick for them. So again, too, Zhao, I'm not making a final opinion with him. I'm only referencing what I saw on tape with it, and maybe it is a correctable, fixable thing, but you would admit that it is a little bit disconcerting when the guy has got a motor issue. It doesn't kill him, it doesn't knock him off as a prospect, but it is a little bit of a thing that you would build into your scouting evaluating when you're seeing it. And watching last night, I watched a couple of Alabama games, and in each of those games I'm watching him, there are times again and again and again where he just disappears for huge swaths of the game. Jalen Carter, I can feel play in and play out. I can feel him from that inside affecting the play one way or another, even if he's not in on the play. And there's just times right now that I see with Will Anderson, he just gets erased completely on a play. Cool Breeze, I don't really like any of the quarterbacks in this class. I don't know anything, though. I'm not a professional. Rather draft for skill on defense and a couple of players, maybe. Offensive players. Me too. Wu-Tang says it's 83 and 01 unis with the blue face masks. Ooh, okay. I'm with it. I agree with the real Matrix. Those uniforms are so clean. So clean. Garth Knight with a $5 donation says, can I get some Pauly Shore telling us about what you ate on Thanksgiving? Sure, buddy. Well, I'm going to tell you right now, Garth, I'm not a big Thanksgiving guy. I think the turkey's being a little bit brutalized in the United States of America. So I went with a little bit of hash browns, and I got myself a chocolate cream pie, buddy. And I ate that chocolate cream pie in 2 days because I'm hungry. I had to squeeze the juice with the pie, Garth. And boy, did I eat that. And boy, did I pay the price. You guys asking me to do impressions 7.5 hours in. It's tough, Garth. But Paul, yeah, I had my good turkey. I didn't need no turkey because I had my mashed potatoes. And it was delicious. That's all I got, man. The voice is definitely struggling a little bit for the impressions. Cool Breeze says, any baseball fans here sub to Brando's Mariners channel? Oh, thank you for mentioning that, Cool Breeze. Yeah, if you like to cover any baseball action, Mariners are going to be a good team this year. I do have a YouTube channel for Mariner baseball called The Crow's Nest. Pretentious Cameron, we should draft the USC receiver, Jordan Addison. I haven't had a chance to take a look at him, Cameron, but I will take a closer look at him, add him to my list. Breeze, you'll be at opening day for the M's. That'll be an exciting opening day. You know the fan base is going to be jacked. Not a big Thanksgiving guy, Garth. Don't like to eat the turkey. I'm a vegetarian. I'm not a vegetarian, but I picture Pauly Shore being a vegetarian. Like a vegetarian that does a lot of cocaine. Marty, I would like to see the Hawks trade out of the top 5 pick. That's my ideal too, Marty. It's always a seller's place. And you look at recent history of those teams that have moved out of the top of the draft. If you're picking 2, 3, moving back 5, 6, 7, maybe even 8 picks, you can tend to pick up minimum an extra first round pick, if not more than that. And that is well worth the price of doing business. Cool Breeze, I trademarked the Rally Cat moniker this postseason with the Mariners, by the way, in case anybody was wondering, but she always has been working. Sanchez says he'd do $20 million a year max for Geno. I wouldn't be surprised if it gets driven somewhere around that neighborhood of things, Sanchez. I think it'll be eventually a 3-year, I think it'll be eventually like a 3-year 70, 3-year 80. Seems about right. But that might be a little bit higher than you're looking to go at the 20 mil per. Would a couple million more push you off of it? You'd be a little flexible with that mark. Daniel W, shout out to Brandon's mom. Moms are the best. Always lurking in our lives as our number one supporter, worrying about us. Shout out to the moms. And that's a great description of my mother. You're not going to find a more supportive mother out there. She is, even when I have given her quite a few reasons not to necessarily be the most supportive, she's always been supportive of me and all of my crazy endeavors in every way that they take. And so I do appreciate it. And it's, hey, part of me being where I am with this channel is the fact I've had my support from my mom, and that's beyond just the childhood. That's support in adulthood too. So yeah, they are the greatest. Forever Faithful says Geno is not that guy. I got some folks that are not big on Geno. Seahawks Blue and Green. I think everyone agrees this is not a championship defense, but a few high-level draft picks towards it and some good free agent signings, and this team can get there. Yeah, I think you've got the ammunition to restock it. That's the important part of that. You know, from a monetary standpoint, from a draft pick standpoint, you can build this defense up. Takes the right moves to be made at that point, but you at least have the assets to get it done. Marty, if the deal presented itself, we could get more picks and have a lot of holes on our D. I'm with it. I'm with it, man. That's why I think it's a smart choice to go that way. Seahawks Blue and Green, I feel like we slow old men on the interior D-line. Never felt good about it starting the season. Yeah, you do have a lot of slow guys on the line. You know, you were hoping at the very least if they're going to be slow, they can at least take up two blockers. Like if you don't double team them, they're going to walk a guy in the backfield. But you don't have guys that can do that. Anybody seen D-Boy lately? Feel like it's been a minute. It has been a while since D-Boy's been in here. Sometimes he's lurking in the background quiet. Hawks, I'd love for you and Rob Stanton to do a show. I'll reach out to him, man. I'm open to it for sure. Jesse M says, did you guys, as a real Hawk fan, think the Raiders were a win on your calendar? Yeah. We've been a better team than you Raiders this year. We're still a better team than you guys right now record-wise. Congratulations on your win, but coming into this game, there was no reason to put the Raiders as a favorite. John Rees, we equally need a talented defensive tackle and edge. Not really impressed with our current defensive tackles either. Not really sure about Puna fitting into the 3-4. Shelby's okay, but outside of that, yeah, not a lot outside of Shelby, really, that you have to build on this defensive line right now going forward. The Real Matrix says Stroud's like Jimmy G. He gets carried. It's a big part of that. It's got a good supporting cast, man. And it's a part you got to factor into his play, especially when you do look at Stroud and go, well, when the play breaks down, when it isn't clean and easy for him, things get a little bit mucked up. Seahawks Blue and Green, we need a Debo type receiver to pair with DK, tough and versatile. I'll take that, man. They're hard to find, but I would take it for sure. I think it's a little bit of what Eskridge was kind of supposed to be a bit, but it's not worked out that way. Marty says, load up on the D, get a good wide receiver prospect and running back, and then we're good. Sign me up, man. Forever Faithful, where are the angry 12s? It's nonchalant attitude that's handed y'all the L against the effing Raiders. Sorry, let me look at your Let me look at your record this year. Oh, yep, you're still worse than us. You're still looking at the bottom of your division. So congratulations on your win, man. Part of the reason that we're not all broken up about this is we know it's a one-off, and that's how the NFL works. Some weeks you have it given to you, some weeks you don't. You beat us in overtime after you had a couple possessions. Congratulations, dude. Yay. But we take the L, we look at it in the course of the full season, and this is not who we've been at the full course this year. You came into this game, we're in the top of the division and one of the toughest divisions in football. So what? What? Remember, too, we had expectations in this year, Forever Faithful, that we're in a rebuild year. You went in a rebuild year. You went out and spent all that money on Chandler Jones, who doesn't have you but a half a sack for the year. You went all in on Devontae Adams, trading for him because you thought you guys could be true contenders this year. You're in the go-for-it phase of things. We're just happy to be wherever we are this year. We were supposed to have the worst roster in the league, yet we find ourselves in playoff contention. You guys aren't going to sniff the playoffs. So enjoy your win today. Enjoy it. Sit there and go to sleep with a nice big fat smile on your face. But at the end of the day, you ain't getting to the playoffs. And at the end of the day, we probably have a good chance to get there. Will you be back on my channel on that day? Oh, well, we didn't get it, but you did. Well, but you'll have your win at that point. You'll have your win against the Hawks. Mike Skinner, which is the one thing from each first-round quarterback that is unique about him? CJ Stroud, it is ball placement and accuracy. With Will Levis, I would say it's arm strength. And he's got I would say arm strength and mobility with him. With Bryce Young. Ooh, Bryce Young. I suppose I would go with accuracy on Bryce Young as well as the main thing that sets out to him. I think Stroud throws with better anticipation, but I do think he throws with really good accuracy to a spot and to a place on all of his throws. So I would go accuracy with him. I think that's your only three quarterbacks that you're looking at in the first round. John Willie says Levis is okay, but the interceptions he throws is worrisome. He does impress, though, with his will to win, though. Yeah. I mean, he's a competitive as hell guy. And I think that's where a lot of those interceptions come down to. Yes, they are worrisome. And it's not to be overstated that I can simply put it on the back of it being the supporting cast and none of that rides on him in the decision making. I think there's some of that explanation within that, but it's not the end all be all either. And in drafting Levis, you're going to have trust and faith that you can clean that aspect of his game up. And I think you'll be able to do it. I think a team will be able to do it if they put the right supporting cast around him and he has the right steadying hand as far as an offensive coordinator to guide him at that point. So it does matter as much with Levis as almost any quarterback in this draft as about where his landing spot is. But the plus side that he brings to his game and how much I give a little bit of the benefit of the doubt for the piss poor supporting cast he has around him versus some of the other quarterbacks in the sport factors into it huge with me as far as where I see him. Cooper says, always been curious as to why no Stanton collab. I sometimes get caught up in my work and I don't reach out as much as I probably should on that stuff. Yeah, with KJ Jefferson, I'd say if you're going to put him in the first round, it'd be mobility. I don't think Hendon Hooker gets in the first round at that point. Only KJ Jefferson might slip in there as that fourth guy at this point. And with him, he's got that Cam-like kind of mobility to him a bit. Really big, too. He's a unique runner, and he's like a running back running the ball, too, a little bit. No, not right. He's like a big running back. That would be KJ's unique thing. Snail says, bottom line is none of the quarterbacks are Andrew Luck, Trevor Lawrence level prospects. Let's improve the defense when the quarterback is the biggest need is when you should sell out for a QB. Yeah, I'm with that. Marty, I'm confident with Geno and grooming Locke for a few years. Me too, man. Seahawks blue and green. Why aren't there Josh Allens just lying around, laughing out loud? Well, there very well could be in this draft. Will Levis could be lying around in this draft. He could fall in this draft because he has had that level of production go down. And let's remember with Josh Allen, that was a guy that barely threw for 50% completion rate out of Wyoming in college. So there definitely could be that guy in this draft. Cheese Taco with a $5 dono. Thank you, Cheese Taco. Remember at the beginning of the season where there was a relaxed attitude with zero expectations? When the heck did this turn into a stressful season? Well, when they surprised like they did and they've won so many games as early on as they have, it does change people's outlook in a very big hurry. And I think you can see some of the potential in this year. You've had a defense for a 4 straight week period that has played as the number 1 DVOA defense in the entire sport. You've had an offense averaging 30 points a game essentially for you on the other side of things. You put those two things together along with the special teams unit that is magnificent. And that's going to get a lot of people thinking and dreaming big. And I like that. As I've said with my Seahawks fellow 12s in this fan base, I don't want expectations set low. I want you dreaming big. We'll think about next year, but we're here right now too as well. And the season is still well within grasp to go out there and make some noise. Maybe we don't have the creme de la creme talent that matches up with some of the other teams in the league, but we have shown when things are really all working, when all the gears are going, this can be a hell of a team. Zauser says, even though Ringo is my cornerback number 1 out of the draft, I do absolutely love the Alabama outside cornerback Eli Ricks and Brian Branch. They both have size and speed, notably Ricks at 6'2" and can run a projected 4.3 speed. Those are 2 of my guys that are on my next list out to be looking at. So I've got some cornerbacks this week I'm going to be looking at. Gonzalez, Ricks, Branch, they're all there on my list. So I'm going to be interested to dive in and take a look at those guys too. Sounds like we might end up having in Zhao in the first round 4 or 5 corners taken at least. John Reese says, that's a good point, Brandon. The issue on defense is definitely the front 7 and not the secondary. Yeah, those guys are doing good enough for you out there. All right, is it perfect out? Not perfect, but it's good enough. And they would be looking even better, I think, John, if you actually could get some pressure so that they're not being asked to cover for as long as they're being asked to cover at times. But you're not stopping the run and you're getting no pressure. And if you don't do that defensively, it kind of doesn't matter what you're doing on the back end at that point. Cool Breeze Fireballs for peasants. Yeah. That's a 20-year-old drink. You know what I mean? That's a drink you have in your 20s. That's like, what's that other one? That's the German one that's crazy. I forget that. It's got that hard to pronounce name to it. Jordan Kraft, this defense terrifies me, laughing out loud, and Russell Wilson's teammates have had enough of him. Look kind of awkward on that sideline, Brandon. Yeah, it's getting dark on that sideline with the Broncos. And you have wondered if it's not going to reach a breaking point, and maybe that breaking point hit today. You know, tired of the brand and all that stuff already there when you're not getting the play on the field. That stuff doesn't fly for very long. And you don't get the benefit of the doubt if you're Russell because you're not on your original team that drafted you. There's no built-up love there. It's what have you done for me lately? We gave you $250 million. We gave up all these players. We gave up all these picks. Will Valdez, if someone offered you a Herschel Walker level trade for the number 3 overall pick, would you do it? In a heartbeat, Will. That's my number 1. If you go like priority list on what I would like to do with that pick, my number 1 priority, my number 1 move to make is drop back 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe even 9 spots. Okay. And pick up that extra first and an extra first and a second round pick, or maybe even 2 first round picks. Or if, like you said, you can get a Herschel Walker haul, hell yeah. Hell yeah. I take that Russell original haul and I almost double it at that point. I think that's almost a no-brainer to go that route. Daniel W. says Derek Carr doesn't get enough credit after that hit he took. He could have sat out the game. Their season's over, but he went back out there. You got to give him props, man. That hit would look legit. I mean, he very well have, not a broken rib there, something that's a little bit sore in there, and he just fought right through it, got back out in the field, and only missed, I think, like 1 play. And yeah, props to him, man. Showed a lot of toughness. Brian Myers, Casey Jones, you want safety try for Antonio Johnson, Texas A&M. Oh, you're talking. Oh, there we go. Casey Jones. What are my thoughts on drafting J.L. Skinner? A little torn on the tape with J.L. Skinner. Box safety, strong safety. A little bit like Jamal Adams, and where you need the guy coming downhill and you need him always coming downhill. And then when you get him into a position of playing cover 2 or going backwards, it starts to get a little dicey with him. What I love about him is his ability to hit and be a real guy that come up and really lay the wood and do it cleanly. This is in difference of a guy like Marquise Blair, who when we drafted him, you could see he was a headhunter in college, and he might have a hard time adjusting to that at the pro level to still be able to lay those same kind of hits. Skinner can hit you. Big guy, good size, good speed, ranginess, athletic. The instincts, though, and the coverage skills for me are a little bit lacking with him. And people are going to be talking about him, I feel like, in the second round a little bit. And I might see him as more of a late 3rd round kind of guy because I do think there's coverage limitations. And much like I would say with a guy like Jordan Brooks, where what's the value of a run defending middle linebacker in this modern age of the sport? What is the value of a box safety that can't cover very well? He can hit, he can tackle, he can fly around the field. But I don't know that I see in Skinner a guy that is going to hold up, especially in zone coverage. The Jordan Love experience is upon us. Jordan Kraft, would I ever collaborate with Brandon Perna? Yeah, absolutely. I'd collaborate with Brandon Perna. He's a big dog, though, Jordan. Once those guys get up to 300,000 subscribers, they're not probably looking to really collaborate, even with the folks up at 10K, But if he was willing to, I'd absolutely be willing to. I'd love to. Jack Rogers' job might be in jeopardy. Oh, Love's coming out, and is Love Favre-ing him like he did to Favre? Sadly, this is the nail in the coffin for us. We can't do this and win. Agreed. Sijin says, is Coach Carroll going to be with us next season? I can't see why not, Sijin. I don't think he went through this year, a theoretical rebuilding year, and the success he's had with it just to walk away next season. Megan says, while today may not have ended up with the win I had hoped for, and I did think it was a trap game for us, you did indeed. I can't think of a better group of people to spend an early birthday with. Well, happy birthday to you, Megan. And I am hoping you feel better out there, getting through it. So I hope you're doing good in that aspect of things. And thanks. It's been fun being able to experience this with you guys. It's a tough loss today, but it has been enjoyable being able to talk this football shop with you guys and being able to experience this game with you. Seahawks blue and green. Would Hooker drop to our second first-round pick? Yes. I don't think Hooker becomes a first-round pick. He was already going to be an older prospect, which was going to make it hard for him to get into the first round. The ACL injury and being an older prospect absolutely puts him into the second round, if not maybe Seahawks blue and green third round. Marty, y'all, I'm ready to call this season with our current roster, but looking towards next 2 seasons. I think you can do both things at once. It doesn't have to be an either or. Sal says Christian Watson's emerging, and I had him as my number 2 wide receiver from the draft. First was Williams, who hasn't played. Well, there, you had him high then, man. You had him high. I liked Watson. I thought he was a little rough and was going to take a little bit of time to develop. John Reed's Rodgers shouldn't be playing. He has a fractured thumb on his throwing hand. Reminds me of Russ trying to play injured. Throws lots of picks and wild passes. Yeah. Megan, and seeing you get the 10K today, B, was the perfect early birthday gift. Ah, that's awesome to hear, Megan. It does put a smile on my face. It's good to see. So good to see. Cool Breeze, he on a contract with the team in limbo ownership wise. They won't change it. Yeah. Carroll's not going nowhere. He's here for the foreseeable future, which I'm okay with. I think he's earned that right to be. He's done a good job this year. He's done well. Jack Watkins very strong, more cowbell. I'll tell you, Jack, just more cowbell today. You won the game. I don't know why it didn't. Should have. Hawks win. Cowbell. Get him on the sideline all day. Ring it, please. It's not a good walk. 7.5 hours in, it's not the greatest of Watkins. It's hanging on a little bit. Zero says, even Penix over Radler any day. I just can't stand his it's not my fault attitude, and even if he cleaned it up, I don't trust him. There's some things with Rattler that you hear about off the field that do worry you a bit with him. He's balling. I mean, I was watching the game he had yesterday where they came back, I think, against Clemson, and he was throwing dimes all over the football field. Really good. How do I feel about special teams today, Mike Skinner? I think they showed you why they're one of the better units in football today. You know, Myers continues to make his kicks on the year. I think he's maybe missed one, and it was on a bad snap. Dixon's averaged 50 yards a punt, and he would have had one of the real game, the plays of the game on that punt at the end, where he kicked it so far that he had the punt returner actually fumble it for a moment before he got the ball back. That stopped the Raiders from even trying to go for a field goal at the end of regulation. But they were fantastic today. Big Country says, watching the Packers defense is like watching ours today. Well, I think at least they've got an excuse where they're down some guys. At least they got that. Cool Breeze, much love, Brando. You are absolutely the best YouTuber, regardless of the topic. You kick ass. Very happy to see you at the hot 10,000 subscribers. I can't wait for 100K. Oh, Cool Breeze, thank you, man. You're getting me dreaming, brother. You're getting me dreaming. And I appreciate all of your support on the channel, man. It's been a good day in that respect of things. That has helped to neutralize this loss just a little bit. Power code, dude, Brandon, you are like absolutely phenomenal, man. Genuinely such a hard-working dude. I love doing this stuff with you guys on game day and talking this stuff. And you guys always keep me thinking in the chat, man. You really do. And you got me thinking about things I hadn't thought about or different ways to look at the team or something I might be missing. And I really enjoy that about doing this. I have a ball with it. Jamal Michael, if we hit on defensive picks and Jamal can stay healthy, it would be very nice, but Jamal just can't stay healthy. Yeah, it's hard to count on him going forward, that's for sure. Kronos probably won't. He probably will be back, but can't fix our current problems. As we're saying, the issues right now are front seven, and I don't think that's Jamal related on that. Zao says the thing is with having a number 3 overall pick, there are many teams that will sell the farm for that pick. I could see Indy, Tennessee, Browns, or even the Bucks. Minimum 3 times first round picks. I'm with you, man. That's why I say it's the ideal spot for me. You look at recent times in the past that teams have done this. The Rams trading with the Washington Redskins for the Redskins to go up and get Robert Griffin. You know, who did that work in best favor of in that trade? You know, the Rams came out of that looking great. The Niners trading a couple of years ago to move up in the draft as they did and give up all the picks they did to go get Trey Lance. It's worked out great for the team that was willing to move off of that, didn't it? Even the Mitch Trubisky trade a couple of years ago where the Bears traded up to get Mitch Trubisky. That move worked out really well for that team willing to make that move to pull back. It seems like at every time it's at like an 80%, 90% clip, the team moving back is the one that really most benefits in that situation. I like it. Very ideal. Megan says, Anita Howard Cosell celebrating 10,000 subscribers. I got you, Megan. I will tell you this, folks. Looking at the illustrious growth of the Hawks Nest channel, one can only stand back in awe of the support, unfailing in every fashion at every turn, finding a way to push this channel forward at a monumental pace. I've never seen a YouTube channel take off like this since the 1967 New York Mets. It's only going to be a matter of time before we see this channel moving into the 100,000 subscriber territory. That's all I got, Megan. Voice is definitely in a tough stage right now. J-Boy Michael, if we can get Jalen Carter and Miles Murphy, you would love that. I'd sign me up, man. You come out of it with those two guys, that would be amazing. Those guys would turn a defense around if you got both of them on one defensive line. Saijin, yeah, it's Christopher Walken, but it's not the best. It's much better at hour 1 or 2 than it is at hour 7.5. Walking strong. Brian. Megan says, great answer on Caleb B. You know how much I love him, and not just because I'm a Trojans fan, saw him live. I know you did. I got your notes on him. And yeah, I love him too. I'm not blowing smoke. He's great. He's really great. Jack, Jalen Carter will be the first non-quarterback taken, no question. I agree, Jack. We're very much in agreement tonight on this channel. Megan says, I'm a vegetarian bee. Best thing ever I ever did. Oh, I'd love to say I could do it, but I don't think I could do it. Wu-Tang Financial, it's the Leaning Tower of Cheese. Buddy. John Reeves, if we don't draft a quarterback, then maybe we have a shot at Caleb next draft for 2025. Depends on when he declares. Could be. Part of what would also help you to trade back in this draft, right? So if you move back from 3 to 10 and you pick up 2 extra first round picks, you pick up the first round pick this year in this draft at 10, and then you get a future first round pick next year. Well, now you have a package of picks next year to move up in that draft. Though I do have a theory on this that whoever is picking number 1 is just going to take Caleb. You know, I don't think anybody's going to be willing to move out of there because he's going to be in that realm, I think. Things can change in a year, but I do think he's going to be in that realm of being looked at like an Andrew Luck, like a John Elway, like a Trevor Lawrence. Do you not get, oh my God, Weasel, Pauly Brando, Circo 1995 Encino is awesome. Yeah, I got a little Pauly. It's not my best of impressions. but it's all right. John Stillwell says Geno's going to be in the 30 to 35 million per year range. So I've been thinking about this, John. If you've got the franchise tag at 31.5, does Geno have the leverage then to dictate a 3-year, $35 million per year deal? Because you can just bring him in on the 1 year at 31. So doesn't that then drive the leverage of the negotiations back in the direction towards the Hawks, meaning that we'll sign you for that multi-year deal, but you're not going above 31.5 on average per year, if even at that. To me, as I look at that 31.5, that means that it's going to be driven more to a marker of like 26 million a year, 25 million a year, maybe. Something in that range, I think. I don't know that he'll have the leverage to push it up that much higher. Bergs has got it 1.4, 150. Ooh, that's a high mark. I'm definitely in favor of just if we can push it a little lower by giving him some more bonus guaranteed money, that'd be the way to do it. As Beasy puts it, 66 fully guaranteed, 4 years. That'd be maybe a way to get to a middle ground on that contract. Jordan Croft, I think everyone would agree you and Brandon Perna would make great content. I'd love to do it, man. I would. It is hard though, man. He's a big dog up there. Like he works with Grossi and stuff, right? Or Urinating Tree, another big guy out there in the land. So it's hard for us small guys to kind of break through on that a little bit. John Stillwell says, Geno is perfect. It'll be an interesting negotiation. 32-year-old with a 25-year-old body. There you go, man. It will be interesting to see where it goes, John. I do think they'll find some common ground, though, when it's all said and done. Daniel says, people need to stay the course regardless of what happens. This was a great season for us. Our rookies are awesome. Geno is a quality quarterback. We can find D tackles, interior offensive linemen in the offseason, no problem. Agreed, Daniel. Nothing but a successful year here. Nothing but a successful season. Jack says, Brandon, if you decide to collaborate with Rob Stanton, then I'm out. Unsubscribe. Rob is a massive tool. Okay. It's just part of doing this, Jack, is understand it's just, part of getting your channel to increase in size, and part of your getting your more out there is collaborating, and is working with these other folks. It's been, I think, a big thing that's helped out both me and Brendan Nelson doing it on our end as we've done it. So it's also a little bit about what helps the channel to grow, and it's about growing the channel at the end of the day. Thing is with this too, Jack, is you say you're unsubscribed. This is kind of the road I get to at times with things where I make one choice on the channel go in one direction. I'm going to piss people off this way. If I go the other choice in this channel, I piss people off in that way, where it's like a damned if you do, damned if you don't, territory of things. There's places I'm with you and that I disagree with Rob on. There's places that I think he's really smart on and he gets ahead of. I mean, was anybody talking about Dameon Pierce as much as Rob was this last draft? And that's been one of his bigger hits, I think, coming out of this last draft. So I hear where you're coming from, but do understand with me on this. It's all in the name of trying to kind of build the channel up, and that this is sort of the game you have to play as you want to kind of make some hay in this YouTube game. Chrono says, get him, Brandon, tell that Raider off. I'm not gonna listen to somebody who hasn't even got a 500 record talk trash to me because you got one win and you happen to win in the OT. Well done. Yeah. Here's your ribbon. Mike Skinner says the defense has pieces, but it needs reinforcements draft day, and free agency. Yes, sir. Zal Zero, thank you for mentioning. Please do hit that like button for me, folks. If you could, if you haven't, I would appreciate it. Yeah, Rob goes hard if you don't agree with him. It's the one place I've seen on the blog with him at times where it's like, Rob, chill. And look, I struggle with this. I disagree with people, and I'm always working on this myself, of less of I disagree with you, you're wrong, and more of I'm going to try in a back and forth to understand where you're coming from if we do find ourselves at differing places in our outlooks of things and where we view things. But that is something, yeah, he gets a little, he can start to chew on that bone a bit when he feels like he's right about something. But I do that same thing. Megan says, snarky B, rarely seen but loved by this 12. I'm not taking noise off a Raiders fan in my chat today. I am not doing that. I'll give you a congratulations and the tip of the cap. You want to push it beyond that, then let's go. Let's go. Garth Knight, Bryce Young does not look durable. Nope, not to me either, man. I think he's going to get injured. I think he's going to get beat up at the NFL level, and we've seen this in young quarterbacks. Tua has gone through this. I mean, hell, I saw a hit today where Tua almost got snapped in half again today. I mean, legit, where you're like, is he going to get up off that hit? That was insane. It's, I just don't, you got to have a big enough body to hold up at the NFL level. And I'm not sure he's going to. Josh Borrego, I've seen some say this was Geno's worst game, but he did almost everything right. Our defense was horrid. Yeah, Josh, I've been pushing back on this stream on that take here for a couple hours when it's come up at times. I think there's a majority of the fan that look at this game and look at it very clearly and see it's the defense fault why we lost this game. And I'm a little bit thrown off by the Geno criticism that always seems ready to come out on every loss, no matter how he plays. And I look at it, Josh, he had no running game in this game. He threw for 320 yards in this game. He was good in his decision-making. He was good in his throws. Did he play the game perfectly? No, he didn't. But he put 34 points on with this offense on the board for you. Defensively, you couldn't stop that defense. You gave up 40 points. I presented it to the chat. I haven't seen really a clear answer onto it of where this kind of hate comes from with Geno or why it gets slanted in this direction, where there are all these guys with the triggers pulled back and their fingers on the triggers ready to shoot Geno as for his bad play when he's not playing bad. He's yet to play a bad game this year. Has he played perfect? No. Has it fluctuated between good to great? Yes, but it's all been at least minimum good. And I look at his day-to-day, 73% completion percentage, 110 quarterback rating, 8 yards per average attempt. So Josh, he wasn't just dinking and dunking all over the place. He was also pushing the ball up the football field. I look at all that and I say that's a good day. Not part of the problem. But you're right, Josh. There are some of those 12s out there that are ascribing it to him. Zhao, yeah, but if we draft a quarterback in 2023, he plays and learns from Geno, then we'll be benched once he's ready. Then we'll be benched once he's ready. And what will be the going rate for a backup quarterback? Geno will be okay with getting 20 million or 10 million for a backup role. Yeah. You can play a lot like that. It's not the worst place to be in. It's good to have a couple quarterbacks, especially these guys getting beat up as much as they can get beat up. Seahawks Blue and Green, would you take Quentin Johnson if we were picking at around number 5 or 6 and a top defensive picks are gone? No. I like Quentin Johnson's game, but I don't think that that's where the value is right now for this team to go at it in that direction of things. And while I like his game a lot, and he's a fun player, and he's very much going to be deserving of going in the first round, I look at Quentin Jefferson as more of a teens first round kind of pick. I think he should be more into that range than I think you look at him as a top 10 first round pick. I don't think he's there. So I like his game. It's not perfect. It's good, but I'd like a lot more of a game-changing talent to be taking at that spot. I think you can, somebody might pick him there, but I think you're going to be able to get him in the teens. Cool says, look at DK's diving catch that they call back, then look at the touchdown by Marvin Jones to win. It's the exact same bobbling with the ball, and it was a catch, and DK's call was incomplete. Yeah, I think it's BSQ. I think it's a catch. I think the fact that it took them 30 minutes to look at the replays, they must have looked at the replays 50 times to make a determination. And if you got to look at it that much, then isn't that evidence in itself that it's inconclusive? And that's where I ended up standing on that play. You're right. There is no consistencies at times in the calls. We still don't know what a damn catch is. I watched DK's controlling the ball all the way to the ground. It's the call on the field's a catch. Yeah. John says drafting a quarterback and having him play behind Geno, that would be ideal. It would be. Part of where I get enamored with the thought process, John, of this draft of you go with the players that are position players early on, a little bit more driven to the defense, and then you get into the third round. And maybe there are guys that enter this draft that could be up at that spot. A Penix, a Cameron Ward who might come back. Maybe he's there. A Spencer Rattler. There's a collection of guys into that third round you could go get that would be interesting guys to have as the backup plan. Wouldn't be the worst way to go. D-Nugget says Hawks lose, but we still have a Brando and 10,000 subs. That's right, man. Zal says, but I do expect Geno to have a big contract this year, but I'm worried a team like Indy or Bucks would use his services because Brady is still going to retire very soon. Well, this is why I have the utilization of the franchise tag, Zal. There may be a team willing to pay him $40 million a year on the open market, but you're not going to let him get to the open market. And if a team wants to sign him at that point, they can give us 2 first-round picks. So that's why I think you got to utilize the franchise tag here as a very real option. John says Raider fans gloating about a win over a rebuilding team when their franchise is a dumpster fire with no chance to make the playoffs. You know, it's true. John Robinson says that game was bad. Yeah. It's a tough one, John. That is a tough one. Mike Skinner says Jamal makes that tackle where Josh Jones fails. 100%. 100%. Marty, I like Andre Carter, though, by the way. I'm not big on Carter myself, Marty. Kind of a one-year wonder. Doesn't have a lot that he brings to the table as far as the pass rushing moves go. It's just I'm going to try to be much quicker than I should be allowed to be for a guy my size. There are some echoes there, a little bit of the guy that used to play for the Miami Dolphins, their defensive end. He's got a little bit of that kind of build to his game a little bit. I think the Hall of Famer, I forget his name, but he was really good out defensive end for them. He's got the same kind of a body style as that guy did. And I like his game, but I get worried about that 1 year with 15 sacks last year. He's going to end up like 5 sacks this year. I don't know. John says there's no way Russ is this bad, though. They have to maximize his strengths and hide his deficiencies. I would think he's not this bad, John, but he couldn't put 10 points up on Carolina. Yeah, is it all the offensive line at that point? Is it all the receivers? Is it all everybody else's fault? You know, how much is Russ? How much is the rest of the players? I'm not really sure I even have a good answer on that, but I know Russ is a big factor into it. Megan says, do not lose those first round picks, B. Oh, hell no. No. John says, yeah, because we need an influx of talent. We are more than a Jalen Carter away from the promised land. Yeah. John, I'm worried about Russell's mental health. They should sit him down. I'm kind of worried about it too, man. You definitely wonder where he's at. This has been a hard a season as any player's had to be faced, as stiff a fall as any player has faced, especially from the quarterback position, and not a lot of great answers to be had. Wu-Tang says if someone wants to make us a ridiculous offer, that's fine. I just don't see a ridiculous enough offer coming through. All it takes is one team, Wu-Tang. All it takes is one team to get desperate and one player to fall that they fall in love with. And we've seen it happen in the past. We've seen it happen fairly often in the past. Justin Goins, who the hell is J.L. Skinner? J.L. Skinner is a strong safety out of Boise State. Big kid that hits really, really hard. Probably your biggest hitter in this draft from the safety position. John says, everybody, don't forget we get Adams back, who should be better in the scheme we're supposed to run. You also got to wonder, though, John, where he's going to be at from a health standpoint. I mean, has he gotten over his injury problems then when he does come back next year? Or do we have to maybe just count on whatever we get from Adams next year to be bonus? Hard to count on him as a building block with all he's kind of had to deal with injury-wise. Seahawks Blue and Green, there could be something mental with Russ. The story about him using Seahawks code words with his Denver teammates. Very well could be. I mean, the guy's got he's had his mental health sports coach and health sports mentalist, and, there's a lot to the mentalist side of it there with Russ and what he's done. So you do wonder on that. You do wonder on it, and it's been such a precipitous fall this year. It makes you kind of question and wonder. It's like, where is this? Mike Skinner says John Elway wouldn't allow Russ to be benched. Maybe not. I don't know how much sway Elway has left in that building necessarily. Brian Meyer says this may sound ridiculous, but the quarterback coming out most like Josh Allen is Clayton Tune. Check him out. I have checked him out. Let me bring up my notes. Clayton Tune, 6'3", quarterback out of Houston. Had a really good year last year in 2021. He's had a little bit of a slight down year. Easy delivering point guard type quarterback. So here's kind of my scouting breakdown on my first look of him. He's an easy delivering point guard type quarterback. 20 yards and end. He's precise and can deliver the ball with reasonable arm strength. Pushing the ball deep becomes tough. He throws off platform especially well rolling to his right. Doesn't need to set his feet to deliver an accurate pass. Excels with throwing seam routes or routes that require him to put the ball on the line. He can throw with touch, but it's soft, so he must really also throw with great anticipation. So Clayton Tune's fine, but Clayton Tune has nowhere near Josh Allen arm strength. Nowhere near the ability to push the ball up the field like Allen does. And I would say with my first look at Tune, I thought there's some limitations on the deeper routes. Shorter stuff he can throw with velocity, and he can throw accurate, and he can throw really well. He's very smart with where he goes with the football. But I do have some questions with Clayton on the arm strength side of it. John says, Brandon, do you think we'll ever run more than man coverage? And do you think we'll ever run more man coverage and run more of the Fangio scheme and disguise our coverages by keeping it too high? No, John, I've given up hope of that this year. I think my theory on this is that they had that built for Jamal Adams. When Jamal Adams went down with an injury, they tossed it all out the back door and said, nah, all that goes away now. We're going to just do all of the old stuff. That's where I think this came into. We're going right back to all the old stuff. Sucks, but that's what they've been doing. Zao Zero says, I still like Mingo from Ole Miss. TCU Johnson will get picked, but Mingo might be available later in the second or third round. He's a big enough guy at 6'2", 4'4" speed. Great for a wide receiver. He's on my list to take a look at, Zal. So I haven't had a chance to take a look at Mingo, but I will be looking at him. Paul Third says the buyer's remorse for Russ is amazing right now. Denver fans really looking into his real history in Seattle and feeling ripped off. They didn't do the closer look, Paul. And part of what made this trade happen, part of what made the Denver fan base so enamored by him was the highlights. Because you get Russell Wilson highlights from 2021 even. I could put a highlight film together from 2021, which would probably knock your socks off. Right? But it's all of the plays in between those highlights. And that's the plays that those Denver fans are starting to get well acquainted with this year. If Allen Robinson doesn't come back, bring back Mayowa. So, I know you're big on Benson Mayowa, but you've got to remember when Benson Mayowa in his last year here had like 550 snaps or something on the defensive side of the ball and was one of the most inefficient pass rushers in the entire sport. He's a name. He's been here before. But as far as productivity and recent productivity is concerned, he's not good. He hasn't been good. Megan says, thanks, B. And 12's birthday is until Thursday. Well, happy birthday, no doubt. Anyway. John says, you paid Russ, but you don't have to play him. That's true, John. I guess what's the benefit from sitting him, though? Other than just maybe something good could happen, right? Some kind of positive will turn about somewhere. How? Cool Breeze says, Pumpkin needs a friend desperately. Well, I have another cat. She just bullies her. That's all she does, just bully the hell out of her. I can't stop it. Cool Breeze, big time. We got away with one. Cool Breeze, big time. We got away with it. Zalzero's got Rasheed Rice from SMU. Oh, another one I'll check out, man. Justin Goins, the cat's in a catatonic state right now. She is indeed. She's very comfy. John Robinson says, Pete usually lets his corners play press on the outside if that's their strength, but it's the same bull crap over and over. It's the same bull crap cover 3 on the back end. Oh, wow, they added match coverage. Yeah, it's basically just the same old stuff, John. I mean, that's the bottom line of this. You need to adopt, you need to evolve, you need to expand. You're not doing so. You're falling back into the same old trappings as before. And as we've seen in recent years, John, the old defensive ways are providing ever diminishing returns every successive year that we move forward. And that's not changing anytime soon. Coach Carroll doesn't seem to want to learn this lesson. He loves his cover 3 defense more than his firstborn child, and he's not letting it go. Marty, I have a framed signed Russell jersey, going to have to sit on it for a decade or two. JL Skinner from Florida is amazing too. We have 2 JL Skinners. Garth says the Orange Cat is embracing Brandon's new stardom, being a 10K plus guy. She's in every shot. She's doing this. She's doing duck faces. She is the star of the show, man. Paul Third says, I think it's position of need, but I would love to see Michael Mayer from Notre Dame in a Hawks jersey, best tight end in the upcoming draft. Boy, it's hard to go with the tight end this next draft, Paul, when you got 3 tight ends that are working so well for you. I like Michael's game. I do. But boy, you got bigger needs, man. You got bigger needs. Not to mention, Paul, there's never been a time in the 10, 11-year history here that Coach Carroll has been here that he has run on game day with 4 active tight ends. So you draft Michael Mayer, it means Colby Parkinson's inactive come game day. You know, it is. I like him, man. I just don't see how that would fit, though. Brian Branch says, Marty, tackling machine. Take a look at it. John, why do we get these games that are so vanilla in the play calling on both sides? Is that because we feel like we're overmatched in the trenches, or is it Pete trying to reel it in for the playoffs? I don't buy it. He's reeling it in for the playoffs. I hate it as much as you do, John. I don't have a real explanation for it defensively, John. I don't. You are vanilla play calling your defense because you're acting like you have a ferocious front four that can get pressure and stop the run on their own, which they can't. You need to help them out. You need some more pressure-based looks. They refuse to do it. Maybe they just don't do it well, so they're unwilling. You know, you asked about man concepts. They don't trust these guys in man coverage, obviously. Yes, they are getting overmatched in the trenches. Yes. That's really a big part of this at the end of the day. I mean, even beyond schematics, you're just getting overmatched. You're losing in the trenches a lot of these games, both sides of the ball. So, offensively, I don't know that they were vanilla today, John. I just don't think that there was any holes open up in the running game. And so you became one-dimensional. As that's as much anything from the offensive side of it. But hell, I mean, even one-dimensionally, you still put up 34 points in this game. Daniel W. says, if we end up with a number 2 overall pick, I'd love to trade back for a team who falls in love with Bryce Young. 1 or 2 spots for a future first, or at least a minimum an additional second and third this year. 2 seems likely at the moment. Yeah, Daniel, if you move back even 4 spaces off of the number 2 overall pick, you're getting an extra first round pick back. That's the going rate. Kirk Stemmer with a $2 donation. Thank you, Kirk. Appreciate you. He says, Bama products rarely get better in the pros. Great point on your part. Great point on the part. You tend to get what you got. Wherever they're at coming in is what you're going to have. They have a very good developmental system there. They're going to get your game expanded out to wherever it's going to go. And I think that's a very well said on your part, Kirk. We could go through a variety of different guys that we mention on this, and it's probably pretty much the same down the line on them. Not that you can't find effective at Bama football players at the next level, but is there that guy that's this and then gets to the NFL and becomes that? And I can't, off the top of my head, remember or think about the last guy that has been that. I'm sure somebody in the chat's got a great example, but nothing that stands out to me, man. Thank you for the $2 donation. Garth Knight with the $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. Brando, my birthday is in February, but I feel like the Orange Cat is wishing me an early happy birthday. Can this be true? Let me check, Garth. Were you wishing Garth a birthday? She said yes. Leave me alone is what she just said. He wants to sleep. I gotta give you some loves. Come on now. Yeah. Yeah. How you doing? How you doing? She is saying that though, Garth. You're hearing her right. She can speak words. Sal Zero says, oh yeah, I forgot. I thought it was Florida at first, but still, JL Skinner got that cam size to him. Yeah, he's 6'2", 6'3", yeah. Kind of in that range. Wu-Tang, have a good night, man. Appreciate you. AI, are you still talking? Justin Goins, I thought Howard Cosell died. What's he doing streaming on your YouTube right now? He comes back every once in a while from the dead, Justin Goins, to let you Seahawk fans know you're on the right path. You're beheaded to a Super Bowl pedigree, no doubt about it. All it requires is patience and a proclivity for pushing and rooting this team forward into the future. Megan says, no trading back ever, not with these picks. Megan, though, you can get extra first-round picks back. I mean, like, Megan, if you drop back from 2nd to 8, so you still pick 8th, Megan, you don't lose. The way this works is you move back from this number 2 overall pick to 8. You pick up an extra first-round pick. So then you're also picking at 8th in the first round, and then you get a future first-round pick for a mere 6 spots that you move back. It's hard for me not to do that. John, maybe it's because we think we can dominate these teams just by lining up, but there was literally no misdirections in any facets of the game. Pete needs to now give up all his play calling power. I don't know how much play calling power he has going on, John, on it. I don't. Maybe defensively, I'm with you 100% there, but I can't look at the offense and say we had any problems offensively, John. If we score 30 plus points a game, I'm really not going to come back to the offense and be like, well, we need to do this and we need to be more, we need to be more exotic. You put up 34 points, you should win. Bottom line. AI, I hope we get Carter at 3-2. That's my number 1 guy right now. Sijin says, Hawksnest, dude, that was a good impression of Howard Cosell. Thank you, man. Well, I got one of these impressions right today a little bit. That's good to hear. I like me some Howard. He's one of my all-time favorite guys. I love his use of, his vernacular was incorrigible. His ability to prognosticate and bloviate is unmatched in announcing history. Justin Goyds, Caleb can't declare until 2024. Correct, Justin. We're talking about next year's draft, not this year's with him. Cool Breeze, this chat is awesome. Big ups, Brando, on the 10K, but for real, this place is special and unique. Well, thank you, man. I agree with you 100%. 100%, as I say, that the chat is what makes this channel go. It was what will make this channel what it is in so many respects, and that's why I appreciate you guys so much, because every time you guys bring it. Megan says, nope, not trading back. Cameron, if you were able to eventually do a YouTube full-time, would you still focus on just Seahawks or the entire NFL? I'm setting the stage, Cameron. I'm setting the stage very carefully. So the way it would work is that I would continue to do just Seahawks content for NFL Bound. I've built out a baseball channel on the Mariners side of it. So there's going to be a couple months there where I can hit that, especially when you get, Seahawks in NFL, you get a dead period, where after the draft for about 2.5 months to 3 months until training camp, there's nothing really going on. And that's a period where now I can get over to the baseball side and still keep things kind of going, percolating on that side of things until we get back to the NFL side of it. So no, when we do this full time, the full-time measure will be the NFL really carrying most of the day for me on the Seahawks channel, carrying the day, and then doing some of the other channels to kind of get things rolling along to supplement a little bit. But no, I'll be able to do it just, I think, fully on just Seahawks content. So I don't have a huge, I could definitely start doing some stuff that's more general nature of it. I've hesitated on that because I know that there's some Seahawks fans that just want Seahawks content, don't want to hear about the other stuff. But absolutely, I could eventually maybe expand a little bit with that stuff, to a small degree, I guess. It's a possibility, but at the moment, it's not in the plans. John says, I'm guaranteeing that teams are already scheming on how to get Caleb, assuming things hold true as far as his level of current play. Wouldn't be surprised, John. I wouldn't. You don't have many guys like his level of talent come down the track just every year. Khan says, after today, I don't know how I feel about Geno's future on this team. Can't give him a contract until he gets a game-winning drive, good playoff performance under his belt. Boy, Cons, I struggle in being in that same place. I mean, Cons, do you look at this game really with your defense giving up 40 points in this game? And do you really look coming out of this game and your first view is to look at Geno and to say his contract is in question? He threw for 325 yards on a day where he had no running game, where the pass protection was not the greatest. And he still threw for 325. He wasn't perfect, but if he's putting up 34 points a game, how do we, with his offense, how do we look to them and say they're the problem here? To me, it doesn't take a game-winning drive or a good playoff performance to determine whether he gets a contract or not. I mean, if you build a team next year that's a juggernaut that plays that plays ahead all the time, does it matter then that he can't bring you back on a game-winning drive? Not as much to me. So I'm not in the same place. You're not alone, Cons. There's some folks after this game definitely questioning Geno. I don't find myself in that place, but I'll admit you are not alone in that. But I'm willing to give him a deal right now based on the fact he's played good to great in every single football game this season. Cool Breeze, Rally Cat really is something otherworldly. She's been working for years. Her effect is undeniable. If you spend time around her, you know. Oh, you know. Rally Cat's undefeated. John says, I'm leaning towards not signing Geno. He's been looking a little shook in the tight games with weird body language. He'll be less effective with a year of game tape to study and formulate strategy. Maybe. I don't think a lot of what he's doing this year is that he's showing a tendency to do one thing and the teams are going to eventually be able to take that away. I think part of his success, John, is that they've done a variety of things offensively speaking. I think his level of play is sustainable currently. I think, John, again, it's odd to me, John, and you're not alone on this, but there's the thing I come out of this game as a head scratcher as far as the fan base. Your defense gave up 40 points. Your offense scored 34 points, but we're looking at Geno saying he's was problematic in this game. I mean, John, you had no running game. And then, John, you know your football. How many quarterbacks are able to have any kind of success when their running game is going nowhere on the day? 0 zip, nada, nothing zip, nothing. Nothing's getting accomplished in the running game, and they're still able to go out and score for 325 and put up 34 points. I mean, isn't that more of a situation where you laud that quarterback? Then the first thing you would do is lean in, or one of the first things we would, not the first thing you do, but one of the first things we do is to lean in and say, well, the defense, quarterback. And that's a little of what I'm hearing on some folks on this. And John, I'm just not getting it, man. I'm not getting it. No running game. Under duress a lot of times very early on plays, as was the case in the last offensive play that they had before the punt, where there was absolutely like this pressure, like a snap. And yet he still goes out and plays pretty good football today. I can't see it myself. I can't see it myself on that point of it. I don't know how this game's a game you look at with 110 quarterback rating, 73% completion percentage, no running game. And I keep saying this, but are we all giving this proper weight? When you as a quarterback have no running game and the defense is aware into the third quarter that you have no running game and that they can just stop everything as they need to with their front seven, that makes it a lot easier for them to then take away the pass, to squeeze down those passing windows, which is going to make it harder then for your quarterback to then have that success. But Geno kept that success in passing this football throughout the whole course of this game. And I said it once, I'll say it again, is the expectation, John, that he's got to play perfect? Is the expectation level that Geno should have been in this game putting up 40 points in this game? I mean, at what point does it get a little unrealistic in the expectation level of what he's got to provide this offense? First, again, it ain't just in a vacuum. Who's the other guy coming in here and putting up more points than him? Is it the rookie quarterback we're going to draft and wait 2 years for them to eventually get to the same performative level that Geno's at right now? Because I don't want to sign up for that. That doesn't sound awesome to me. That sounds like to me we're going to wait 2 years for something that we already got right now. John Forward says, we will win the rest of our games. I love that. I love the confidence from you, John. P-Town 90, thank you for subscribing. Welcome aboard, P-Town. I appreciate you. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. I do appreciate you as well for all of your donations to the channel, man. That's like your 9th donation. So thank you. You are tremendous. Brando is a balanced critic of any player. If he wasn't, I wouldn't listen to his ass. Geno is performing well. Thank you, Garth. I'm not a Geno lover. It might sound like I'm a Geno defender or that I'm a Geno, big supporter of him, but I'm not. But the tape doesn't lie this year. The bottom line stats don't lie. 73% completion percentage for a quarterback 11 games into the season who's averaging 8 yards an attempt is a ridiculous stat. Ridiculously awesome. Well over 100 quarterback rating, one of the top markers in the league as far as his QBR. As I've said, what quarterback stat do you want to take to use as a measure and a guide for his performance level this year? And I'll show you a guide about a top 5 mark. So I appreciate you recognizing that, Garth. I'm not saying that he's the greatest or the end all be all or better than sliced bread. I'm just saying that he's good enough if you build out the rest of this roster to get you to the Super Bowl and win it. He is. He's shown that. Jimmy Garoppolo can get to a Super Bowl. Geno Smith can get you to a Super Bowl. I have faith at this point, and it's not been easily won over. I was very much one of those guys in the campus saying this is a 1-year deal with Geno. This is just to get us through, and then let's move on. But he has been that good. He has been that good at the quarterback position. The Gavin, thanks, B. Awesome show as always. Thank you, Gavin. Jonathan Ford says, hi, my name is Jonathan Forward. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, Jonathan. Thank you for jumping in the chat. Appreciate you. Megan says, I will put this on the record now, B. If we trade down for our third pick, I will walk away from this team. You can't do that, Megan. Come on now. You ain't going to trust John Schneider at this point after that last draft, no matter what he does? I'm going to have some faith. Got faith, trust. John Reese says, drafts, no matter how high, are always a gamble, but many of the high picks are playing well. So they do tend to be a gamble. I think John does pick really well in that top 15, though. Zal says, all I know, if we can get a cornerback in the 4th or 5th round, Julius Brents from Kansas State and Lance Boykins from Coastal Carolina are my guys. Projects, but both big cornerbacks, 6'4", 6'3", and fast enough. Interesting. We're having a lot of good cornerback names in this draft already, I'm seeing. That might be one of the depth points of this draft. Marty, I didn't get to watch today's game. How'd Tariq do? He balled out. He wasn't challenged, I don't think, but hardly ever. I don't even know if he was challenged once by Derek Carr in this game, to be frank. Megan says, the front office has done far too much to me, and losing the third for no reason will end it. But you're only going back those couple of picks, Megan. You're not losing that 3rd round pick. You're still getting a 1st round pick at that point at 7 or 8. You're still getting a very good guy. John Eskridge injured again. What a sad state of affairs for the 2nd round pick. He doesn't have enough shiftiness and agility to parry big hits and make up for a lack of size. He's small, straight line guy. Well said. John, we need a disruptive run stopper, a pass rush inside, outside, in addition to the inside linebackers. Like, I like Laron Payne. Washington would be the great guy to go get as a run stuffer. He would help you out in the beginning of free agency, adding a body like that on the inside. Carter says, imagine Bryce Young taking the Derek Carr from today. He would have been split in half. Taking the hit Derek Carr took today, he would have been split in half. Yeah, damn right he would have been. Well said. Jonathan Forward, we have the best quarterback in the NFL. Seahawks will win the Super Bowl this year. Watch and see. I love the optimism, man. Yeah, hell yeah, Jonathan. And Stephen Gilmore, his brother's named Stephen and Stefan, is also a quarterback worth mentioning. Pedigree might help his stock and his talent is there. Okay. Well, his brother was a former, I think, top 12 1st round pick. So he's got some of that. That'd be good to see. We'll check him out. Marty, I'm interested to see the regrades of the draft. I bet Tariq is graded as a top 10 pick. Has to be, doesn't he? John says, it makes me so mad John Schneider compared Eskridge to Tyreek. Brandon's evaluations was spot on. I'm not trying to toot my own horn this, John, but I stand by every bit. I stand exactly today on my opinion of LJ Collier, Jordan Brooks, and D. Eskridge. Those 3 first picks I had of this channel in those first 3 years of the draft and covering it live, and my call and my evaluation of those guys on draft night, I think has been right on point. Has been, as you say, spot on. Not trying to toot my own horn, but I think I hit the nail on the head with those picks and where I saw those guys in my evaluations of them. And yeah, it's a disappointment, John. It's a frustration because that one was, a lot of these things were obvious to see. The lack of route running, the injury concerns, the lack of hands. You know, you don't run great routes and you don't catch very well. That's going to trouble me if I'm going to have you as a wide receiver I take in the 2nd round. I'll take that in the 4th, 5th round, I guess, for a gadget guy, but not the 2nd round. John Ford, we don't need another quarterback. Well, he is a free agent right now, John. We still have to sign Geno as it is right now. John says Tariq would have went before Stingley and maybe even before Sauce, given his speed measurables if there was a redraft. Yeah, would have gone before Stingley. Absolutely. Not sure on Sauce. Everyone's so salivating over him and just frothing at the mouth. I don't know. Sal says, I bet he's a day 3 pick for sure, Garth. I'm sorry. You're speaking of Garth. My bad. Gilmore's brother. Mike Skinner just looked at the route chart that Devontae had today. No routes on the left side of the field. Introducing Island Reek. Isle Reek. The Isle Reek. I like it, Mike. Not even testing him out there. The word is out on our Tariq Woolen. Don't go after that guy. You're going to get yourself into trouble. John says, we had all this creativity in the run game all season that sprung K9 for huge gains. We didn't pull a guard once. I think we had one toss, one read option, and one fly sweep, and the rest inside zone. You're right about that, John. You're on point with that. The running game continued to be a very unimaginative today, and a lot of inside runs at that. And look, the one fly sweep you ran, you had success with, John. I continue to say it once, I'll say it a million times. Every single time you run the fly sweep, it is successful for you. And it doesn't matter who really runs it. You're going to get 5 or 6 yards every time you run it. The team just doesn't seem to like to run it very often, which is strange. Or where's John Radigan? He's just coming off IR. He's just getting back up to speed. Colin says, the non-catch I can see, but the Kobe Bryant fumble pissed me off. Me too. There's no need for the official to have to blow the whistle there. I understand the not reviewing it, but the blowing of the whistle early like they did was dumb. Jonathan says, what do you think we're going to do at quarterback next year? I think, Jonathan, we re-sign Geno and we probably take a guy in the 3rd or 4th round as his backup at that point. See how I agree with you? Ringo is the number 1 cornerback in this draft. Too good. John, running into stacked boxes again, just like Tampa Bay. God, I would have liked to see a lot more play action. He missed Colby on the 2nd level of the boot. I wouldn't have mattered. I would have liked to see it a little bit more as well. I was glad, John, they did bail a little bit out of the running game a little quicker than they did against Tampa Bay, where it seemed like it took through all the first half for them to realize, oh, hell, this ain't working today. But stack boxes is not something that you run well into with this team. And they do need to take that as a lesson to learn going into the future of this season, where if we see a stack box, we just need to audible to a pass. Because we don't have the personnel up front to get it done if we're dealing with one extra defender down there. Christopher Corona, what about Tyree Wilson? I haven't taken a look at Tyree Wilson, but I will add him to my list of guys to look at. So sorry, I haven't taken a look at him yet, Christopher, but he's on my list now. Jonathan says, I am a huge fan of you. Go Seahawks. Tough game today. We will win next week. We will still make it to the playoffs. I've got the faith too, Jonathan. I'm unwavered over here. So I still got the faith. It's a tough loss, but we'll bounce back, man. And I love your optimism. Seahawks Blue and Green, tell Geno that we will franchise you or sign a 2-year, $50 million contract. I'm willing to swing that club. I'm not going to be Mr. Nice Guy we don't want to use it on Geno because we want you opportunity to go get your one true deal. I don't care. I'll franchise your ass. I'll keep you here for 31 and a half, or we can talk real numbers here. You want to talk real numbers? Let's talk real numbers. Jonathan Forward says, what's my cat's name? Her name is Pumpkin. Jack Brando, my issue with Rob is that his blog is mostly an echo chamber. He's not willing to have open dialogue. I agree with you, Jack. It's and so I know where you're coming from on that, Jack. I do. And there's been times with Rob on some of that aspect of things that it's turned me off to him as well. If I do a collab with him, have a little patience with me on it. Understand, if you could, for me, please, that again, this is the way you get around the algorithm. This is the way that you expand yourself to other audiences and get yourself in view of that, both for Rob and for me. And it's helpful and it's beneficial for us both, like it's been beneficial for both me and Brendan in being able to help ourselves out. And it is really about trying to grow the channel at times as well. I get where you're coming with Rob, and Rob, I think, does a lot of good, hard work in there and looking at these college prospects and takes what he does very seriously. And he's been doing this for years now. He's been into this for years. And so he's put that hard work in, I think, to earn a little bit of a measure of respect in that side of things. To your point on this, though, the place that does jump out to me over and over again when I have been on his blog, and I have seen him go back and forth with people, and hell, I've probably gone back with him at some point or another over the time period of that, is that there is a reticence, and it's a bit, I'm not going to lie, Jack, it's a bit of what's helped to guide me on my channel here, is that I see that, you want to turn the flame on everybody that you disagree with at every turn. That's not really great. And whether you're right or wrong at that point, it's just not the greatest trek to take. And it has informed me on trying to be a little more patient, even with those folks who I disagree with. And I'm not perfect about this, but I think you're better suited in these kind of positions, be it a blog or be it a podcast, to try and not just be as much, like you say, into the echo chamber. And it's part of also why, Jack, I say over and over again with this channel, I want to have people in here I disagree with. I want people in the chat that disagree with each other. That's why I push so much for it to stay respectful, because that's what makes this more interesting. It's not interesting to just sit here and everybody agree with everybody else. I like disagreement. I'll get heated. I'll get emotional about stuff, but I love it nonetheless. I love that disagreement. It gets our opinions and gets our perspective just more widened out and more certain. Your argument is better challenged than it is unchallenged. But Jack, your criticisms are valid, completely valid on that side of things. And I can guarantee you, if we do our collab with it, he's going to have to hear some times the things with me where we're going to disagree on stuff and we're going to go back and forth with it. But I get where you're coming from on that. I get it. And that's the one place if I was talking to Rob, I'd be like, Rob, just chill on some of the reactions in the chat. Respond to them, but not everybody's got to get the flame torch. Dan W says, I used to post on Rob's blog, then realized he will literally delete my post if I disagree with disagree with him, even if it's well thought out. Blog is all hail Rob's opinion. He's an egomaniac I avoid now. Oh, it's getting yikes. I didn't know he was going fully onto that, to deleting out comments into the blog that he doesn't agree with. And look, he does bristle, man. You can't, you got to be patient with this type of thing. You got to understand there's a lot of different perspectives, and you do a lot of your I speak to you do a lot of your groundwork, you do the hard work, and folks, you see me doing these live stream shows, but there's so much more hard work that's just put in and educating myself and making sure I'm aware of what's going on and having a clear understanding of it. And it does probably lead to getting a little bit of, into a place. And look, I'm guilty of this as well. I know my opinion's right and you're wrong. I've probably done it on this stream a couple of times in this stream alone. So it's a bit of a thing that does go with you. And when you get into this kind of role of doing this type of stuff, I think to a degree, because you are so invested in it, but it doesn't do them any favors with that you're not going to increase and allow for other opinion to bear in. It also limits your growth, limits to where you can, get to, but it's also not fun. Who wants to just be in an echo chamber? I like having disagreement. I like folks looking at things differently. And a lot of times too, when you have people looking at things from a disagree standpoint, I mean this too, you guys change my opinions at times. You guys will bring up good, solid arguments no, this is why this should be looked at through this way. And it's A, B, C, D, E. And go, wow, I hadn't really considered it in that order. And again, it's beneficial to go against people that don't necessarily agree with you. It helps your argument out. Paul Third says it's Russ. He isn't seeing wide open guys on his reads. He needs a simplified offense and a stronger running game to build off of. That's what I've been saying for a while, Paul. You're never going to get Russ into a high volume passing attack. You're never going to get him, because if you're ever running a high volume passing attack, it's got to be built on the back of short passing game, not on the deep shots. Teams will take that stuff away from you and force you to beat them with the short stuff. Not willing to do it is Russ. So really, you got to accept that that's just not a part of Russell's game, which means you build a power running offense to then bring a safety up into the box, to bring that extra defender up there. You give him his single high look at that point, and then you let Russ beat you at the deep shots. You just lean into what is his game. I don't know if they'll do that route with it, but that's what they should do, I think. Jonathan says, did you hear we're getting new jerseys next year? I didn't know it was new jerseys, Jonathan. I thought we were just doing the retro jerseys for a game or two. I didn't know they're going full on back to the full jerseys. John, why were the Raiders so cocky and disrespectful if they're bad? It disappointed me we didn't respond. We kind of got hit in the mouth. We need gritty dudes. I think the next year is part of the rebuild. I think that's the next part of the rebuild. Yeah. You get your butt whooped on both lines of scrimmage, John. On both lines of scrimmage, you got owned. And that's a place that comes back to grittiness, that comes back to can do, will, all that type of stuff. And maybe they sensed a little bit of a weakness in our spirit today a bit. They smell blood in the water. Cool Breeze is a seasoned CeeLo player. I'm rolling the bones for 4, 5, 6 on the future on Jamal. Nice. John says Sherman dog types are what we need to hold our other guys to the refuse to lose mentality. Sherman was so integral, they all fed off of each other. I don't feel that resilience in our team yet. I don't quite feel it there either, John. Maybe another offseason to kind of get there, John, we should get a safety, but not until the later rounds. Plan B in case Jamal has injury issues. There must be one who is better than Josh Jones in the draft. I'd be open to that, John. I think that's a smart path for the team to go. Dude, Collins says if Ryan Neal's out for the season, our safeties are screwed. We will never win a game with Josh Jones. I think we can win a game with Josh, but I think it's definitely makes you look at the defense and go, it's going to be a tough state for the rest of the year. It's not going to get maybe any better. John says, if we're going to keep banging our heads against the wall with these vanilla 4-man fronts, we need bigger ends. You like Mike Morris from Michigan? I haven't looked at Mike Morris from Michigan. I was looking at the other kid from Michigan last night, the defensive tackle they got. Was who I was taking a peek at. Who was that? That was Mozzie Smith I was looking at last night, John. But I'll add Mike Morris to the list. And yeah, as I said, John, if you don't want to blitz, which is what we thought they were going to do more of with the Fangio scheme this year, then you need the front 4 guys to get the job done, which means you need the talent on the line to get the job done. And that's the direction they need to go now. Yeah, agree with you. So what's funny is that even Tua brother is also going to be in the draft, but nobody even talks about him. I just figured he might be a 6th-round flyer quarterback, especially since his quarterback draft is stacked. It's going to be hard in this draft if you're a fringe guy, because there is so many quarterbacks through the midpoints of this round that are going to go. I don't think there's as much prime talent, but the mid-round talent, there's a lot of quarterbacks. Seahawks Blue and Green wouldn't hurt to draft a strong safety later, and if he turns out well, then you can move on from Jamal after next year. Yep, agreed. John says, I'll keep asking this again and again. Where the hell is the man you just paid? Where the hell is the man you just paid Monet at? Everything about paying Monet, John, was about where you saw him going from a projection standpoint. Monet has never come in here and given you that upper level of play. The team must have seen something in him in the practice field or something in between that we're not seeing on the field because he's never been an impactful guy. He's never had some game-changing game. I don't feel like, John, he had really earned that contract extension that he was given this offseason. I didn't know why they threw the money at him that they did. They can get out from under it easily after this year at a very small cost. But it was a silly contract at the time, and it's silly right now. There was nothing. You just sort of gave him the money to give him money. I feel a little bit the same way about Poona Ford. Guy's averaging a sack a half a year. Let's pay him big money. Why? Especially when you're planning on transitioning to a different defense that he's not going to be a fit into. John says, do you think it's all just bad press is creating this bad juju around him where his team is just not believing in him, being Russell Wilson? No. I think chickens are coming home to roost here, John. You know, there's a bit of that at play where it's the lack of belief. There's a bit of the fact it's a bad head coach. There's a bit of a fact that he's taken a step backwards as far as the offensive talent around him, including the offensive line. And there's also a part of this, John, that's him just not forwarding his game. He's not expanded the old man skills of his game like he's needed to. He's leaned back on the scrambling and the big play. That's continued to be a problem here with Denver. You can see it, John, in what the Denver fans are saying about him throughout the course of this year. And so it really just comes down to the old problem still belaboring Russell Wilson. The good news is, I say for those folks that are Russell Wilson, Wilsonites, that he can fix these things. A lot of them is fixable, but it does take, it may be too late at this point too, John, because it is it's such a detriment of his game right now. But if he can eventually get there, like I've said, what he needs to do is have John Elway and Peyton Manning sit him down in a room and just really go after his game to where this is what you need to improve. And that's where you need to improve and come at it with no ego. I don't know if Russell can dump the ego at this point though. Russ hasn't been the same since his mental health coach passed away last season. I agree. John says, when was the last player on a Hall of Fame trajectory that has hit a wall this fast and sucked this bad like Russ? Good question, man. I mean, you could probably find, John, a skill position player, but I don't know if you could find a quarterback at the same level where it's completely just 1 year it's this, then it's that into it. I mean, the worst, he's playing like worst quarterback in the league is where his level of play is right now. That kind of drop off from a quarterback that was at his heights, like you said, that is maybe even, if not a Hall of Fame trajectory, on a fringe Hall of Fame trajectory. I mean, who? Who? I can't think of one quarterback. Even a guy like Drew Brees, it was this ever sloping, lowering plane that was going down bit by bit. It wasn't this just drop off overnight. Megan says, when I was at the Lumen Pro Shop, there was a rack of Russell Wilson's marked at 75% off that every 12 in the shop, including myself, were walking straight past without looking at him. Oh. AI says, I hope Hawks never invite Russ back. He'll get booed for a Ring of Honor because he has none. Ooh, shots fired. Shots fired. Seahawks Blue and Green, once the players on Broncos saw that Subway commercial and cringed like we did, it was over for Russ by that point. Cole Brees says, March 30th, Los Marinos home opening weekend. Pull up, y'all. Megan, I would love to feel sympathy for Russ in Denver, but after Russ torched the bridges with the team, Coach Carroll, and the city on his way out, I feel nothing but contempt. It's well earned, Megan. Well earned on his part. John Robinson says, but Cam had a serious shoulder injury. Cam Newton. Yeah, I don't think Cam would be one I'd put there because there is the injury aspect with him. And even with him, it was you could explain it with him on the injury. I don't think the same, you don't have that same explanation here with Russ. And Julio Jones did fall off pretty fast. That's a good suggestion on that one. Paul Jones says, does Jalen Hurts count as a Bama player? Because he's definitely improved. He does. I'd count him as a Bama player, especially since he's went through such good coaching before he got here to where, he has expanded even where he wasn't topped out even at Oklahoma there, playing under Lincoln Riley for a year. So I'd count that. That's a success. DJ Jimenez, why can't Tanner Muse get some playing time? I think the team just views him as a linebacker and they don't view him as an upgrade over what you have from Cody Barton. Mike Skinner, if you're an Eagles fan, are you really okay with giving Jalen Hurts a max? No. And I don't think Mike Skinner, I don't think that the front office of the Eagles feels this way either. They've positioned themselves this year with their first round pick to potentially take a quarterback in this draft. So, I think the Eagles are potentially going to look at that situation and go, we're not sold on giving you 40, 45 million per year. And I think it's going to be put on most brightest display, Mike, when you get into the later parts of this year. He's a guy, like I've said, like Garoppolo, where their arm might look good when it's all warm and 75 degrees out. But the second the weather starts to blow a little bit of rain, a little bit of cold, suddenly their arm loses 5-10 yards of arm strength to him a little bit. Brent P says Darren Waller came in as a 4th rounder. Good pick for them on that one. John, 1 step forward, 2 steps back. That's right. Cool Breeze says Brando streams 37 hours a day. Y'all give him a like. Megan says no, moving from 2. We will never get a pick like that again. I feel you. I feel you. It's just so hard. It's so tasty to get that extra pick, Megan. You keep it's like having the genie with the wish. And he goes, you only get 3 wishes. And then you get to say, but I wish for 2 more wishes. And he's like, yeah, okay. John says, I guess they were running cover 4 concepts according to Sherman, and he thought that's why they were struggling. I saw a lot of cover 3. I saw the same thing your eyes saw earlier, John. I saw a lot of cover 3. Didn't see much cover 4 there from him. I am not looking at the all 22, but as of yet, but that's my theory on it. Jack is with Megan, says, I wouldn't trade back from number 2. Take the best player available. I get it. I completely understand it. I'm greedy. I'm greedy with my first round picks. I want more. Seahawks Blue and Green, we are not seeing good quarterbacks making the free agent market, so we need to draft one, plus if it saves money for other positions. It does. It does. You want to make sure you're selecting the right one. Justin Golden says, what about Matt Ryan and his drop-off? Boy, I mean, that's another good one. That is another good one. I think with Matt Ryan, it's a little more explainable, though, in the respect of he's 3 or 4 years older than Russ. So you at least understand with him, with a guy with no mobility, that he starts to fall off right at the same age that we saw guys like Drew Brees and Phillip Rivers start to fall off. But he has had an insane drop this year. Kraken Ox says, trade back, turn this trade into the trade that keeps on giving. It will be fantastic to look back in 10 to 15 years and see all the players this trade turned into. There you go, man. You know I'm with you. Or R says pumpkin cat and pumpkin pie had good nutritional value. They do, man. They do. One's good for the soul, one's good for the belly. Guard Knight, Cosell was a good listen. I've only heard him on clips, but watched a couple made-for-TV movies. The one about the history of Monday Night Football was a good watch. I liked him a lot, too. I liked, too, he was one of those guys, original guys of, I'm going to give you my opinion and tell it to you straight. And you may not agree with me. It may make you mad, my opinion, but damn it, you're going to at least respect the fact that I'm going to tell you how I see, and I'm being truthful with you. And we see this with a lot of analysts today in this day and age, don't we, Garth? With guys from Cowherds to Skip Bayless's, where you go, is that really what you think and feel? Or is that what you think you want people want to hear? Whereas with Cosell, I always really thought it was just his take on it, his feel on it, right or wrong. And I appreciate that. Justin Goins, you are wanting to eat his cat? Why? He meant metaphorically. Megan says Cosell had a TV show which amused me. Clips are on YouTube. Yeah, he's pretty funny too. Cool Breeze, don't crucify Geno, y'all. IMO, he deserves 20 a year, maybe 25. Totally doesn't drop his stock significantly. I don't know. I do not want to overpay him, but worth 20 plus. Yeah, I don't want to overpay him either, but I think he's worth over 20 plus at this point. Mike Skinner says last time we picked at number 2 was 1993. Rick Meyer was the quarterback for Notre Dame. Not the best of picks for us there. Brent B says Geno's worth at least Kirk Cousins' money. He may be worth that, Brent, but I think he'll get significantly less because the Hawks do have that franchise tag. Part of why Kirk Cousins has gotten to where he's gotten from a money standpoint has been leverage. The leverage that he had over the Washington football team when they had franchised him twice, and then they had to move him to a Minnesota team, and the leverage that he's had over Minnesota to try to keep their cap number down for him year in and year out is they've given him a contract extension during this time period. So he definitely earned it, but he ain't going to get it. John says, how about bluff blitzing for once? How about showing regular cover 3 and sending a blitzer at the last second? I would love to see it, John. I've said if you've got a defense that can't stop the run, can't stop the pass, can't generate very much pressure, what's there to be lost by at least trying to bring a little bit of heat, by trying to generate something? As somebody else said, John, Carr is a guy that struggles when you start getting pressure in his face. But they decided to never go to that. They haven't gone to it once this year. Even in the games, John, where they're getting boat raced defensively, they do not go to it. And it's really frustrating too, because I would love to see their blitzing, but they are blitzing. They are such a horrible blitzing team in the way that they train these guys up. They always show their hand, John. They always show when their blitz is coming. They can't hide it for nothing. And it drives me absolutely insane. Cooper says, John, Paul. John says, Pete is definitely part of the game planning, which sets the plays to be called in the game and how exotic they will be. That running game was still, with 30 points, was non-existent, all inside zones. Agreed. Yeah. Part of this lack of success is the lack of creativity in the run game. 100%. TJ says pretty much have to go 4-2 to guarantee a playoff spot. Yep. 3 of the teams you play do not have winning records. 3 of the other teams you play have 500 records or better. So it's going to be hard to get there. You can't just probably go 3-3 and it's going to be enough to get you in. Garth Knight with a $10 donation. Thank you, Garth. Slow on realizing the dono, but thank you for it nonetheless. Says, I agree with Brando. I act like Brando wants chat members for the first 3 hours of this stream. When he goes 12 hours, though, I'll be sexist and bring up lady boys I've slept with throughout the world. Oh, God. Oh, Lordy, Garth. You always make me smile, man. Thank you for the $10 donation. Oh, Lordy. Once you get deep in these streams, it gets hard, man. It gets tough. It does get tough. Cool. John Robinson says, Geno hits an awful lot of comeback routes. They're going to start taking that away and force him to attack deep. Well, part of the reason that those routes are available, John, is much like you have with our players and playing off coverage. A guy like DK Metcalf, for instance, those guys are not going to come up and play press coverage on DK Metcalf. He'd kill you. So they're going to stay off coverage as part of Geno's anticipation of the fact defenses are going to give room to those guys, a guy like DK Metcalf, to then take those routes. And it does become a little bit, as I say, that's easy money. And if I got some easy pickings in offensively, if I've got some easy completions to be had, don't overthink it. Take those easy completions. Force the defense to take it away. I would offer you, John, one of the things that makes it hard for that to happen is if you have stacked boxes, that's now you bring a guy up to press DK Metcalf. Now you've got a single high safety on the back end. There aren't a lot of teams that are going to want to do that with Tyler Lockett over on the other side. So if you're going to go stack boxes, you don't really then get to bring up the press look on the other side of it at that point. Or we're going to kill you. There's a reason you don't see teams do that against DK. Not if he trades away pick 2B. Did I miss something, Megan? Sorry if I missed one of your comments in there. Not if he trades away pick 2B. Oh, having faith in John. Zero says trading away third overall pick is actually one of the most plausible moves to do. There's plenty of talent in this draft, one of the most talented in many years, actually. I'm going to have to talk Megan into it, I think, on this one. She's in a couple of, we'll have some tough sells on this one. But I think once they see the haul that we end up walking away with, they'll be like, wow. John, Geno hits an awful lot. Oh, sorry, read that one already, John. Sorry. Cool Breeze, folks got low IQ and attack, low hanging fruit, saying Geno is the issue. I don't know what else to say, supposed Hawk fans or not. Yeah, it's why I push back hard on it, Cool Breeze. And I do try to understand it, but I also push back pretty hard on it. He's playing so good. And we have not been watching this level of quarterback play this consistently over this many games, even during Russell's time. Russell never put 11 straight games together like this. I can't remember, maybe in 17, but there have been no blips. There have been no, there's a 3-interception game and a fumble game from Geno. It's not been perfect. It's been good. John says, no, I love Geno, Brandon. I think he's awesome, but going back to what you were saying, remember the idea of only paying the Mahomes types and getting that quarterback on a rookie contract. 100%, John. I get what you're saying with it. And I'm not as much in my criticism there. It might have seemed like it's coming towards you. It's as much about not you, but what I've heard from a variety of folks on this chat, even today and in the past on Geno. And sometimes how I feel like sometimes there's some weeks I feel like I'm going to battle for Geno, putting on my gauntlets, getting my sword ready when I feel like I shouldn't be having to go out and do this battle. I shouldn't be having to go out there and explain something that does seem very clear, at least to me on this, that it's pretty straightforward. You're right. I don't want to pay Mahomes type money. The magical mark here, John, is 15% of the cap. 15% of the cap, right? Because any player, any quarterback making more than 15% of the cap never is going to win you a Super Bowl. That's what recent history has told us over the last 30 years of football. So I don't want to go there. John, you've got a $31.5 million franchise tag that you could place on Geno Smith this year. So the cap is going to be at $230 million. Okay. So if we go at 31.5 divided by 230, that means that he is going to be taking up 13.5% of your cap. Still below the 15% if you've got to franchise him, John. But I maintain that because you have the franchise tag as leverage, that you're not going to be paying him up at the franchise tag mark. You'll get underneath that mark. So you'll give him a 3-year deal, $80 million, but you give him $40, $50 million of guaranteed. So you make it worthwhile on the other side of it. But let's say you can take it down to $26 million per year. And it's on a multi-year deal, John. So the first year of that cap hit on, let's say, a $26 million deal on average is down at, let's say, about, let's call it, it's a lot of bonus money you're giving him. So let's say that you get it down to $17 million. So if I've got a $17 million cap hit for Geno Smith in 2023 on a $230 million cap, that means that Geno Smith then is making 7% of the salary cap, meaning that he's half of that magical 15% mark that we don't want to hit. So he's not, John, then up in that Patrick Mahomes money. He's not in the Josh Allen money. He's not in the Dak Prescott money, right? He's not into that stratosphere. He's actually more in halving their mark. He's closer to halving off of what their cost is than he is closer to being at where they're at from a cost standpoint of it. So I am with you on that. I still don't want to pay that. But I also am informed by this on John on if I bring that rookie quarterback in, is there that Russell Wilson guy in this draft to hit that ground running, to take advantage of this team in the state that they are and where they are and how much more closer to getting to that elite place than we thought they were at the start of the year. And I don't necessarily see that quarterback on that other side of it, John. So that's also got to be something that informs you. It doesn't just happen in a vacuum there where it's, well, we'll just get the young quarterback and he'll be in here and he'll be great. It's also who's the young quarterback who's going to come in and hit that ground running like you want to see in that 2012 blueprint. And there might be that guy out there. I could be wrong. There is that guy out there to be had, but I just haven't seen it so far in my evaluation of this draft. John says, I love Geno again, but I think he lacks the superstardom qualities necessary to win once he takes a good portion of the cap. I love his complimentary piece at a complimentary money. So I think, John, you're in a lot of ways agreeing with me because I think you're looking at this through the lens of he'll eventually be in a position to go take 15% of the cap up. Whereas I'm saying, no, he's more in a position to take 7 to 8% of the cap up. And I think you would be more on board at that point and saying, let's go. Colbury says, I would take Tariq over 2 sides of sauce. John says, you're kind of going against your learned lessons of hypothesis if you're dead set on paying him. Who knows what he's going to want? I would only want to pay him $25 million a year. It's funnier, John, is that we're absolutely, if we draw this out to the logical conclusion in our back and forth here, you and I are actually in agreement. I think where your disagreement comes with me on what you think he's going to be able to establish as far as to be paid. So let's start from here. You have the franchise tag to utilize at $31.5 million. Geno Smith has never signed a big market deal. Geno Smith is going to want to sign a big market deal. You are not going to have to compete with Carolina or Tampa Bay or any other football team that might like Geno's services at that point. We're not talking $40 million a year, John. We're not talking 15% of the cap. That's not the numbers we're talking here. And the mark you spent, the $25 million a year you're talking, that's right the spot that I'm talking about we land in. I've got the leverage to hold you on a 1-year deal at $31.5 million. Do you want to do that, Geno? Or do you want to take the 3 years, $80 million with $50 million guaranteed? Do you want to double the money basically that could be put in your pocket on the guaranteed money alone? Or do you want to try to hard line this and play out another year on the franchise tag? And I think that's how you get to that common $25 million rate. And I think, John, you can correct me if I'm wrong on taking this to the logical conclusion from your standpoint. If I can keep him down at 7% of the cap on a yearly basis on a contract extension, you'd be fine with that. Because even though in that second year that hit, maybe it goes from 17 million that first year, then into the second year, you get up to 29 million, but then the cap's up at 250 million, right? So if let's say the second year of the deal, it goes to 29 on a $250 million cap, you've only then gone up to 11% of the deal in the second year of the hit. So first year, the hit 7%, second year, 11%. If that's the way that rolls, you could still move the numbers around here a little bit. But I don't think you're getting into that high water mark, which was my worry, that 15% mark or up around that 15% mark where it becomes really a death knell for building out the rest of the roster. Stephen Gourard says it's always about how many picks you can get within the top 100. I'm with it, man. John says, I know 25 ain't happening, so we got to move on, but the opportunity factor to be our offense is going to suck, so maybe lock and leave us. 25 probably ain't happening. I think it's happening, John. You have the leverage on this. It's 31.5 for a franchise tag. Herbicide, I have a perfect draft day in my head, kind of driving me nuts. Like a song you got to write, man. Brian, Geno very well may sign with another team before the draft. Then who are you picking? Well, I mean, why not just franchise tag him at $31.5 million at that point? If that's the case and he does walk, I'd probably bring back Drew Lock, and then still I would probably look into the second or third round to take my quarterback. Daniel says, I will say I think Will Levis took the foot off the gas this year. He would have been the number one pick in this year's draft, but due to rules is forced to return. Probably doesn't want to risk injury. Could be that. Could make sense on that front of it. Daniel says, Will is my number one. I respect you liking Jalen Carter, but I feel like you can find really good defensive tackles late in the first, second, third round every year. Travis Jones went in the fourth this year. You can. No, there's definitely been some really good defensive tackles, to your point on that, Daniel, over the years who have been selected in that class. I mean, like what, even a Chris Jones, right? Chris Jones type was taken in that realm of things. So I'm agreeing. You can tend to find those guys. I'm not going to hate it if Will's taken. If we take Will Levis, Will Anderson, either of those two over Jalen, then I ain't going to cuss and bitch and moan. I promise you that. Herbicide says, I want Anderson, Simpson in the first. That'd be a hell of a first round. Not JT, still a steady group of viewers. Good for you and speaks well of your stream. Oh, thank you, Not JT. I know, man. We got some folks that'll hang in here for me, even 9 hours in. Even a mere 9 hours. Cool Breeze, thank you, man. Lions Mania, tough loss. Yeah, this was a tough one. This one's hurting a little bit. Herbicide, will Anderson have the Taylor role? He's small, 6'4", 240. No, you want him rushing off the blind side. You don't want him setting the edge on the strong side of the formation. I wouldn't think. Herbicide, then I want Ika and Andre Carter in the second. I'm trying to warm up to Andre Carter a bit. John says, what a coaching personnel move can we make next year that puts us over the top? I love Vickerson, by the way. I don't know. There's a lot of changes that you're making to the coaching staff. You just moved off your defensive coordinator. You got a newly hired offensive coordinator here, John. I think you just brought in Sean Desai. I think you're just going to ride with what you've got here moving into the future. Daniel says, yeah, seriously, go look at the comments on Rob's blog. Literally 75% of them start off with, wow, Rob, you're so smart. Wow, Rob, great post. I'm dead serious. It's just a blog to stroke his ego or delete. That's disappointing to hear, Daniel. I mean, it's disappointing to hear. And I don't know why he's so sensitive to criticism of a deal. And I can't talk. I get sensitive towards criticism, I'm sure, of where I stand on points and what I think, so I can see where that you come from on that stance of things, but that's not helpful to him. It's not, you can't, that's not going to get you over the top if that's where you're trying to get. And, I wouldn't want this place to ever become that. If I ever get to the point where I'm having you guys trying to be bootlickers on stuff and just tell me how awesome I am again. Say I'm awesome again. Who's going to be the one to say I'm awesome? Like, no. No. It's also why I do say, and it does maybe sound like empty talk at time, but I really do believe it in that the chat makes this channel go. It's the variety of thoughts and opinions. It's the brain trust that makes this what this place is in so many respects. John, what sickness does Lucas have? I'm not sure, John. I heard he was just under the flu. Had the flu. I guess you're not under the flu. You have the flu. You're under the weather. I combined some things there. Actually, should we tank to get 4 picks in the top 40? I think it makes no sense to go to the playoffs and be one and done. I don't think so, Akshay. I just don't think there's a lot of benefit to be had by tanking, and there's some definite long-term problems you can create in tanking. I'm not a big favor of them. Daniel says, after telling me this, you'll get a good laugh reading the comments that Rob allows on his blog because you will see it as a yes man. You'll notice more. I'll go look for it. That's interesting. Lions Mania, if I were you guys, I would draft Will Levis for sure. Well, you guys might be picking up ahead of us with your Rams pick. You might take them and you might take us with that Rams pick, Lions Mania. You might steal them out from under us. Herbicide, Lucas, Crosby made Lucas look bad. He makes everybody look bad. He does. He's having a defensive player of the year kind of performance this year is Crosby. Cool Breeze, Pumpkin in a hell of a zone. She's chilling, man. She's happy. She's chilling. She's living the good life. They had some good fresh salmon yesterday or 2 days ago on Thanksgiving. Brian Myers, Brandon, you demand. Wish they'd give you a win on 10K day. Later, y'all. Have a good night, Brian. Couldn't get that, but it was still a good day overall. Broncos lost, got to 10K. We'll bounce back next week. Brent P says, Collier's weak, bro. He is. Daniel, I haven't seen Mazzy Smith's tape. What did you think of him? He's a D tackle we can get in the second, third round probably, but that goes back to my point that we can still find great D tackles later on. Yeah, there's a collection of guys right in the second to third round. Saiki, Ika, Keanu Bennett, Mazzy Smith. Brees might end up slipping because he's had a bit of a down year this year into that realm when it's all said and done too. Mazzy Smith is a wall in the middle of the Michigan defense. He is a guy that wins leverage on every snap. He's 6'4", 6'3", 340 or something like that. And what you see time and time again is that he wins that leverage war because he's always lower and up underneath the pads, and he's got really heavy, strong hands. So he really puts those offensive linemen up on their heels to kind of begin the play. He plays with fire. He plays with hustle. He knows how to locate the ball and get off blocks to then go make the tackle. You're not going to run down the middle of that Michigan defense with Mozzie Smith holding it down there. He is going to remove that element. The inside zone running game would go away with a guy like Mozzie Smith down there as far as a run defender goes. I do see him as a run defender only. He has really no kind of pass rush moves outside of a hand swipe thing that he does. The effort is there. The motor is there. But he's had 1 sack in the last 2 years. I don't see any pressure really showing up on tape either with Mazzy. So a good player, but I see him more into, honestly, like a 4th round range. A run stuffing only defensive tackle is only going to carry so much weight for me. But a good player. Cool Breeze says, sorry, y'all just jinxed the 10K. Nobody said anything before, but we were all still stronger than ever. That's right. Or R, who is better, Collier or Mayoa? Do I have to pick? Neither are very good. And they both would essentially play 2 different positions, or are, because Collier's a 3-4 defensive end. Mayo would be an outside linebacker. Same level of bad play, which is you could put those guys out for 500 snaps and you're not going to get any level of production out of them. You know, maybe a sack or 2 in 500 snaps. Brent P says Mayo to me seems to have more range. Huh? Well, they played 2 different positions. And again, Mayo had, in his last year here in Seattle, Mayo played 550 snaps and had like 4 pressures the whole year. He was awful. God awful in his last year here. Gons, Pete, and John are just too nice sometimes. They just got to get rid of people if they're not playing up to par. I agree. I want a little more cold-blooded nature to it. The fact that you've got LJ Collier lasting 4 years here is ridiculous. He's not good. He's never been good. He ain't going to be good. Yeah, move off of guys if it doesn't work. Herbicide, Harrison, Carter, and Gravon Dexter at defensive end. Any of them would be great. Ika or Roy at nose tackle for the draft. There we go. It's Real Cheese. Gee, you still streaming? Well, thank you for the $5 donation. It's Real Cheese, but thank you especially for the $200 fat dollar donation you dropped earlier. You just dropped that on like a big whale in Vegas. Like, how about 200 on black? That's what you did earlier in the channel, man. Thank you for the donations. I appreciate you. Yeah, we're kind of just rolling along here, singing a song. Definitely the voice is a little dodgy right now, but it's fighting through. It's fighting through. Appreciate you though, man. Thank you for the $5 dono. I'm enjoying the chat today, man. Plus I got past 10K. I'm kind of riding on my juice on that a little bit. Chris says Matt Ryan hit a big wall, but not as bad. Yeah, it happens at that age, Chris. I mean, we've been a little bit, I don't know if I'm call it spoiled, but we've been a little bit, it's changed expectation levels on quarterbacks, having guys like Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady playing as good as they have so deep into their career, but those should be looked at as more outlier situations. Zero says, I thought it was funny though, his own defensive teammates yell at him and he just kind of took it. Russ said it was a motivation talk, but the D player face says straight anger. Yeah, I'm sure Russ, I don't trust Russ to say the honest thing about that situation at all. Big Country says Manning kind of fell off overnight. He did. I kind of look at that. That's when the HGH kind of wore off, you know, couldn't take it for very long, just a small period of time. But yeah, I mean, he did. It seems like when it does arrive for quarterbacks, we saw it with Breeze, we saw it with Phillip Rivers, you know, when the end comes, it does come fairly quickly. It doesn't tend to be this stiff of a drop off. I mean, even Phillip Rivers' his final year with the Colts at least had some moments that showed you what he used to be. We don't seem to see this big of a fall this quick. Lions Mania says, I think Will Levis is going to translate the NFL. I agree with you, man. I do think the same thing. Actually, it says not taking may sound cool, but is 7 to 9 positions. Though nothing is guaranteed statistically, the odd of 4 picks in the top 40 will make a top 10 top draft team. Just check New York Jets. No, it helps. It does help. I just think, again, you're thinking of all the upshot on this, Akshay, but remember, going into tank is also then establishing it's okay for us to have a losing culture here, even if it's for 6 games. That's the way you'll finish this season off, because you ain't going to trick the team into not understanding what's happening at that point. Do you want to risk establishing that within the culture, Or do you want the culture to be established as a winning program, as that this is the standard here? This is what the expectation level is here. Sam the Great says, we are going to the playoffs and we are beating the Niners for the division. I like that optimism. That's what I'm talking about. Colin says, hear me out. Dolphins are winning the Super Bowl? Maybe. I think they just lost Teron Armstead to a torn pectoral today. Not going to be good for them. Bode well for them on that. Paul Third, I like a lot of the new pieces, but I don't feel confident the Hawks are close to being contenders with a defense that is bottom 3 in yards and points allowed. Hard times show who the real fans are. Well said, man. Well said. John says there's going to be a viable mid-round quarterback starters who we could get that could give us a Geno level of play. I think you're underselling Geno's level of play right now. If you think a mid-round, if you think Jake Haener is going to come in here, John, and give you the same level of play, or Penix is going to give you this level of play, I stringently disagree. Gayla Graves, what a game. Hi, everybody. What's up, Gayla? Jack says, favorite Thanksgiving dish, dessert. So, Jack, I am one of the most picky eaters that you'll ever see in the world. And so when it comes to Thanksgiving, this is kind of a hell day for me when it comes up, because it's a lot of food on the table that I don't want to eat. And it's going to be a lot of people saying, hey, why don't you just try one of these? Try one of that right there. You'll like that. No, I don't really like sweet potato. I'm not a big, no, you like my sweet potato. My sweet potato is made with magical love and all that. So that'll make it even better. No, I don't really want, will you just eat it? No, I don't really, I've tried it before. I'm not a big fan. Just eat the damn thing. So it's a lot of those kind of conversations that ends up becoming very stressful for me at the dinner table. My favorite, potatoes, mashed potatoes and a roll. That's about as good as I get on the deal with that for Thanksgiving. I'm not a fan of the holiday. Dessert, give me some chocolate cream pie, man. I know some folks aren't big on it, but I got myself a Marie Callender's chocolate cream pie the other night for Thanksgiving. I took that thing down in 2 nights. All of it. Cleared it. And I'm not embarrassed to say it. Berg, so why don't we just lock up Geno now? What's the point of waiting till the end of the year? Well, there's no need to do anything right now at Berg Show because you do have the franchise tag and club control over him, so he's not going anywhere by waiting to the end of the year. The other thing is that if you sign him to a new deal, you're going to give him guaranteed money, which means that money then clips onto this season, which means that you need to have the cap space to sustain that bonus money. Which, if we're talking about $50 million guaranteed on a 3-year deal, means that that's what, $12, $13 million. So you would need $13 million of cap space right now to sign him to an extension. You don't have that space. You don't have that money. Collins would like to see Neil blitz more. Hopefully he's healthy after this game. So Seahawks, blue and green, Geno won't want to risk starting over with a new team, coaches, playbook, etc. That fear, he may fall back. Maybe. I don't think it's going to get to a point where he's going to have that kind of control to make that call. You've seen Wishmaster make your wishes. And you can't wish for more wishes. Chrono says, Carroll did say in his press conference that this was a loss at all levels, which ultimately falls on him. Good to see him taking responsibility, man. Lions Mania, Trevor Lawrence is the real deal. I agree, man. You guys are seeing why I had him as my number 1 quarterback in that draft. He's starting to show you now as the talent gets better, as the young talent starts to develop there with Jacksonville. He's going to be a problem into the future, I think. Cool Priest says, my bottle's gone. Y'all pray for me. I will for sure. Dan W says, someone on Twitter said if Lamar wants $250 million guaranteed, the game shouldn't come down to the kicker. Let him walk. Lamar responded on his official account, shut the F up, eat a dick. RLFL. It's true, though. I mean, I get where they're coming from, man. That's the place where we're starting to get, I think, Daniel, with these quarterbacks. We're starting to discuss, is this really worthwhile to pay these quarterbacks this insane amount of money? And I'm not talking about the Geno at 25. I'm talking about the Lamar at 50, the Kyler at $250 million a year. The 225 million guaranteed they're talking about. I mean, these are funny numbers. Corey Pitts, I came in to ask you, what's with the Geno hate? Noticed it from a lot of Hawk fans. I don't see what better option is out there. We need to get better defensive players. That needs to be the focus. Corey, I 150% agree with you in every way, shape, and form. I also agree with you in that I'm seeing there being some of those folks out there is to call maybe Geno haters, Geno disbelievers, let's say, to try to put it a little more kindly. And I don't really understand where they come from. I can usually get perspectives that are different than mine and at least understand where it's housed in their reasoning process. But on this one, I just feel like I keep coming back to the thought process that these folks walked into the season with that hate. They walked into the season putting Geno in that box and saying, this is where you are, this is who you are. And now that he's been something else far above and beyond that, they still can't quite change their view. As somebody else said earlier in the chat, it's sort of like they're still waiting for that moment that, he sort of ends up turning into a pumpkin or something. And I just don't think that that's going to occur because that's such a simplistic approach to take on this. And it's also not taking into account why he's been successful this year. What has brought Geno success? And it's been a lot of what Geno has done on his own. It's the control at the line of scrimmage. It's changing plays. It's getting his protections right. It's running the up tempo. It's being as accurate as he is with the ball, with just showing off a great live arm. He's shown me enough, Corey. Daniel, if the Ravens can't even make a deep playoff run with Lamar on his rookie deal, how will they do paying him 2 times this amount? I think that they've been setting themselves structured-wise to move off from him here for the last year or two, Daniel. And especially by the way that they've waited and how long they've waited on him. It's to me speaks to the fact that they're like, let's get everything we can get out of him on a rookie deal. And then let's move him and see if we can get some compensation back and then retry to do the same thing again with the next quarterback we bring in. Grug says, do I see Jalen Carter as potentially being generational? I can't quite go there. I think he's a very safe prospect. I think he's got, if you're looking for a good comp, I think like a Jonathan Allen, with the Washington football team, a Quinnen Williams with the New York Jets. Are those generational guys? I don't think they're generational guys, but those outstanding football players that help your defense? Yeah. I watched We Need to Draft Defense. Wow, that was horrible today. Yes, it was. John says there was also really no double moves out there. DK on the stop and go would be deadly. It felt like this was a game to keep feeding DK. He was running strong. Almost felt like he was like T.O. and he had 11 catches. Yeah, he was going, man. He was really rolling. And yeah, you just didn't do a lot of that. I think, John, some of that had to come from the part where they didn't trust their protection. You're going to run a double move. I need to have my offensive lineman hold up for 4 or 5 seconds. And there was some good pressure today from Max Crosby and to a smaller degree to Chandler Jones. And they maybe just didn't trust their guys to hold up on that. But I would have liked to seen a couple more shots to your point on that, John. 15 catches is about what he should have had. He had those 11 quick, and then they just didn't come back to him as much. Zal says, even if Geno signs the franchise tag, he's making double the amount he has made his entire career. 100%. I watch his let Geno walk if he wants $30 million. Lock can manage a game, right? We just desperately need defensive line, linebacker, and safety help bad. I agree, man. I'm okay with it if it gets too expensive, but I think it'll come in at the right price. Mr. Carroll, to you, this was one of Geno's worst games this year, but it was still good. He bounces back from bad play series very well. I love it. I love it, man. Your comment has nuance. It's not trying to paint with a broad brush. Love it. Fantastic comment. Zal Zero, over $30 million. Locke will also be a free agent. How much will he command when some teams will take a risk on a young and fresh Drew Locke? I don't think he's going to be commanding much in the open market. I think you're going to sign him to a similar deal to what Geno got this year. 1 year, $3 million with a lot of incentives based that can go up to maybe $7 million. That's my guess. Cool Breeze says, I'm buying tickets this week or so for the first game or two, probably in section 116-19 for the Mariners game. Nice. Hell yeah. Mr. Carroll, to you, we need elite defensive linemen so bad. It was really bad today. It was. And I agreed 100% with you on that one. Corey Pitts says, I don't think we will need to franchise tag Geno. I think he'd rather have a secure future, probably 25 to 30 million. That's kind of what I've been saying, Corey. I think it'll go even lower than that. I think you'll get him down at probably 26, 25 because it's a multi-year deal. But yes, the fact I don't think you're going to use the franchise tag, but I think the franchise tag is going to be the impetus to getting the new deal done. Meaning that Geno knows it's sitting there and he can get $30 million next year or he can get $50 million guaranteed with a multi-year deal. Which would you rather have if you were in his situation? And I think probably nine out of 10 people would say, I'll take the money in the hand. John, I'm down with Geno making 17 first year. Heck yeah. Isn't franchise tag Isn't franchise tag for a quarterback more? Isn't franchise tag more for quarterback though? Isn't it averaging top 5 quarterbacks per position? I've looked it up, John. The exact number it will cost you this offseason to franchise tag a quarterback is $31.5 million on the penny. $31.5 million is what it's going to cost. And it's not, you're not going to, I think that's going to be enough to push a deal to get done with Geno, John. I don't think you'll get to the point of actually having to utilize it. But yeah, I think that once you then get him to a multi-year deal, especially John, because a bit of how you'll get the deal to get done with Geno is you go, okay, Geno, we're giving you the 3-year deal. And okay, you're not getting it as maybe a high water mark on an average per year basis as you'd like. But then what we'll do on the other side of that is give you a lot of bonus money, a lot of money in hand right from the second you sign the deal, which then you can spread out over the 3 years of the contract and then lower down the first year cap hit on his base salary at that point. And then that's how you then get to the 17. I think it's feasible, John. I think it's very, very feasible. Chris Smith says, who's the best middle linebacker in this draft? I've yet to see him yet, Chris. I've yet to see him. I've looked through a couple of the linebackers out there. I can give you some names that have unimpressed me so far. Sewell, I have found very unimpressive. Noah Sewell. Not a lot there from him. The kid in Iowa, I don't see a lot out of that guy either. A lot of people like him. Not too big on him. Henry To'oTo'o is okay. A little undersized to me a little bit from the linebacker position. Doesn't always flash on tape consistently. Got some questions with him. I'm not sure. You could probably slide in Trenton Simpson as the middle linebacker, and that's probably the guy. But you could have him playing inside, outside, 3-4 edge. There's a lot of places that you could move him. I guess I'll give you that as an answer, but I'm still doing a kind of the breakdown, Chris. And I've looked at guys, but nobody's impressive. Nobody is impressive right now to me. I looked at the kid. There's a kid out of Arizona State. There's a lot of people that like Drew Sanders. I'm trying to warm up on Drew Sanders, but he's doing nothing for me on the tape. Like, he's not popping off the tape. I don't see it. So Jack Campbell, 6'5" guy out of Iowa, clunky athlete, not very instinctual, slow. Justin Flo moves really fast for Oregon, former really highly rated prospect, but nothing really jumping out about him. Merlin Robinson was the guy I was talking about out of Arizona State. Nothing there with him. Edifon Ulufosio from Washington I liked. Really, really fast guy. But it's kind of bad right now. I'm not liking the middle linebacker class as it sits. I'm finding it very disappointing. Raider Nation, good game, man. It was a good game. Congrats to you guys. Well done. Good game, says Raider Nation. Today, I wish you all the best of luck throughout the rest of the season. You too, man. You too. Great effort by your team on the road. Coming into this a little bit as a walking wounded unit as you guys were. John, do you think the lack of pass rush on the outside was all the third and shorts and contained by outside linebackers? Factored in a bit, John, right? Has to factor in, especially when you're giving up that many yards on the ground pretty consistently over the course of the game. So it's got to hold things up a little bit. But I don't think it was the end-all explanation, John. I mean, how many snaps do you watch? I'm sure you're watching the same. How many snaps do you see Darrell Taylor just go in there and get completely swallowed up? I'm not talking about generating sacks. Sometimes not an ability to generate any kind of pressure whatsoever. And same thing for the inside, the middle part of your defense as well. I mean, why weren't you getting pressure from the inside? That wouldn't explain that. Maybe it's a bit of a factor, John. It's probably got to be acknowledged a little bit, but not. It's a part. It's a part, John. But I wouldn't put it all on that. Raider Nation, we will beat the Whiners. You can count on it, man. I watched, man, this year's a roller coaster ride. Thought they were a 4-team win in the preseason. Division champs 3 games ago, and now I think we'd be lucky to win another game, laughing out loud. It's been a pretty insane year, hasn't it? It has. Seahawks Blue and Green says the Christian McCaffrey trade might have been the difference maker, plus 49ers defense is stronger. Just being realistic. No, they've been better. They've been the better team this year. I just pulled up Rob's recent blog. First 4 comments were really like, wow, Rob, great haul. Number 2, this looks great, Rob. This sounds great. 4, this would be awesome. Please go there and look. I'll check it out, man. I'll take a look. Sam says, this loss pissed me off, but we still got this. We got this, John. Sam, I love your optimism, man. I'm with you. I'm riding right with you on this one. John says, if we struggled against the Raiders, those Rams games are going to be tough. How did the Raiders line bounce back after trading them all away last year? I'm not too sure, man. I don't know why they looked this good in this game. You should have been able to take advantage of this defensive line. I think, John, the defensive performance has been very tough to predict on this team. You've got the first 4 games of the year where you're the worst defense in football. You've got the next 4 games where you played as literally the best defense in football. Now you have Tampa Bay that you gave up 21 points to 2 weeks ago, and you have this game where you gave up 40 points. It's very hard for me to know, I know what this defense is, or I know what defense is going to show up, for good and for bad. I think anybody making predictions about where this team's going to go and what this team's going to look like through the rest of this year is kind of making a bit of a blind guess. Who knows? Sal Zero says Manning's HGH side effects include expanded forehead. They do. That's why his brother gives him such a hard time about the forehead, because he didn't take the HGH. He's like, I know that's not a genetic thing. That was you, Peyton. Megan says, even if we don't get to the playoffs, the memories of week 6 at Lumen with B will make this 12 ever happy indeed. That's part of what's made this year such a fun year, Megan, getting to see the game in person with you, a game we got to win. A exciting, fun game. Such great seats you got to as well. I agree. I'm going to enjoy this season. I'm nothing but encouraged by what I'm seeing from this team so far this year. I'm a lifelong diehard Hawk fan and always will be, but feel logical when I say our defense sucks. I think you're right to say they suck, man. They've shown you they've sucked this year. Seahawks, Blue and Green, really it's just the Giants, Commanders, and Falcons that I see fighting with us for the last 2 playoff spots. We won the head-to-head against the Giants. Yeah, the Commanders and Giants will knock each other back because you have the Cowboys, Eagles, all of them playing each other. Somebody's going to have to lose in those contests. And you, of course, usually near the end of the year, have the interdivision games go on. So one of those teams will cancel out each other on that, if not 2 of them, if they just kind of play really close to each other. Nobody can really separate themselves. Megan B, explain the franchise tag thing and how it works for Geno. So the franchise tag will take the top 5 average per year salaries in the NFL at the quarterback position. And that average number that comes out and is spit out is the $31.5 million, which is what Geno would be due if you give him the franchise tag. So that's how they determine how much you get for the franchise tag, Megan, is it's the top 5 players at your position, what they're making, what is their average from those top 5 guys is what it will cost for you. So $31.5 million is that contract. Then what that is you put the franchise on him, Megan, and then he can still be signed by any team out in the NFL. Anybody out there can still then go out there and make an offer. You can then match it at that point, or you can let him walk. And if you let him walk, you get 2 first-round picks back in return. So that's kind of the way the franchise tag works on that. John Robinson says, man, Crosby was a self-made dude. Dude gained a bunch of weight, practiced his ass off, and slayed his addiction demons to become a monster. Just goes to show will trumps potential every time. It does, man. It does. It's a guy that's gone all in on becoming the best player he possibly can. And to your point on that, has improved seemingly every year he's been in the league. And self-made is a great way to put it. Great way to put it. You can use foul language in here. I don't have any anti-swearing rules. I just don't swear because it's not great for advertising and stuff. But I am 100% okay with swearing. Bruce, can Denver pay Russ to go away? Nope, they're stuck with him. Cons, did you see Colin Cowherd, A-Rod to Seahawks take? What are your thoughts on that? Oh, like all things with Colin Cowherd, Cons, it's like surface level take that he has. He doesn't ever look at anything with any sort of depth. The Packers would have to eat $100 million of dead money to move on from Rodgers after this year. They're not going to do that. If they were going to do that, then it was going to cost you probably a 1st and 2nd round pick to then pick up Aaron Rodgers, not because of the talent involved from him, but because of the fact they have to eat that dead money in order to move off of him. Neither of those 2 concepts am I comfortable with, giving up the draft capital or bringing in Aaron Rodgers at his age. I'm not for it. And yeah, Bruce, I agree. I'm not too certain that Colin Cowherd doesn't have a straight hatred for Seahawks to a degree. Megan says the amount of money quarterbacks get paid in this game will get paid in this game would be a salary cap for an entire rugby squad of 56 players. Yeah, it's gotten absurd. John says, I meant Geno's level of play in a few years, not year one. No, okay. Chris Smith, Geno is a great story and pleasant surprise. Enjoy it, folks. Jeez, I agree. I think most are. I do think most are. Could be country. I'm waiting for Coward to say Geno is Geno tomorrow. Yeah, he's been just sitting, waiting for the moment. Danny W says, even though the Ravens haven't come close to a Super Bowl recently, their GM is really damn good. From their draft picks to foresight on the Lamar deal, etc., a really well-run team can't win it all. No, I've said before, you can, on a team, football's rough sport. You can make a lot of right decisions. You can be so smart in all of your decision-making and still bad luck upends you. Injury situations upend you. A bad schedule upends you. You hit teams at the wrong time over the course of a schedule. A lot of things can come to bear to pass on that. And I do think the Ravens are one of the well-run organizations in the entire sport. They were so smart in their drafting. They're smart in their approach with Lamar. I think they've been one of the trendsetters here with Lamar. They've been one of those first teams out there to say, we don't feel like we just have to sign the quarterback. We're going to let this whole situation just play out. And I think that that's going to lead them to getting another quarterback in on a rookie deal, and that they're going to try to fit to this new blueprint in order to try to win. And I like the fact they're thinking a little bit more outside the box than other teams in that respect of things. Chad Hart, the Hawks will win this division. Geno Smith will prove the haters wrong. Go Hawks. Love it, man. Love it. I hope you are right about that. Seahawks, Glue and Green, Seahawks, Giants, Jets, and Ravens probably have the top 4 drafts, and all teams are above 500. Coincidence? Nope. That's why these drafts matter more than other sports. You got to wait in baseball. You got to wait in basketball. I don't know about hockey, but in football, you don't have to wait. You get the returns out on the football field immediately if you make the right selection. And it's part of what makes these drafts matter so very much, why it's much more important than other drafts in other sports. Mike Skinner, I like it. Lamar to the Lions. I could see that. Boomers, thoughts on Drew Sanders? I just don't see anything from him. I've watched a couple whole games of Drew Sanders defensively on the side of the ball and what he does. And he plays with good effort. He moves pretty well. There's not amazing instincts there. There's not amazing quickness there. He's not a guy that hits. He's not excellent in coverage. I kind of am missing the hype a little bit with Drew Sanders. I still have to do more of an evaluation on him. It's not enough to just do 2 games and let that be what it is. But I've just not been very impressed by what I've seen out of him so far. It's been a little bit of I know he's a name, but the Matrix, the Ohio State linebacker, is good. Forgot his name though. Oh Lordy. I'll probably get around to looking at him. Garth, I love when people come in here and say we'll simply keep Geno for $15 and sign a herd of talent from anywhere USA. Hell yeah, man. Garth with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. I appreciate you, man, for all the donations on the channel. Lots of Rob Stanton haters on the stream. Brando, I think your 2 cats can get along. I think you 2 cats can get along. I do too. And look, I think the criticisms that they're playing out there with Rob are valid. They're criticisms I've had myself with going and visiting the blog. I want to have an opinion if I'm going to leave a comment in your blog or on a YouTube channel or whatever else, to have the right to place the opinion. You can disagree with it, but don't delete it out wholly. And it's the place where it's a little bit of sensitivity there with Rob on that standpoint. But I do think Rob does the hard work. I think that he does grind the film. I think he does look at these players and that he's very tapped into the process. And I respect what he does on that side of it. It's definitely something where I can see, he does put in the hard work. He may have the whole thing what they're talking about, wanting the ego stroke, but the hard work is still put in there. And if he's in there doing the hard work, that's what I care most about. We'll see what's up with that. We'll try to see what we can get going with that. I watch, how about Penix in round 2 or 3 after going defense the first 2 or 3 picks? I'm more of a Penix guy in the 4th round I watch. I don't like it you could sign me up for the 3rd, but that's as high as I would go with him. But 4th round would be more of a spot I'd like to be in. Ja VFX. What's up, Brandon? What's up, Ja? Good to see you, man. Sal Zero says, I could see Lamar going to the Rams. Sounds far-fetched, but LA's got plenty of money to lose. I don't see how that could work. I mean, the Ravens are going to be able to get a minimum first-round pick back for Lamar. The Rams don't have a first-round pick for like a couple of years. I don't see where the Ravens would take that when they can go elsewhere. Jason Tudor, I don't understand all the Stanton hate here. He has a bit of an ego, but their discussion is good, and he shares a lot of B's perspectives. Yeah, I agree with you, Jason. I agree with you. You know, I'm not going to be hesitant to have him on my channel or to go on his channel if he wants that. I think he does good work. And again, he's been at this for many different years. And if you look at a guy's track record and their takes on guys, you know, he's more right than he's wrong on especially when it comes to the draft. So, you know, I think he does good work. He's been doing a lot of good work there on that draft blog before he had the YouTube channel and do a lot of grinding on that. So I'm not quite in the state of where they're at, Jason, as far as that goes. I do get where they're coming from, but I think that, you know, just because he's hard with comments doesn't necessarily negate whether or not he's got a good perspective or an important perspective out here in the Seahawks analyst land of things. Cons has got Lamar to the Giants. That's possible. I could see that. I watch this. Don't understand why we like small mobile centers when we can't run the ball. Shouldn't Pete want ballers? He should. I don't think you landed at Austin Blythe because you loved landing on Austin Blythe, but because you just didn't have any other options out there. There was no guy in free agency to go get iWatch. Nobody you go pick. There was really no trade to go make for a center out there in the open market in the offseason either. So there just wasn't as much a viable option. And when you do look at Ethan Posick, say what you will about Ethan Posick, who's actually having an okay this year from the center position. He was a big 6'5" mauler kind of guy a little bit. At least in his build. He wasn't a pure mauler kind of center, but that was more to what you're talking about on that stance of things. I think they will go find a guy this draft that'll fit more to that prerequisite. I watched draft Schmitz or Stromberg around third-ish. That would work for me, I watch. I think that's about the right place for those guys to go. I've watched a little bit of Schmitz, but I haven't done a full deep dive on him, and I've not looked at Stromberg yet, but I have been hearing that's about, I think, where he goes. So I'm okay with that. I'll even go in the second round if we've just got to really attack it. We got to get really aggressive with it. Mike Skinner, Lamar to the Panthers, maybe? Could be. It kind of depends on who they bring in or what they do with their head coaching position, where they decide to go with that, if they run it back, you know. It's possible. They're going to be in need of a quarterback, and they're going to, I think, be out from underneath Darnold and Baker's deal. That's $36 million free. Nope, it won't work for the Panthers. Panthers have got a weird cap situation, I think, into next year. They've got some really weird, wonky cap situation they're running into. And remember, you sign Lamar, you're signing him to the big deal, which means you need the cap space to make that happen. Dallas says Lamar does go to the Rams. The Jets is another possibility. Yeah. I could see that. There's so many places he could possibly go, man. There's a lot of teams that could jump up to grab him. I think the Ravens will definitely have a market as far as the trade goes, if that's where this goes. Con says, realistically, I see us winning the next two, then beating the Niners and stealing one of the Chiefs-Jets games to keep us in the playoffs. Love it, Cons. I'm with you. I'm riding with you on that. Tony Wright, the Ravens secondary is horrible. Cornerback Marcus Peters needs to retire, and cornerback Marlon Humphrey is still a good corner, but not as good as he was 3 years ago. And yeah, the Ravens organization is top-notch. They are. Hard not to earn their respect. I mean, just look at this last draft they had. It was like, wow. You know, wow. Ajabo's just coming off IR for them, too. They're going to just start to get him on the field here. Jason Tudor says, man, whatever. There's all sorts of love for B worship here too, and everyone's fine with it. I love B and Rob both. I'm with it, man. I get it. I get where everyone's come from on this one. Cons, who is this Rob that we're talking about? Rob Stanton of the Seahawks draft blog. And also, I think he's got the rebuild. It's what's called on YouTube, I think is the name of it now. Garth Knight with the $10 Nation. Thank you, Garth. I have not forgotten about you and have prayed for you, whether you believe it or not. For you, Brandon, this sounds serious. I don't think she's going to make it. Oh, Megan will be all right on this. It's just she's dealing with it. It's a tough COVID. Like you said earlier in your chat above, it's it can knock you out. And I get worried when Megan mentions that. It's like, oh God, get that sleep, stay relaxed, keep yourself mentally right, because you gotta do all the right steps when you do get that sickness. So I don't think I've had it yet. I'm not sure, but I don't think I've had it yet. Thank you for the donation, though, Garth. I appreciate all the donations. And Megan, you do get better out there. You take care of yourself. I agree with you, Tony. Their secondary is a little bit of a struggle right now, Tony. It is. But they've done so many other good things on that team, too. Seahawks blue and green. Do the Giants re-sign Daniel Jones in this thing? No. They know what they got in him. They know how restricted that is. Daniel W. says, football is also about matchups. Raiders are bad, but their strengths are our weaknesses. All pro defensive end versus rookie tackles. Josh Jacobs, one of the top 6 running backs in the league versus a weak defensive line, pocket passer. Well said, man. Agreed. John says the only thing that limits the Ravens is they've built the whole team around the quarterback and power run. So the only guy they can really replace him with is AR-15, unless they look to change the offense if they bring in a different type of quarterback. I think what they've done, John, is they've catered the offense towards Lamar's strengths. They weren't this type of offense prior to Lamar arriving there, right? They had Joe Flacco there, who was more of a pocket type passer. So I think the Ravens, as all smart organizations do, is they bring a player in and they say, let's get the most out of this player. And they got Lamar, and then they said, let's get Mark Roman in here, who worked really well with Colin Kaepernick. Or not Mark, yeah, Mark Roman is his name, I think. So, yeah, I think they would change their strategy if they went with a different one. And yeah, I think it's valid. It's not the best of matchups for us with this Raiders team, especially knowing Lucas was coming into this game under the weather. Keep saying under the flu. John says, Broad pissed me off too because he'll never give credit to anyone else's take on as well. I was the one that said stop flexing on stream, and he got so brittle. It's a part that I've got to learn. We all got to learn with this, man. It's you do this chat stuff, you got to develop the thick skin. You got to understand it's not personal. You got to understand that there's going to be a variety of opinions. It's tough. Again, I think at the end of the day, he does good work, and he's going to continue to get better at it. I think you learn your lessons on this as you go through. You pick stuff up here and there. Kitty's facing the camera. She knows she's the star. I'm telling you. She does know she's the star. Look at how tired she's sleepy today. Were you up late last night? Were you up partying? Were you doing shots again last night? Were you doing salmon shots? You were, weren't you? I know. I know you were. I know you were. Megan says, thanks, B. Half to breathing exercises to rehab. Much better now. Over the worst. Good. That thing it'd go away and then it comes back and it's up and down. And Jason Juder, one wonders if the Ravens deal Lamar and then draft the Florida kid. I could see it. And again, I think that's their approach. I think they've committed to this approach for the last couple of years. Sijin with a $2 donation. Thank you, Sijin. Appreciate you. Says that Megan Grock, Roger. All that matters is, are you safe? Well, hopefully she's safe. She's good. Down there in Australia, she's chilling. Back in Australia, after all of that traveling she did this summer. Thank you, though, Sijin. Appreciate you. Garth Knight with a $5 dono. Brando, the only doctor I trust to evaluate this Megan character is Dr. Sanders. Can this happen? It can. I have to warn Megan beforehand. You're going to have a lot of shots. He's very alcohol laden in his method and approach as a doctor. He is in the new feng shui style of doctoring, kind of coming from that same category of like the bleeders. How they used to bleed people. He's kind of comes from that same old school approach. He's like, it's timeless. They did it back 300 years ago. How could it be wrong? So it's a heavy feeding, Megan, of alcoholic shots. The good news is you aren't going to feel anything. The bad news is it might not actually cure the sickness. little plus minus there. You know what I mean? Plus minus. Mac Pacific Northwest back for the late night chat. There we go, man. Max says, how about those Beavers? At least I enjoyed one game this weekend. Yeah, they got the Oregon. Oregon got a little bit godsmacked, I guess, by Washington. Couldn't quite bounce back against their rival there. But how about them Beavers taking them out? Garnet, Orange Cat is the star. This is going to eventually just turn into a cat channel when it's all said and done. That's what this is going to be. It's going to be a lot of me with just feeding him salmon treats and pulling in the 1 million views. Megan says, I can have 3 great days and then be in bed for 2 weeks. Yeah, I've heard that that's the way it goes with it. Tough. Jason Tudor with a $2 donation. Thank you, Jason. Says, no more salmon-flavored vodka for Kitty. No, she had too much. Too much on Thanksgiving. She's still in recovery. That's why she's so chill on the stream right now. Too much salmon. It's like salmon overload for her. They couldn't believe it. They're like, back-to-back wet food days? I'm like, yeah, it's holiday. Sweeties, that's what you get. That's what you do get. So we are just about to pass into the 10-hour mark here, which I think is a good time period here to go ahead and wrap this on up. Megan says, Dad, I'm not performing for you, damn it. I know, she is. She's like, I'm not a monkey. I am not a monkey. I am a kitty cat. You are here to pet me. I do not dance. Do not dance. Do you? No, I don't, Dad. 10 hours for 10K is right, Megan. It seems fitting, doesn't it? Seems fitting to go 10 hours today on the stream for the 10,000 subscribers. Do a little check-in. Let's see. We had so many new ones too. Oh my God. So folks, we not only passed 10,000 today, we nearly got 100 past 10,000. We're already at almost 10-1 after today. That is phenomenal. Phenomenal. So I've been stoked by that. This is a tough loss today. You know, there's no two ways about it. I'm glad to see most people are putting the loss into right perspective on thing. It doesn't mean the end of the season. It doesn't mean that this magical year is all the magic's come to an end. We got no more fairy dust left in our little pouch. I do think there's a little bit left in there. I do think that there's still a top end of this team that we have yet to see. Do they reach that stage? Does it come together? Does the plan kind of go as I'm hoping it will, where you eventually do kind of get both sides of the ball coming together at just the right time with a special teams unit carrying forth and being pretty consistent all the way through the majority of this season? It's hard to predict that. Like I said, anybody making a prediction right now about this team and where it's going and who it is this year, I think you're making that a little bit blind, because there has been a high range of change in what you've seen from this team, at least on the defensive side of the ball. And it goes from the defense not being able to stop anything to the defense being one of the world beaters out there in this entire league. And you drop between these two. Now, maybe the world beaters was a part of the fact that you didn't play the toughest offenses over that trek. And maybe once we start to really face legitimate offenses, we're going to really see what this team is and where they're at. But as I said, I don't think we really know. We don't know where this end place is going to be with this defense. Hopefully they can improve and find some adjustments here. When it goes bad, boy, does it ever go bad. But when it goes good, and when they have things right this year, everything's working, everything's right. You're getting turnovers, you're creating pressure, you're stopping the run, you're limiting the big play. So those things have been a part of this team when it's gone right. I just don't know which one we're going to see week in and week out. But we will be here for the ride all the way through, no doubt about that. Garth with the $5 donation. Thank you, Garth, to finish us off right on the channel tonight, man. I appreciate the $5 donation and all of your donations, man. You must have damn near up around $100 today and donations on the channel. So thank you to that, Garth. He says, the orange cat is wonderful. Magic resides and is dispensed from her. She is. With every pet, you can see a little bit of that. That's not dust coming off of her head. That's fairy dust. Okay. It's different than regular dry scalp dust. It's a more special form of dust. But kitty pixie dust is actually known in the magical realms as the most impactful. This is, for instance, why you have witches with black cats. Okay. Because they're known for bringing that. It's known. Mac, Pacific Northwest. Oh yeah, man. Congrats on the 10,000 subs. You earned it. Well, thank you, man. It's been a good day from that aspect of things. I can't argue with that. Can't argue with that. Support here has been as it always is, Mac, Pacific Northwest. Unbelievable, amazing. Puts a big smile on my face, even on a day where my team happens to lose. Saijan says, sorry to contribute so low. I have a wife with MS in her last stage to quit my job to take care of her for 22 years. Saijan, I don't have any expectation level for folks to have to put money on the channel. If you can put money in the channel and donate, great. Watching, hitting the like button, subscribing. These are my things that I ask for. Just if you can do those things for me, you're doing the Lord's good work and helping to take this channel to the next place it needs to go. So whatever people can provide is good enough for whatever it is. And I would be remiss to say that I have any expectation this channel could give more support than they've given out the last 3.5 years since I started this channel. We are merely 3.5 years that we started this channel. We got to 10,000 subscribers. And it's because you guys have had absolute, unfailing, unbelievable, at every show, at every turn is the support is there. Not just the support monetarily speaking, but the support saying, hey, keep going. You're on the right track. This is the right stuff. This is what you need to keep doing. Keep on it. It's that support. It's that encouragement that has helped to keep this going. I'm now getting to the point where I get to be on a little bit of the downward trail where I can start to see the finish line to being able to do this full time. And there were days where it was really hard to do this channel where you got a full-time job and then you're trying to do this as another full-time job and it's week in and week out and week in and week out. But this year it's made it well worth it. The groundwork laid in to get to this point of things. And it, again, your guys' support has kept me motoring through that. Kept me going on with that. I really do appreciate all of you for that. I don't know if I could have gotten here without that kind of support, without the folks saying this is the right step. Stay on it. Stay with it. Keep going. Keep pounding that table, as they say. And so I really do appreciate it. It's not just enough to me to say thank you. This is my favorite thing to do in the entire world. And it is absolutely because of you guys and the interactions and the unbelievable turns and twists that we get to experience together on draft days and game days and off seasons and all in between, the Russell Wilson trades. To be able to experience that all with you guys it's an amazing experience. I love you guys. I want to thank you guys for all the support you have given to this channel because it has been just every turn. There's not been a minute that I haven't had everybody there who's had my back, who's been right there, step with me on this. Thank you guys so very much. Jack says, Brandon is well on his way to being rich. All these donations, living the good life. I'll be living the happy life more than the good life because I get to do this full time and I get to do almost a show every other day at that point, if not every day. And that would be a wonderful, wonderful reality to be able to wake up to every single morning. Paul Third says, I don't think the 49ers are getting Brady. They might not. I have a theory on it, Paul, that's a way that this might be heading. I'm worried about it a little bit. Brady Hessel says, Brando, I started following you and your channel after the Russ trade, as did many others. How long have you been making Hawks content and how much have you grown recently compared to before the trade? It's a great question, Brady. So my induction date's going to be February. Induction date, I mean, that's sort of the date where we turn another year older as a channel since I started the channel originally in February. So I've been at this now for 3 years and 9 months, 3 years and 10 months, I guess we'll call it 3 years and 10 months. So I came into this year, we were at 6,000 subscribers at the start of February, and we now find ourselves at 10,100 subscribers. So we could find ourselves, Brady, doubling this channel in this year, going from 6 to 12,000 if we stay at the current track I'm on right now. I have 2 more months before February. So if in the next 2 months we can pull another 2,000 subscribers, or I should say 1,900 after the 100 we gained today, then we will have doubled the channel's growth, which then should tell you a lot about where the channel has the potential to be heading to in the future if you're going to double it in 1 year. Because what happens if I can double it next year? I might go from 12 to 24, which might be aggressive, probably too aggressive, but I'm going to dream large. I'm going to dream big. You know it. Megan, so proud of you, B. You deserve all the success you get. Well, I've got the success I get because I got folks like you as my main mod here, helping to take care of business on the channel, helping to keep this chat clear, helping to keep that energy in the right place. I appreciate all your support with it, Megan, on top of all of your support donations wise to the channel too. So like I said, it's been a team effort for us to all get here, and I really do appreciate that. And you guys, and I thank you for that. Undyingly, thank you for that. This has been just marvelous. Megan says, faith and trust and pumpkin. It's all you need. It's all you need is that pumpkin dust. That is all you need. Jack says, how long have you been doing this? I discovered you in the spring. So yeah, Jack, I've been doing this since February of what? I guess it'd be 2019 was when we started this out back then. So we've been at it a little bit a while. Longer than some, not as long as others, as they say. Megan says, time to go to the volume 12 of the channel B. Hey, we're on the way, Megan. We're on the way. The amount of time I've been able to put in this season and be able to just do somewhat, a lot of respects, kind of full-time gig on this. It's going to help me be able to just get so much more content generated. And we're just getting warmed up. We're just on our rise here. I just got the burners just turned on. They're on low right now. What did you see once I got the sucker turned up to high? Wait till you see once I get to that spot. That's right, Jason. It goes to 11. Why don't you just put 10 to 11, but this one goes to 11. It goes to 11. Back Pacific Northwest, San Francisco going after Brady. Where's Jimmy land then? Carolina? I'm not sure. I think the Niners are kind of not fully on board with Jimmy in the long term. Maybe they go win a Super Bowl and he comes back there. I mean, that could be a possibility. But he is a free agent after this year as well. And Brady is from the San Francisco area. I believe he grew up a San Francisco 49er fan. So I could see them with their personnel and where they're at, especially if he were to take a pretty big discount. Could happen. Could happen. Jack says Jimmy to the Jets. There you go with the Robert Saleh connection. I could see it. Or as Paul said, he could replace Cousins in Minnesota if they want to move off of him. Don't know if that's going to the way that goes either, but it's possible. Seahawks Blue and Green says makes sense for Brady to leave the Bucs for a chance to win one last ring with a contender. Wouldn't put it past him. I wouldn't either. Would you? Doesn't it sound like just like a thing Brady would do here? And I'm not hating on him for it, but I could see him absolutely being very tactful in his approach on this. Megan says, fear the noise, B. Fear the noise. D-Man, I am still on, but I'm about to wrap this up right now. We got 10 hours in and 10,000 subscribers. Couldn't get the win. Got the Bronco loss. Pretty damn good day when it's all said and done from my standpoint of things. Folks, I got a few of you out there wavering. A few of you questioning your faith in this team this season. Not in the long term, but just this year right now. Keep that faith. Let me bring you back into the fold here. It's one game. You've got a lot of rookies on this team. You're going to get some fluctuations in play at times. Some ups, some downs. You take your lumps. You've still won more games than you lost this year. You're still in very much a pole position to go out there and get into this playoffs. Say nothing of going and taking this division, which is still readily within our grasp. And nobody thought this a possibility when we started this year. Nobody thought this a possibility when that Russell Wilson trade was commenced. So enjoy this. Revel in not just this season, but into the future. Even a tough game like this. Let's see if this team can come bounce back next week against a Rams team that is dying, that is wheezing, that is on its hands and knees crawling for the exits of this year. So let's put them out of their misery. Okay? Let's drive that stake through their heart, kill this vampire, move on after this loss, get back up on our horse next week, and get this season back to front, because this ain't over yet. So don't you give up out there, my fellow Seahawks fans. Don't you give up out there. Don't you get dissuaded by one meager little loss. You exit that loss. Control, Alt, delete that crap. Move forward. Because this team ain't done yet. We ain't dead yet and we ain't done yet. So you keep the faith, my fellow Seahawks fans. You come back here and ride with me next week. And let's watch this team get back up on the horse and keep shocking the rest of this NFL world. We ain't done yet. We ain't dead yet. We're coming back again. There's still one more big swing from this team yet. And as I said, they haven't played their best football yet. It still will come. Count on that. Count on it. I appreciate you guys. I love you guys. I thank you guys for all of your support on this channel, for the subscribing, the liking, the donations. We set a new donation record today on top of going over 10,000 subscribers. Must have had $450, $500 in donations damn near. You are unbelievable. You are amazing. Thank you so much to all of you out there. Keep riding with me here on this channel. Let's keep seeing where we can take this thing. And let's not ever forget, don't you ever forget, even after a tough loss, even after your defense has 40 hung on it, don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.